Chapter 541. After the demonic emperor left, Zhou Xuanji did not recall demon god Tianwu. Instead, he asked him to sit beside him, and they looked at the horizon together, training their mental state. Everything was quiet. Occasionally, he could even hear the old immortal preaching about the Tao. This kind of experience was not dull at all for him. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. He was now 270 years old. In the past 10 years, he had never gone back. Sometimes, he would communicate with Jiang Shui through the 24-rank deep black lotus to understand the situation of the divine cliff. As the war between the human race and the demon race became more intense, the divine cliff had no choice but to send disciples to support them. In order to strengthen themselves, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, and Meng Tianlang also went to the front line to participate in the war. Yang Yutian asked Zhou Xuanji why he was not back yet. After Jiang Shui told him that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, Yang Yutian did not ask again. He understood that for Zhou Xuanji, time was of the essence. After 20 years of peace in front of the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji's state of mind was no longer the same as before. He sat on the tree trunk and listened to the sound of the wind. Using his fingers as a sword, his fingers seemed to glow as they drew lines of light in the air. It was dazzling and magical. Although he had never cultivated, his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. If he were to condense a sword's soul now, its lethality would be far greater than before. This was the improvement of the state of mind. The mountain was no longer a mountain, and the sword was no longer the original sword. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the temple. He came under the tree and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he smiled and said, "It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji looked down and asked, "Go out? Is that enough?" The old immortal smiled, "It's about time for your magic power to grow. Now that the humans and demons are at war, you can make good use of the world Buddha art. When you break through to Universe Heaven level 18, come back and find me." He raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead. A stream of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. It was a divine ability. 9 Soul Fusion Technique. This divine ability could allow the main body to fuse with the avatars. At most, it could fuse with 9 bodies at the same time. The strength after the fusion was related to the cultivation of each body. However, this divine ability consumed a lot of his soul. With his cultivation, he could only use it for 2 hours at most. He still needed a few days to recover. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and landed before the old immortal. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." This divine ability was made just for him, so he had to be grateful. However, even though he was expressing his gratitude, he appeared to be indifferent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It was just that his state of mind had improved and he could control his emotions. A woman whose fate is intertwined with yours is in danger and is trapped in the demon god temple. The old immortal said meaningfully, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. The woman whose fate was intertwined with his. Other than Jiang Shui, there was also Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui was safe and sound in the 24-rank deep black lotus. That was Xian Xianghua. He nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll go first." The old immortal stroked his long beard as he smiled and nodded, and Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared over the horizon. Looking in the direction he left, the old immortal shook his head and said, "This person was born not to belong here." Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked ahead calmly. His mind was calm, and he wasn't thinking about anything. As for Xian Xianghua, he believed that she would be able to hold on until he arrived. "Zhou Xuanji, you are finally willing to come out." The demonic emperor's voice came. Next, Zhou Xuanji turned his body suddenly and dodged the demonic emperor's bloody claw. His chest was less than 5 centimeters away from the demonic emperor's claw, which was a fatal distance. But he was still unhurried. Demon god Tianwu appeared out of nowhere and punched at the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor's pupils contracted. He blocked with both arms but was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. He steadied himself and said with gritted teeth, "How can you, a Universe Heaven level 10 cultivator, could not react so quickly?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You are indeed unwilling to give up. But this time, the roles of the hunter and the prey will be swapped." The demonic emperor frowned and did not understand what he meant. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused his body with demon god Tianwu. In an instant, demon god Tianwu opened its eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from its eyes. He maintained the form of demon god Tianwu, and his aura was violent. The form of the 9-soul fusion technique could be decided at will, and he could also maintain his original form. But against the demonic emperor, he planned to use the most brutal form. The demonic emperor frowned even more. He did not understand what kind of divine ability this was, but he still took out his blood-chi black saber and prepared to fight. Ever since he realized that Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu, he wanted Zhou Xuanji even more. This child was his descendant and should be under his control. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji, and his saber chi exploded, slicing the heavens and the earth in half. A legendary sword appeared in demon god Tianwu's right hand. It was the Sky Judging Sword. Universe Essence Legendary Sword. Before he swung his sword chi exploded and dispersed the demonic emperor's saber chi. At the same time, he absorbed a massive wave of magic energy. Demon god Tianwu walked toward the demonic emperor with his sword. A powerful gale surrounded his body and grew rapidly. Finally, it turned into a towering hurricane that circled around recklessly. The demonic emperor stared at the sword, and his expression changed slightly. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had many swords, but he did not expect him to have such a powerful one. Such a treasure usually only appeared in the hands of connecting heaven cultivators, just like his saber. Very good. Zhou Xuanji, I will let you die a painful death. The demonic emperor laughed sinisterly, and his aura grew tremendously. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to waste his breath. 18 sword souls materialized behind him in a fan shape, looking majestic. After 20 years of tempering his mind, he finally unleashed it today. Demonic Emperor, do you know what hell looks like? Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straight away. 5 billion sword shadows appeared in all directions and surrounded him and the demonic emperor instantly, enveloping them in the primordial chaos sword shadow. The demonic emperor frowned and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. Countless saber chis burst out in all directions. The 5 billion sword shadows moved as well and charged toward the demonic emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion. A powerful radiance appeared, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Mountains were turned into ashes, and the clouds were obliterated. A powerful destructive force swept across 10,000 miles, turning everything within 10,000 miles into nothingness. Within the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor fought. Although they could not see, both of them could accurately attack and defend. They were extremely fast, and the demon god's power shook the space, almost shattering it. Numerous sword souls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's back. The demonic emperor used all sorts of divine abilities, sometimes creating clones and sometimes transforming into black chi. He dodged each sword soul's attack and attacked Zhou Xuanji at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's swords were fast as well, but he was in a marvelous state. Compared to the demonic emperor, he appeared to be at ease. My sword is my sword, and my Dao is my Dao. Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, which made the demonic emperor frown. What was this brat trying to do? However, Zhou Xuanji maintained his original attack, and the two were evenly matched. But somehow, the demonic emperor felt uneasy. Chapter 542. The demonic emperor no longer dared to be careless and began to give it his all. In the powerful radiance, he sped up suddenly and unleashed the full power of the demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he defended. Such horrifying power. If not for the demon god's body, he would have been blasted apart by the demonic emperor's power. Clang! 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 The sword and the saber clashed. Every time the sky-judging sword and the blood-chi black saber clashed, the sound traveled far and wide. Countless living beings could hear it. No one dared to come close because Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's aura was too horrifying. Zhou Xuanji activated the heaven essence divine energy in the sky-judging sword and grew more powerful. At the same time, he used world reincarnation to deflect the demonic emperor's saber chi. Facing such a strange move, the demonic emperor did not panic. Instead, he strengthened his saber chi and became more ferocious. Zhou Xuanji could sense that each slash was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Such a powerful saber technique. Seeing that the powerful radiance was about to dissipate, Zhou Xuanji moved away from the demonic emperor and raised his sword to use heavenly sword fall. Just when the demonic emperor was about to charge at him, a beam of light descended from the sky. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was struck down and smashed through the ruins into the ground. Zhou Xuanji chased after him and activated world suppressing before jumping underground. In the blink of an eye, the sky-judging sword clashed with the blood-chi black saber. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on the demonic emperor and sank deeper. Damn! The demonic emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He wanted to tear this brat into pieces. He wanted to repel Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji also had the demon god's body. With world suppressing descending from the sky, the demonic emperor could not move at all. The two crashed through layers of rocks with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji summoned all his legendary swords and used Sword Sect Immortal Cry. More than 500 legendary swords glowed with white light and pierced toward the demonic emperor like a torrential downpour. The demonic emperor could only rely on his body to defend against these legendary swords. Boom! They fell into the earth's core suddenly and charged into the boiling sea of lava. The horrifying temperature caused them to suffer unimaginable pain. However, a demon god's body was the strongest physical body below heavenly sages. The great thousand realms earth core flame could not harm them. Zhou Xuanji disappeared suddenly, and the demonic emperor counterattacked immediately. He turned into countless duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. These clones all had different appearances and sizes, and all of them had ferocious expressions as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep blocked all the attacks for him. If not for his immortal power, most of the divine swords would have been instantly burned to ashes by the earth core flame. Die! The demonic emperor suddenly roared. The black flames turned into a pillar of light and shot out of his mouth, blasting Zhou Xuanji out of the earth's core. The legendary swords were brought out because of Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the earth's core, which was as massive as the sun, was surging with huge waves. At the same time, the ground of the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was shaking violently. All the oceans and rivers were churning. The earth's core was damaged, and the world collapsed. Countless living beings were in an uproar. In the demonic god temple, Xian Xianghua and the white-haired old man were imprisoned in an iron cage. Not only them, but there were also many other iron cages around them, imprisoning many humans, devils, demons, and other living beings of other races. Duishan was cultivating in the front hall. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked down. Such a powerful force. Who's fighting underground? He mumbled. The prisoners were all alarmed. What's going on? Is someone here to save us? No, the tremors are coming from underground. This aura is so evil, there's another powerful aura. It's as vast as a saint's. Xian Xianghua frowned and felt uneasy. The white-haired old man beside her panicked as well. Seems like we're going to die here, he said with a bitter smile. He did not expect those powerhouses to go this far just to fight for the heavenly saints. The power that the two terrifying cultivators underground unleashed was enough to defeat anyone below the heavenly saints. What else could make such powerful cultivators fight so fearlessly other than the heavenly law Violet Qi? The demon realm. The demon ancestor opened his eyes suddenly. With a deep frown, he mumbled, "Demonic Emperor. The other aura is Demon God Tianwu. No, there's another aura in his aura. It seems like he was really possessed." He disappeared immediately. The demon realm. The demon emperor, who was reading, sensed Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's auras and was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji can fight the demonic emperor. He immediately found Snake Lord Qingshi, and the two demons headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand together. Not only them, but all the connecting heaven cultivators in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand were alarmed. Such a great battle must have been caused by the heavenly law of Violet Qi. At the same time, the demonic emperor's eyes were bloodshot. He roared continuously and swore to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could still remain calm. Facing such a ruthless demonic emperor, his eyes were sharp. With his sword techniques and sword souls, he could block each of the demonic emperor's attacks perfectly. The 9-soul fusion technique was really amazing. It allowed him to completely adapt to demon god Tianwu's body. However, this divine ability could not be used for a long time. He had to get out of this state after 2 hours. Which meant that if he could not defeat the demonic emperor within 2 hours, the fate that awaited him would be worse than death. If it were in the past, he would surely be very anxious. But now, he somehow recalled his experiences in the past 20 years. The heavenly law's rules enveloped the Great Thousand and appeared among all living beings. Various memories of the past appeared in his mind, and the old immortal's voice of the Tao resounded. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost weep, and the demonic emperor's movements became slower and slower in his eyes. It was a marvelous feeling. He was not surprised. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was the heart. The legendary swords that were spinning at high speed began to vibrate. Zhou Xuanji's body suddenly glowed with a powerful radiance like the divine moon. He had an epiphany. He mumbled to himself, "Thousands of sword techniques, man and sword as one, can cultivate the sword will. Sword will connecting with the divine, can cultivate the sword soul." The demonic emperor was annoyed and roared furiously, "Bastard! Don't look down on me. I'm your ancestor." The northern wilderness people were all his descendants, including Zhou Xuanji. So he felt humiliated that he was evenly matched with Zhou Xuanji. What was even more humiliating was that Zhou Xuanji was gaining epiphanies as he fought. He almost exploded in anger. "My sword's way is the sword Tao rules." Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly, and the white radiance on his body grew stronger. More than 500 legendary swords pierced into the demonic emperor as though they had teleported. The swords gathered into a white ball of light that engulfed the demonic emperor. Everything happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react at all. "Die," Zhou Xuanji mumbled calmly. Boom! All the legendary swords were deflected and minced the demonic emperor into pieces. His flesh and blood scattered in the underground space. The demonic emperor's soul flew out. His face was full of fear as he said with a trembling voice, "How can it be? I have the body of a demon god, the body of a demon god." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly, as though he was looking at an ant. Chapter 543. Why? Why? Impossible. The demonic emperor cried out in fear, then roared with all his might. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and asked, "Do you know about the Kunlun origin court?" The demonic emperor was stunned. What was that? The divine swords once again pierced his soul as if they had teleported, turning his soul into ashes with a force surpassing that of thunder. Domineering. Powerful. After comprehending a higher level of the sword's way above the sword's soul, Zhou Xuanji instantly killed the demonic emperor. His cultivation level did not increase, but he was using the power of demon god Tianwu. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his soul had suddenly become stronger, as if he had been reborn. Could it be the old immortal's words? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was not surprised by the demonic emperor's death but began to think about himself. During his 20 years of meditation, the old immortal would preach about Tao every few days. What he talked about was not cultivation techniques, but the rules of all things. It seemed that these words were not as simple as they seemed. Unknowingly, it was actually tempering his soul. "May I know who you are?" A cold voice came, and Zhou Xuanji glanced over. The demon ancestor, who was shrouded in demonic qi, descended. Within the demonic qi, only his face could be seen. His brows were domineering and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji remembered his eyes. He had once looked up to the fiend ancestor. At this moment, in his eyes, the demon ancestor was no longer so powerful that it was unreachable. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not important. I'm just settling a personal grudge with the demonic emperor." He retrieved all the divine swords and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the rock wall underground. The fiend ancestor did not give chase. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Who is this person? What a powerful sword might. Why haven't I seen it before? The demon ancestor was puzzled and had a strange expression on his face. To be able to kill the demonic emperor so easily, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The demon the Arch suddenly appeared. When he saw that only the devil ancestor was left, he was stunned. Amitabha, I didn't expect another saint contender to appear in the Wanshan Great Thousand. A compassionate voice sounded out, and a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It was a pair of golden eyes. The fiend ancestor and the demon the Arch turned their heads at the same time and revealed a look of fear in their eyes. Ninth Nether Buddha, you're finally willing to come out of seclusion. The demon the Arch sneered, but he felt the pressure in his heart. There was one more contender for the position of saint. In the Taoist temple. The old immortal who was meditating on the futon suddenly opened his eyes and smiled approvingly. Good kid, you've comprehended the meaning of the great Tao so quickly. Although it's very shallow, at least you've seen the door. I didn't waste my cultivation and soul power to teach you so many great Tao sounds in vain. The old immortal closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. The smile on his face grew wider. Meanwhile, in the void, inside a palace that was suspended in the midst of a group of meteorites, the demonic emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his condition instantly weakened. He opened his eyes, which were filled with hatred and resentment. Zhou Xuanji, he clenched his teeth in extreme anger. When he calmed down, he took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji's words. Kunlun Origin Court, is this name a place? Or was it the name of a force? He sank into his thoughts. Fighting with Zhou Xuanji was a great humiliation to him, and if he did not take revenge, he would never be able to become a saint. Zhou Xuanji quickly traveled underground. He spread out his divine sense and confirmed that no one was following him. With his current traveling speed, not many people in Wanshan Great Thousand could catch up to him. He was still thinking about the state of enlightenment. Sword Tao rules. Tao, he suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was Tao, and Tao was in everyone's heart. If one could understand Tao, one could control it directly. There were many Taos, but it was extremely difficult to understand Tao. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint. If one's cultivation was not high enough to become an overlord saint, one could still rely on the heavenly law of violet qi. But to understand Tao, one could only rely on talent and serendipity. Although he believed in his talent, he understood that it was all thanks to the old immortal that he could understand Tao. However, his Tao was still very shallow, and there was still a long way to go. 2 hours later, he sat under a tree and began his breakthrough. After the battle with the demonic emperor, he absorbed a lot of the demonic emperor's magic energy. Together with the Tao he understood, it was enough for him to break through. He noticed that the environment around him was shattered. It was evidently the aftermath of the battle at the core. He was so far away from where the battle took place. It seemed like the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was affected. He shook his head without joy or sorrow. Soon, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 11. Because of Tao, he did not encounter a heavenly tribulation. He understood the old immortal's words again. Why would the heavenly law not punish him after he became an overlord saint? The existence of Tao was above the heavenly law. There were thousands of Taos, and the heavenly law was one of them. After his breakthrough, he did not leave immediately but waited for his soul power to recover. He could only save Xian Xianghua with the 9 soul fusion technique. In the next few days, the news of a powerful cultivator fighting at the core spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. That battle had affected the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, and countless living beings had been caught in the crossfire. At the same time, everyone finally understood how horrifying the tribulation of contending to become a saint was. The Wanshan Great Thousand was facing the crisis of shattering. The Great Thousand Worlds were so fragile in front of the peerless almighty beings. Demon God Palace. Daishin opened his eyes and asked, in the Wanshan Great Thousand, whose sword's way is the most powerful? Sword's way. Xian Xianghua was dazed and immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She sighed faintly. She did not know if she could see him again. Until today, she still could not marry him. This was her greatest regret. An evil cultivator replied with a trembling voice, it might be Sword Sovereign Gu right now, but there might be many powerful cultivators in the Sword's way who did not die and are only in isolated cultivation. Throughout history, the most powerful one should be Zhongdao Huaxing. He could split the Great Thousand World in half with a single slash, Zhongdao Huaxing. Daishin frowned. Evidently, he had heard of this name before. He mumbled, I did not expect this guy to be from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Seems like that person just now was him. Is he already so powerful? All the captives were anxious. Daishin's power made them despair. They did not want to die, so they did not dare to offend him. Daishin closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Xian Xianghua asked the white-haired old man softly, why did he not kill us? The white-haired old man sighed and said, I don't know, but it's not a good thing. The other captives became agitated too. Among them, some had been imprisoned for years, and some for months. They saw many captives being taken away by Daishin and never seen again. The fear of the unknown was the most torturous. Time continued to pass. 5 days later, a figure appeared on the peak of the mountain and looked toward the demon god palace far away. It was Zhou Xuanji. This was his second time coming to the demon god palace. Last time, he was almost killed by the ruined demon emperor. This time, his mentality changed drastically. He looked ahead and mumbled, old demonic woman, you really did not die. You are so tough. Chapter 544. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak and scanned the demon god palace with his divine sense to search for Xian Xianghua. Boom! Just when his divine sense neared the demon god palace, it was repelled by a formless force. With the demon god palace as the center, all the demons within 100 miles were alarmed and looked around. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He summoned demon god Tianwu and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. This time, he maintained his original appearance. His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled into countless rocks, which smashed toward the surrounding forests and mountains. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-judging sword and summoned all his legendary swords. He activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry and leaped toward the demon god palace. He was extremely fast. The demons along the way could not even react in time before he broke through the gate and charged into the palace. Daishin, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly and laughed coldly. You dare to barge in here? I want to see what you are going to do. After that, he turned into a series of afterimages and passed through the cages. The two collided in a palace path. The violent aura shattered the walls beside them. The terrifying aura caused the demon god palace to collapse. Zhou Xuanji and Daishin stared at each other. You are not Zhongdao Huaxing, Daishin said with a deep voice. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji did not know him, so he activated Sword Dao Rule straight away. Boom! All of the divine swords hit Daishin and turned his body into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the depths of the demon god palace. Daishin's soul escaped and looked back in fear. What was that? How could it be? Daishin was frightened and did not dare to chase after him. In the palace, the captives were trembling in fear. They were uneasy. The demon god palace is going to collapse. What's going on? Who is attacking the demon god palace? So horrifying. What should we do? Where's Daishin? How could he let someone barge in? We're doomed, the captives cried out in fear. Xian Xianghua and the white-haired old man were anxious too. No one wanted to die. Facing a powerful being like Daishin, they could not even use the celestial devil rebirth technique. They thought that their souls could not escape Daishin's eyes. A ray of sword light flashed, and Zhou Xuanji came to Xian Xianghua's cage. With a slash, the iron bars of the cage were cut in half. Xian Xianghua's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was pulled into Zhou Xuanji's embrace. She opened her eyes wide, and when she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. How could it be him? Impudent! The white-haired old man was furious. He saw Xian Xianghua as his descendant, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to treat her so lightly? His palm slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body, and with a cracking sound, his right arm broke. He is my ancestor. Even though she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's power, she was afraid that he would harm her ancestor. Zhou Xuanji replied, It's not that I want to attack him. With his left hand holding onto Xian Xianghua's waist, he waved his sword with his right hand. All of the captives' cages exploded, allowing them to regain their freedom. Zhou Xuanji leapt up with Xian Xianghua and charged out of the demon god palace, coming into the sky. Countless demons pounced at them from all directions, but Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep destroyed all of them. Zhou Xuanji could see that these demons were under Daishin's control. They did not fear death, which meant that Daishin was not completely dead yet. Captives flew out from the demon god palace one after another, including Xian Xianghua's ancestor, the white-haired old man. Daishin appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? He asked with gritted teeth. The Sword Dao rules caught him off guard. He kept thinking about how Zhou Xuanji destroyed his body, but he could not figure it out. Dao wills were so profound. If he could understand them, he would be invincible below the heavenly saints with his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly. Daishin felt uneasy under his gaze and stepped back instinctively. Swoosh! All the legendary swords came at him again and shredded his soul into pieces. Everything happened too quickly. Xian Xianghua only saw a flash of sword light, and next, Dishan was dead. How can it be? Xian Xianghua opened her beautiful eyes wide. She could not believe what she saw. Only how long had it been, and Zhou Xuanji had already become so powerful. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 5 billion sword shadows exploded and killed all the evil demons. The explosion was deafening, and a violent gale pressed down on the world. Next, he left with her, and the two disappeared into the horizon. Dishan, who was famous recently, could not fight back at all. The captives were all stupefied. The explosions around them told them that this was not a dream. Who is he? He's so powerful. He's Zhou Xuanji. I've seen him before. Back then, at the Great Heaven God Dynasty's God platform, he was so powerful and invincible. Zhou Xuanji. The most powerful person in the Center God province. He's so powerful. He lives up to his reputation. Is he really only 200 years old? After the captives came back to their senses, they began discussing Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The white-haired old man held his right arm and levitated in the air. He was silent, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of Xian Xianghua, he knew Zhou Xuanji. It was already ridiculous for this brat to reach the heavenly law true God stage at such a young age. But now, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This brat must be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua came to the void. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Although it was not 2 hours yet, deactivating it earlier could shorten the cooldown time. Wait at the side, he said with a smile. After that, he let go of Xian Xianghua and drew some distance between them. He sat down in the void and began his breakthrough. He had absorbed half of Dishan's magic energy, which was enough for him to break through again. There were not many cultivators like Dishan in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, Zhou Xuanji had also absorbed countless evil magic energy. His cultivation began to grow tremendously, and Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more powerful. Even Xian Xianghua was shocked. In the end, he successfully broke through to Universe Heaven level 12. Just when he broke through, his cultivation stopped growing. Xian Xianghua came up to him and asked curiously, "Brat, what's your cultivation stage now?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "Universe Heaven level 12. Xian Xianghua was stunned. She knew that above the heavenly law true God was Universe Heaven. But how could he kill Dishan so easily with just Universe Heaven level 12 cultivation? It must be known that Azure Demon Emperor and Ruined Demon Emperor were both defeated by Dishan. Zhou Xuanji pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Where do you want to go next?" Xian Xianghua did not avoid him. Instead, she drew closer to him and whispered into his ear, "Where do you want me to go?" He shook his head and said, "If you really have nowhere to go, then return to Emperor Sword Court. What do you think?" Hearing this, she immediately retreated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can I rely on your prestige now?" Chapter 545. Ever since Zhou Xuanji met Xian Xianghua, she had been helping him. He had saved him time and time again, and even found opportunities for him. Violet Demon Palace and the Primordial Ancestor statue were both found by her. He was no longer the same person he was in the past. As long as he supported her, he would. "Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As he spoke, he gently lifted her veil. This old witch was still breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Xian Xianghua was definitely the most beautiful existence he had ever seen. Even the fairies of the Divine Palace could not compare. He wasn't the kind of person who was interested in looks. Otherwise, there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. In his heart, other than Jiang Shui, the most important person was Xian Xianghua. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was behind Daoya Old Man. In the demon world, there's a demon river that leads to the world core. I want to obtain the world core of the demon world. Now that the demon ancestor has come to the Wanshan Great Thousand in search of the heavenly law of Violet Qi, the demon emperor guarding the world core shouldn't be your match. After all, the Azure Demon Emperor is ranked in the top 5 of the demon world. As for offending the demon ancestor, she was not afraid at all. Even after ascending, she was still the fearless dragon Proudflower. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, like before, I can only last for 2 hours. Is that enough? Xian Xianghua was not surprised. After all, it was Zhou Xuanji. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course it's enough. Once I've fused with the heart of the demon realm, my cultivation will soar. In time, I might even be able to control the entire demon realm. In the future, you will be the man of the demon realm's master. Are you happy? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, give me 3 days. Xian Xianghua immediately laid in his arms, snuggling up to him like a little bird. He did not reject it. At this point, he and Jiang Shui had already acknowledged Xian Xianghua, and even Zhou Shaoxian often missed her Auntie Xian. Although the two of them had not formally married, they had already given their hearts to each other. Zhou Xuanji did not act recklessly. He gently stroked her hair and asked about her experiences over the years. She did not talk about it but started from when she parted with Zhou Xuanji. Amidst the vast starry sky, the two of them embraced each other. There were many meteorites floating around them, and there were even stars twinkling in the distance. It was a beautiful scene. The news of Zhou Xuanji killing Dixin swept across the Center God province and the nearby provinces like a whirlwind before spreading to the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. Even the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor were no match for Dixin. How could a prodigy less than 300 years old kill Dixin so easily? However, the captives could all testify, making the news true. The name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand for the second time. The first time was because of the Great Emperor tablet. Other times, Zhou Xuanji's reputation was only in the Center God province. On this day, under the dim sky, Xian Daoya stood by the seaside and looked at the surging waves in front of him. Zhou Xuanji has grown, he said, aren't you going to get rid of him? After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements, Xian Daoya completely panicked. Although he did not understand how Zhou Xuanji became so powerful, he was very dangerous. Even the malicious Buddha had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands. If he continued to wait, how could he survive? Someone will do it. Have you divined anything about the heavenly law of Violet Qi? A calm voice came from the sea. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji wasn't as important as becoming a saint. As long as he became a saint, he could easily destroy 10,000 Zhou Xuanjis. Xian Daoya replied with a frown, I can't. Sage Dao Jing might have hidden it somewhere or given it to someone. Didn't Azure Demon Emperor say that the heavenly law of Violet Qi was in Divine Lord Ji's hands? He seemed to have forgotten that Divine Lord Ji helped him find the Divine Sword. Divine Lord Ji can't possibly possess the heavenly law of Violet Qi. Even if he has it, he is not qualified to become a saint. Hearing this, Xian Daoya remained calm. Divine Lord Ji was indeed a powerful cultivator, but he was nothing compared to a truly powerful cultivator. Go to the demon realm and take a look. More and more powerful cultivators will return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. It's time for the Great Emperor Dao Court to reappear in the human world, the voice in the sea muttered. Xian Daoya nodded and left immediately. In the starry sky, old ancestor Hongsher sat under a tree and looked at the chessboard. He suddenly frowned and mumbled, Dixin is dead. This aura. It's him. Even though he was far away from the Wanshan Great Thousand, he could sense that Zhou Xuanji had killed Dixin. He was not angry but became more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He waved his right hand, and countless radiant stars flew in all directions. If so, let's make the saint battle even more intense. I hope that the next heavenly saint will be more interesting. Old ancestor Hongshe mumbled to himself with an unfathomable smile on his face. After that, he turned his attention back to the chessboard. In the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua walked out of a portal. He realized that the demonic qi in the demon realm was thinner than before. It might be because the demons had returned to the Wanshan Great Thousand. The two walked toward the demonic river. The demonic river had existed since the birth of the demon realm. It flowed through the entire demon realm, and the spiritual qi of the demon realm came from it. The demonic river would flow to the two ends of the demon realm and flow into the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart would evaporate the demonic river, and the demonic river would flow into the sky of the entire demon realm. They soon found the demonic river and walked along it. They did not walk quickly, as though they were taking a stroll in the park. This was Zhou Xuanji's opinion. Any journey is cultivation. Young man, don't be in a hurry, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. With the 9-soul fusion technique, he was not afraid of the demonic ancestor coming. Now, his eyes were set on the Tao. He was chasing after the Overlord Saint and looking at the Kunlun Origin Court. He was already indifferent to everything under the heavenly law. To put it in an arrogant way, he did not take anyone seriously. Demon god Tianwu was already his duplicate, so it naturally belonged to him. It was the source of his confidence. Aren't you afraid that your little wife will be in danger if you waste time? Xian Xianghua asked teasingly. This old demonic woman loved to tease Zhou Xuanji about Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji smiled and told her about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Xian Xianghua sighed, I was wondering why you were so patient to accompany me. Sigh, seems like I'm not the one you love the most. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, love is love. There's no priority. There was only priority. First come, first served. Xian Xianghua was shocked by his words and burst out laughing. The two continued walking. Zhou Xuanji began to talk about the principles of life. He talked about his understanding of the Tao, but he did not point out the existence of the Tao. Xian Xianghua found it interesting at first. But after that, the demonic voice lingered in her ears. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek and snorted, Brat, why are you like a fly? Zhou Xuanji sighed. The Tao is right in front of you, but you don't want to grasp it. You will regret it. After that, they quickened their pace. Half a month later, they came to the horizon of the demonic world. The demonic river flowed down from the horizon, forming a majestic waterfall. At this point, the demonic river was as vast as the ocean. The spiritual qi turned into a sea of mist that shrouded the sky. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 546. Zhou Xuanji hugged Xian Xianghua's waist and jumped down from the horizon. As soon as they jumped down, they felt a strong suction force. From this angle, the demon world looked like a funnel, and they and the demon river flowed down the surface of this funnel. Xian Xianghua looked around excitedly with a curious look on her face. First time here? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua nodded and said, the legend of the demon realm's heart has been passed down for a long time. It is said that the demon realm's heart is guarded by the demon realm's 9 patriarchs. Apart from the demon patriarchs, any living creature that approaches will be killed. Her eyes shone with excitement. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This old demonic woman's obsession with power was no less than his. He immediately moved forward at full speed, flying along the demonic river. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. They finally crashed into a bright light, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in an underground world. In front of them was a waterfall flowing down the mountain wall, converging into a lake with a diameter of several hundred miles. Floating above the lake was a crystal in the shape of a prism. It reflected rainbow-colored light. It was precisely the demonic realm core. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed the presence of the demon realm 9 ancestors. They were powerful indeed. Although they were not as powerful as Duishan, they were still powerful connecting heaven cultivators. He immediately used the 9 soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu into his body. Xian Xianghua, who was beside him, could clearly feel the change in his aura. Numerous divine swords appeared around them, flashing with white light as they spun at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost weep. So powerful, Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with splendor. This time, she truly experienced how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. Those legendary swords spiraled so quickly that she could not even see them clearly. Boom! 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 9 massive waves of might exploded out, and they rushed toward Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen from all directions. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area of the demon realm? A dignified voice rang out, filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to look at them. He carried Xian Xianghua with one hand and flew toward the demon realm heart. He could feel that the heart of the demon realm contained an endless amount of demon qi. As expected of the source and center of the demon realm. Courting death. How dare you? Stop him. Humph. The demon realm 9 ancestors were infuriated and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Facing Zhou Xuanji, they sensed danger, so they did not act recklessly and chose to attack together. The 9 ancestors of the devil world attacked from 9 different directions. They were shrouded in devil qi and did not reveal their true forms. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed and he directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. All the divine swords scattered the 9 ancestors of the devil world as if they had teleported, and the light of the swords lit up the entire underground space. The 9 patriarchs of the demonic world were directly reduced to ashes, their souls dispersed, and they no longer existed. They were not as strong as the demonic emperor and Duishan, they could not even protect their souls. Powerful. Domineering. Xian Xianghua had a taste of invincibility, and she sighed faintly. Back when she was in the northern wilderness region, she had also been this awe-inspiring. She looked at the heart of the demonic realm excitedly. The two of them quickly flew to the demon realm heart. The demon realm core was 100 meters tall, and there were countless mirrors on its surface. From here, one could see every corner of the demon realm. How do I use it? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He glanced at Xian Xianghua and realized that the old demonic woman's expression had changed. Crazy. She suppressed her excitement and narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure, but I can feel it calling out to me. She suddenly broke free from Zhou Xuanji's hand and slammed into the demon realm heart. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed her and was about to stop her. At this moment, the demon realm heart released a horrifying suction force and dragged Xian Xianghua into it forcefully. Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. He instinctively slashed at the demon realm heart to create an opening for him to enter. However, the demon realm heart was extremely tough. His sky-judging sword and physical strength could not break it at all. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and touched the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart was cold, and his divine sense could not penetrate it. He had completely lost contact with Xian Xianghua. Don't worry. I'm trying to fuse the demon realm heart. Xian Xianghua's voice came from the demon realm heart. Her voice was as excited as before, and it was even trembling a little. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked. If the demon realm heart was so easy to fuse, the 9 patriarchs would have taken action long ago. No, but I'm willing to try. Because the primordial ancestor statue said that I'm the destined lord of the demon realm. I don't want to wait too long, so I want to try now. If I fail, it's fate. Xian Xianghua's answer made Zhou Xuanji speechless. Fate? Was this old demonic woman crazy? With a sigh, he deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and asked demon god Tianwu to stand guard behind him. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to imitate the old immortal's great Tao's voice. He did not know that those words were the great Tao's voice, but he remembered them in his heart. Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is sparse. Where the Tao is, the heart yearns, everything has its rules. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao doesn't belong to you, it's useless to prove the Tao with strength. The Tao is the Tao. It's in the heart, in the form, in the spirit. He recited in his heart, and his voice traveled into the demon realm heart, which caused a slight ripple. Zhou Xuanji's Tao's voice reverberated in the underground space. Boom! 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 Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Qingshi fought ferociously in the forest. The demonic ancestor and the beast emperor sat in the air facing each other, watching the battle below. They were watching the show, but Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Qingshi were fighting with their lives. At this moment, the demonic ancestor sensed something and frowned slightly. The beast emperor noticed his expression and mocked, "What? You want to leave?" The demonic ancestor regained his composure and said, "If I can't win this battle, why should I leave?" He thought in his heart. The demon realm heart could not leave the demonic realm, and his opponent could not move the demon realm heart either. Even if he delayed for a while, it would not affect anything. After the thought, he continued to watch the battle patiently and continued his game with the beast emperor. This game was not a joke. Whoever lost would have to provide their own information without any falsehood. The beast emperor and the demonic ancestor had known each other for countless years, but they could still be honest with each other. Because it was not their first time contending to become a saint. At the same time, on the other side of the demonic realm, in a cave, the primordial ancestor statue trembled violently. The 4 eyes on the monkey's face began to move as though they were alive. Heavenly Law Demon Lord, born out of nowhere. Slaughter the world and rid the world of evils. A vast voice came from the primordial ancestor statue. It was emotionless. Next, it began to spin and burrow into the soil before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji was still preaching before the demon realm heart. He did not know if this could help Xian Xianghua, but the demon realm heart must be extremely evil. He must try his best to keep Xian Xianghua calm. Time passed day by day. Most of the living beings in the demonic realm were in Wanshan Great Thousand. After the demon realm's 9 ancestors fell, no other demons came here, including the demonic ancestor. In the beginning, Zhou Xuanji could still communicate with Xian Xianghua. But until now, no matter how he called out to her, Xian Xianghua did not respond. He did not panic but preached patiently. In such a dangerous situation, his state of mind was elevated to an indescribable level. Chapter 547. Calm in the face of danger. The one he loved was in danger. In such an extreme situation, Zhou Xuanji was attracted by his own Tao voice. He thought about what Xian Xianghua had said. If he failed, then that was fate. Since Xian Xianghua had said so, what reason did he have to stop her? Everyone had their own path and their own choices. After thinking about this, Zhou Xuanji's heart was completely at peace. He entered a mysterious state, and his mouth never stopped. More than 500 magical swords spun rapidly, their speed increasing. Strange characters flashed faintly in the white light, strange and hard to understand. There was a loud bang. The earth wall above them suddenly broke open, and the primordial ancestor statue descended, landing on the demon god's heart. The 2 eyes on the monkey's face suddenly flew out and entered the demon realm heart. The other 2 eyes were staring at Zhou Xuanji. Tao, The primordial ancestor statue's voice was so vast that Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the primordial ancestor statue. Why was the primordial ancestor statue here? Most importantly, the primordial ancestor statue's eyes were staring straight at him. Under the Heaven Dao, there's actually someone who's able to comprehend Dao insight, and you even obtained my advancement. Where exactly did you come from? Are you from the Origin Court? The primordial ancestor statue asked as it looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you? Why did you disguise it as the primordial ancestor statue for the common people to use?" The primordial ancestor statue replied, "I descended here before the heavenly path was born. I was waiting for the true heavenly path demon monarch to appear. She is the heavenly path demon monarch, but she tried to take the heart of the demonic world in advance and will suffer a backlash, so I came to help her. I didn't expect you to make the first move and use the sound of the great Tao to stabilize her will." Heavenly Law Demon Lord. Zhou Xuanji became even more confused. The primordial ancestor statue stared at him and said, "The heavenly law demon monarch eliminates those with heavy karma for the heavenly law. However, she is easily lost due to her power. You are the only existence that can suppress her. I will give my eye to you. From now on, your eyes will be connected, and you can call each other's hearts." After he spoke, the two eyes on the monkey's face suddenly shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged, and demon god Tianwu also acted. It was a pity that he was unable to block it, and that pair of eyes directly collided with his own. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a stone coffin. Its surface was covered in all kinds of runes, and there was a black dragon coiling around it. The sarcophagus suddenly trembled violently. The black dragon was startled and roared. Immediately after, the black dragon was burned to ashes by the invisible flames, and so were the runes on the surface of the sarcophagus. Boom! The lid of the stone coffin suddenly flew off, revealing a figure. This was a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. He had gray hair and wore old armor. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were golden. His 3 heads looked exactly the same, with a pair of sharp black horns. Primordial ancestor, you are finally willing to show yourself. I did not wait for you for an entire heavenly Tao epic in vain. The golden-eyed man spoke slowly. His voice was strange, causing the entire starry sky to ripple. He suddenly disappeared into the sarcophagus and the sarcophagus shattered. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness finally came back. He opened his eyes, and his pupils turned purple, looking incredibly mystical. He looked at the primordial ancestor statue on top of the demon realm heart. There were only 4 eye sockets left on the monkey's face. It looked extremely horrifying. Who are you really? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense an endless stream of celestial energy flowing out of his eyes. His eyes absorbed the spiritual qi in the world uncontrollably. The most peculiar thing was that he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt refreshed. His eyes were cool. With this pair of eyes, his cultivation would grow even faster. I am the primordial ancestor from the Kunlun Origin Court. I came to this place because of my enemy's pursuit. To avoid them, I catalyzed the birth of the heavenly law and hastened the formation of the heavenly law universe. Until today, my days are numbered. To perfect the heavenly law, I wanted to create a heavenly law demon lord. That's how we met today, the primordial ancestor statue replied. Its voice was calm and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji's heart rippled. The primordial ancestor played a part in the birth of the heavenly law. The primordial ancestor statue rose up suddenly and disappeared after saying, "Everything has reincarnation. Karma has reincarnation, life and death have reincarnation, and the heavenly law has reincarnation too." the heavenly law has reincarnation. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what it meant. The heavenly law would be destroyed and rebuilt. The heavenly saints drove everyone crazy because they coexisted with the heavenly law. If the heavenly law was destroyed, the heavenly saints would also fall. To be more precise, all living beings and worlds under the heavenly Tao would be destroyed. Why did the primordial ancestors suddenly say this? Could it be that the time for the destruction of the heavenly Tao was approaching? Zhou Xuanji thought of sage Dao Jing. Why was he in such a hurry to find opportunities to surpass saints? Could it be that he foresaw that the heavenly law was going to be destroyed? Otherwise, with Tianxing's personality, it would be normal for him to wait several tens of thousands of years and make thorough preparations before going. As he pondered, he waited for Xian Xianghua to successfully fuse with the demon realm heart. At this moment, a pair of gigantic eyes lit up in the demon realm heart. They were purple just like Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua. Her voice rang out from within, I've already fused with the heart of the devil world, and my fleshly body has been reconstructed. When I come out, I'll control the devil world. This period of time might be very long, so you should return first. I'll hide myself well and not let the devil ancestor sense me. How long is very long? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua asked, how long can you wait for me? Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, when the heavenly law is destroyed. At that time, he would bring the people around him to search for the path to Kunlun Origin Court. Xian Xianghua smiled. She thought that this brat was just being glib. Zhou Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Since Xian Xianghua said that she would not let the devil ancestor discover her, he would believe her. When I come out, I will help you find the heavenly law violet qi and help you become a saint. Xian Xianghua said again, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head and laugh. He looked back at the eyes in the demon realm heart and asked, you don't want to become a saint? To become a saint, many brothers and companions had killed each other. Xian Xianghua replied, if you become a saint, what's the difference between you and me? Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared on the spot. The purple eyes in the demon realm heart disappeared too. Everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji escaped beyond the 5 elements and left the demon realm. He headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand through the dark void between the worlds. Along the way, he studied his eyes. When he focused his divine will on his eyes would turn scorching hot. It was as though a horrifying power was about to explode from his eyes. He did not try to make his eyes explode, because he had a premonition that if he used the power of his eyes without permission, there would be dire consequences. This premonition came from his instinct. Half a year later, he returned to the old immortal's temple. Before he could speak, the old immortal's voice came, you are in big trouble. Chapter 548. Zhou Xuanji was not scared by the old immortal and calmly asked, Senior, please guide me. Meeting the primordial ancestor was definitely not just a fortuitous encounter. The primordial ancestor had said that he was being chased by his enemies. Just what kind of enemy could force the primordial ancestor into such a state? Also, the reason why the primordial ancestor had given them the eye was definitely not as simple as helping them suppress the heavenly law demon lord. Perhaps he wanted to divert the trouble to someone else. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun Origin Court and disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that he would appear before the heavenly Daos. The enemy he offended is definitely an existence that surpasses the heavenly Daos. He gave you his eyes because he wants to escape. His body is no longer here, and only his eyes are left. Since you have these eyes, you can't escape from him. With his current ability, he couldn't stop the powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court at all. Is there a way to break it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not pluck out his eyes. If he did, he would become blind. He had yet to cultivate any techniques or divine abilities that could reconstruct his body. Let's wait and see what happens first. Try not to use your eyes. Your beautiful woman is also in the heart of the demon world and won't come out for a while. That powerhouse of the Kunlun origin court won't easily enter the heavenly law. After all, the heavenly law is also controlled by someone. But if you use the power of your eyes, he will lock onto you immediately and use his supreme divine ability to teleport you out. The old immortal muttered, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. Who was the one controlling the heavenly Tao? He suddenly felt that all living beings under the heavenly law were frogs at the bottom of a well, including the heavenly saints. Who would have thought that the heavenly axiom with the highest status was actually in the hands of another existence? What counts as using my eyes? I'm using my eyes to communicate with her. Does that count? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. The demon realm heart was the origin of the demons, and Xian Xianghua could easily become bedeviled. His eyes might really be able to help her. The old immortal replied, this doesn't count as using. It only counts as communicating with your eyes. Using means that you use your eyes to kill your enemies. Zhou Xuanji nodded, bowed, and left. His top priority now was to quickly become stronger and reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword towards the battlefield between the humans and demons. Half a month later, he arrived at the eastern battlefield of the Center God province. With the tyrannical might of the primordial chaos sword Shadow, he killed millions of evil demons. His cultivation was still a bit away from Universe Heaven level 13. Another month passed. He descended on another battlefield and killed 8 million demons. His cultivation level finally broke through to Universe Heaven level 13. 20 days later, he came to the north of the Center God province and fought 3 demon emperors and 5 million powerful demons alone. He killed all of them with his sword and broke through to Universe Heaven level 14. The demon race had gone mad, and so had the Center God province. Both races were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. The demons hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth, while the living beings of the Center God province cheered for him. The Sword Emperor is too powerful. How did he become so strong? Ha ha ha, the devil race can't even compare to a single person from our Center God province. With the Sword Emperor taking action, our Center God province will have fewer casualties. With the Sword Emperor's strength, can he also participate in the fight to become a saint? With these achievements, Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. His name shook the Wanshan Great Thousand, and he became a powerful cultivator in the world. This day, Zhou Xuanji walked in the wilderness and looked at the sceneries along the way. The fragrance of flowers and grass made him feel refreshed, and there was a gentle breeze. As he walked, he comprehended the Tao and never stopped. His sword Tao rules were growing steadily. He liked this alternative way of cultivation. As his Tao will grew, his aura began to assimilate with the heavens and the earth. Like the flowers and grass by the roadside, it was hard for others to notice him. As his reputation grew, more and more Emperor Sword Court disciples began to walk the Center God province, especially the second-generation disciples. Not everyone wanted to ascend. They wanted to come to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible so that they could save on the time and cost of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. He was very lenient with his disciples. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Su Yang. Xiao Jinghong's disciple, the eldest senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples. Daoya Old Man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, which was why Zhou Xuanji accepted him. Until today, he had not awakened. Su Yang was 100 miles away. He was following a group of young disciples. He was wrapped around a beautiful lady in a white dress, and he could not stop laughing. Fei, you really don't believe me. My grand teacher really is Zhou Xuanji. I'm also from the northern wilderness region. Su Yang's face was full of smiles as he continuously spoke, causing the lady in the white dress to frown. The surrounding disciples could not bear to watch anymore. A young and arrogant male disciple stood out and shouted, "Brat, don't bother our eldest senior apprentice sister anymore, or else I'll kill you." Su Yang's cultivation was now at second tribulation scattered immortal. He might be able to dominate a region in the northern wilderness region, but he was nothing in the center god province. These cultivators were also great tribulation scattered immortals, and they came from a third-rate faction. Su Yang glared at the male disciple and harumphed as he said, "Let me tell you, if your eldest senior apprentice sister marries me, your fowls and dogs will rise to the heavens. I advise you to be more respectful and help me persuade your eldest senior apprentice sister." Towards the end, he became quite pleased. The lady in the white dress coldly harumphed and said mockingly, "How could the Sword Emperor have a grand disciple like you? Your cultivation is about the same as ours. Why would he like you? Just because you're so shameless." Su Yang chuckled and said, "That's true." In the distance, Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This boy was ruining his reputation. However, he could not be bothered to bicker with him. Even though Su Yang was shameless, he was not a despicable person who would kidnap women. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat these cultivators. After thinking about that, Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend Tao. After a while, Su Yang and the others left. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and figures suddenly rose up from the ground around him. Demons. These demons were surrounded by demonic qi, and only their blood-red eyes could be seen, making them look incredibly terrifying. "Sword Emperor, you've killed so many of our demon race's youths. You won't be able to escape today." One of the demons spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think you can kill me?" Even though he could not see through these demons' cultivations, he could sense that they were not very powerful. At most, they were at connecting heaven level 2. "Of course we can." At that moment, another voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately narrowed his eyes. Ruined Demon Emperor. The Ruined Demon Emperor, who was dressed in blood-red robes, rose up, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. It was not just her. A terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed behind the demons. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a mountain. He wore heavy black armor and a helmet that looked like a bull's head. His expression was cold and he had a full beard. His eyes were dark, and his eyes danced with a cold light. Chapter 549. "Tell me your name," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He directly activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu. His aura suddenly changed, causing the demon's heart to jump. The 1,000-foot fiend said in a deep voice, "I am Fiend Celestial Yukuan." He did not act immediately. Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements were too shocking. He looked ferocious, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The ruined demon emperor's gaze was complicated. Back then, she had almost killed Zhou Xuanji, and she had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would become so powerful after 20 years. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji was lying to her on purpose. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility. If Zhou Xuanji had used his full power, she would have been dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and smile as he said, "Is this the attitude that you want to kill me?" He was obviously very scared, but he had to pretend to be fierce. Demon god Yukuan said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji, how did you grow so quickly? I heard that you obtained the corpse of one of the 10 great ancient devil gods, the heavenly Wu devil god." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you waiting for?" "Fiend ancestor." If it was the demonic ancestor, then that was fine. He could remove a threat for Xian Xianghua in advance. If the devil ancestor found out that Xian Xianghua obtained the devil realm heart, he would definitely be furious. Demon god Yukuin frowned and seemed to agree with Zhou Xuanji's words. Whoosh, the divine sword suddenly moved, directly using sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed through the heavens and earth, and all of the demons around Zhou Xuanji were killed. Apart from demon god Yukuin and the ruined demon emperor, everyone else was killed. Demon god Yukuin and the ruined demon emperor were only left with their souls, and they quickly retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. How is this possible? What was that just now? The ruined demon emperor's face was filled with panic as he shouted in a trembling voice. Demon god Yukuin was also given a big fright, and his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji was filled with shock. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could kill Duyushin. How terrifying! He didn't see clearly what was going on with that sword just now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Your reinforcements are not here yet. If you don't come, you'll all die." Demon god Yukuin and the ruined demon emperor's faces darkened. They wanted to run away, but their plan would be ruined if they did. Why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he was deliberately tricking them? Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. A familiar chilling laughter came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the demonic emperor in the sky, looking down at him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The demonic emperor's face darkened immediately. Zhou Xuanji's behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. He wasn't shocked or angry, just curious. It was as if he was curious about an ant that had been trampled to death and wanted to step on it again. This brat humiliated him. The demonic emperor raised his hands and roared. Rumble, the ground shook, and strands of blood chi appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, these blood chi formed runes and formed a formation. In the distance, Su Yang and the others looked back in horror. What's that? That scream just now, someone is fighting. The sword light from before was so terrifying. This is a formation. Who's in the formation? It's too strong. Do you feel that terrifying pressure? The young disciples cried out in alarm. Su Yang and the white-dressed woman were also very flustered. They quickly left, distancing themselves from the blood chi formation. The demonic emperor looked down at Zhou Xuanji from high above and said, "This is the blood spirit god sealing formation. Below the heavenly saints, no one can break through it. Zhou Xuanji, you're dead for sure." Blood spirit god sealing formation. It sounded very impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and looked at the formation around him. Demon god Yukuin and the ruined demon emperor let out a sigh of relief. The demonic emperor had finally come. Demonic emperor, can't you act faster? The ruined demon emperor complained. Their bodies had been destroyed, and their subordinates had all died. This kind of casualty made her feel quite displeased. Demon god Yukuin also frowned as he looked at the demonic emperor. If it wasn't for killing Zhou Xuanji, the demon race's target would have been the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor disdainfully laughed and did not bother to reply. If he was selfish, he could have appeared after these two fellows died. Yet, they did not know how to be grateful. The demon race was only a so-so. Zhou Xuanji asked in curiosity, "Why didn't you die?" Back then, he did not feel that the demonic emperor was a clone, nor did his soul escape. The demonic emperor coldly laughed and said, "Because my demon god's body has the ability to split. I already split a body, do you understand?" Split? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. There should be some drawbacks to splitting. Otherwise, the demonic emperor could have created countless demon god bodies to attack him. Either his strength would decrease after splitting, or he would only be able to split one body, no more. That was why he kept them alive. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he slowly rose up and prepared to charge toward the demonic emperor. "It's impossible for you to break through the blood spirit god sealing formation." The demonic emperor laughed mockingly. The blood spirit god sealing formation was formed from the blood and flesh of many living creatures, and it possessed the power of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Bang! The sword Tao rules suddenly exploded and dispersed the souls of the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuin. Quick! Extremely fast. He was so fast that the blood spirit god sealing formation could not stop him in time. The demonic emperor's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him. The blood spirit god sealing formation was activated. The blood qi turned into a gigantic net and blocked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shot through the blood net like an arrow. With the cultivation-absorbing demon sealer in his right hand, he pierced through the demonic emperor's chest. The demonic emperor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? Don't forget what you said just now. No one below the heavenly saint can break it. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile. He had comprehended the Tao will. Although he was not as powerful as the heavenly saints, his mental state surpassed the heavenly law. How could the blood spirit god sealing formation stop him? The demonic emperor was shocked by his words. Could Zhou Xuanji have already reached the heavenly saint stage? Impossible. He did not have the heavenly law of violet qi. How could he become a saint? Hold on. Until now, there was no trace of the heavenly law of violet qi. Could this brat have already obtained it? In that instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed in the demonic emperor's mind, and he became more and more terrified. Zhou Xuanji used the Tianxia map to suck out the demonic emperor's soul. What are you trying to do? The demonic emperor asked with gritted teeth. He was already prepared to die, but Zhou Xuanji only sucked out his soul. This brat wanted his demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and destroyed his soul before putting away the demon god's body. After that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from the world. A while later, an old monk with a face full of spots appeared in the air. He looked down at the blood qi on the ground and muttered with a deep frown, "Blood spirit god sealing formation. Someone can break this formation. And demonic qi." He pinched his fingers and divined, trying to find out who broke the blood spirit god sealing formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find out. He did count the demonic emperor. Chapter 550. In a cave. Zhou Xuanji first adjusted the magic energy in his body. After absorbing the magic energy of the demonic emperor, ruined demon emperor, and demon god Yukuin, although he could not break through to Universe Heaven level 15 directly, he was one step closer to his goal. After that, he used the soul division technique on the demonic emperor's demon god body. He took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 7 souls. Without demon lord Ryuan and Lu Wuji, the souls of the mighty figures still hadn't calmed down. That was because Emperor Zhao was here. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could kill the demonic emperor so easily. Speaking of which, what power did you obtain to be able to seal our senses? Emperor Zhao spoke first, his tone filled with curiosity. It had only been 20 years, but Zhou Xuanji had undergone such a drastic change. He could not understand it. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I only obtained a divine ability." Do you know who this demon god body belongs to? It can split. Sovereign Xian cried out in shock, "It can split. Could it be demon god Nanming? If it's him, then the demonic emperor might still be alive." Tao Lord Xiantian said indifferently, "It's okay. As long as I possess this demon god's body, I can devour the demonic emperor because the split body will be more powerful. The other body is only for survival. The demonic emperor must be confident that no one can obtain the demon god's body other than him, let alone refine 2 demon god bodies into duplicates." Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. It would be best if he could devour the demonic emperor. If this guy were to live, he would be a disaster. 2 days later, he successfully refined demon god Nanming into a duplicate. He stored the ancient god's sword and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. In an instant, the 3 bodies merged into one, and he sensed unprecedented power. It was more than twice as much as before. As for the 9-soul fusion technique, he would not tell the soul of the Almighty, in case they became enemies one day. That would be bad. Very well, let me find out where you are. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to sense where the other demon god Nanming's body was. Beyond the heavens, in the vast starry sky, the demonic emperor was resting in his palace. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he completely gave up on finding trouble with Zhou Xuanji. He had to rest well and recover his power. At this moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? This feeling. The demonic emperor frowned as he thought to himself. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He did not connect it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had obtained his demon god's body, and if he wanted to possess it, it would take a long time. How many days had it only been? Could it be that there were other enemies who wanted to find trouble with him? He frowned and waved his right hand. The walls on both sides of the palace suddenly opened, and stone coffins were pushed out. The lids of the stone coffins opened, and the bodies of demon gods of Nanming stood up. Demon god Nanming could only split one body at a time. He used a special method to preserve those split bodies, turning them into his puppets to fight for him. No matter who it was, they had to kneel in front of so many Nanming fiend celestials. There was a loud bang. The palace gates suddenly burst open, and a figure shining with a powerful aura rushed over. It was Zhou Xuanji. It had taken him 6 days to find this place. In order to prevent the demonic emperor from noticing, he had used the 9-soul fusion technique in advance to attack. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, the demonic emperor stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" He was a little panicked. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and unfathomable. What if Zhou Xuanji could really defeat his demon gods? He did not get up, but a black shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into the darkness. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji used sword Dao rules. Boom! The entire palace exploded and turned into ashes. All the demon gods of Nanming were dead without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Zhou Xuanji walked out from the explosion. He could not be sure if the demonic emperor was really dead, but he had dealt with the demon gods' bodies. Even if the demonic emperor was still alive, he was just a remnant soul. Without tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to cause any trouble again. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the starry sky quickly to see if the demonic emperor would show up again. He only left after an hour. Beneath the demon realm. The demon ancestor levitated before the demon realm heart with a deep frown. When he knew that the demon realm 9 ancestors had fallen, he was enraged and sent his subordinates to kill Zhou Xuanji. As for Xian Xianghua, she was too weak and could not be detected by him. He could only sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. The demon realm heart is very calm, abnormally calm, the demon ancestor mumbled to himself. The demon ancestor muttered to himself. He had a nagging feeling that something had gone wrong with the heart of the demon realm. However, he was unable to enter the heart of the demon realm and could only wait. He sat down cross-legged in the air and stared at the demon realm heart as he fell into deep thought. 6 hours later, a demon appeared beside him and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists and said, "Primogenitor, the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan are dead. Even the demonic emperor died at Zhou Xuanji's hands." Having heard this, the demon ancestor opened his eyes. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. "Very good," he said coldly. Back when Zhou Xuanji used the primordial ancestor statue, he had already noticed it. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a great enemy of the demon race. A trace of regret welled up in his heart. Zhou Xuanji flew in the starry sky. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand. He did not think about the demonic emperor but about Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing had left for so long. He did not know if he had found the path to becoming a saint. One day, he would probably pursue that path as well. However, he would not wander aimlessly. He already knew about the existence of Kunlun Origin Court. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light flew past him and quickly disappeared. What was that? He mumbled with a frown. He immediately sped up and chased after it. The other party's target was most likely Wanshan Great Thousand, so he had to catch up. However, he was soon left behind. Such speed! Who was that? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously as he chased after it at full speed. On the other side. Before Wanshan Great Thousand, the beam of light stopped. As the radiance dissipated, an old man with an iron staff appeared. His face was cold, and he looked like a wolf. He wore a gray robe and looked at Wanshan Great Thousand with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his iron staff and mumbled, "Sage Daojing, you owe me this." Just as he spoke, countless asteroids in the starry sky flew toward him. They brushed past him, broke through the light barrier on Wanshan Great Thousand, and fell. He wanted to destroy Wanshan Great Thousand. Boom! 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 Soon, he heard a series of explosions coming from Wanshan Great Thousand. The light barrier on the surface of Wanshan Great Thousand rippled violently. Old Ancestor Hongshi appeared behind him suddenly and said with a deep voice, "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, what are you doing?" He was burning with rage. A gigantic red lion head rose from his back and roared at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai looked back at him furiously and said, "You dare to ask me what I'm doing? What did you and Sage Daojing do to me?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 551. Hearing Heavenly Lord Xuantia's words, Old Ancestor Hongshi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a battle between heavenly saints affect the people of a world?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed. "Sage Daojing has already escaped. Could it be that you can stretch out your head and let me hit you?" His smile was extremely cold. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he discovered that his treasure had been taken away, and the disciples guarding it had all disappeared. He knew who did it as soon as he divined. Old Ancestor Hongshi let out a sigh. "You treated me the same way back then. In your words, don't be a sore loser." Heavenly Lord Xuantia's expression was ugly and he did not know how to respond. One meteorite after another smashed into Wanshan Great Thousand. Old Ancestor Hongshi immediately waved his hand and shattered the incoming meteorites. He had promised Sage Daojing that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. How could he allow Heavenly Lord Xiantai to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand? Old Ancestor Hongshi, since that's the case, let's have a duel. Heavenly Lord Xiantai pointed his iron staff at Old Ancestor Hongshi and said in a deep voice. Old Ancestor Hongshi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." The two heavenly saints turned around and entered the void, preparing to fight. Soon, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept over from the depths of the universe, sweeping through countless stars. Zhou Xuanji, who was rushing toward Wanshan Great Thousand, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shockwave from the heavenly saints' battle. He was crushed into pieces instantly. In his panic, he quickly executed the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and escaped at an extremely fast speed. That guy seemed to be, Old Ancestor Hongshi's expression was strange. They had actually killed Sage Daojing's most precious genius. His eyes were filled with anger. He was prepared to take Zhou Xuanji in. "You lunatic! You are a heavenly saint. Patriarch Hongshe roared and his aura erupted. Both of his palms slammed towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a frenzy. One after another, giant red palms that were bigger than stars struck towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Emperor Xiantai brandished his metal staff, blocking all of these attacks. What's wrong with that guy? Heavenly Lord Xiantai was baffled. Just a moment ago, old ancestor Hongshe still had an awkward look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he became furious, as if he had killed his son. Wanshan Great Thousand suddenly descended with countless meteorites, causing terrifying destruction to the land and sea. The large sects were still fine as they could use their formations to defend, but the other sects, dynasties, and empires could not defend at all. The divine cliff was also bombarded by the group of meteorites. Their formations couldn't stop them at all, and the floating islands were destroyed one after another. The impact was extremely powerful. Fortunately, there weren't many meteorites in this area, so the divine cliff's army wasn't completely annihilated. Yang Yutian floated in the dust that filled the sky. He raised his head and looked confused. What the hell happened this time? He thought that another enemy was targeting the divine cliff, but little did he know that the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was suffering. Even the abodes of the mighty figures in the 33 heavens were affected. The world was in chaos. At the border of the Center God province, Gu Tianxia pushed away the rocks on his body, looked at the boy and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. His head and face were covered in dirt. He resisted the urge to cry and answered, "I'm fine." Gu Tianxia carried him and soared into the sky, above the clouds. The two looked around. The entire land was covered in smoke, and there were craters left by the meteorites everywhere. The forests were on fire, as though it was the end of the world. What's going on? Gu Tianxia frowned and looked up at the sky. He could sense a powerful might pressing down on the 33 heavens. Powerful cultivators were fighting. The meteorites attacking the Wanshan Great Thousand alarmed many powerful cultivators. They flew out to check on the situation and saw old ancestor Hongshe and Heavenly Lord Xiantai fighting from afar. They were so frightened that they hid in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, news of the battle between heavenly saints spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Immediately, everyone in the Wanshan Great Thousand was terrified. A heavenly saint was targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand. The various races retreated to their own independent worlds and did not dare to fight in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the blue sky. The meteor flew toward that direction and landed in front of a mountain gate. When the light dissipated, a naked newborn baby was revealed. He was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with a gloomy gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji after his rebirth. What the hell is going on? Before he could understand the situation, he almost died. Even with his good mental state, he could not help but feel depressed. He took out a set of white clothes and covered his body. He took a deep breath and was prepared to leave. At this moment, a little monk carrying a basket walked up to him. He was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanji and quickly ran over. He looked like he was only a little over 10 years old. His eyes were small, and he looked simple and honest. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and was delighted in his heart. He then looked around and mumbled, "Who left such a cute child here?" It was not his first time seeing an orphan. Because he was an orphan himself. He called out a few times. After making sure that no one was around, he carried Zhou Xuanji and left. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. He could recover his power soon anyway, so he might as well experience the world. It had been a long time since he felt like a mortal. Half an hour later, the little monk brought Zhou Xuanji to a wooden hut. He placed Zhou Xuanji on the bed and mumbled, "Master is not here again. Sigh, I have to chop firewood again." After that, he poured a bowl of water and fed Zhou Xuanji a mouthful before getting up and leaving. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. To be able to destroy his physical body so easily, the other party was definitely a sky sage. Either that, or they were enemies of the primordial ancestor. However, he had never used his eyes, so how could he have attracted that person's attention? It could only be a heavenly saint. Could a heavenly saint be targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji sent his consciousness into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In the world of the lotus, he was like a god, and he could communicate with all creatures spiritually. He found Jiang Shui and asked about the situation. After learning that the heavenly saints were indeed fighting outside the Wanshan Great Thousand, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that Sage Dao Jing had not wiped his butt clean before leaving. He did not tell Jiang Shui about his situation. In 10 years at most, he would be able to return to his peak, so there was no need to worry. Just like that, he lived with the little monk. The little monk also had a master who was fat and in his 40s or 50s. He was always immersed in wine and didn't look like a monk at all. The way they got along was very similar to how Jiang Shui and her grandmother got along. The older one only knew how to drag the younger one down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little monk realized in astonishment that this kid had grown so quickly. Xiaoya, you seem to have an extraordinary background. Don't tell me you come from a big clan. The little monk carried Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. This place belonged to another great thousand world. The little monk and the old monk did not know what it was called because they were only mortals after all. Don't call me Xiaoya, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 552. Zhou Xuanji ran under a tree not too far away and continued to think about life. The little monk was not surprised, and he shook his head and smiled before turning to chop firewood. Through the 24-rank deep black lotus, Zhou Xuanji knew that the heavenly saint was still fighting. The holy might lasted for a year, causing the Wanshan Great Thousand's meteorological phenomena to change. The ground collapsed, and disasters appeared one after another, torturing the people of the Wanshan Great Thousand. This also caused the war to stop. No one knew how long the battle between the two heavenly saints would last. If they continued fighting, the Wanshan Great Thousand would definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was not anxious. He could not defeat a heavenly saint anyway. As he grew up day by day, the little monk and the old monk could no longer remain calm. This kid was growing too fast, like a freak. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's calmness was unlike that of a child. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown into a young man, and the little monk had also grown up, but he was only a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. Freak, freak, the old monk lay on the rocking chair and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he muttered to himself while drinking wine, looking quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji was already used to it and ignored him. For the past 6 years, he had watched the two monks live a boring and ordinary life every day, and his heart had become even more peaceful. He had the feeling that he was watching a person's life. He had never experienced such a feeling from Zhou Xiaoxian. Because he hadn't paid attention to it before. The little monk walked over with a pile of firewood on his back. After putting down the firewood, he wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Littleya, don't go into the mountains for now. There are more and more ferocious beasts." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He also noticed that the spiritual qi in the world was gradually increasing. He reckoned that a great change was coming to this world. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. After all, he possessed the heavenly law of violet qi. Speaking of which, the celestial devil rebirth technique was indeed very profound. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, everything in his body would be transferred to another world at an extraordinary speed along with his soul. He often wondered if Xian Xianghua's ancestor was really that powerful. Could the celestial devil rebirth technique have another origin? Therefore, he started to study the celestial devil rebirth technique. 3 years ago, he had made demon god Nanming cultivate the Great Sun Heavenly Devil rebirth technique, but it had yet to be mastered. He didn't know what changes would happen after mastering it. Division and rebirth. He was looking forward to it. This is an ominous sign. Who knows, we might just die one day. The old monk shouted, looking like he was drunk. The little monk shook his head and walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He took out an apple and smiled as he said, I exchanged this with a woodcutter, it's very sweet. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his younger brother. Although this younger brother was very mature and did not like to act spoiled to him, he still liked him. Zhou Xuanji took the apple and asked, what are your plans for the future? The little monk was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, I'll raise you first. And then? Zhou Xuanji asked. The little monk sank into deep thought. He had followed the old monk since he was young and had never seen the world. Even if he was asked to name a goal, he wouldn't be able to. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him and let him think about it himself. Everyone had their own path, and he would not force the little monk to follow him. An ordinary life was not necessarily inferior to the long road of cultivation. After thinking for a while, the little monk was still unable to come up with an idea. Then, the old monk instructed him to boil water. This small interlude changed the young monk's fate. From then on, he often thought about life. At night, he would look up at the starry sky with Zhou Xuanji, speechless. He fell in love with this state of being lost in thought. This made the old monk very angry. Every night, he would see these two silly boys in a daze, which made him very angry. No one was teasing an old man like him. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely recovered to his peak state. Universe Heaven Level 15. This was his cultivation stage. He was 281 years old, and the legendary swords he obtained were all below ancient gazing. Although they did not increase his power, they were still legendary swords. On this day, he prepared to leave. The battle between the heavenly saints above the Wanshan Great Thousand had ended, but the damage done to the Wanshan Great Thousand could not be recovered. Before he left, he found the little monk who was chopping firewood. The little monk from back then had grown up and become a robust young man. His face was still simple and honest. Zhou Xuanji stood on a tree and called out, Hey, I'm leaving. Having heard this, the little monk looked back at him and asked, Where are you going? Ever since he started thinking about life with Zhou Xuanji, he had become very mature, as though he had been tempered by time. Home, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The little monk frowned, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his family. He watched Zhou Xuanji grow up, but he understood that Zhou Xuanji had a powerful background and would leave sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of him and asked, Do you have the ambition to pursue immortality? The little monk fell into silence. His heart was filled with shock. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhou Xuanji tapped his forehead and imparted the World Buddha art to him. The World Buddha art was created by Gu Tianxia, and Zhou Xuanji was not the only one who had a chance in the world. So what if there was one more? Moreover, he had already acknowledged the little monk in his heart. After he imparted the art, he suddenly said, My name is Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to give yourself a name? The little monk was picked up by the old monk. He did not have a name since he was young, so the old monk called him Big Ya while he called Zhou Xuanji Little Ya. The little monk opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, How about I call myself Zhou Tianji? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him, and his body blurred as he disappeared. If we are fated to meet again, we will meet again. Thank you for taking care of me for 10 years. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated in the forest. The little monk put down the hatchet in his hand and looked at his hands. What is my path? He mumbled. After bidding farewell to the little monk, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and traveled around this mortal realm. Compared to the northern wilderness region, this mortal realm's cultivation civilization was far behind. It was like ancient China. The most powerful cultivator in the world was only an astral infant, and he was the only one in the world. After traveling around this world, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the 5 elements and traveled in the void. His current goal was to reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. Soon, he came to the vast universe. This time, he flew very carefully. He did not want to be reborn for another 10 years. After flying for a while, a silhouette appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was old ancestor Hongshe. Heavenly Saint. Zhou Xuanji asked. Isn't my luck too bad? Or did the Heavenly Saint already sense the heavenly law of violet qi in his body? Old ancestor Hongshe clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, Brat, what energy technique did you cultivate? You reconstructed your body so quickly, and your cultivation has already recovered completely. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but thought about how to deal with it. Old ancestor Hongshe snorted, Don't be nervous. Just now, it was because Heavenly Lord Xiantai went crazy. Do you want revenge? Chapter 553. Facing old ancestor Hongshe's question, Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly replied, No. Asking him to provoke a heaven saint now would be courting death. Old ancestor Hongshe squinted his eyes and smiled. Heavenly Lord Xiantai swore to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. I fought him to a draw, but he definitely won't let this go. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, What do you want? Tell me. Old ancestor Hongshe didn't show any hostility. Instead, there was a look of admiration in his eyes, which allowed him to figure out what he meant. If you become my pawn, I can help you search for the heavenly law of violet qi and help you become a martial sage. How about it? Patriarch Hongshe said with a chuckle. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Zhou Xuanji asked, As your chess piece, I have to oppose Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Old ancestor Hongshe glared at him and said snappily, Are you that scared? Zhou Xuanji sighed. It wasn't good to be too outstanding. Wherever he went, there would be people who wanted to snatch him away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you have a way for me to quickly reach Universe Heaven level 18? Old ancestor Hongshe said angrily, Don't even think of taking shortcuts. I'll give you a mission, unify the Wanshan Great Thousand and possess its fate. Zhou Xuanji asked, Why? Although he was very strong, he did not have the urge to control the Wanshan Great Thousand at the moment. Emperor Sword Court was still developing, and he did not want to take too big of a step. Old ancestor Hongshe said profoundly, Fate is the only thing that heavenly saints fight for. Once Sage Daojing leaves, the other heavenly saints will definitely fight for it. However, as heavenly saints, we cannot personally act. I can't do it myself. What was Heavenly Lord Xiantai doing? Old ancestor Hongshe did not explain. He said, When you dominate the Wanshan Great Thousand, I will teach you divine abilities and supreme treasures, making you invincible below the heavenly saints. After that, old ancestor Hongshe left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Who was this guy? He didn't even leave his name when he was assigned the mission, nor did he mention how long he would take to complete the mission. He was too lazy to think too much about it and continued on his way to Wanshan Great Thousand. In the vast starry sky, 8 figures stood side by side. Among them were old ancestor Hongshe and Heavenly Lord Xiantai. They were the 8 heavenly saints. Their expressions were solemn as they looked into the depths of the universe. Can you feel it? Heavenly Lord Xiantai said in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. The other 7 heavenly saints nodded. They had all sensed an extremely dangerous aura at the end of the universe. They didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Could there really be other existences outside of the heavenly law? Didn't Sage Daojing go to search for the path to transcend saints? Could that aura be him? Impossible. Even if Reverend Daojing obtained a fortuitous encounter, it is impossible for him to completely transform. Are there any anomalies above the 36th layer of heaven? What should we do? Do you want to take a look? The heavenly saints began to discuss. Some wanted to investigate, while others felt that they could not take the risk. The heavenly saints did not know what to do with this mysterious and unknown existence. In the end, none of them had the courage to step out. The reason why heavenly saints were immortal was because they were attached to the heavenly law. If they left the range of the heavenly Tao's control, they would be in danger of dying. The other side. Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. The current Wanshan Great Thousand was very quiet. There was no sign of war, and all the factions were conserving their strength. The powerful beings in the world seemed to have gone into hiding, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to become more powerful, he could not find a way. After traveling around the Wanshan Great Thousand for several months, he returned to the Divine Cliff. He first went to find Yang Yutian. After more than a decade, Yang Yutian looked much older. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was back, he was very excited. He held Zhou Xuanji's wrist and asked, "Brother Zhou, there are rumors that the Wanshan Great Thousand offended the heavenly saints and will be destroyed soon. Is this true?" Everyone in the Divine Cliff was in a state of panic, and so were all living beings in the world. Facing the heavenly saints, no matter how powerful one was, it was not enough. So in just a decade, many powerful beings had left the Wanshan Great Thousand to find another way out. The Divine Cliff was not powerful enough. Even if they wanted to migrate, they could not. They could only go down to the mortal realm. But if the Wanshan Great Thousand was destroyed, the mortal realm that was connected to it would not be able to escape either. "Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "I will protect the Wanshan Great Thousand from now on." He told Yang Yutian his plan. Next, he would promote his way of the sword in the Wanshan Great Thousand and strengthen Emperor Sword Court until he dominated the Wanshan Great Thousand. When that time came, the Divine Cliff would rise as well. After Yang Yutian heard him, he was a little disappointed at first. But after some thought, he became excited again. Zhou Xuanji not conquering the world on behalf of the Divine Cliff was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with the difference in power between him and Zhou Xuanji, he would have to give up his position. If the Divine Cliff depended on Emperor Sword Court, not only could it grow stronger, but he would still be the Cliff Lord. "I'm relieved to hear that. If there's anything you need from me or the Divine Cliff, just let me know," Yang Yutian said with a smile. Yang Yutian said with a smile. He was in high spirits. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, every time he felt that the Divine Cliff was about to rise, something big happened to deal a blow to his confidence. This feeling of being in the sky for a while and falling into the abyss the next moment was really unpleasant. The two chatted a little more before Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and found that only Xiao Chan was left. Xiao Chan told him that Bai Suan had been taken away by the Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan. The Nine Heaven Divine Snake Clan even advised him to leave the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible. Is there really no hope for this Great Thousand world? Xiao Chan asked anxiously. Everyone in the world was in danger, and she was no exception. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Pack your things and prepare to leave with me." Xiao Chan was a little stunned and quickly began packing. Zhou Xuanji took out the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and asked Daoya Old Man and Jiang Shui to gather all the Emperor Sword Court disciples. That afternoon, he came to a wasteland with Xiao Chan. With the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus in his right hand, he waved his left hand, and 1,000,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples appeared in all directions. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and looked down at all the Emperor Sword Court disciples, saying, "The Wanshan Great Thousand is in turmoil. It's time for Emperor Sword Court to come out." From today onwards, we will lead by example and travel the world to promote the sword's way. Nearly 600 legendary swords appeared around him and circled around him. It was a majestic sight. Do you still remember Emperor Sword Court's motto? Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly. The million people below were instantly fired up. Help the world with the sword. Save the world with the sword. The million disciples roared in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and Xiao Qian opened her eyes wide. Even the divine Cliff City, which was not far away, could hear them. It was the first time for the Emperor Sword Court disciples to come to the upper realm. They were extremely excited and shouted with all their might. Follow me. Start training with the sword now. Zhou Xuanji turned around and flew toward the horizon. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Zhou Xiaoxian, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others all flew into the sky. They practiced their swords while following Zhou Xuanji. Since the Heavenly Saint War began, Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, and the others returned to the northern wilderness region and dared not to wander around anymore. Now, the entire court gathered together and advanced together. Chapter 554. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, the million Emperor Sword Court disciples danced with their swords as they advanced. The sound of their swords tearing through the air gathered together and resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. Apart from him, Jiang Shui, Xiao Qian, and Daoye Old Man, the others were training their sword techniques. As for the little black snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi and the other demons, they remained on Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji spoke the Great Tao's voice as he advanced. His voice of the Great Tao could only be considered as a beginner. It could not be as magical as the old immortals. Its only use was to let the disciples maintain a peaceful state of mind, so that they could practice without distracting thoughts. At the moment, there were more than 8 million people in Emperor Sword Court, and there were 2 million official disciples. Hence, their team was only a part of Emperor Sword Court. Millions of people practicing their swordsmanship together, it was a grand sight. In less than a year, the Sword Emperor's promotion of the Sword Tao had spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. Use the sword to support the world, use the sword to save the common people. Emperor Sword Court recruited disciples wantonly, causing the number of people in the Sword Path army to increase. Especially now, when the Wanshan Great Thousand could be destroyed at any time. Not all living beings had the ability to escape the Wanshan Great Thousand. Huddling together gave them the greatest sense of security. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice could calm everyone's hearts. This was incredible. For cultivators, the state of mind was the most important. If there was a problem with one's mentality during cultivation, it would be easy for one to go berserk. When Venerable Dao Jing spoke about the Tao, the vast majority of creatures could not understand, but once they heard his voice, they would calm down and even gain enlightenment. This was the divine sound. The Great Tao's voice was more advanced than Saint voice, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not high enough. On the path of promoting the Sword Tao, there were disciples breaking through in their cultivations every single day, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. The name of Emperor Sword Court was officially established in Wanshan Great Thousand. 8 years later, the number of disciples behind Zhou Xuanji exceeded 5 million. 5 million people were practicing their swordsmanship while moving forward. It was a spectacular sight. Every disciple felt their blood boiling, and no one dared to slack off. The living beings passing by were also shocked. Unknowingly, Emperor Sword Court had already condensed its power. It was a kind of indomitable momentum that could break through the clouds. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach the Great Tao's voice. He did not feel tired at all, and instead, he was full of energy. His mental state also began to be enlightened. The Tao was in the heart, and the Tao was in every living being. Daos could also be fused together. The Wanshan Great Thousand spiritual qi was very dense, and the Emperor Sword Court's disciples' cultivations were generally weak. Thus, the 1,000,000 disciples at the very beginning had already improved by leaps and bounds. They were already used to internalizing qi with their swords. As he swung his sword, all the pores on his body opened and closed, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This feeling was even more comfortable than meditating. On this day, two figures walked over from the front. They were Sword Sovereign Gu and Shishanzong. Shishanzong looked at the majestic army in the distance with a complicated gaze. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Xuanji, but the speed at which Zhou Xuanji became stronger was just too ridiculous. In comparison, he felt that he was extremely mediocre. Sword Emperor, I am Sword Saint Gu. Can you spar with me today? If I lose, I will join Emperor Sword Court. Gu Jianzun held his sword with one hand and shouted. His voice was like a great bell, covering the sound of 5,000,000 people practicing swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. The 5,000,000 disciples stopped and looked at him curiously. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the sky, rapidly increasing in number until they covered the sky. 5,000,000,000 sword shadows. The swords pointed downwards, and everyone was dumbfounded. What divine ability was this? 5,000,000,000 sword shadows were so many, and there were gaps between them. Each sword shadow was glowing with a faint white light, and when they were gathered together, they gave off an immense pressure. Sword Saint Gu and Shishanzong looked up, and their mouths were wide open. This. Shishanzong swallowed his saliva. He could sense that each sword shadow contained horrifying power. What kind of magic energy could unleash such a vast divine ability so easily? Sword Saint Gu came up to Zhou Xuanji suddenly and half knelt. He cupped his fist and said with a deep voice, "From today onwards, Sword Saint Gu, am willing to take the Sword Emperor as my leader." Facing such a powerful Sword Emperor, he was completely convinced. Boom! The army at the back was in an uproar. Other than the first 1,000,000 disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the others were all from Wanshan Great Thousand. They had heard of Sword Saint Gu's name before. Such a powerhouse in the way of the sword was convinced by Zhou Xuanji even before the battle began. Help the world with the sword. Meng Tianlang suddenly raised his sword and roared. His voice was loud and clear. More than 5,000,000 disciples were instantly fired up. They raised their swords and shouted, "Save the world with the sword." Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. When Sword Sovereign Gu heard this deafening sound, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt relieved. Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled, and his cultivation had already surpassed his own. He really wanted to know why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful that he could not bring himself to visit him. However, as Zhou Xuanji traveled the world and promoted the way of the sword, his reputation grew, and he could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't come now, it would be difficult to curry favor with him in the future. Shishanzong came behind Sword Sovereign Gu and half-knelt as he cupped his fists towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji lightly laughed and said, "Very good. From today onwards, you are all disciples of Emperor Sword Court." Sword Sovereign Gu and Shishanzong's identities would not be considered for now. He would make his decision after the Sword Dao promotion event was over. He believed that he would meet even stronger existences in the future. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Gu Jianzun was scared into kneeling by the sword Thearka's divine art. Everyone who heard it could not believe it. The vast majority of living beings didn't know the specific power divisions in Hunyuan heaven. The elders were respected, and Sword Sovereign Gu's status had always been higher than the Sword Emperor's in the hearts of all living beings. But after this incident, everything changed. Zhou Xuanji was no longer the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province but the top swordsman in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Sermon army was still advancing. After Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong joined, they were also attracted by Zhou Xuanji's great Dao's voice. They found that listening to Zhou Xuanji's voice as they trained with their swords was quite profound. I was right to come. The master and disciple were in a good mood and began to study the sword Dao. They were surrounded by sword cultivators. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, they could still discuss the way of the sword. Such an atmosphere was rare in the world. Even those sword Dao sects had never gathered so many disciples to practice the sword together. How long do you plan to last? Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her face was filled with admiration. Her man was simply too dazzling. Zhou Xuanji replied, until I travel the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, until I stand at the peak of the Great Thousand World. He could clearly feel his luck increasing as he recited the voice of the Great Tao for so many people. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen if he kept talking. There was one thing that he could foresee. That was, Emperor Sword Court would reach the peak of the Wanshan Great Thousand. As the Sword Emperor and Emperor Sword Court's fame grew, the major factions in the various provinces could no longer sit still. If this went on, Emperor Sword Court would really appear out of nowhere and fight to dominate the world. Chapter 555. Sword Chi facing the east, witness the sun and moon. Sword Chi facing the west, overturn the surroundings. Sword Chi facing the north, pierce the horizon. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front, and his great Dao's voice continuously entered the ears of millions of disciples. They walked on the mountainous terrain, and at a glance, the entire mountain was filled with Emperor Sword Court's disciples practicing their swords. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others practiced their swords in the air. Their postures were elegant and graceful. Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong walked on the ground. Although they did not practice their swords, they were thinking about the way of the sword. Although Zhou Xuanji's words were filled with lies and were not very useful, his voice was really mystical. It calmed everyone who heard it. This feeling made Sword Sovereign Gu feel as though he had grasped something, but he was not sure what it was. Shi Shinzong had the same feeling. Although the teacher and disciple did not communicate, they understood each other. From now on, they began to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji began to let out the other disciples in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Only those with a certain level of cultivation could participate. If ordinary people entered without permission, they might be shocked to death by Emperor Sword Court sword might. In the blink of an eye. Another 9 years passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 300 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, overturning heaven, great brilliant day, God slaying, divine Heron Zhao 3, Saint Essence Violet Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him squint his eyes. Overturning heaven legendary sword. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than heaven essence. Above it were connecting heaven, 9 extreme, and primordial desolation. Zhou Xuanji's power was already at the pinnacle of connecting heaven, so he was not too surprised by the overturning heaven legendary sword. But he still had to verify it. Sword name, godlike great brilliant sky grade, overturning heaven description, a sword that the owner of fate can wield. It can draw upon the will of all living beings under its control for battle. The more fate it wields, the more powerful the legendary sword. Sword of Fate. Zhou Xuanji was interested and immediately took out the sword. The hilt of the sword was made of silver-white crystal. The blade was exquisite and was 1.5 meters long. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed faintly, making it look dazzling. An idea popped into his mind. He suddenly stopped the voice of the Great Tao. The voice of the great Tao that had been going on for 9 years suddenly stopped, causing the 8 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court to be stunned. At this moment, all the disciples' swords began to tremble. What happened? My sword, my hand can't hold it down. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples all panicked, and even Gu Jianzun found that his sword was trembling uncontrollably. He locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him. He had a feeling that it was definitely done by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his great brilliant sky, pointing his sword towards the sky. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also raised their swords. Sword Master Hockey. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had learned a long time ago. He could control swords within a certain range, and adding on the Emperor's might of a first-class great Emperor, even someone as powerful as Sword Sovereign Gu would not be able to stop him. He used the godly power of great brilliant heaven to fuse his fate with the fate of Emperor Sword Court's disciples. Today, I will teach you a sword technique. Chasing wind, chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it was like heavenly might, causing those who heard it to feel shaken. He started to swing his sword, and the 8 million disciples also started to move. After so many years of tacit understanding, all of the disciples were quite far apart from each other, so they would not accidentally injure each other. Zhou Xuanji's speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In fact, to most beginners, it was very fast. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, after reaching great accomplishment, could unleash immense power. Even though he did not like to use it, he could teach it to others. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples were shocked, including Zhang Shui and Xian Daoya. A single person was training the entire court. Heavens! The Sword Emperor is too powerful. Just how high is Grand Teacher's cultivation? I feel like he's even more powerful than when I was training by myself. He's too domineering, I can't resist at all. Ha ha ha, if this goes on, won't we be able to train a peerless sword technique without feeling tired at all? I really want to kneel down and kowtow to Grand Teacher. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples were all shocked, and the beings who had come to watch from the horizon were also given a big fright. No one in the world could compare to such boldness. Sword Sovereign Gu could not control himself and also swung his sword, inwardly marveling. This boy's attainments in the way of the sword were simply too high, to the point that he could only look at them in the dust. Shi Shenzong felt quite complicated, and his impression of Zhou Xuanji in his heart started to change. He had truly gone from a competitor to a grand teacher. After training chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased, and the 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also sped up, causing the entire court's aura to change. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully turned a set of sword techniques into a sword formation. The Emperor Sword Court disciples' blood surged, and they felt an indescribable feeling. That was aura. By relying on Dao Heaven, he was able to connect the fate energy of everyone. They were like a family. There was not a second fate sect in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand who had this kind of fortune. The beings watching from afar were all shocked, and they quickly spread this news. The Sword Emperor used his chi to lead the 8 million disciples to train in the sword. There were even people who said that even if a pig joined the Emperor Sword Court, he would be able to learn profound sword techniques. Emperor Sword Court's reputation grew, and more people went to search for Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji taught the disciples about the Great Tao's voice as he led them to train. After 100 times, he deactivated the Sword Master Haki and recalled Great Tao's voice. All the disciples felt like they were in a dream. They continued to train instinctively and were pleasantly surprised to find that they had already learned chasing wind and chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to the highest point. No one had any other thoughts about him because of his age. He was definitely the person with the highest attainments in the way of the sword in the Great Thousand world. 5 years later. Emperor Sword Court's forest exceeded 10 million, and they were walking in the desert. Even though there were few people around, each disciple persevered in their training. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura was not obvious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement, they are all becoming more powerful. Even I want to train. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said with a smile, you can go back and cultivate. If you miss me, I will move you over. Jiang Shui nodded. She had accompanied Zhou Xuanji for more than 20 years. With her help, the third-generation disciples began to help receive the new disciples, and she no longer needed to intervene. After that, Zhou Xuanji sent her and Xiao Qian into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for Xian Daoya, he had gone back a long time ago. At first, he felt that it was spectacular and exciting, but after a while, he became numb to it. He still felt that drinking and eating in Skyfall was more fun. After sending them back, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes changed. He felt 5 very powerful auras coming at him at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took out demon god Tianwu and stood in front of him. At this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide demon god Tianwu. After all, he had 2 demon god bodies. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 556. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, 5 air-piercing sounds came, and 5 muscular silhouettes landed on a hill 1,000 meters in front of Zhou Xuanji. They were draped in loose red robes, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and their faces were covered in green demon masks. There were both men and women, but their true faces could not be seen. Don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Emperor Sword Court to participate in the Heavenly Ancestors' All Heavens Tao Feast. The tall figure in the middle spoke with a hoarse voice that carried a gust of wind that blew towards Emperor Sword Court. Heavenly Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji was confused. Who was that? Over 10 million Emperor Sword Court disciples looked at each other, including Sword Sovereign Gu, who was also very curious. The Heavenly Ancestor is one of the 9 saints. He will hold the All Heavens Tao Feast in 1,000 years and invite all the sects and families of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although the Emperor Sword Court has just risen, the Heavenly Ancestor values your potential. You can join the All Heavens Tao Feast. He waved his right hand, and a purple gem the size of a fist flew over and landed in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 1,000 years later, when the voice of the Heavenly Ancestor comes out from the gem, you can gather the disciples of Emperor Sword Court and crush this gem. The Heavenly Ancestor will use his supreme power to move all of you into the All Heavens Tao Feast. There is no limit to the number of people. If you have 1 billion disciples, you can also bring them. After saying that, the 5 of them soared into the sky, burrowed into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. Zhou Xuanji played with the purple gemstone in his hand and was in deep thought. Why did the whole sect have to attend the All Heavens Tao Feast? The first thing he thought of was luck. Heavenly saints only fought for providence, and the providence of a faction concerned every member. He had to ask old ancestor Hongshe later. After thinking about it, he put the purple gem into the supreme storage and continued to talk about the great Tao's voice. The tens of millions of disciples followed along to practice their swordsmanship. Although the disciples were curious about the All Heavens Tao banquet, they managed to capture some information. That was, they could also participate. Feast of Heavenly Saints, just thinking about it made him excited. However, in order to be safe and not make a fool of themselves, they had to increase their strength. When Zhou Xuanji lectured about the Tao, the spirit qi of the heavens and earth would gather towards him. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Sword Sovereign Gu, everyone else's cultivation was improving, including Shishin's own. Zhou Xiaoxian came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "Father, bring us along when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then you must work hard on your cultivation." After 1,000 years, you must reach the void extreme immortal stage. Is that possible? Zhou Shaoxian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're only 305 years old and you're already so powerful. Even reaching heaven realm cultivators are nothing in front of you, and I'm only a void extreme immortal at the age of 1,000. Who are you looking down on?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "I look down on you." Zhou Shaoxian almost went crazy. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin came to comfort her in time. "Master, why are you always angry at her? She's your daughter." Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said angrily. She had watched Zhou Shaoxian grow up and saw her as a daughter. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and replied, "I didn't get to where I am today because of talent. Furthermore, he would not be able to win in terms of talent." Huang Lianxin understood that setting Zhou Shaoxian too high of a target would only make it easier for her to go to extremes. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and went back to her sword practice. Huang Lianxin shook her head and laughed as she followed. Even though Zhou Xuanji was talking to them, his great Tao's voice did not stop, causing many disciples to sigh in amazement. There was still a long way to go before the millennium. Zhou Xuanji planned to continue. He did not have any requirements for accepting disciples. But other than official disciples of Emperor Sword Court, no one else could receive any supplies from him. However, his great Tao's voice was already a great serendipity for the new disciples. As for Zhou Xuanji, he could sense the growth of his fate. He believed that when his fate reached a peak, his cultivation would break through as well. The sooner he reached Universe Heaven level 18, the sooner the old immortal would give him a surprise. In the next few years, Emperor Sword Court was attacked one after another. Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, and the other factions in the Wanshan Great Thousand naturally did not like it. Those powerhouses understood what Zhou Xuanji wanted. Fate and the position of overlord of the Wanshan Great Thousand. When his Emperor Sword Court had a certain number of people, they could overturn the Wanshan Great Thousand. After all, Zhou Xuanji's power had already been proven. Below the heavenly saints, who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight? These factions sent their powerful cultivators to deal with Zhou Xuanji, but all of their magic energy was drained by Zhou Xuanji and they were killed on the spot. After battle, Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to Universe Heaven level 16. Meanwhile, Emperor Sword Court's morale grew. Each of the powerful cultivators had their own fame, but before Zhou Xuanji, they were extremely weak. Now, his 9-soul fusion technique no longer needed a long cooldown time. Moreover, his battles were quick, which reduced the consumption of his soul energy. However, some enemies could only be dealt with by demon god Tianwu alone, so he could not absorb the enemy's magic energy. And so, the news of demon god Tianwu becoming Zhou Xuanji's avatar spread. The Sword Emperor's name was gradually deified. It was still the same sea. Thunderclouds billowed above. Xian Daoya looked at the sea and said with gritted teeth, "If we don't act now, Zhou Xuanji will really overturn the heavens." He could not understand what the higher-ups of the great Emperor Dao court were thinking. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his threat. Even powerful cultivators like the demonic emperor and Daishan were defeated by him. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji might become a saint. The heavenly law Violet Chi did not appear for a day, which gave Zhou Xuanji time to grow. What's the hurry? Wanshan Great Thousand will be destroyed for sure, and Zhou Xuanji has to protect it. He's dead for sure. The great Emperor Dao Court's current mission is to withdraw all our spies and resources and find a new territory. Do you understand? The voice in the sea was a little angry, as though it was angry at Xian Daoya for being so rude. Xian Daoya was so angry that he laughed. Absolute again. You always have to rely on others to deal with Zhou Xuanji. Xian Daoya almost exploded in anger. Just when he was about to speak, a figure leaped out from the sea. This was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was like wet kelp, his skin was green, and there were two sharp horns on his forehead that were slanted upwards. Seeing him, Xian Daoya took a step back instinctively. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Qiu Hu, why are you here?" Xian Daoya asked anxiously. His voice was trembling. Qiu Hu looked up slowly, revealing a hideous expression. His eyes were purple and had no pupils. He stared at Xian Daoya and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. I will eliminate Zhou Xuanji." His aura was like a bull, as though he would go berserk at any moment. Xian Daoya held back his surprise and asked, "When?" Qiu Hu snorted and said, "Now." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Xian Daoya smiled as though he could already see Zhou Xuanji's death. He liked Zhou Xuanji a lot, but this brat hated him. The voice in the sea came again with a hint of displeasure. "Have you completed your task? In at most 100 years, the great Emperor Dao Court must retreat from the Wanshan Great Thousand. I hope you can focus." Chapter 557. The oppressive Wanshan Great Thousand became more exciting because of Emperor Sword Court. Everyone forgot about the heavenly saint's anger and focused their attention on Emperor Sword Court and Sword Emperor. Use the sword to support the world, use the sword to save the common people. The Sword Emperor had declared that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. It was as if he was declaring war on the heavenly saint. For the majority of living beings who could not escape the Wanshan Great Thousand, the Sword Emperor was their only hope. However, the other major forces did not think so. More and more experts attacked Emperor Sword Court, wanting to weaken Zhou Xuanji or directly kill him. But soon, they found that Zhou Xuanji was getting more and more powerful as he fought. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji had broken through to Universe Heaven level 16 in front of tens of millions of disciples. He had not even encountered a heavenly tribulation, which made everyone dumbfounded. This matter also became a legend. Most of the living beings thought that it was just a rumor. On this day, the great Tao's voice continued. Zhou Xuanji was teaching Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, and the others about their confusion in the sword's way. As Emperor Sword Court grew stronger, the initial disciples would be suppressed sooner or later. The foundation of the Great Thousand Worlds was different from that of the mortal realm. When many disciples joined Emperor Sword Court, their cultivation had already reached a level that Xiao Jinghong and the others could only look up to. In this regard, what Zhou Xuanji could do was to promote the old people as much as possible. As for the newcomers, they were not assigned any duties for the time being. This was to give the old people some time. His actions were also remembered by the old people. Actually, the original disciple was already very grateful to him. If not for him, these disciples might not have been able to come to the upper realm for the rest of their lives. As long as he could follow Zhou Xuanji, he did not care about any treatment. In the upper realm, no matter how bad the treatment was, it would definitely be better than in the lower realm. 100 miles away, Qiu Hu stood on the peak and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. His body trembled slightly. What's going on? Why does he make me feel so dangerous? Is it because of demon god Tianwu? He muttered to himself with a strange expression. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji directly, but when he came close, he instinctively sensed danger and did not dare to get close. Wait, there's another demon god's aura on him. How is that possible? Qiu Hu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned to look at him, causing him to immediately disappear. Millions of miles away, Qiu Hu landed on the hill, still in shock. He kept panting and gritted his teeth. Idiot! What a fool! He was not cursing Xian Daoya but the leader of the great Emperor Dao Court. And it allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow to where he was now. Fortunately, he was not reckless. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He moved forward at full speed and disappeared into the horizon. 7 days later. Qiu Hu came to the old immortal's Daoist temple. He knelt in front of the gate and said, "Senior, I met a person called Zhou Xuanji. He has the aura of 2 ancient demon gods. Can you help me divine his background?" His tone was respectful, completely different from when he was talking to Xian Daoya. The old immortal's voice floated out from the Taoist temple. "He is destined to become a saint, and he will be the overlord saint that I told you about before." Hearing this, Qiu Hu's expression shook, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Overlord saint? That was impossible. Even the 10 great demon gods couldn't do it, but that kid could. His heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. At the same time, he is the one I have chosen. Sooner or later, he will leave the heavenly Tao, said the old immortal again. Qiu Hu suddenly raised his head. Zhou Xuanji was actually, he took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is. I know what to do now." With that, he bowed to the Taoist temple and left. On a grassy plain with no clouds in the sky, Shi Shenzong came up to Zhou Xuanji with an awkward expression and asked, "I want to learn how to form multiple sword souls at the same time. What do I have to pay?" He comprehended sword souls before Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him in sword souls, which made him feel ashamed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? You are my sword slave." Shi Shenzong was a little stunned and smiled bitterly. After the Battle of the Divine Cliff, he parted ways with Zhou Xuanji and was chosen by Sword Sovereign Gu. He wanted to come back to look for Zhou Xuanji, but the time was too short, and he had yet to learn it. Until today, he had yet to learn it, but his revered teacher had changed sides and became Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He felt very helpless and ashamed. He was too embarrassed to talk to Zhou Xuanji all these years. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and told Shi Shenzong the gist of sword souls. Shi Shenzong was quite confused, but he was too embarrassed to ask further, lest he looked stupid. At this moment, a figure walked over from the front. Zhou Xuanji turned around with a solemn expression, and the great Tao's voice was cut off. More than 14 million disciples were stunned, and they all looked forward at the same time. Qiu Hu walked over. His figure was domineering and his aura was terrifying. Just by walking over, he gave off boundless pressure. Enemy. All the disciples had mocking expressions on their faces. He actually dared to come alone, he was really courting death. Not good. It was Qiu Hu. When the heavenly Tao was created, the first tiger was born with destiny. Gu Jianzun exclaimed, his voice full of fear. Whoosh! More than 14 million disciples were in an uproar. Who in the great thousand world had not heard of Qiu Hu's legend? That was an existence of the same generation as the demon ancestor. Qiu Hu suddenly came up to Zhou Xuanji, standing 10 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly without any fear. The 9-soul fusion technique was already in place, and he was just waiting for the other party to die. Boom! Qiu Hu suddenly knelt down, his knees causing the ground to shake and the grass to collapse. He said in a low voice, "I, Qiu Hu, am willing to take Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji as my master. I hope the Sword Emperor will take me in." His voice was sonorous and firm. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially Sword Sovereign Gu, who was instantly dumbfounded. Did he see wrongly? Qiu Hu came to join him voluntarily. Zhou Xuanji stared at Qiu Hu and asked, "Why?" Qiu Hu's aura was somewhat familiar to him, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. This brat must have spied on him from afar. Recently, he could always sense someone scanning him with his divine sense. If not for the distance, he would have found out those perverted fellows long ago. Because I feel that you will surpass the heavenly saints sooner or later and surpass the heavenly law. Chiu said seriously. Just when he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck beside him and blasted a large hole. Divine retribution. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Such a bootlicker. I like it. Good. From today onwards, you will follow me. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and Chiu became excited immediately. Seeing how excited he was, Sword Sovereign Gu could not understand. You are a great senior at the beginning of the world. Can you not care about your image? To prevent Chiu from playing any tricks, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to watch over him. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he observed the demon god's body with interest. The news of Chiu joining Zhou Xuanji spread quickly. This news shook the world. Chiu was almost invincible below the heavenly saints, and yet he joined a junior who was 300 years old. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 558. Who was Chiu? The first tiger since the creation of the heavenly law. The ancestor of all tigers. His seniority was the same as the 10 demon gods and heavenly saints. He was one of the most ancient beings in Wanshan Great Thousand. And he actually became the disciple of a junior who was only 300 years old. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he was still too young. When the world heard about this, their first reaction was disbelief. The news spread like wildfire. Within half a year, everyone knew about it. In an inn. PFFTT, Xian Daoya vomited a mouthful of blood, which stained the diners at the opposite table. He quickly got up and walked up to a young cultivator. Grabbing his shoulders, he said with a deep voice, "What did you say?" Chiu became Zhou Xuanji's disciple? How can it be? What a joke. The young cultivator struggled instinctively but realized that he could not. It's true, he said with gritted teeth. Chiu is already by Zhou Xuanji's side. He even helped Zhou Xuanji kill a few enemies. He struggled with all his might, but Xian Daoya's hands were like pincers. He could not shake them off at all. He was terrified in his heart. Could he have encountered an evil cultivator who was bedeviled? Xian Daoya came back to his senses. He loosened his grip and began divining with his fingers. The cultivators in the inn fled quickly out of fear. It's true. Why is it like this? Xian Daoya's expression was unsightly. He almost could not breathe. With his understanding of Chiu should not be pretending to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple to seek an opportunity to kill him. This guy was too straightforward. He did not listen to anyone in the great Emperor Dao court and even dared to talk back to the leader. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He suddenly felt that the great Emperor Dao court could not protect him and would die before Zhou Xuanji. No. I must leave immediately. Xian Daoya made up his mind to escape from Wanshan Great Thousand. As for the great Emperor Dao court, they could all die. A bunch of stupid pigs who had lived for countless years. They would be killed by Zhou Xuanji sooner or later. He cursed in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji was already 333 years old. Emperor Sword Court had more than 20 million disciples. Among them, there were more than 1 million Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals, 5,000 Void Extreme Immortals, 100 Heavenly Law True Gods, and a few Universe Heaven Immortals. Most of them came to worship Zhou because of Xuanji's fame. Which cultivator doesn't have a flying sword? Moreover, the sword was the king of all weapons. There were many sword cultivators, at least in the Wanshan Great Thousand. With Chiu holding down the fort, fewer people came to find trouble with Emperor Sword Court. In the past 3 years, everything had been peaceful. Zhou Xuanji now had more than 800 legendary swords. He still only had one overturning sky-grade sword, but the Thunderclap sword had already leveled up to disaster-releasing grade. With so many disciples in need of a breakthrough, the Thunderclap sword could be upgraded. He let the Thunderclap sword float in the air to help the Emperor's sword court avoid the calamity, causing the disciples to exclaim in admiration. On this day, Zhou Xuanji felt an itch in his eyes, and he suddenly saw a crack in the demon realm heart. Xian Xianghua had come out. Thinking about this, he left demon god Tianwu behind and said to Qiu Hu, "Bring me to the demon world." Qiu Hu nodded. He waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to travel through the demon world. After living for so long, he definitely knew where the demon world was. After a while, Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu came to the demon realm. He traveled underground and headed toward the demon realm heart. "Master, are you going to find the demon realm heart?" Qiu Hu asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly. Without a word, Qiu Hu activated his magic energy and brought Zhou Xuanji to the demon realm heart. At this moment, the demon realm heart was filled with cracks. The demon ancestor was frowning in the air. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu, he said with a deep voice, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want now?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm here to pick someone up." The demon ancestor said coldly, "I don't care who is inside. She has already transformed into the demon realm heart. She cannot leave." His body grew taller until he was hundreds of meters tall. The demonic qi dissipated, revealing a muscular body that was not inferior to demon god Tianwu. The demonic armor on his body was filled with power. It was as though he could destroy the demon realm with a single punch. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "What if I insist on taking her away?" Qiu Hu stepped out and locked his eyes on the demon ancestor. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. They were of the same generation, so there was no reason for Qiu Hu to fear the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was an ancient demon god, but Zhou Xuanji had two ancient demon gods. Other than that, there was an even more horrifying old senior supporting Zhou Xuanji. Qiu Hu looked at the demon ancestor with pity in his eyes. The demon ancestor saw through his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. What kind of demonic power did Zhou Xuanji have to make Qiu Hu so loyal? He, a strange laughter came from the demon realm heart. It was Xian Xianghua. But her voice was very strange, and it sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned around and saw a pair of gigantic purple eyes in the demon realm heart. They were extremely alluring. "From today onwards, the demon realm belongs to me. I'm the Heavenly Law Demon Lord, the leader of all demons." Xian Xianghua laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji covered his face. He understood that Long Aohua had returned. Boom! The underground space shook violently, and a thundercloud gathered above the demon realm heart. Heavenly lightning struck down and landed on the demon realm heart. Is this a tribulation? Zhou Xuanji was curious and waited patiently. But the demon ancestor could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm toward the demon realm heart. Since he could not get the demon realm heart, no one else could either. "You're courting death." Qiu Hu quickly blocked in front of him and used his chest to receive the palm. Boom! The demonic qi exploded. The demon ancestor's face was hideous. "Qiu Hu, are you really going against me?" he said coldly. Without a word, Qiu Hu punched toward the demon ancestor's face. The two powerful cultivators began fighting immediately. The fist and palm collided, and the two bounced back at the same time. The next second, they began fighting wildly around the demon realm heart. The demons wanted to destroy the demon realm heart, while Qiu Hu tried to stop them. Neither of them could defeat the other. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He was curious about how powerful Xian Xianghua would be after she became the Heavenly Law Demon Lord. As for whether Xian Xianghua would harm him, he was not worried. This old demonic woman could harm anyone but him. Time passed. As the battle between the demon ancestor and Qiu Hu began, the underground space began to collapse. Xian Xianghua was still laughing wildly and seemed to be very excited. The heavenly lightning struck the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart shrunk visibly. At the same time, deep in the universe, the golden-eyed man with 3 heads and 6 arms levitated in the starry sky as though he was sleeping. He opened his eyes suddenly and flew forward. Far ahead, 4 heavenly saints were guarding the place. They'd stopped here for the sake of guarding against existences outside the Heaven Dao. They opened their eyes and took out their enchanted artifacts. Inform the other heavenly saints. Heavenly Lord Xiantai said with a deep voice. Another heavenly saint immediately waved his right hand, and a golden beam of light flew out. Chapter 559. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was going on in the outside world, but he already had some concerns. The old immortal said that once they used the power of their eyes, they would be attacked by the primordial ancestor's enemy. He immediately sent a telepathic message into the demon realm heart, "Don't use the power of your eyes. The primordial ancestor tricked us. He has an enemy that surpasses the heavenly saints waiting outside." Xian Xianghua heard him and immediately shut up. Although she was arrogant, she understood that no matter how powerful the Heavenly Law Demon Lord was, he could not surpass the heavenly saints. The demon ancestor was furious. His aura grew more violent, and even Zhou Xuanji, who was at Universe Heaven level 16, could not withstand it. He had no choice but to use the 9-soul fusion technique to merge demon god Nanming into his body. The underground space collapsed violently. Zhou Xuanji resisted with his celestial energy, and the rocks that came close were turned into ashes. The demon realm heart grew smaller and smaller, and it shrank faster and faster. The dark clouds of heavenly lightning dissipated. Soon, when the demon realm heart was less than 3 meters tall, it shattered and turned into countless sparkling crystals. Xian Xianghua revealed herself. She was still wearing a purple dress, but her facial features had become somewhat bewitching. Her eyes had become somewhat blood-red, and her lips were so red that it seemed as if they were about to drip blood. Coupled with her purple eyes and peerlessly beautiful appearance, she gave off a boundless charm and an extremely dangerous aura. Universe Heaven Level 2. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's cultivation grew so quickly. He was not disappointed. He was 300 years old, and he was already at Universe Heaven level 16. This old demonic woman was already 10,000 years old. The two of them were not on the same level of talent. Xian Xianghua ignored the demon ancestor and Qiu Hu and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. She came up to him and touched his face. "Your eyes are so beautiful, just like mine," she said with a faint smile. Until now, Zhou Xuanji's eyes remained purple. The people from Emperor Sword Court were not too curious about this, and they guessed that it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji looked even more intimidating in this state. "How do you feel?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua smiled in high spirits. Fortunately, he was not a man, or else he would have deserved a beating. She raised her chin slightly and said proudly, "Very good, unprecedentedly good. My cultivation will continue to grow, and I will surpass you soon." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Is it that mystical?" Xian Xianghua said proudly, "I am the master of the demon realm. The qi of the demon realm is fused into my body. I can even refine the demon realm and make it my own independent world." It sounded very powerful. The demonic world was larger than the center god province, yet it could be refined. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel happy for her. This was indeed a great opportunity. Boom! The demon ancestor rushed over and wanted to kill Xian Xianghua, but he was kicked away by Qiu Hu. Qiu Hu displayed his domineering aura and roared again and again. His aura was even more berserk than the demon ancestors, and he could actually suppress the demon ancestor. Who is he? Xian Xianghua asked in astonishment. Someone could suppress the demonic ancestor and listen to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied, Qiu Hu, the first tiger when the heavenly law was created. He's called the tiger ancestor. Have you heard of him? Xian Xianghua narrowed her eyes. She had naturally heard of it. Whether it was in the Center God province or the demon world, Qiu Hu was a legendary ancient existence. His seniority was not any lower than the demon ancestors. No wonder he could fight evenly with Qiu Hu. How did you subdue him? She asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, he came to me himself. He said that the great Emperor Dao Court sent him to kill me. But when he saw me, he realized that we were both disciples of an old senior, so he changed his allegiance to me. Xian Xianghua was very curious about that old senior, but she did not ask further. After that, Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was a huge threat and must be eliminated. Or else, he would always be worried about Xian Xianghua. With the 9-soul fusion technique activated, Zhou Xuanji's power was no weaker than the demon ancestor and Qiu Hu. Seeing that he was coming, the demon ancestor turned around and charged toward him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out all of his legendary swords and activated Sword Dao rules. Swoosh! The demon ancestor's pupils contracted. Before he could react, his body was penetrated and exploded into a mist of blood. His massive body did not explode immediately. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and said with a trembling voice, "This is..." Qiu Hu was frightened too, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, he did not attack Zhou Xuanji back then, or else he would have ended up like the demon ancestor. Zhou Xuanji did not explain but came up to the demon ancestor in one step. He took out the 24-rank deep black lotus and tossed it toward the demon ancestor's head. The demon ancestor was surrounded by the legendary swords and could not dodge. The green radiance of the 24-rank deep black lotus enshrouded him and immobilized him. The 24-tier deep black lotus was a treasure to deal with the demonic emperor. Although the demonic emperor was not as strong as the demonic ancestor, he was not far off. Moreover, the demonic ancestor was heavily injured. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, "Demon ancestor, since you don't want to give up, then die." All the divine swords emitted a strong light as they prepared to kill the demon ancestor. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the fiend ancestor immediately bequeathed his soul and transformed into a golden beam of light that vanished into the tumbling rocks. "Kill him," Zhou Xuanji ordered, and Qiu Hu immediately gave chase. He kept the demon ancestor's body into the Tianxia map. Xian Xianghua came to his side and said in amazement, "Little Lang Jun, you are really getting more and more powerful." Her eyes sparkled with extraordinary splendor. Even after becoming the Heavenly Law Demon Lord, she was still inferior to Zhou Xuanji. She was not disappointed. Instead, she was still very excited. In the vast starry sky, the 8 heavenly saints stood side by side. Each of them was injured, and they looked ahead fiercely at the golden-eyed man who was covered in golden flames. There was a gigantic hand above the golden-eyed man's head. It was like a black shadow, and its palm was facing him, ready to snatch him away at any time. He looked up and said, "I will not destroy the heavenly law. I only want to capture one person." The gigantic black shadow hand did not dissipate but continued to hover above his head. "What is this guy's background?" Old Ancestor Hongsher said with gritted teeth. He suddenly understood why Sage Daojing left. This guy must have escaped. Bastard! How dare he hide it from me? The other heavenly saints looked terrible too. They could not do anything to him even if they worked together. How powerful was he? Could he be the legendary Overlord Saint? If you don't agree, then I will stay here forever. I will kill whoever dares to come out, including the heavenly saints. The golden-eyed man continued to speak. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a soul-freezing murderous intent. Facing his threat, the gigantic black shadow hand was still unmoved. 3 breaths later, the golden-eyed man retreated 10,000 miles and sat down with his legs crossed. The golden flames on his body burned intensely, and next, he turned into a massive sun. The heavenly saints looked at each other in dismay. They all felt pressured. If this guy stayed here forever, wouldn't they be unable to come out in the future? Humph. Let's see how long he can wait. A heavenly saint snorted coldly. He was not afraid of a competition of patience. Chapter 560. Beneath the Demon Realm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Emperor Sword Court is still waiting for me." Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Naturally, it's to enslave the devil world. You can go back first. In the devil world, I can quickly become stronger. Don't worry, I will lay low for a period of time. When I become invincible, it will be time for the devil world to change its name." The arrogance in her tone was about to break through the heavens. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. Soon, Qiu Hu returned and said angrily, "That brat escaped. Only he dared to call the demonic ancestor that kid." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't worry, let's go back first." Qiu Hu nodded. He immediately waved his hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. After they left, Xian Xianghua's smile gradually became crazed, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the light of ambition. With a sway of her body, she turned into a wisp of demonic qi and burrowed into the rock. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Emperor Sword Court's disciples were all training with their swords or discussing the way of the sword. None of them were in a rush, and they patiently waited for Zhou Xuanji to return. After listening to the voice of the Great Tao for decades, their state of mind had been greatly improved. Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu landed at the front of the army. He said loudly, "Continue advancing." Zhou Shaoxian came over and asked curiously, "Father, where did you go?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his trip. Of course, he did not mention anything about the primordial ancestor. "Wow, Aunt Xian is going to become the ruler of the demon realm?" Zhou Shaoxian asked in surprise, her face full of admiration. In her heart, Xian Xianghua was the strongest woman. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had to rely on Xian Xianghua's protection. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and knocked her forehead. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I won't allow it. Cultivate with me." He snorted. Zhou Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched, but she was still very excited. She quickly found Huang Lianxin to discuss this matter. The journey to promote the way of the sword continued. The sound of the great Tao rang out again, sacred and dignified. As he walked, he placed the Holy Light Redemption Sword into the Tianxia map to heal the demon lord's body. In order to prevent the fiend ancestor from having any backup plans, he simultaneously used the soul division technique. If he succeeded, he would have the avatars of 3 ancient demon gods. If he used the 9 soul fusion technique, his strength would increase even more. Another dozen or so years passed, and the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples exceeded 20 million. The procession that promoted the way of the sword was majestic and incomparably magnificent. Now, Emperor Sword Court had become a phenomenal storm in Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike in the beginning, many living beings came to pledge their allegiance every day, and there were even people who traveled across several large states to rush over. Every disciple was very far apart from each other, causing the group to occupy an area of several hundred miles. There were even people practicing with their swords in the air, and sword chi filled the space between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Hu led the way. Looking down from the sky, the entire Emperor's sword court was like a majestic long sword, advancing with great momentum. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 350 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, through heaven, unparalleled ancient asunder rainbow sword, extreme nirvana joy. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. The heavenly sword had finally appeared. As for the 9 extreme divine sword, it was probably already at the level of a sky saint. Then, the information of the history asunder sword appeared in front of him, sword name, ancient asunder rainbow sword grade, connecting heaven description, a legendary sword that can cut through the river of history. One must be at least a connecting heaven level 1 to use it. Cut through the river of history. It sounded very powerful. But what was the river of history? Wasn't it an abstract concept? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and began to receive the extreme nirvana joy. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a sword technique divine ability. It could reverse a desperate situation. But the more enemies there were, the more powerful the reversal would be. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he felt that this divine ability was very similar to world reincarnation. It could reflect the enemy's magic energy. The difference was that extreme nirvana joy could reverse a desperate situation, not just magic energy. As for its exact power, he had to test it out when he was in a desperate situation. He suddenly called Sword Sovereign Gu to his side and asked, "Is there a suitable place to stay in the Wanshan Great Thousand?" After walking for so long, he felt that it was time to stop. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court needed some time to settle down. To the east, there's a mountain range 2,000 miles away. No powerful cultivators live there, Sword Sovereign Gu said. Sword Sovereign Gu muttered. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked toward the east. Mountains stretched to the end. These mountains were barren and had very few plants. They looked very desolate. He immediately walked in that direction, and the majestic group of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed him in a different direction. They were very orderly and did not mess up their formation. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He took out Great Brilliant Sky and used Sword Master Haki to train the 20 million disciples. This time, he was training the ancestral dragon sword. If 20 million disciples turned into dragons together, how majestic would that be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. As the sun set, in a stronghold, Gu Tianxia sat facing the south with his legs crossed. He was cultivating an energy technique. Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar, walked toward him suddenly with a solemn expression. "Brat, don't just cultivate like a fool." The old beggar grinned. Having heard him, Gu Tianxia opened his eyes in confusion. Evidently, they had known each other for a long time. There was no estrangement between them. Gu Tianxia asked, "I keep feeling that something is wrong with this divine ability. According to its qi circulation route, it still cannot produce the effect you described." The old beggar smiled proudly, "Of course. If you want to learn this divine ability, you need to go to the void." He walked to Gu Tianxia's side and whispered into his ear. Gu Tianxia opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. His eyes were burning with passion. He stood up and bowed to the old beggar before leaping up and disappearing into the clouds. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled. "This brat's talent is really horrifying. I feel that he's even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Interesting." He smiled for a while before turning around to leave. This stronghold was located at the top of a mountain. The mountain was sliced off by Gu Tianxia's sword, and there were hundreds of buildings. The people who lived here were all Gu Tianxia's disciples. All of them were talented and extraordinary. The old beggar came here 10 years ago. He found Gu Tianxia and expressed his intention to take him as his disciple. Back then, Gu Tianxia snorted disdainfully and even attacked the old beggar. In the end, he was subdued by the old beggar. Especially after knowing that the old beggar was Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, Gu Tianxia respected him even more. Zhou Xuanji was actually his successor. His ultimate treasures, the Tianxia map and world Buddha art, were in Zhou Xuanji's hands after all. The old beggar came to a large tree that he planted himself. It looked like a willow tree, and Northern Nether Sword Devil Su Qing sat under it. His eyes were lifeless, like a puppet. When he walked up to Su Qing suddenly said a word, Xian. Chapter 561. The old beggar looked at the dumbfounded Su Qing and could not help but sigh. Among the disciples, the one he had the most affection for was Su Qing. He sighed faintly, "Why didn't you listen to me back then?" He could not get an answer. Su Qing was suppressed by the tree and no longer went berserk. But if he left the tree's coverage, he would return to his original crazed state. The old beggar sat beside him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will save you and restore your fearless spirit." Su Qing seemed to understand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and stroked great brilliant sky, which looked incredibly spirited. Strands of silver-white aura wrapped around the blade. Fate manifestation. After decades of working together and promoting the sword's way, the fate of Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples was still fused with him. If he thrived, Emperor Sword Court thrived. If he died, Emperor Sword Court declined. If he thrived, they would all prosper. How should I use fate? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The heavenly saints fighting for fate was definitely not a joke. Old ancestor Hongshe must have a motive for giving him this mission. But all these years, he had been paying attention but could not see through it. Zhou Xiaoxian leaped onto the mountain top suddenly. She came up to him and giggled, "Father, are we going to stay here and not leave?" Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Let's rest for a while and decide later." There were still 900 years until the All-Heavens Tao feast. He needed to nurture Emperor Sword Court's power. Zhou Xiaoxian walked up to him and massaged his shoulders. "Father, can I discuss something with you?" she asked with a smile. Her face was filled with a smile like a weasel's. "No," Zhou Xuanji rejected without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face fell and immediately squeezed his shoulders. No matter how hard she squeezed, she could not hurt him. Instead, she felt pain in her fingers. She stood up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You will regret it," she snorted. Zhou Xuanji ignored her. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Was she really his biological daughter? She bit her lip and said, "Recently, I've been hearing a voice. It's vague and illusory. He's guiding me to fly up, to keep flying, and not to stop. Say, do you think I'll be like Aunt Xian, some kind of heavenly demon lord or something?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji got up and looked at her as he asked, "When did it begin?" His gaze locked onto her eyes and discovered that the depths of her pupils had already turned purple. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. A long time ago, he realized that Zhou Xiaoxian was not as simple as she seemed. She had perfectly inherited his bloodline from back then and had even surpassed him. It was just that she didn't have many fortuitous encounters, which prevented her cultivation from soaring. Seeing him so serious, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited and said, "Probably after you picked up Aunt Xian. Is this some kind of summoning?" She also wanted to be as powerful as Xian Xianghua, to rule over a realm and be as mighty as she could be. Just thinking about it made him happy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He instinctively thought of the primordial ancestor and his enemies. Or else, how could he be so powerful? He muttered, come with me to a place. Tell Jinghong to take charge of the situation. We will be back soon. Chiu Hu was already loyal to him. With Chiu Hu around, nothing would happen to Emperor Sword Court. Okay. Zhou Shaoxian went to inform Xiao Jinghong excitedly. Soon, the father and daughter disappeared into the night sky. The sky had just brightened. The first ray of sunlight shone on the temple, and the flowers and grasses around the temple stood up visibly. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the temple with Zhou Shaoxian. Senior, can you divine my daughter's fate? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who was this senior? She had seen Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar. That guy was a frivolous old man who ignored her. This senior should be even more powerful. It was her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji so respectful to someone. A while later, the old immortal's voice came. He sighed and said, Zhou Xuanji, where did you come from? Why is your daughter like this? Sigh. Like what? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Shaoxian heard him and became anxious immediately. He wouldn't have bad luck, would he? It's hard to say. Even I can't fully understand it. But I can tell you one thing. Your daughter contains some kind of powerful energy. Once awakened, her power will be unimaginable. The old immortal said faintly. With this, Zhou Shaoxian became excited immediately. As expected. Do I have an identity like the Heavenly Law Demon Lord? She asked quickly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji proudly, as though she was about to be complimented. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Why did this girl not grow up? She was so childish. The door opened, and the old immortal walked out slowly. He stared at Zhou Shaoxian and sighed, you are more powerful than the Heavenly Law Demon Lord. But it's hard to say whether this power is good or bad. Logically speaking, you should not have such power. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression and said, don't tell me that you father and daughter have a background that surpasses the Heavenly Law. Surpasses the Heavenly Law. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes slightly, and Zhou Shaoxian almost jumped up. I'm so powerful. She almost burst out laughing, but she held it in. The old immortal instructed, take good care of her. Once she's discovered by someone, they might rob her. Zhou Xiaoxuan's smile froze immediately. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked at Zhou Shaoxian. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Understand? Swoosh, a shooting star streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The old immortal turned around and said, your revered teacher is crazy. He will kill himself sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji was confused by his sudden change of topic. What do you mean? He asked. The old immortal began telling a story. It was a story about the old beggar and Su Qing. A long time ago, he and the old beggar helped the Heavenly Law to be born quickly, and they almost died because of it. The two of them landed on the first piece of land, separated by worlds. The old beggar was saved by two living beings, who fed him with heavenly spirit water every day. Day after day, year after year. After 3,000 years, the old beggar finally woke up. He was deeply moved, so he took the two living beings as his disciples and helped them transform. Afterward, the two living beings became the most powerful beings under the Heavenly Law. Because of their arrogance, they were attacked by all living beings in the world, and they both died. The old beggar used up his cultivation to collect their broken souls. After reincarnation was established and the netherworld appeared, he allowed them to reincarnate. One of them was the northern nether sword devil, Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji said with narrowed eyes, no wonder he would risk his life for Su Qing. Even the old beggar did not save Di Guanlong like this. The old immortal sighed and said, he fell too deeply in love. I'm afraid that he will not have a good ending. Chapter 562. It would not end well. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. After all, the old beggar was his teacher and had taught him many things. He did not want anything bad to happen to this old fellow. The old immortal saw through his worries and said with a smile, no matter who it is, they have to be responsible for their own choices. You don't have to worry about him, he won't die for now. Your task is to work hard to make yourself stronger. When you are strong enough, everything will be under your control. But if you are not strong enough, you can only be controlled by fate. Being powerless will make you regret it forever. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood this too. He asked, although I've reached Universe Heaven Tier 16, I won't be able to break through again in a short period of time. Can you point me in the right direction? Although he could already move unhindered below the Heavenly Saint realm, he still felt that he had to work harder. Otherwise, how could they face the primordial ancestors' enemies? If one day, he or Xian Xianghua accidentally used the power of their eyes, it would be bad. The old immortal said leisurely, it's still the same saying. Haste makes waste. Continue what you did before. After saying this, he walked past Zhou Xuanji and his daughter and down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Should he continue to kill enemies and absorb magic energy, or should he continue to promote the way of the sword? Zhou Shaoxian curiously looked into the Taoist temple. She found that there was nothing in the temple except a praying mat. He was indeed worthy of being called a Taoist expert. He truly had a pure heart and few desires. After that, Zhou Xuanji left with her. After they left, the old immortal walked down the hill slowly. His eyes were calm as he said softly, everything has karma. Our karma is interfering with the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Sooner or later, there will be a tribulation. After returning to Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Shaoxian returned to her room and started to cultivate in high spirits. Zhou Xuanji came to the highest mountain peak and continued to think about fate. As soon as he took out Dayo, the black hole exquisite lion jumped onto it. It laughed excitedly and said, Master, I found a cave abode nearby. It's thousands of feet underground, and there's a powerful restriction inside that I can't break through. Do you want to go and take a look? Zhou Xuanji said indifferently, can't you find someone else? There were so many cave abodes in the world, but there weren't many that could catch his eye. The black hole exquisite lion replied, this cave abode is not simple. I can smell the fate. Although it is very weak, I can feel it. It was formed from the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao, so it was extremely sensitive to karmic luck. Zhou Xuanji heard him and was immediately interested. He got up and let it lead the way. Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples occupied the nearby mountain range. Looking over, the entire mountain range was filled with the figures of disciples training with the sword. The place that the black hole exquisite lion discovered was 100 miles away, at the foot of a mountain. The grass was dense here, blocking the entrance of the cave. The black hole exquisite lion lifted the weeds in front of the hole, revealing a dog hole with a diameter of only half a meter. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy could even find such a small hole. The black hole exquisite lion's figure flashed, his body shrank, and he quickly entered. Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and flew in. They quickly rushed down the tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and from time to time, they would encounter a fork. The tunnel was narrow, and there were many venomous insects, snakes, and ants along the way. They moved quickly and came to the cave abode. After flying out of the cave, they came to a spacious underground space. There was a stone door in front of them, which was covered with spider webs. There were rune-like words carved on it. This is the place. It's very hidden. If I did not climb here, I would not have discovered its existence. The black hole exquisite lion smiled proudly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with anticipation, waiting for him to break the door. Zhou Xuanji walked to the stone door and lightly touched it with his godly great brilliant sky. There were no changes to the stone door. However, the godly great brilliant sky trembled slightly. It sensed the fate. Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and activated the Trisource vein-severing sword. The sword chi intertwined and slammed into the stone door with a loud boom. However, it did not destroy the stone door. He raised his brow and swung his sword again with the 9-soul fusion technique. Boom! The stone door shattered, and a violent gale swept out from the inside. His black robe fluttered violently, while the black hole exquisite lion was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a Buddha head. The space inside the stone door was not big, and it was occupied by this Buddha head. It was made of rocks and was about 15 meters tall. Its mouth was wide open, and its face was filled with anger as though it was scolding. "What's this?" The black hole exquisite lion came over and cried out. He was a little disappointed. He thought that there was a treasure inside. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the Buddha head and touched it. There was nothing unusual. It looked like an ordinary stone Buddha's head. Perhaps there used to be a temple here, but it collapsed and was buried deep underground. But why was it blocked by the stone door? And the stone door was filled with restrictive spells. It did not seem like a coincidence. He took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. "What's this?" Emperor Hanlin asked curiously. The other souls were curious too. They asked in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji took out another sword, the black hole exquisite lion backed off in fear. Sovereign Xian said in shock, "This Buddha head is very strange. Don't you think it looks like the 9th Nether Buddha?" The 9th Nether Buddha, the most powerful cultivator in the Netherworld. He once fought to become a heavenly saint. Although he was not a heavenly saint, he was on equal footing with the heavenly saints. As long as the cycle of reincarnation and the Netherworld did not collapse, he would be indestructible. Zhou Xuanji wanted to store the Buddha head into the Tianxia map but could not do so. Even the 24-rank deep black lotus could not store the Buddha head. Be careful. This Buddha head is very strange. It doesn't look like a Buddha with eternal righteousness. It's very evil. Dao Lord Xiantian reminded Zhou Xuanji to be careful. Zhou Xuanji took a few steps back and stared into the eyes of the Buddha head. For some reason, he felt that the Buddha head was staring at him. It was an extremely horrifying feeling. The black hole exquisite lion did not dare to look up, but Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His mind was calm as he thought about how to deal with this Buddha head. He raised his right hand, and the great brilliant day pierced into the Buddha head's mouth. Boom! The Buddha head shook violently, which shook the entire underground space. On the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles shook continuously. Countless living beings flew up in shock, including the 20 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court. What's going on? Something's happening underground. Could it be an earthquake? No, there's a very evil aura. Everyone, be careful. Enemies are coming. Prepare for battle. The disciples drew their swords and were ready for battle. This is Qiu, who muttered with a frown. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. At this moment, the surface of the Buddha head began to crack. Pieces of rocks fell off, as though the Buddha head was shedding its skin, revealing its black skin. Soon, a hideous, dark-skinned face appeared. His eyes seemed to be embedded with 2 green crystals. Although his mouth was wide open, he was still laughing sinisterly. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 563. What is this thing? The black hole exquisite lion exclaimed, his tone full of fear. Anyone who saw such a horrifying head would be afraid. Especially that smile, which made the black hole exquisite lion's fur stand on end. Qiu Hu said with a frown, "Be careful. This thing is not right. He's not dead yet." Zhou Xuanji heard him and took out 20 legendary swords, which were all aimed at the black head. At this moment, the eyes of the black head began to move. "Oh no, this is the evil life evil spirit." Qiu Hu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he cried out with a deep voice. "Evil life evil spirit." Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion had never heard of it, but they knew from the name that it was not a friendly creature. Kakik, heavenly law violet qi. The black head laughed suddenly, but its mouth did not move. Its green eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. Whoosh, the black head's mouth exerted a horrifying suction force, and Zhou Xuanji and the other two were sucked into it. Even someone as powerful as Qiu Hu could not dodge in time. Zhou Xuanji was in the darkness and could not sense anything around him. A force was pushing him downward, which made him feel a strong sense of weightlessness. He immediately stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Sometime later, he suddenly felt an impact on his soul, and his consciousness went blank. Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of seawater crashing against the waves and gradually woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw a clear blue sky. There were no clouds or mist. His memory before he fainted recovered quickly. He squinted his eyes and sat up straight. He found himself sitting on the beach. The seawater soaked his legs, and his black clothes were torn into strips of cloth. He looked extremely pathetic. "Where am I?" He looked around in confusion and took out the Holy Light Redemption sword to heal himself. His internal organs were severely injured, and the celestial energy in his body was mostly depleted. There was a boundless ocean in front of him. The horizon was filled with black mist, as though a storm was coming. It was as though a ferocious beast was hiding in the mist and rumbling. He swept his divine sense in all directions, wanting to see what was going on around him. Soon, he found himself on an isolated island. The island was a few hundred miles long. The creatures on the island did not have spiritual intelligence, and there were no traces of cultivators. He was in no hurry to leave. Once his injuries were healed and his immortal power was replenished, he took out demon god Tianwu and the demon ancestor's body to guard his sides. Right now, he already had 3 fiend celestial doppelgangers. As for fiend celestial Nanming, he had yet to bring it out as a trump card. He chose a direction and flew on his sword. He took out the ancient god's sword, hoping to learn more about this place from the souls of the powerhouses. The spiritual qi here is very dense. It shouldn't be the mortal world. Ghost Emperor Zhangtian guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. "Like I don't know." Venerable Xian said, "The evil life evil spirit has a long history. It has existed since the beginning of the heavenly axiom. However, in the past 1,000,000 years, there has been no news of the evil life evil spirit. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to run into one. I didn't bump into you." It was the black hole exquisite lion. Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. That stone door could block attacks from connecting heaven stage cultivators, and those top-notch existences below the heavenly saints would not come to such a place. After that, Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. He wanted to break through the heavens, but he realized that there were no heavens here. There was a formless barrier that he could not break through. Even if he asked demon god Tianwu to do it, it would not work. How can it be? Demon god Tianwu's power is second only to the heavenly saints. Could it be a barrier set up by the heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji was perplexed. The souls were shocked as well. Emperor Zhao cried out, "Could it be an independent celestial realm like the netherworld?" Independent celestial realm. After that, Emperor Zhao explained to him. Under the heavenly law, other than the great thousand worlds, there were countless mortal realms. Between the great thousand worlds and the mortal realms, there would be other independent realms, such as the demon realm, the beast realm, and the barbarian realm. Other than that, there were also independent celestial realms. The so-called independent celestial realms were like the netherworld, unaffected by the great thousand worlds' fate. Only the great thousand worlds had 33 heavens. Sovereign Xian said hesitantly, almost all the independent celestial realms have been destroyed and replaced by the great thousand worlds. Where would this place be? Moreover, this barrier might be more powerful than the one in the netherworld. Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested in this realm. He turned around and flew down. Fellow Daoist, please wait. At that moment, a voice came. Zhou Xuanji stopped and turned around. He could find someone to understand this place. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a green Daoist robe flying over. He had an extraordinary aura and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor and was inwardly shocked. Such powerful qi blood. It was the first time he had seen such a body. He smiled amicably and said, "Fellow Daoist, judging from your actions just now, is this your first time in the Heaven Fiend realm?" Heaven Fiend realm. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Brother, can you tell me about the Heaven Fiend realm?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "Of course. I'm Qing Song. May I know your name, fellow Daoist?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide it and said, "I'm Zhou Xuanji." Qing Song glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor, signaling them to introduce themselves. Zhou Xuanji said, "They are clones that I made." This person had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation and was not simple. Zhou Xuanji did not expect to encounter someone with such cultivation as soon as he arrived. It seemed that the Heaven Fiend realm was very powerful. Clones. Qing Song felt quite startled and could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed that this person was not a good person. However, he did not dare to turn and leave. He smiled and said, "The Heaven Fiend realm is very big, and it has long since lost contact with other realms. Since ancient times, many people have mistakenly entered the Heaven Fiend realm and have taken root here. The Heaven Fiend realm is controlled by the heavenly saints, and all creatures can compete freely. In the Heaven Fiend realm, if one does not have a faction to rely on, it will be very difficult to survive because most of the resources are monopolized by the various sections." Zhou Xuanji was not interested in these sects and asked, "Is there a way to leave the Heaven Fiend realm?" Qing Song said, "It's very difficult, unless you have the help of the heavenly saints." Heavenly saints. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had a feeling that he had already caught the attention of the heavenly saints. If he went there rashly, something bad might happen. Qing Song smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, there's no need to be impatient. All creatures that come to the Heaven Fiend realm quickly become immersed in this place. It's easier to cultivate here, and the Guanghuang secret realm is about to open. Do you want to come with me?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the Guanghuang secret realm?" He was not in a hurry. After all, his 24-rank deep black lotus had a portal to the divine cliff. If Emperor Sword Court was in trouble, he could directly teleport back and have demon god Tianwu guard the 24-rank deep black lotus. Qing Song introduced, "The Guanghuang secret realm contains countless secret treasures and was once a place where empires fought for supremacy. Many experts fell, and the heavenly saints used a peerless divine ability to refine it into a secret realm. It opens once every 5,000 years, and it will open again in 2 years. It's best not to miss it." Chapter 564. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment and decided to follow Qing Song to find the Guanghuang secret realm. He could also earn resources for Emperor Sword Court. Now, Emperor Sword Court had over 20 million disciples, and Zhou Xuanji had not distributed any cultivation resources. Before, He could use the great Tao's voice to make up for it, but he could not continue like this. Even though he had many spirit pills, medicines, and enchanted artifacts in his supreme storage, he could not distribute them to so many disciples. After all, this was the Wanshan Great Thousand, not the northern wilderness. The cultivation resources that the disciples needed were an astronomical figure. On the way, Qing Song enthusiastically conversed with Zhou Xuanji, telling him about the legends of the Guanghuang's secret realm. Every time the Guanghuang's secret realm opened, countless cultivators would fight over it. The independent world within the Guanghuang's secret realm was very big, and there were countless secret treasures inside. Many of them were left behind by cultivators who had died. Zhou Xuanji asked Qing Song what sect he was from, but he smiled and said that he did not belong to any sect. "Didn't you say that without a sect, you would not be able to establish yourself?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed, but he did not directly slap him in the face. Under Qing Song's lead, they flew into a continent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Xuanji put the two demon gods into the Tianxia map. They came to a city. The streets of the city were filled with stalls, selling all kinds of treasures, artifact forging materials, pill refining recipes, and other things. Qing Song smiled and said, "Ordinarily, places near the coast are quite dangerous, and the cultivators here are quite powerful. You can have a look first, I'm going to look for some treasures." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them went their separate ways. He was quite interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to understand the local customs and practices here. There were many people walking to and fro on the streets, and there were many demons as well. All sorts of languages were spoken, and luckily Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was quite high, so he could understand all sorts of languages with his mind. Language was just a way of expressing oneself, and experts could understand each other with just a glance. He strolled around aimlessly. Even though there were many stalls and countless cultivators walking to and fro like a colony of ants, there were no conflicts. Everything was orderly and orderly. At most, it was just a quarrel. On the way, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. "Quickly come over and take a look. It's the key to entering the Guanghuang's secret realm. All restrictions are useless with it." A giggle attracted Zhou Xuanji's attention. He turned around and saw a boy who looked like he was only 7 years old squatting in front of the stall. He had his hands in his pockets like a little old man, and he had a warm smile on his face. Universe Heaven Tier 15. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. With such cultivation, he was like a crane among chickens in this city. No one stopped in front of his stall. It was obvious that this guy was here to swindle people. Zhou Xuanji walked up to his stall and asked with a smile, "What treasure is it? It's so mystical." The boy looked up at him and giggled. "Do you want the heaven and earth stone of the Guanghuang's secret realm? World stone." Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at the heaven and earth stone, which was shaped like a crescent moon. This heaven and earth stone did indeed contain a trace of heaven and earth power, but it was very weak. It could only be used once before it lost its effect. He inquired how much it was. The boy replied, 300 Heaven Fiend pills. Heaven Fiend pills were the most valuable currency in the Heaven Fiend realm, and they could be used for cultivation. A Heaven Fiend pill was equivalent to 10,000 level 9 spirit stones. If converted to level 1 spirit stones, it would be an astronomical figure. This fellow was indeed swindling people. Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity, "If no one wants to buy it, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, the boy's smile disappeared. He was like a little tiger as he furiously said, "If you're not going to buy it, piss off." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before turning and leaving. Watching him leave, the boy spat on the ground. After he left, the boy's ferocious expression once again changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Just who is that fellow? He actually made my hairs stand on end." No, I need to quickly leave. He definitely has his eyes on me. He immediately started to pack up his stall and quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take this to heart and continued to wander around. It was close to dusk, and he met up with Qing Qingsong in front of the city gates. "Brother Zhou, did you find anything?" Qing Qingsong chuckled as he asked. From his expression, it was evident that he had found quite a lot. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "My luck wasn't as good as yours." Qing Qingsong loudly laughed. The two of them did not waste any words and continued to head towards the Guanghuang's secret realm. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Qing Qingsong finally came to the Guanghuang's secret realm. The Guanghuang's secret realm had over 100 entrances, and each entrance was a stone stele. When the Guanghuang's secret realm opened, the stone stele would give off a spatial barrier, allowing people to enter and leave. The Guanghuang's secret realm would only open for half a year each time. After half a year, if one did not come out, they would have to wait 5,000 years before they could come out again. The two of them came before a stone stele, and there were already tens of thousands of figures meditating in the surrounding 100 kilometers. The closer one was to the stone stele, the more powerful one's cultivation would be. The earlier one entered the realm, the easier it would be to obtain benefits. Qing Qingsong had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation and could be considered a powerful expert. He brought Zhou Xuanji and landed 100 meters away from the stone stele. The creatures surrounded the stone stele, and with it as the center, there were 172 figures in the surrounding 100 meters. All of them had at least Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation, and there was no lack of connecting heaven cultivators. This was only one stone stele. The key thing was that there was still a long time before the Guanghuang's secret realm opened. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui's arrival attracted many gazes, especially towards Zhou Xuanji. With Universe Heaven Level 16 cultivation, he could teleport another 70 meters forward. However, he did not do this. He sat down cross-legged and focused his attention on the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He conversed with Jiang Shui. 10 days ago, he had sent the demonic ancestor into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and teleported to the Divine Cliff before going to reinforce Emperor Sword Court. Now, with a thought, he could shift his attention to the demonic ancestor. The powerful soul division technique could not stop him from controlling his clone even though they were separated by 2 realms. Now, no faction dared to make a move against Emperor Sword Court, and Emperor Sword Court had already settled down. The Wanshan Great Thousand was also peaceful. After conversing with Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji knew that the Divine Cliff was not dangerous. Following this, he switched his consciousness to the demonic ancestor's body. Emperor Sword Court was fine, and the disciples were still settling down. After so many years of teaching, they needed time to calm down and comprehend. Even Sword Sovereign Gu was the same. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to his original body. He felt a gaze filled with ill intentions. He glanced over and saw a black-clothed man with a higher cultivation than him looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. As their gazes met, the black-clothed man did not avoid it. Instead, he looked condescending with murderous intent. "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 565. Facing Zhou Xuanji's telepathic message, the man in black trembled in anger. He immediately stood up and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. The surrounding people all turned to look at him. What was he trying to do? Sensing the killing intent, Qing Qingsong opened his eyes. When he saw the black-clothed man, he quickly got up in fright. "Gue Chouren, what are you planning to do?" Qing Qingsong shouted in a deep voice. He was ready to fight at any time. "Gue Chouren." The cultivators and demons in the distance were also alarmed as they looked over. It was obvious that Gue Chouren was very famous. No wonder he was fearless and did not hide his intentions and ambitions. He ignored Qing Qingsong and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said coldly, boy, you dare to insult me? Hand over all of your storage bags and storage rings, or else I'll kill you on the spot." The surrounding people instantly understood. It turned out that Gue Cho had another target. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with sympathy. Gue Choren was only a step away from the reaching heaven state. He had remarkable abilities, and his methods were cruel. Anyone who was targeted by him would not have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu with him. Expressionless, he stood up slowly and said, "I'm standing right here. Come and kill me." No matter how high one's cultivation was, one would still encounter evil people. Since the other party didn't have eyes, then don't blame him for being impolite. Gue Choren was enraged and immediately prepared to attack. Suddenly, his expression changed. How did this kid's aura change? He frowned and hesitated. Qing Song did not try to dissuade Zhou Xuanji. He had felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, or else he would not have tried to rope Zhou Xuanji into the Guanghuang's secret realm. Seeing Gue Choren's expression, he instantly understood what was going on. As expected, Zhou Xuanji might have the power to surpass universe heaven. The surrounding cultivators and demons looked at each other and whispered to each other. Why doesn't Gue Cho dare to make a move? He's just bluffing. No, that kid's aura has changed. Hiss, what a terrifying aura. Who is he? There's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing these discussions, Gue Choren found it hard to back down. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in a single step like a ghost. So fast. Gue Cho was startled and subconsciously retreated. Bang! Zhou Xuanji punched through his chest, causing blood to spurt out. The cultivators behind him all used their magic energy to stop the blood from splashing onto their bodies. The violent fist winds shook the ground, and many cultivators were thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Gue Choren was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his own eyes. He had already confirmed that Zhou Xuanji only had Universe Heaven level 15 cultivation. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was unfamiliar, he used his gaze to threaten him. This fist speed definitely surpassed that of a primordial heaven. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he cast world internalization, madly absorbing Gue Choren's magic energy. Gue Choren immediately turned into a ray of golden light and fled into the distance. Zhou Xuanji purposely let him escape and immediately chased after him. Qing Song did not chase after them. He was not strong enough, so it was better for him to wait where he was. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Zhou Xuanji returned and sat down beside Qing Song. As for Gue Choren, he was nowhere to be seen. Qing Song asked softly, "What's the situation like?" "Dead," Zhou Xuanji replied. His words were heard by many people, and they were all secretly shocked. They immediately classified Zhou Xuanji as a dangerous person. Now, no one dared to offend Zhou Xuanji anymore. Time continued to pass. More and more creatures hurried over, causing this region to become more and more lively. There were often conflicts, and battles would erupt every few days. 3 days before the Guanghuang's secret realm opened, the surrounding 100 kilometers became silent. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Qing Song said in a low voice, "After we enter the Guanghuang's secret realm, should we split up, or?" Zhou Xuanji could instantly tell what he was thinking and smiled as he said, "Let's split up then." In the Guanghuang's secret realm, if two people encountered something that they both wanted, it would be easy for them to become estranged. Qing Song inwardly let out a sigh of relief and said, "After splitting up, let's think of a way to meet up in 3 months. It's your first time coming to the Guanghuang's secret realm, so you might miss the time to leave. I was also trapped before." Zhou Xuanji nodded. As for what he was thinking, he did not say it out loud. Since Qing Song minded him so much, it would be best if they did not meet again after going in. In actuality, he had wanted to help Qing before. With Qing cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to do as he pleased. 3 days later. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the stone steel and causing the stone steel to violently tremble. A layer of light shot out from the stone steel, forming a rippling barrier. Immediately, 3 people leapt in, and the others followed behind them. Zhou Xuanji and Qing did not say anything and flew into the barrier. The creatures behind them started to charge forwards, and because there were so many people, battles soon erupted. None of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. After entering the Guanghuang's secret realm, they passed through a colorful tunnel. There was no dirt, only light, and it was as if falling in would result in eternal damnation. Zhou Xuanji saw that the people in front of him dove into different directions and quickly disappeared. Qing also quickly distanced himself from him and flew to the side. Zhou Xuanji also found a direction and headed in. Light flashed before him, and he came to a dark world. Torrential rain poured down, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The mountain forest below was mercilessly battered by the rain. He looked up and saw many rays of light shining in the distant night sky. Those were the other cultivators who had entered the realm. He gave a slight smile and took out demon god Tianwu to be his bodyguard. He swept out with his divine sense and decided where to go, choosing the direction with the densest spirit qi. In the cultivation world, most treasures would gather large amounts of spirit qi. It was not just him, the other cultivators were the same. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, Zhou Xuanji flew past the thunderstorm region. Sunlight shone down ahead, looking incredibly bright and beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's gaze locked onto a tall mountain. The mountain was on the island at the center of the lake, and it was 3,000 meters tall. There was a massive python coiled around the mountain, and its body was like a dragon. It was covered with black scales, and each scale was as big as a house. It had 3 horns and its eyes were cold and sinister. It flicked its tongue, and there were violet flames burning at the tip of its tongue. A boundless and domineering aura spread out, causing many cultivators to stop in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked towards the middle of the mountain and saw a golden stone. There were many strange violet inscriptions on its surface, and the spirit qi around it was condensed to the point that it was viscous, as if there was fog surrounding the golden stone. "This stone is mine." A domineering voice sounded out as a muscular man giving off lightning landed on the mountain peak. His legs were incredibly powerful, causing the surface of the mountain to crack. The black python roared as it rushed at him, seeming unstoppable. The muscular man raised his right hand and faced his palm towards the black python. Boundless lightning exploded out, instantly covering the black python. The black python howled in pain, and the entire mountain started to collapse. One by one, the cultivators charged towards the golden rock. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. Chapter 566. Seeing so many people daring to fight with him over the treasure, the muscular man became furious. "All of you, die!" He furiously roared, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and were instantly hit by the lightning, turning into dust and disappearing. However, some cultivators with powerful cultivations easily dodged and continued to chase after the golden stone. Zhou Xuanji did not act and silently watched. He focused his divine sense on the golden stone. He was curious about what it was. He could faintly hear a heartbeat coming from within the golden stone. Even though it was quite far away, he could hear it clearly. Could it be that this stone had life? The massive black python was blasted apart by the lightning, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei, you're going too far. The treasure isn't yours, why can't we take it? Join forces to deal with him. Kill him and we'll split it evenly. How about that? All right. Attack together. The cultivators were all infuriated and used their divine abilities to resist Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. A massive battle exploded out. The cultivators used all sorts of spells and divine abilities, and their magic treasures all unleashed different types of power. Zhou Xuanji watched for a while before deciding to act. He directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and took out 700 or so swords as he stepped into the air. Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei continuously roared. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms. It was his most powerful attack and also his most powerful defense. The cultivators were unable to defeat him at all and were continuously injured by the lightning. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over, Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei raised his right hand and a pillar of lightning shot out from his palm, shooting towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and came behind Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. Puchi, Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei's head flew into the air, and blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. The nearby cultivators were all given a big fright and quickly retreated. They looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Who was this person? So powerful. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and the 700 or so swords gave off white light and quickly circled around him. The swords in front of him automatically moved aside, allowing him to easily suck the golden stone over. The golden stone was bigger than him and weighed millions of kilograms. It was not simple at all. He directly put it into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked in another direction. No one dared to stop him. The severed head of the mysterious Thunder Hegemon quickly flew back into his body. He also did not dare to chase after it. Who is he? My magic power. Hegemon Mysterious Thunder felt a chill in his heart as he thought in horror. He didn't even get a clear look at the sword just now before he was beheaded. Most importantly, in that instant, all of his magic power was sucked away. One must know that he had the cultivation of connecting heaven third realm. Everyone present memorized Zhou Xuanji's face, just in case they failed to recognize him the next time they met. After leaving, Zhou Xuanji dispelled the 9-soul fusion technique and summoned demon god Tianwu. Dozens of swords stacked together, forming a sword disc, and Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu sit down. Zhou Xuanji took out the golden stone and closely examined it. The ancient god's sword floated beside him as the souls analyzed it. This stone is not simple. Its hardness is second to none among all I've seen. Not only that, but there's also a heartbeat inside. Could it be that there's a creature hiding inside? This should be the legendary golden embryo fire spirit rock. It's an excellent material for refining equipment. This brat doesn't need enchanted artifacts. Look at his sword. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He asked how many Heaven Fiend pills he could sell it for. Sovereign Xian estimated that it could be sold for at least 100,000 Heaven Fiend pills. This made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He had such a great harvest right after he arrived. Not bad. After that, he stored the golden embryo fire spirit rock into the supreme storage. He continued to head toward the place with dense spiritual qi. When he came to the next place, he realized that the treasure had already been taken by someone else. He continued forward but still did not find anything. He immediately moved forward at full speed. He had underestimated the speed of the other cultivators. They were all like hungry wolves, snatching the treasures madly. In the vast starry sky. In a temple, old ancestor Hongshe and an old monk sat opposite each other. Buddha Yangling, why are you looking for me? Old ancestor Hongshe asked first as he looked around the ancestral temple. Buddha Yangling looked skinny and looked like he was in his 50s. He wore an exquisite kasaya and smiled, look who this is. He flipped his right palm, and an orb of light appeared in his palm. Within it was Zhou Xuanji's silhouette. Old ancestor Hongshe opened his eyes wide and asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Zhou Xuanji had already been chosen by him as his disciple. Even though he had not officially taken him as his teacher, he planned to nurture him. Don't misunderstand. This is what happened. This lad encountered the evil spirit by accident and was sucked into my heaven emanations domain. He is currently exploring the Guanghuang mystic realm. I am here to ask for your opinion. If you want him, I will move him out. If you want him, I will bring him out directly. Buddha Yangling chuckled, and old ancestor Hongsher heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 8 saints, there were factions. He was very close to Buddha Yangling, and he was mortal enemies with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Old ancestor Hongsher muttered, Guanghuang's secret realm. That's good. Let him explore. He might have some serendipity. Buddha Yangling said intently, there are many good seedlings in the Guanghuang secret realm this time. Your Zhou Xuanji might die. Old ancestor Hongsher waved his hand confidently. What a joke. Who could be more devilish than that boy? He said proudly, as long as you don't act, no one can do anything to him. Buddha Yangling shook his head and said, the body of a demon god cannot allow him to become invincible below the heavenly saints. Old ancestor Hongsher was still confident. He waved his right hand and created a chessboard. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play the next game. He said with a loud laugh. Buddha Yangling stroked his long beard and smiled as he picked up a chess piece. That day, Zhou Xuanji came to an ocean. The ocean was shrouded in fog, and visibility was extremely low. He could sense that there was a spatial barrier at the end of the horizon. There were no more treasures in this region for him to fight for, so he prepared to go deeper into the Guanghuang's secret realm. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense before advancing with demon god Tianwu. After flying into the vast fog, he heard sounds of battle on his left and right. He did not mind and continued ahead. After that, his expression became strange. No matter how far he flew, there would always be sounds of battle on his left and right, and the barrier was still so far away. Seems like we've entered the formation, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly and activated the 9-soul fusion technique, fusing demon god Nanming with his body. He took out great brilliant sky with his right hand and directly slashed out. The sword soul swept out. However, the sword soul's sword chi did not cause too much of a commotion. After disappearing into the fog, there was no more sound. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and prepared to use sword Dao rules. You won't be able to get out like this. Let's work together, a woman's voice came. A woman's voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a man and a woman flying out from the fog. Chapter 567. The woman who spoke to Zhou Xuanji wore a blue dress with lotus edges. Her hair was combed into a golden jade hairpin, and she had a beautiful face. She held a long sword in her right hand, and a long scarf wrapped around her waist. She looked like a fairy. The man following behind her had a dense demonic aura. He was tall and sturdy, and he wore a black fur robe. His face was cold and stern, and there were 2 horns growing out of his white hair. He examined Zhou Xuanji with hostility in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji put demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map and calmly asked, how do we work together? Why didn't he sense the existence of these 2 people before? Was it because of his cultivation, or because of the innate restriction? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Honglian and he is Lu Fa. What about you? The woman asked with a slight frown. She had been shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi, but when she got closer, she found that he only had Universe Heaven level 16 cultivation. Most importantly, demon god Tianwu had disappeared. From the looks of it, it should be a puppet or a clone. Zhou Xuanji replied, call me Sword Emperor. When Lu Fa heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said, then you can call me Demon Lord. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and asked Qin Honglian, how do we work together? He was very curious about the cultivation of these two people. They should both be in the reaching heaven state, but he couldn't see through them. After using the 9-soul fusion technique, even though Zhou Xuanji's strength had increased, his cultivation level had not. As such, he could not see through those with higher cultivation levels than him. Of course, if Qin Honglian and Lu Fa were to fight, he would still be able to tell. Lu Fa's realm and strength are the strongest. Let's transfer our mana to him and let him attack and forcefully break the barrier. Qin Honglian said calmly. No one could tell what she was thinking. Lu Fa raised his chin arrogantly, feeling rather proud of himself. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it." He turned and flew forward. Lu Fa snorted coldly, "Don't look for him. He dares to be so arrogant at Universe Heaven Tier 16. Let him die here." Qin Honglian didn't say anything, and her eyes were still calm. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of legendary swords, and his aura suddenly changed. Lu Fa and Qin Honglian frowned. Bang! Zhou Xuanji suddenly unleashed Sword Dao rules, and hundreds of swords instantly moved. It was so fast that Lu Fa and Qin Honglian's eyes couldn't follow it at all. A crack appeared in the space in front of them. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew in with his swords. Lu Fa widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? Was this guy really only at Universe Heaven Realm level 16? Hurry up and catch up. After saying those words, Qin Honglian quickly entered the Spirit Formation Cave. Lu Fa followed closely behind, but he was still a step too late. The barrier hole quickly shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing him to pounce on empty air. Lu Fa instantly went berserk and started to walk on the spot. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Honglian came to another ocean. There was no fog around them, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. He looked back at Qin Honglian and asked, "Why didn't your man come out?" He was amused. He could already imagine Lu Fa going crazy. Qin Honglian looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "He and I don't have that kind of relationship. It's just that our sects are on good terms. We met by chance and traveled together." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Qin Honglian did not chase after him, nor did she speak. Just like that, she watched him leave. Looks like I can't underestimate anyone. Qin Honglian mumbled to herself and concluded the matter. If Zhou Xuanji's personality was like Lu Fa's, he would have been enraged and attacked them. The higher one's cultivation, the more they cared about their reputation. It was the same in the Heaven Fiend realm. Even powerful cultivators did not want to be looked down upon, let alone mocked. This little interlude did not leave a mark in Zhou Xuanji's heart. He advanced quickly and did not want to waste any more time. An hour later, he came to a lake and let out demon god Tianwu. He punched the lake's surface. The lake water was blasted away, revealing a massive crater that was 20 meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, there was a silver treasure chest. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why did it feel like he was playing a game? He raised his right hand and used universal attraction to suck the silver treasure chest up. The silver treasure chest was tightly bound by 3 chains, which made it impossible to open it. There was not even a gap. Zhou Xuanji took out Great Brilliant Sky and slashed down, cutting the 3 chains in half. After opening the treasure chest, he saw a dagger and a ceramic medicine bottle. He asked demon god Tianwu to take out the 2 items. He observed it closely and found that the dagger was not simple. It contained boundless power and was no weaker than his Great Brilliant Sky. The same was true for the medicine bottle. Once the bottle was opened, spiritual chi surged out, making him feel refreshed. No one came to pick up these 2 treasures, which made him feel strange. Something was not right. Ever since he came to this world, he had not encountered any other cultivators. He immediately stored the dagger and the medicine bottle into the supreme storage and prepared to leave. At this moment, the soil at the bottom of the lake burst open, and black insects that looked like beetles charged out. They were like fish in a river, and there were countless of them. These black insects were as big as tigers and lions. They hissed and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu punched out, and the wind from the punch was like fire, killing thousands of black insects. However, there were still endless black insects coming out from the bottom of the lake. Zhou Xuanji left with demon god Tianwu. He sensed that something big was about to come out from the bottom of the lake. Just as they disappeared over the horizon, a massive creature broke through the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters and rushed into the sky. This was a massive black insect that was 3,000 meters long. It was different from the other black insects. It had a sharp horn on its head, which gave off a cold light under the sunlight. It spread its wings and chased after Zhou Xuanji. As it flapped its wings, it created a wild gale that shook the sea of clouds. The sound filled the heavens and earth, and it was incredibly deafening. Countless black insects flew at high speed under its lead, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was flying at his full speed, found that he was unable to shake them off, and the distance between them was instead shrinking. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu, causing his speed to increase. He directly broke through space and disappeared into the air. 30 million kilometers away, there was a boundless desert. A man wearing mighty silver armor sat cross-legged on a sand dune. Whenever the wind and sand came near him, they would automatically change direction. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "This aura. Demon god's body." He immediately got up, and his body exploded out with silver light. His long hair wildly danced as his expression became savage. He smirked and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed on a cliff and looked back. He could no longer see the swarm of insects, nor could he hear the sound of the insect emperor's wings flapping. "Just what is that thing?" he muttered to himself, his tone curious. Before, he felt that if he was caught up to, he would be in danger of dying. "That's a black underworld insect. Hand over your demon god's body, or else you will be buried in the insect's stomach." A cold voice sounded out from behind Zhou Xuanji, killing intent locking onto him. Chapter 568. Zhou Xuanji turned and saw that the person who spoke was a man dressed in silver armor. His expression was cold and his body gave off a silver light, making him look like a god. Their gazes met, and the silver-armored man's gaze became even colder. "What if I don't hand it over?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This fellow could actually sense the demon god's body within his body. It seemed that he was not simple. However, the stronger he was, the better. Only then would he be able to break through to Universe Heaven level 17. He directly took out hundreds of swords and prepared to fight. The silver-armored man coldly harumphed and said, "Then I'll personally send you to your death." He raised his right hand and the silver light around his body exploded out. His aura surged as if it was going to break through the clouds. He ferociously pressed down with his right hand, and the silver light turned into a torrential rain of light arrows that shot towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stepped forwards and used the 8-step sword lunge, quickly coming in front of the silver-armored man. Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man's expression fell, and with a boom, he retreated hundreds of meters, his body covered with blood. Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He had not been able to instantly kill this fellow. "Just who are you?" the silver-armored man asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with wariness. He had not seen that attack clearly, but with his countless years of battle instincts, he had barely dodged it. However, if it happened a few more times, he did not have much confidence in dodging. Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "You're making trouble for me, and now you're asking who I am. Quick with vengeance. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji did not waste any words and once again used Sword Dao rules. The distance of hundreds of meters was like touching to Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man quickly dodged, but his chest was still pierced through, and blood sprayed into the air. He distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji, and his expression was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I'll remember this." After saying this, he turned and ran. Zhou Xuanji would not let him off, and he immediately chased after him. The two of them quickly flew across the ground, one chasing and the other escaping. Zhou Xuanji used the ancestor dragon sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared and shook the heavens. The massive dragon's body swept out waves, giving off massive sounds. Soon, they encountered a swarm of black underworld insects. The silver-armored man dove into the swarm, looking like a silver sword that was unstoppable. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the same, killing countless black underworld insects. Both sides pierced through the swarm of insects, and in front of them was the dark underworld insect emperor. The dark underworld bug emperor opened its mouth, and a violent suction force came, sucking the wind and clouds into its mouth. The silver-armored man's figure flickered, and he teleported away. Zhou Xuanji turned back into his original form and used 10,000 ultimate steps, piercing through the black underworld bug monarch's body and continuing to chase after the silver-armored man. Damn it! The silver-armored man's heart was filled with regret. If it was against the body of a demon god, he was confident. But the Sword Dao rules were just too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't guard against it. He racked his brains but could not think of when such a person had appeared in the Heaven Fiend domain. He had to escape quickly, or else he would die at Zhou Xuanji's hands. On a hill, 6 cultivators were meditating and resting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for air. This place is too dangerous. That Huang Fufei we encountered earlier is too powerful. Damn it. Huang Fufei is too domineering. He stayed in this world for almost 10,000 years. How sinister. Can he really endure loneliness? There's no other way. We can only think of a way to escape this world. They conversed in low voices. When mentioning Huang Fufei, they felt both hatred and fear. Huang Fufei was incredibly famous in the Heaven Fiend domain, and he had once been a saint contender. He was incredibly powerful, and ordinary connecting heaven level 10 experts would have to kneel before him. Swish! Swish! 2 sounds of the air being torn past above their heads. They instinctively looked up, and their eyes widened. Huang Fufei! Someone cried out, a look of disbelief on his face. Who was chasing after Huang Fufei? Wasn't this person too powerful? The other cultivators also cried out, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Xuanji suddenly caught up to Huang Fufei and once again used Sword Dao rules, killing Huang Fufei. He killed Huang Fufei along with his soul. Zhou Xuanji took all of Huang Fufei's storage artifacts and put them into the supreme storage. He landed on the ground and had demon god Tianwu guard him. After absorbing Huang Fufei's magic energy, Zhou Xuanji finally started to break through. Rumble, the entire ground violently trembled as if a massive earthquake was occurring. Streams of air gathered above his head, forming a vortex and forming tribulation lightning clouds. In the distance, the 6 cultivators cautiously came to the top of the mountain and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate as soon as it formed, they stared with wide eyes. As they watched in shock, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through. He now had Universe Heaven Level 17 cultivation. He started to adjust his immortal energy, and demon god Tianwu stood beside him like an iron tower, giving off a baleful aura. Universe Heaven Level 17, impossible. How could he kill Huang Fufei with just this kind of cultivation? It should have something to do with the person next to him. Are you stupid? That's a clone, it's not alive at all. A clone is so much more powerful than the main body. How is that possible? That person is most likely a powerful being, but because of some special reasons, his cultivation regressed. However, he can still control a clone. The 6 cultivators whispered to each other, feeling incredibly nervous. Their cultivation had reached connecting heaven level 2, and they were quite famous in the heaven fiend realm. Shiji 6 Immortals. After Zhou Xuanji finished breaking through and prepared to leave, they hurriedly chased after him. The old immortal in the lead called out, "Senior, wait for us. We have something to ask of you, and we definitely won't ask for nothing." Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and waited for them to come over. The old immortal gritted his teeth and took out a white jade Ganoderma. The other 5 cultivators also took out their treasures, looking incredibly pleading. "Senior, we offer these treasures to you. Please take us out, is that possible?" The old immortal begged, putting on a very humble attitude. Even though their cultivations were higher than Zhou Xuanji's, after seeing the battle just then, they felt incredibly worried when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense and found that these treasures all contained massive amounts of spirit qi. It seemed that these people were quite sincere. He waved his right hand and put the 6 treasures into the supreme storage as he said, "All right, follow me. However, I've only just come in and don't have any leads yet." The old immortal said excitedly, "It's fine, we can wait. We've been trapped here for 5,000 years, a few more months won't matter, 5,000 years. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How are you all still alive? How powerful was the Black Radiance Bug Monarch? How could these people survive?" The old immortal sighed and said, "We only entered this realm 2 years ago. Before, we were trapped in another place and encountered Huangfu Fei. That fellow was too domineering and attacked us as soon as he saw us. Fortunately we had special secret techniques, or else we would have long since died at his hands." Speaking to there, he said gratefully, "Come to think of it, Senior has taken revenge for us. Many thanks. Huangfu Fei." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Come with me, let's take a look around." The Shiji 6 Immortals could not have asked for more, and they immediately followed him. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Huangfu Fei's background. That fellow could tell that he had a demon god's body, his background was definitely not simple. "I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 569. At the mention of Huangfu Fei, the Shiji 6 Immortals became agitated, as if Huangfu Fei had killed their parents. It turned out that they had been pursued by Huangfu Fei in this world for 2 years, and they were in an extremely sorry state. The mere mention of Huangfu Fei infuriated them. Huangfu Fei was very famous in the Heaven Emanations domain. He was the Grand Elder of the Big Dipper Dao sect and had once fought to become a saint. He had lived for countless eras and had countless disciples and grand disciples. No one would believe that such a mighty figure had fallen here. The more Shiji 6 Immortals spoke, the more excited they became. Their gazes toward Zhou Xuanji were filled with worship. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised. Fortunately, he was a saint contender. It seemed like this fellow was once an enemy of the Heaven Fiend domain's heavenly saint. If Jiang Yi killed him, this heavenly saint would probably not vent his anger on Jiang Yi. The 7 of them started to wander aimlessly. With demon god Tianwu's protection, Zhou Xuanji no longer used the 9-soul fusion technique. He was not in a hurry to leave and began to search for treasures in this world. The Shiji 6 Immortals led the way, and if there were any treasures, they would give them to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not domineering. After choosing for himself, he also left some things for the Shiji 6 Immortals, making the group quite happy. The Shiji 6 Immortals admired him even more for being so approachable. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. They had traveled through this world, and Zhou Xuanji had obtained many treasures. It could be said that he had made great gains. On this day, he prepared to leave. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming into his body. The eldest of the Shiji 6 immortals, old immortal Shiji, asked, "Senior, how do you plan on taking us away?" Their names were very interesting. The eldest was old immortal Shiji, the second was Shiji old second, the third was Shiji old third, and so on. Among them, Shiji 5 was the only female. She was quite beautiful and had a mature aura. She was the brains of the Shiji 6 immortals. There should be no exit in this area. The space here is very stable. It would be best for us to find a place with chaotic space, West Pole 5th speculated. Zhou Xuanji unleashed sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom! An opening appeared in the space in front of them, and Zhou Xuanji stepped in after saying, "Follow closely." The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded, but they reacted quickly, not a beat slower than Lu Fa. The 7 of them passed through the spatial crack and arrived at another world. It was surrounded by perfectly straight mountain peaks, verdant hills, clear waters, and rich spiritual energy. There were even 2 rows of white cranes flying in the sky. The Shiji 6 immortals were so excited that they knelt down in the air. "Senior, you're too amazing. Admirable. Impressive. You're too strong. Other than myself, Shiji 3rd, will only admire you in my life. Accept our worship." The Shiji 6 immortals frantically kowtowed out in midair, faster than woodpeckers. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you familiar with this place?" Old immortal Shiji immediately stopped and patted his chest as he guaranteed, "Over the past 5,000 years, we've practically explored the entire Guanghuang arcane realm. There are many places that we don't dare to explore, but with you around, hee." Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that he had picked up a living map. Just like that, under the leadership of the Shiji 6 immortals, Zhou Xuanji was saved a lot of trouble. Inside the Heaven Saint Palace, Ancestor Hongshe and Buddha Yangling were still playing chess with solemn expressions. If one were to look closely, they would see that the foreheads of the 2 saints were covered in cold sweat. It was as if this chess game was extremely important. Just what is hidden in the Guanghuang arcane realm? Old Ancestor Hongshe asked. Huangfu Fei had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands, but Buddha Yangling was still calm and collected. This gave him a bad feeling. Buddha Yangling replied, "An old friend." Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshe tightly frowned. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly darkened. Could it be? He looked up at Buddha Yangling and asked with a complicated tone, "No wonder the Guanghuang's secret realm has so many treasures. Just what are you planning?" Buddha Yangling calmly replied, "Didn't you notice that after Sage Daojing left, our saint energy became stronger?" Old Ancestor Hongshe frowned. The power of the heavenly law is limited. The more heavenly saints there are, the less power each heavenly saint will obtain, Buddha Yangling said indifferently. There was a terrifying murderous intent hidden behind these words. He wanted to clear out the heavenly saints. Old Ancestor Hongshe sighed and said, "Yangling, can I still trust you?" Buddha Yangling casually replied, "If I don't trust you enough, why should I tell you?" Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshe smiled and said, "It wasn't in vain that I risked my life to obtain a trace of heavenly law violet chi for you back then." The 2 heavenly saints looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with stories. 2 months quickly passed. With the Shiji 6 immortals leading the way and the ancient demon god's powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji and the others were unstoppable and obtained many treasures. They encountered many enemies on the way, but they were all defeated. The only problem was that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was still stuck at Universe Heaven level 17. On this day, they came to a barren desert and stood on a hill. There was a bronze door in front of them, and it was half buried by the yellow sand. Old immortal Shiji said, "Below is one of the Guanghuang's secret realm's 10 heavenly palaces. There are many traps inside, and only a few people can come out after going in. There are definitely many treasures inside. Are you sure you want to go in? His tone was both excited and a bit afraid. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. They were all here to suck up to Zhou Xuanji, and everything was decided by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid, you can stay, we won't force you." With these words, the Shiji 6 immortals all promised that they would not back down. Wherever Zhou Xuanji went, they would go. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to open the bronze door, and the group stepped in. After entering the tunnel, old immortal Shiji waved his right hand, and countless fireflies flew out from his sleeves, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Shiji II said, "Legends say that the Guanghuang secret realm contains many caves and corpses of ancient powerhouses. There are even many evil spirits, so everyone must be careful." Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "You all have connecting heaven cultivation, why are you afraid of evil spirits?" The so-called evil spirits were ghosts and evil beings. Some evil spirits cannot be eliminated even by the heavenly law. "They're incredibly dangerous," Shiji V said, looking anxious. Zhou Xuanji thought of the evil spirit. It was so powerful that even he and Qiu Hu could not resist it. Before, he had sent the demonic ancestor to take a look, and the evil spirit had already disappeared. Shiji IV took out a beast management bag and released 2 purple snakes. The snakes were only as thick as a baby's arm, and they whizzed before disappearing. "Looks like there's some good treasures. I hope there's some rare treasures that are millions of years old," Shiji IV said excitedly, and the group quickly advanced. The heavenly palaces this time were very big, and they crisscrossed underground, seeming to be endless. The further they went, the larger the tunnels became. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making them feel uneasy. Chapter 570. The dark tunnel was lit up by a group of fireflies, and 2 purple snakes quickly darted about. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind, not at all slow. On the way, they encountered many corpses, both human and demon. In tens of thousands of years, they would most likely be able to form a path of bones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many creatures dead, just what was hidden in this heavenly palace? However, they were mostly excited. There were definitely many treasures left here. The Shiji 6 immortals started to whisper among themselves, guessing what treasures they might encounter. In the Guanghuang secret realm, there were many famous natural treasures and rare materials. There were even many innate magic treasures and ancient energy techniques. In the Heaven Fiend realm, there were many stories of people who had obtained fortuitous encounters and soared to the heavens, attracting countless creatures to come and explore. After coming so far, Zhou Xuanji had gained much. After he went out, he would sell some, and it would be enough for Emperor Sword Court to develop for a while. Not long ago, he had sent some natural treasures into the 24-rank deep black lotus for Jiang Shua and Daoya Old Man to grow. His goal was to nurture the world within the 24-rank deep black lotus into an immortal realm, preferably one that was not inferior to the Heaven Fiend realm. When that time came, Emperor Sword Court would live and flourish within, forever following him. That way, he could fulfill his promise from before. They would ascend together. Rumble, at that moment, the spacious tunnel suddenly violently trembled as if there was an earthquake. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately went on guard. In front of them, billowing flames filled the entire tunnel, as if they were about to drown them. Demon god Tianwu was in front and punched out, incredibly domineering. The berserk fist wind directly dispersed the sea of flames, and the Shiji 6 immortals hurriedly raised their hands to block the fist wind. Zhou Xuanji continued onwards, and demon god Tianwu held his right fist in front of him as he quickly rushed forwards. Countless poisonous arrows shot over from the surroundings, and after demon god Tianwu was hit, its body trembled and forced all of the poisonous arrows out of its body. Relying on demon god Tianwu's power, they were unobstructed. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, they came to a side palace. Within the palace were two ferocious-looking stone statues that were 30 meters tall, and between the statues was a long box that floated, giving off a faint light. Demon god Tianwu grabbed the long box while the Shiji-6 immortals searched around the palace. Soon, they found many treasures in the cracks in the walls and on top of the stone statue's head. Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu open the box, and a black bead appeared. It was as big as an eyeball and gave off a gloomy aura, as if it represented inauspiciousness. He scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was harmless, he took out the bead and examined it. The ancient god's sword floated behind him, making it easier for the soul to communicate with him. I think I've seen this pearl somewhere before. Emperor Hanlin said hesitantly. The other souls followed suit. Could it be the demon god bead? What is a demon god pearl? This is a demon god pearl condensed from the essence blood of the 10 ancient demon gods. After consuming it, one's physique will undergo a transformation. In order to strengthen the demon race, they refined this pearl. Can anyone take it? Yes. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji directly consumed the demon god orb and sat down cross-legged. He activated the world Buddha art and used his immortal energy to refine the demon god pearl. A berserk energy rampaged through his muscles and bones. Seeing him start to cultivate, Shiji IV said, 3 of us will go around and scout out the situation while the other 3 will stay and wait for Senior. What do you think? It was not that he was greedy, but he did not know how long Zhou Xuanji would have to wait like this. If they could scout out the situation in advance, they could save a lot of time. Shiji V said, be careful. Even though we have connecting heaven realm to cultivation, we can't be careless. After some discussion, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V left the side palace. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The demon god pearl was indeed miraculous. After the medicinal energy spread out, it flowed into all of his meridians. Even though it was domineering, it did not harm him. His physique began to visibly increase. Increasing his physique would not help him break through in cultivation, but it would make his path as an overlord saint more stable. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and slowly got up. His body gave off crackling sounds, as if lightning was striking his muscles and bones. Old immortal Shiji and the others also got up and congratulated Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, your 3 companions haven't returned yet. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked worried. Shiji II stroked his beard and said, could something have happened? The Shiji-6 immortals had gone through countless hardships and knew each other well. They would not betray each other. They had gone out for so long and still had not returned, something must have happened. Let's go and find them. Zhou Xuanji brought demon god Tianwu and walked towards the door. Old immortal Shiji, Shiji II, and Shiji VI followed closely behind. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the side palace, they stopped. Their gazes were locked onto the tunnel to the left. 100 zhang away, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V stood motionless, while Shiji IV maintained his striding posture. In the gloomy tunnel, their backs appeared extremely terrifying. Old 3. Old 4. Old 5. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, looking incredibly terrified. Why had they not sensed their 3 companions outside the side palace? Old immortal Shiji hurriedly controlled the fireflies and flew forwards. Zhou Xuanji also used the 9 soul fusion technique and held his 2 swords as he walked in front of the 3 people. Old immortal Shiji and the others followed. Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V all looked incredibly terrified. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were wide open, as if they had been scared to death. Shiji fourth hurriedly examined them and frowned as he said, "They're not dead, but they're souls, stealing souls." Just what was it that could steal the souls of 3 connecting heaven stage 2 cultivators right in front of their eyes? Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. The place where he had been cultivating was less than 30 meters away from here, and it had been blocked by a wall. The enemy had been so close to him, but he had not sensed it at all. Zhou Xuanji put the 3 people's bodies into the Tianxia map and said, "I'll put them away for now. Let's investigate what did it." Old immortal Shiji nodded. Shiji second and Shiji sixth took out handfuls of talisman papers and threw them out. The talisman papers quickly floated up and burned with intense flames. The strangest thing was that the intense flames did not burn the talisman papers, and the intense flames seemed to be illusory. The talisman papers circled around Shiji second and Shiji sixth's bodies and quickly spun. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and did not ask anything before flying forwards. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying, as well as the sound of a child sobbing. "Did you hear that?" Shiji sixth asked cautiously, goosebumps rising all over his body. Old immortal Shiji said in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? They're just trying to be mysterious." Chapter 571. As Zhou Xuanji and the others continued forward, the cries became more and more ear-piercing. Towards the end, it was as if countless wronged souls were crying in their ears. "Be careful, it might be some kind of restriction array. Don't be fooled." Old immortal Shiji's voice came from behind, his tone solemn. Zhou Xuanji walked behind demon god Tianwu, looking around warily. He could sense an aura rapidly traversing through the surrounding walls. It was so fast that he could barely sense it. Old immortal Shiji and the other 2 could not sense it at all. This thing definitely had the cultivation of connecting heaven level 10. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the wall and shook the tunnel. Old immortal Shiji and the others trembled in fear. They hurriedly looked over but did not see any enemies. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and looked around nervously. This kind of unknown existence was the easiest to instill fear in people. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Walala, the sound of the waterfall entered his ears. This was actually another world. The sky was very high, and white clouds floated around. Countless streams of water flowed down the mountain walls around the cave entrance. They looked left and right, unable to calculate how wide the waterfall was. The 2 ends stretched as far as the eye could see. Water vapor filled the air below, and in front of them was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was superb, like a paradise that was separated from the rest of the world. Seeing this, the expressions of old immortal Shiji and the others turned ugly. If this continued, how would they be able to find the souls of their other 3 companions? The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Perhaps that thing is hiding ahead. Zhou Xuanji said softly. His words ignited hope in the 3's eyes. After that, they flew up into the sky. After leaping through the forest, they saw a towering tree. The tree towered into the clouds, and its trunk was as large as skyfall. Its branches swayed in the wind. Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions slightly changed because there were many visible souls and corpses tied to the branches. As far as the eye could see, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many souls there were. Many souls were already on the verge of dissipating. Soul curse evil tree. How could this be? Why is there a soul curse evil tree here? Sovereign Xian exclaimed in shock. His words caused Zhou Xuanji to frown, and the other souls also spoke. Then why aren't you dodging? Even saint contenders will die if they encounter the soul curse evil tree. The heavenly saints definitely know of its existence. Could it be that they specially raised it to deal with the other heavenly saints? Is it really that terrifying? Soul curse evil tree. According to the soul of the Almighty Being, the soul curse evil tree was the first evil tree since the beginning of the world. It specialized in seizing souls and relying on the souls of all living beings to become stronger. A long time ago, a soul curse evil tree had nearly sucked a heavenly saint to death. Fortunately, the other heavenly saints had taken action and worked together to get rid of it. He didn't expect to encounter the soul curse evil tree here. Zhou Xuanji stared at the soul curse evil tree and fell into deep thought. Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly captured the souls of their three companions. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they carefully observed the situation. This tree was definitely evil, but it was so far away from the side hall that they were in before. It was impossible for it to steal souls from so far away. There should be other existences. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with questioning gazes. Zhou Xuanji said, "Step back, I'll try." Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly retreated. The souls of the powerful beings were anxious, they all advised him not to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and fixed his eyes on the soul curse evil tree. For some reason, the moment he saw this tree, he felt an intense urge to take it for himself. He controlled demon god Tianwu and charged over. Demon god Tianwu did not have a soul and was just a clone. Even if the clone of Zhou Xuanji's soul was absorbed, it would be fine. Demon god Tianwu quickly flew over to Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th souls. It used its hand as a blade and cut off the branches binding them. It grabbed the branches and threw them to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji hurriedly caught them, and Zhou Xuanji took out their bodies, allowing their souls to return to their bodies. Demon god Tianwu walked onto the soul curse evil tree and walked around. Zhou Xuanji wanted to see if there were any other existences hiding on the tree. Before, when he was on the tunnel, he had sensed the existence of other creatures. Rumble, the ground suddenly trembled and the soil roiled as massive tree roots broke out of the ground like massive dragons and whipped towards demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu did not dodge for long and was sent flying, crashing through a mountain 100 kilometers away. Those tree roots then turned to attack Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji and the others were almost scared out of their wits. After the other three souls returned to their bodies, they gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and 5 billion sword images appeared in all directions, all pointing at the soul curse evil tree. The scene was incredibly majestic, and the Shiji 6 immortals were completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there were dazzling sword images everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They covered the entire heavens and earth, surrounding the soul curse evil tree. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and the 5 billion sword images moved simultaneously. Boom! 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 The tree roots were turned into dust by the sword images. The soul curse evil tree suddenly shook, and a green ocean appeared on its leaves. A formless barrier blocked all of the sword images. A wild gale swept up the forest, making it seem like the end of the world. Zhou Xuanji frowned, he did not expect the soul curse evil tree to be so powerful. Demon god Tianwu also charged over. With a furious roar, its body quickly grew to 50,000 meters tall, and it gave off a powerful gale as it flew, almost sending the Shiji 6 immortals flying. "What is that?" Shiji 5th asked with a trembling voice. She had just woken up and saw such a huge battle. She was a little stunned. Old immortal Shiji gave a simple explanation, which made the other three covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged toward the soul curse evil tree instead of retreating. He quickly merged into demon god Tianwu's massive body and demon god Nanming at the same time. Demon god Tianwu's eyes glowed with a purple light, and its aura grew tremendously. The ground cracked, and the mountains crumbled. Thunderbolts descended. Boom! Demon god Tianwu shattered the formless barrier and rammed into the soul curse evil tree's trunk with its shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and roared as he uprooted the soul curse evil tree. Soil flew everywhere, and the tree broke through the clouds. The Shiji-6 immortals were dumbfounded. Oh my god! What kind of power is this? The roots under the tree are so disgusting. What kind of tree is this? Senior is mighty. Too powerful. The soul curse evil tree's roots wrapped around demon god Tianwu's body, and Zhou Xuanji activated world internalization. He was absorbing the soul curse evil tree's magic energy, and so was the tree. Both sides began to compete in terms of absorption speed. Other than the ancient god's sword, hundreds of legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the soul curse evil tree. The cries of countless women and children resounded across the heavens and earth, numbing everyone's body. The Tianxia map in Zhou Xuanji's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented power erupted to absorb the tree's magic energy. Chapter 572. Where did this thing collect so many souls from? Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. There were not many creatures in this world, and there were not many people who entered this realm. However, there were at least tens of millions of souls, which made him feel quite confused. Could it be that someone specially collected souls from the outside world and brought them here to feed the soul curse evil tree? He couldn't care less and started shaking the soul curse evil tree to shake the souls off the tree. After a brief moment of confusion, the souls that had left the soul curse evil tree woke up one after another. What happened? What's that? Why am I here? Oh, let me go. Let me go. Get lost. Stay away from me. Most of the souls had already lost their rationality and became crazy. They started to flee in all directions. As the number of souls decreased, the power of the soul curse evil tree also decreased. If this went on, the magic power of the soul curse evil tree would be completely absorbed by him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The roots of the soul curse evil tree gradually lost their strength and loosened their grip on demon god Tianwu's body. Dao Master Xuantian's voice resounded in his mind. Kid, what are you doing? You want to subdue it? Can't I? Zhou Xuanji asked in reply. If someone could cultivate the soul curse evil tree, why couldn't he? Everything had two sides. The soul curse evil tree seemed evil, but it could also be used in another way. You'd better think this through. The person who dares to cultivate the soul curse evil tree must be a top-notch existence in the heaven fiend domain. It might even be that person. Are you sure you want to do this? Dao Lord Xiantian asked in a serious tone. Heavenly Saint. If even saint contenders could not afford to raise such a powerful soul curse evil tree, then it could only be a heavenly saint. After offending the heavenly saint, could Zhou Xuanji escape from the heaven fiend realm? If it really was the heavenly saint, he would have already made his move, but he hasn't. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Having heard this, Dao Lord Xiantian fell silent. The heavenly saint did not even give a warning, which made one's imagination run wild. Could the soul curse evil tree have nothing to do with the heavenly saint? The other side. Inside the heaven saint palace. Buddha Yangling had a complicated expression as he said faintly, "This junior of yours is really amazing." A mirror of light hovered above the chessboard. Zhou Xuanji and the soul curse evil tree were reflected on both sides. Old ancestor Hongsher clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This kid has surprised me again." Not bad, not bad. Buddha Yangling snorted coldly and said, "That is mine." Old ancestor Hongsher smiled. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple ruler. He said, "One item for one item, okay?" Buddha Yangling instantly smiled. He took the purple ruler and began to play with it. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the mirror, old ancestor Hongsher thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Would this brat become the next heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the soul curse evil tree's magic energy. The tree's leaves began to wither, and it was on the verge of death. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji flew out from demon god Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and began his breakthrough. Demon god Tianwu stood in front of him to prevent the soul curse evil tree from causing any more trouble. The Shiji-6 immortals watched from afar, not daring to approach. Seeing that the soul curse evil tree had withered, they were full of admiration for Zhou Xuanji. Too strong. They did not go over to disturb Zhou Xuanji. Instead, they looked around warily. They always felt that there were other dangers hidden in this world. Boom! 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 Violent magic energy boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body and charged into all of his meridians, causing his body to expand and contract in a strange manner. This was the most magic energy he had ever absorbed in his life. The heavenly tribulation gathered toward him. Then, it dissipated. This was the domineering power of the heavenly law of violet qi. No one knew how useful it could be. 2 hours later, he broke through to Universe Heaven level 18. His cultivation did not stop growing. It was still growing at a tremendous rate. The Shiji-6 immortals sat on the cliff and looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. I wonder what energy technique Senior is cultivating. He can break through so quickly. It might be some kind of energy technique that absorbs magic energy. That kind of energy technique should have a heavy price. Look at Senior. He has never been bedeviled. He has always been so calm. I don't understand. Of course. If you can understand, you are our Senior. The Shiji-6 immortals did not notice that a ball of black qi had already entered this world. The ball of black qi came out from a cave and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. It's him indeed. A hoarse voice came from the black qi. Next, it turned into a black arrow and disappeared into the forest. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to connecting heaven level 1. Analyze that the sword owner has reached connecting heaven level 1. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 extreme, Saint Slayer's sword, inescapable net. The sword spirit's voice shocked Zhou Xuanji, and he opened his eyes. 2 beams of violet light shot out from his eyes. 9 extreme legendary sword. It's finally out. The Saint Slayer sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Saint Slayer sword grade, 9 extreme description, the power of the Overlord Saint can slay a saint. Only those who have reached connecting heaven level 10 can use it once a year. It can really slay a saint. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions. But when he saw the words, connecting heaven level 10, the raging fire in his body was extinguished. It was already so difficult to break through to connecting heaven level 1. Level 10, God knew how long it would take. It was impossible for there to be many soul curse evil trees in the world. But now that he could use the History Asunder sword, he wondered how powerful the connecting heaven legendary sword was. After the breakthrough, the soul curse evil tree's magic energy was almost depleted. Another half an hour passed. He got up slowly and twisted his body before walking toward the soul curse evil tree. Senior, what are you going to do? Shiji-6 asked curiously. The other 5 also looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and waved his hand to store the soul curse evil tree into the Tianxia map. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found that there were still many souls lingering in every corner of this world. He did not capture those souls but let them die on their own. Demon god Tianwu shrunk back to its original size. He followed Zhou Xuanji and came before Shiji-6 immortals. Let's take a look around, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After breaking through and being able to use the connecting heaven legendary sword, his confidence was greatly boosted. Shiji-6 immortals nodded excitedly. The group flew ahead. This place should be the center of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was so vast, with so many side palaces and countless treasures. About half an hour later. Boom! The mountain wall where the boundless waterfall was broke open, and a figure flew out, stepping on flames. He wore a fiery armor and had 4 arms, each holding an enchanted artifact. He looked majestic without being angry, and his powerful aura shook the surrounding space. He looked around with a frown and mumbled, "Such a powerful evil chi, and there's the mark left by Huang Fufei. Seems like the culprit is in this heavenly palace." He chose a direction and flew away, leaving behind 2 rows of charred smoke. Chapter 573. Zhou Xuanji and Shiji-6 immortals collected many spirit herbs and flowers in the central world of the heavenly palace. They moved quickly and found a cave entrance after a round of searching. They traveled swiftly along the tunnel and saw many side palaces. They moved separately like a swarm of locusts. It was a pity that most of the side palaces were already taken by others. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from behind. The other party was shuttling through the winding tunnel and would reach him soon. He took out the History Asunder sword straight away and merged it with demon god Tianwu with the 9-soul fusion technique. The connecting heaven legendary sword's power flowed into his body through his palm. Very powerful. I feel like I can defeat all connecting heaven cultivators. He was curious. The History Asunder sword could cut through the river of history. But how? Where is the river of history? Shiji-6 immortals also sensed a powerful pressure. They turned around and prepared for battle. Boom! The wall in front of them was smashed open, and a man in flame armor with 4 arms appeared. He was stepping on flames. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice, "You killed Huang Fufei." The horrifying heat engulfed the entire tunnel and turned the walls crimson red from the heat. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, "Yin Maching. Why are you here?" Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji heard about him from Qingqingsong before. This person was neither good nor evil. He became a saint contender hundreds of years ago and slaughtered an empire. He also almost died to save a clan. His sins and kindness were incalculable. Looking at Yin Maching's attitude, he obviously knew Huang Fufei. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji replied. Yin Maching opened his eyes wide. His murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the entire tunnel. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and asked coldly, "Very good. You are so arrogant. You must be someone famous. Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and said, "Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji." Boom! Yin Maching dashed up to Zhou Xuanji with a big stride. He raised his arms high and a blade of light materialized between his palms. He slashed down with the blade as though he was going to split Mount Hua. In an instant, Yin Maching backed off quickly and put some distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. The flames on the cave walls continued to burn as if they would never be extinguished. The Shiji-6 immortals were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Where are you from? You shouldn't be from the Heaven Fiend domain," Yin Maching said with a frown. At that moment, he felt a fatal sense of danger and instinctively jumped away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is it that important?" He raised his sword and walked towards Yin Maching. Since he was here, he would not leave. "Very good. You are very strong. How about we work together?" Yin Maching changed the topic, but Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He continued, "At the lowest level of the heavenly palace, there is a corpse of a demon god. It is guarding the phoenix heart ginseng. Let's work together and split the phoenix heart ginseng." He spoke calmly, not fearing that Zhou Xuanji would not be moved. As expected, Zhou Xuanji stopped. What moved him was not the phoenix heart ginseng, but the demon god's body. He asked, "What's the use of phoenix heart ginseng?" He must obtain the demon god's body. If he could gather all 9 demon gods' bodies, his power would grow tremendously. Enrich replied, "It can bring the dead back to life and gather souls for rebirth. It can also be used as an ingredient to make medicinal pills for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked him to lead the way. The phoenix heart ginseng sounded good. He could go and get it. Shiji 6 immortals followed him immediately. Enrich glanced at them and said, "You are not worthy." Shiji 6 immortals were furious and embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword with his left hand and said, "They are my people. This is enough." Facing Enrich, he did not want to be tactful. He must be forceful when necessary. Shiji 6 immortals heard him and were extremely grateful. Enrich smiled coldly but did not speak further. Under his lead, the group left quickly. Enrich was very domineering. He destroyed the tunnel and charged underground forcefully. He was not afraid of being attacked by traps or traps. They descended quickly. Half an hour later, they landed on a gigantic golden shell. Below them was the forbidden ground of the heavenly palace. Enrich took out a white jade bottle and waved it lightly. Green liquid poured out and corroded the golden shell. Shiji 6 immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was good at using poison too. I must be careful. Soon, a hole was burned in the golden shell. Enrich leaped in first, followed by Zhou Xuanji and the rest. This was a space that was thousands of meters in diameter. Flowers were fragrant, and birds were chirping. There was a row of trees at the edge that was filled with spiritual qi. There was also a river flowing through the grassland. Zhou Xuanji's eyes quickly locked onto the demon god's body. The demon god sat on the grassland. Its skin was charred black, and it wore black armor. Its hair was loose, and its face looked like a skull. It had 3 tails on its back, and its nails were long and sharp like swords. It sat there like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. The dignified 10 great fiend gods now all ended up in an appearance that was neither human nor ghost. Truly pitiful. *T. This is how it looks. Sovereign Xian snorted coldly. He knew how to spoil the mood. Enrich pointed at the forest and said, "The phoenix heart ginseng is in there. We have to subdue it first. Or else, once it explodes, it will be hard for us to defend." Zhou Xuanji asked, "You know this demon god very well?" Enrich nodded and said, "This is demon god Jihuang. His speed is the fastest below the heavenly saints. If we are not careful, we will be killed instantly." Shiji 6 immortals were on tenterhooks as they listened. They stared at demon god Jihuang, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Enrich took out a snakeskin pipe. As he strummed the strings, he said, "Let's work together. I will reduce his speed, and you will be responsible for." Before they could finish their words, demon god Jihuang appeared before them suddenly and punched Zhou Xuanji and Enrich's chests simultaneously. The impact sent the two flying and slammed into the golden summit. Shiji 6 immortals immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over with his sword. 10,000 ultimate steps was followed by dozens of legendary swords. Seeing that his swords were about to hit demon god Jihuang, the demon god tilted his body and dodged with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Sword Dao rules. Boom! Demon god Jihuang's body spun and flew backward. He landed quickly and stabilized his body. His body was covered with sword wounds, but no blood flowed out. He was like a dried corpse. His wounds recovered quickly, and he disappeared on the spot again. Such self-healing ability, Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately merged demon god Nanming into his body. With the power of two demon gods and the history asunder sword, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw demon god Jihuang. The demon god flew above his head and smashed his leg down. It would be excruciating if he was hit by this kick. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Dao rules again. Wherever he looked, the legendary swords charged toward him. Chapter 574. Boom! Demon god Jihuang was struck by the Sword Dao rules again and was turned into a porcupine by the legendary swords. Yin Maqing's expression changed drastically in the sky. Such a fast sword. He did not see it clearly at all. If this move was used against him, just the thought of it made his scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Demon god Jihuang did not completely lose the ability to fight. Instead, he let out a horrifying roar. He shook his arms and sent all the legendary swords flying away. He opened his mouth and inhaled to gather spiritual qi. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened. With the history asunder sword in his right hand, he slashed with the sword soul. Sword qi swept horizontally. It passed through demon god Jihuang's body directly. A streak of white radiance was brought out by the sword qi, which exploded instantly. Demon god Jihuang's body was not penetrated. His arms drooped and he fell down. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught him and stored him in the Tianxia map. I see. Severing the river of history meant severing the past. No matter how demon god Jihuang was controlled, after being slashed by the history asunder sword, everything in his past dissipated, leaving only a corpse. Too domineering. This history asunder sword was definitely a domineering existence as well. Yin Maqing landed before him and asked with a complicated expression, "What sword technique did you use just now?" After living for so long, it was his first time seeing such a fast sword. Yin Maqing's impression of Zhou Xuanji rose quickly. Zhou Xuanji said, "This guy was killed by me. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng, I'll take 90%, and you take 10%. I'll give you 10% of the traveling expenses. That's already good enough. Or else, we could have found this place ourselves." Having heard this, Yin Maqing was not enraged but nodded without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji smiled and flew toward the forest. Shiji 6 immortals followed quickly. Yin Maqing was the last one. He was not worried that Zhou Xuanji would get here before him. He understood the situation. He could only listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions, or else he might die here. Huang Fufei, what kind of being did you offend? He thought to himself hatefully. He knew what Huang Fufei was doing recently. He waited in the Guanghuang's secret realm on purpose. Countless cultivators died in his hands. Previously, he and Huang Fufei worked together to explore this place and were both severely injured by demon god Jihuang. This was also why Huang Fufei could smell the demon god's aura. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. These Phoenix Heart Ginsengs were fiery red, and their roots were connected to each other, resembling a pair of phoenix wings. He swept his gaze across the area and discovered that there were close to 100 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs gathered together. He quickly took away 83 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs and left the rest for Yin Maqing. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they naturally didn't have a share and couldn't be of any help. It was already good enough for them to broaden their horizons. Although the Shiji 6 immortals were envious, they didn't say anything. A tinge of surprise flashed in Yin Maqing's eyes. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really leave some treasures for him. If it were him, he might have killed Zhou Xuanji straight away. He was open-minded and could be considered a hero. His impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. His hands were not slow either, and he quickly stored the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What are you looking for? Tell me, I might be able to help." Old immortal Shiji coldly snorted, "We also know that we don't need you." The other 5 immortals followed suit, opposing Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's part ways here, lest I want to kill you." Yin Maching was a little stunned. He shook his head with a smile and left quickly. Old immortal Shiji asked curiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I don't have any direct enmity with him. Putting myself in his shoes, there's no need to increase the sin of killing. Moreover, he can't possibly kill me." The Shiji 6 immortals were impressed. Such magnanimity and confidence were admirable. After that, they wandered around the vicinity and did not find any other treasures, so they decided to leave. An hour later, they left the heavenly palace and came to the land. Zhou Xuanji did not act immediately but found a place to refine demon god Jiwang into a clone. With the soul division technique, he succeeded in less than 2 days. So far, he had used the bodies of 4 demon gods. The demon ancestor, demon god Tianwu, demon god Jiwang, and demon god Nanming. He was in a good mood and continued his journey with the Shiji 6 immortals. The Shiji 6 immortals were smart. Since the beginning, they did not ask him about the technique to refine a clone. Zhou Xuanji found them pleasing to the eye. "Do you have a hometown, family, or sect?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not hear old immortal Shiji mention his sect or his family, which gave him some ideas. Old immortal Shiji shook his head and immediately understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. He chuckled and said, "If Senior is willing to take us in, it will be the best. We don't want to wander around forever." The other 5 immortals nodded in excitement. Zhou Xuanji was powerful and had an adventurous spirit. Following such a person would make their future life exciting. Seeing their anticipation, Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to tell his story. He started from when he was 2 years old. As for the supreme legendary sword system, it was a secret that only he knew. The Shiji 6 immortals were tongue-tied. They were all in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was only 300 years old. Wasn't such a short life too exciting? From the mortal realm to the great thousand world, and then to the heaven fiend realm. He even had connections with the heavenly saints. The opportunities and talents he had were too exaggerated. It was as though he was making it up. Shiji 5th sighed in amazement, "Senior, your courage is your true talent." Every time Zhou Xuanji encountered an undefeatable enemy, he was never afraid. This was enough to make her admire him. The other 5 followed suit and flattered him. They really admired Zhou Xuanji in their hearts. They believed that Zhou Xuanji might become a heavenly saint in the future. They must hold on tightly to him. After Zhou Xuanji revealed his background, the Shiji 6 immortals became even more lively. They began to talk about their past. By the river, Yin Maching sat cross-legged and played with a phoenix heart ginseng in his hand. In his heart, he was thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Who is he? He even took away the corpses of demon gods. Could he be collecting ancient demon gods? He thought about it a lot. As for Huang Fufei, he had already forgotten about it. He did not dare to offend such a powerful being. A silhouette landed beside him suddenly. This person wore a white robe with golden patterns. He had an imposing appearance, and his face was handsome and dignified. His white hair was coiled up in a crown, and the eyes under his sword-like brows were deep and profound. Seeing him, Yin Maching immediately got up and half-knelt on the ground. "Emperor, why are you here?" he said respectfully. Having heard him, the emperor said, "Yin Maching, give me the phoenix heart ginseng quickly." Yin Maching quickly took out 6 phoenix heart ginseng and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the ginseng and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yin Maching did not hide anything and told the emperor about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, the emperor squinted his eyes and mumbled, "Collecting demon gods. Seems like he wants to leave. Interesting. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I will remember this name." Chapter 575. After obtaining demon god Jihuang, Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the other heavenly palaces. What if the other heavenly palaces also had the corpses of fiend gods? Unfortunately, they did not find any other fiend celestials in the subsequent operation. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a lot of other treasures. In the blink of an eye. There were only 20 days left until the Guanghuang's secret realm closed. Zhou Xuanji and the others slowly headed towards the outside world. Although there were many independent worlds within the Guanghuang's secret realm, their distribution was very simple. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be, but the more they went, the more they would find the exit. The Shiji 6 immortals had already been subdued by Zhou Xuanji. They planned to follow Zhou Xuanji after leaving this place. 6 connecting heaven realm experts would be able to dominate even in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Heaven Fiend realm's overall strength was more powerful than the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji was also wondering if he should recruit more powerful cultivators. He thought about it and decided to leave it to fate. One day, they arrived at a desert. West Pole's 6th grumbled, "Boss, how are you leading the way? How can there be treasures here?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji was not dissatisfied. His gains had already far exceeded his initial expectations. He had no objections to leaving now. The Shiji 6 immortals were also very satisfied. Following Zhou Xuanji, they had picked up a lot of good stuff, so this trip was not a loss. Now, they took it as a stroll, leisurely, extremely satisfied. It was just that the scenery was a little unsatisfactory. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed past in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Old immortal Shiji quickly rushed over and grabbed that person. "Let me go! Let me go!" A tender and familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Isn't this the 7-year-old boy I met at the street stall?" At the time, this kid was still selling the heaven-earth stones of the Guanghuang's secret realm. When the boy saw Zhou Xuanji, his face turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Old immortal Shiji directly pulled down his pants. Shiji's second brother came over and slapped his butt. The boy was so humiliated that his face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you running so fast? Are you hiding from something?" When the boy heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and cried out in fear, "That thing is coming, it's the evil life, evil spirit. Run! Evil life, evil spirit." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he did not see the evil life, evil spirit. The Shiji 6 immortals also looked around, but they couldn't find evil life, evil wraith. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and demon god Jihuang and spread out his divine sense to search for the evil life, evil spirit. Judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After a while, the sandstorm in the desert suddenly became violent, as if a sandstorm was coming. An evil aura spread out, and everyone could feel the gloomy atmosphere. There was a killing intent locked onto them. "He's here. Here it comes. Run!" The boy cried out in horror, looking as if he was scared out of his wits. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger too. To be able to make him feel danger, it was clear how terrifying this evil life, evil spirit was. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows floated in the sky, all of them pointing downwards, covering the sky and the sun. The boy looked up, and his jaw dropped. He was filled with regret. He should not have offended Zhou Xuanji back in the city. This level of swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Boom! Billions of sword shadows landed suddenly and bombarded the desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others were at the center of the explosion and were not affected. Shiji 6 immortals looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. It was not their first time witnessing the primordial chaos sword shadow, but they were still shocked every time. After the primordial chaos sword shadow's power ended, the evil aura disappeared. The boy swallowed his saliva and asked, "You killed the evil life, evil spirit." The primordial chaos sword shadow's destructive power was too powerful. Together with the disappearance of the killing intent, he could not help but think so. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He left. He really wanted to find the evil life, evil spirit. He was absorbed by the evil life, evil spirit after all. If he wanted to return, he could only rely on the evil life, evil spirit and the heavenly saint. It was a pity that the evil life, evil spirit was too fast. It disappeared in an instant." "Let's continue our journey," Zhou Xuanji said. He was very interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to spend more time there. If Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff were in trouble, he could rely on the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to support them quickly. This incident made Shiji 6 immortals even more cautious. Zhou Xuanji asked old immortal Shiji to release the boy, but the boy wanted to follow them and said that he would reward them afterward. The boy didn't shy away from strangers and continued to introduce himself. His name was Mingshan Child. It was his first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, and he was both nervous and excited. "Mingshan Child. Do you want to die from laughter?" Shiji II burst out laughing and mocked Mingshan Child to his heart's content. Who would call himself a child? The other 5 immortals mocked him too, and Mingshan Child was so angry that he almost seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the name my master gave me. Don't insult my name." Shiji 6 immortals continued to mock him without holding back. Mingshan Child was furious, but he did not dare to attack. They continued onward. They did not encounter the evil life, evil spirit again and successfully left this realm. 7 days later, they finally came to the entrance stele of the Guanghuang secret realm. They could leave after the barrier was opened. They were surrounded by rolling mountains and forests. The grass was green, and the spiritual qi was abundant. Shiji 6 immortals sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Guanghuang secret realm was indeed thrilling. Fortunately, they met their benefactor. With Zhou Xuanji's prowess, they survived safely. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant rock and contacted Jiang Shui, who was in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, to understand the situation of Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff. Chiyu Boy looked around with his eyes rolling. No one knew what he was thinking about. Another 3 days passed. 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed. Yin Maching. The other person was the man whom Yin Maching addressed as the Imperial Emperor. He had a stern face. The Imperial Emperor glanced at Chiyu Boy before looking at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, can we speak in private?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Sure." He sensed the Imperial Emperor the moment he descended. But he could not see through the Imperial Emperor at all. The Imperial Emperor gave him a feeling of a heavenly saint, with an ordinary aura. The two immediately disappeared. Shiji 6 immortals looked at Yin Maching in fear, in case he attacked at any moment. Chiyu Boy hid behind Shiji 6 immortals quietly to prevent Yin Maching from noticing him. Yin Maching was expressionless. He did not look at them but stood in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the Imperial Emperor came to the 2 sides of the river. There was a cliff beside them, and the river flowed down into a torrential waterfall. He looked at the Imperial Emperor and asked, "Why don't you tell me your name?" The Imperial Emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Ji Huanglin." Ji Huanglin. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and was sure that he had never heard of this name before. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be a nameless person. Chapter 576. Are you here for Huang Fufei as well? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he could not see through Ji Huanglin, he was not afraid at all. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your fate does not come from the Heaven Fiend domain. I want to work with you. Once this is done, I will not treat you badly." Another collaboration. First it was Yin Maching, and now it was this guy. Zhou Xuanji could not help but guess the connection between the two events and their intentions. Ji Huanglin stared at him and continued, "The reason why I am looking for you is that you are considered the strongest among the outsiders. The place that I am going to is a place that the natives of the Heaven Emanations domain are not allowed to enter. Only you and I can do this. The others can wait outside." Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Since you want my help, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You don't even explain the situation to me. Do you take me for a fool?" Ji Huanglin's attitude displeased him. This fellow's attitude was high and mighty. Although his tone was not overbearing, it still sounded like he was giving orders. "The place I want to go is called the Heaven Fiend Star Island. It is the biggest forbidden land in the Heaven Fiend domain and is located in the middle of the ocean. Since ancient times, even saint contenders have never returned after entering. Only heaven saints know the secrets inside. If you dare to enter with me, I guarantee that after you come out, your cultivation level will increase by at least 3 minor realms and you will obtain countless treasures." Ji Huanglin said leisurely as if it was very tempting. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Just from what Ji Huanglin said, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't have any reason or goal to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He shook his head. "I'm not interested." Ji Huanglin didn't get angry and said, "You possess the heavenly law of violet aura. If you don't become stronger quickly, the heavenly law of violet aura will become your bane." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You saw that I have the heavenly law of violet qi, why didn't you steal it? Could this person be a heavenly saint? If he was a heavenly saint, why would he need to find someone to cooperate with? I don't need the heavenly law of violet qi. As long as you're willing to come with me, I can agree to one of your requests, as long as it's within my power," Ji Huanglin continued. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Can you bring me back to Wanshan Great Thousand?" Although he could rely on the 24-tier deep Black Lotus to support Emperor Sword Court, he could not teleport himself back. If he sent him back, what about the 24-rank deep Black Lotus? Leave it in the Heaven Fiend domain and wait for others to snatch it away. If the 24-rank deep Black Lotus fell into the hands of others, then the people hiding in the world of the Lotus might be in danger. They might even harm the divine cliff through the portal. It's nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should I go? It was too difficult to find the heavenly saint and the evil life evil spirit. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and said, "Then tell me where you came from. At least let me know what to do." Ji Huanglin said meaningfully, "You are asking too much. I am already very sincere and did not threaten you. I cannot tell you my identity, just like how you have many secrets that you do not want others to know." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "All right, when do we depart?" Ji Huanglin said, "We'll depart after we leave the Guanghuang secret realm." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two immediately returned to the stone steel. Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiyu Boy hurriedly came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about their cooperation. Heaven Fiend Star Island. The Shiji 6 Immortals were dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never heard of it before. Chiyu Boy cried out in shock, "You don't want to live anymore. Going to the Heaven Fiend Star Island is definitely seeking death." Yin Maching glanced at him, and he shut his mouth immediately out of fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at Shiji 6 immortals and said, "Find an island near the Heaven Fiend Star Island and wait for me." Shiji 6 immortals nodded. It would be fine as long as Zhou Xuanji did not shake them off. Ji Huanglin landed in the forest, and Yin Maching flew in after him. Both of them waited for the Guanghuang Secret Realm's exit to open. In the next few days, living beings came to this place one after another. These living beings were all injured. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they showed no fear and stopped near the stone stele. In the blink of an eye, the Guanghuang Secret Realm's exit opened. Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped in first, followed by Ji Huanglin and Yin Maching. They came to a flatland. The other living beings appeared around them one after another. Most of them left quickly without a word. "Follow me," Ji Huanglin said. He flipped his right hand, and a blue beam of light enveloped Zhou Xuanji and the others and disappeared into the horizon. Within the blue light, Chiyu Boy cried out, "Hey, hey, hey! Why did you bring me along?" He almost broke down. He did not want to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin ignored him and looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you bring me to a city? I want to sell something." Ji Huanglin replied, "After we come out from the Heaven Fiend Star Island, I will go with you. By then, you will realize that the things you obtained in the Guanghuang Secret Realm are nothing." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was suddenly very interested in the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin continued, "The Heaven Fiend Realm is actually very special. This realm can be said to be a land of treasures. No other great thousand worlds can compare to it. You will understand the specific reason in the future." His words made the others fall into deep thought. Yin Maching looked at Ji Huanglin and asked respectfully, "Emperor, do you have any other instructions?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said with a smile, "You may leave." Yin Maching took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in a stream of black light. Chiyu Boy saw this and wanted to charge out, but he was repelled back. Shiji 6 immortals shuddered in their hearts and grew even more fearful of Ji Huanglin. This was obviously a forceful move. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it. If they were to fall out, then they would fight. In the Heavenly Saint's palace, old ancestor Hongshe raised his brow and smiled. "Yangling, who is this guy? He's not simple." Buddy Yangling chuckled, "He's just a junior. How long are you going to play with me?" This chess game had reached a stage where there was no solution. "Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji. I will not hurt him. I will let him return in one piece," Buddy Yangling continued. Old ancestor Hongshe threw him a stare and said, "It seems like this Ji Huanglin is not simple. Let's make a deal. Don't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. Even I can't see through him completely. Could it be that he has a heavenly law grade secret treasure?" TSK, you are really generous." Buddy Yangling shook his head in a smile and did not reply. Everything was understood without words. Old ancestor Hongshe got up slowly and said, "I hope that the next time we meet, we can still play chess like this." After he spoke, old ancestor Hongshe turned into a stream of crimson flame and dissipated. Buddy Yangling's expression turned solemn. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he mumbled, "Ji Huanglin, you really want that thing?" After some thought, he took out a pair of puppets from his sleeves. After the two puppets landed on the ground, they quickly grew taller. Their bodies were engulfed in white flames, and they quickly turned into human forms. Chapter 577. The two puppets engulfed in white flames turned into two men who looked exactly the same. They were expressionless. Stone-like armors materialized on their bodies, and their eyes glowed coldly. Buddy Yangling said softly, "Flame God guards, head to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and protect that jade. Don't let anyone near it." After he spoke, the two Flame God guards disappeared from the palace. But Yangling snorted coldly before closing his eyes and thinking. Ji Huanglin was extremely fast. About an hour later, they landed suddenly. This was an uninhabited island. Waves lapped against the shore, the seawater surged violently, and thunderclouds gathered. Ji Huanglin looked at Shiji 6 immortals and said, "You guys stay here and wait for us to come out." After that, he waved his hand again and brought Chiyu Boy and Zhou Xuanji away. Shiji 6 immortals looked at each other in dismay but did not say anything. They began patrolling the island to see if there were any restrictions or treasures. They were obsessed with treasure hunting. No matter where they went, they would think of treasures first. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two landed on a cliff. Behind them were huge waves, and the ocean under the dark clouds seemed to be in a storm. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could see the island where Shiji 6 immortals were when he turned around. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was faintly discernible in the fog in front of them, as though it was a huge beast. Chiyu Boy was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground and almost fell off the cliff. "Why must it be here?" he cried out in fear. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Zhou Xuanji probed the Heaven Fiend Star Island with his divine sense but realized that a formless and powerful force was blocking his divine sense. Ji Huanglin said, "Later, we will hide in your sleeves, and you can barge in directly. Don't be afraid of danger." The restrictive spell formation on the Heaven Fiend Star Island only targets living beings in the Heaven Fiend realm. You have just arrived and have not turned into a Heaven Fiend creature yet. He waved his hand again and shrunk himself and Chiyu Boy. Enveloping them with magic energy, they dashed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves like two flies. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and walked into the dense fog with the History Asunder sword in hand. Ji Huanglin only said that the restrictive spell was ineffective against him, but he did not say that there were no powerful enemies inside. Normally, there would be many powerful creatures that had lost their minds and were specialized in dealing with trespassers. After entering the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could only see 6 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate the fog. He was cautious in case of an enemy attack. After advancing for about 8,000 feet, he still hadn't passed through the thick fog. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel lost? Continue forward. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is bigger than you imagine. Many people from other worlds also thought that they had lost their way. Hence, they turned back and went around in circles. In the end, they were driven mad. Ji Huanglin's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji no longer hesitated. He began to sprint forward. 50,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang. 100,000 zhang. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Just how big was the Heaven Fiend Star Island? A wolf, the howl of a wolf came from behind. It was eerie and terrifying. He didn't stop. After all, demon god Tianwu was beside him. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He finally passed through the thick fog. Mountains rose and fell in front of him. There were no trees or grass, only lava, scorched earth, and rolling thunder clouds. It was like a scene from hell. Ji Huanglin and Chiyu Boy flew out from his sleeves and landed beside Zhou Xuanji. "It's over. It's over," Chiyu Boy trembled. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably, as though he was greatly wronged. Ji Huanglin said, "It's up to me now. Follow me closely. Don't be more than 15 meters away from me, or else I won't be able to save you in time." After that, he walked forward. Chiyu Boy quickly followed him and dared not to cry anymore. Zhou Xuanji followed along with demon god Tianwu. He was very curious about Ji Huanglin's power. Next, he wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Ji Huanglin walked at a steady pace. He looked straight ahead with a calm expression without any surprise. No one could tell what he was thinking. Chiyu boy was nervous as he looked left and right. The view around him was vast, but he still felt a sense of danger. Boom! A horrifying silhouette charged over suddenly and was blasted away by the formless aura, vomiting blood. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew over from the horizon as though it teleported. Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu boy looked over. It was a blood monkey with 6 arms and a ferocious face. Its mouth was filled with fangs. After it landed, it rolled a few hundred times before burrowing into the charred ground and disappeared. Chiyu boy asked in a trembling voice, "What was that?" He was a universe heaven cultivator, but now, he was like an ordinary person in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked toward Ji Huanglin. He did not see how Ji Huanglin attacked at all. Ji Huanglin did not stop but continued ahead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is filled with baleful aura and nurtured many ferocious creatures. Countless years have passed, and their power has reached an extremely horrifying level. The surrounding fog is actually a prison to prevent them from charging out. Ji Huanglin explained to Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu boy. "What are you looking for?" Chiyu boy asked with gritted teeth. Why does this guy know the Heaven Fiend Star Island so well? Could it be that he was here before? Why did he come again? He immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the people who accompanied Ji Huanglin were all dead. Zhou Xuanji thought of this possibility too, but his expression did not change. He did not panic. Ji Huanglin glanced at Chiyu boy and said, "Something that will kill you after you hear about it." Chiyu boy was frightened by Ji Huanglin's cold eyes and immediately shut up. After some time, they were attacked consecutively. Those ferocious creatures were blasted away before they could even touch them. Ji Huanglin was ridiculously powerful. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a volcano. There was a cave entrance here, and the walls of the cave reflected the light of the fire. Ji Huanglin led them into the cave. "Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the rocks. Those rocks have powerful corrosive power. Stepping on them will destroy your soul instantly. Even connecting heaven level 10 cultivators could not last more than 5 breaths." His words made Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu boy look at the ground instinctively. Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Soon, they saw that the ground in front of them was covered with all kinds of rocks. They immediately flew up and left the ground. Fortunately, the cave entrance was high enough, or else it would have been awkward. They walked along the winding tunnel and finally came to the end. In front of them was a cliff, and below them was a sea of lava. The high temperature made Chiyu boy sweat profusely. Ji Huanglin stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His expression was still cold. He did not take any action but looked at them quietly. Chiyu boy wanted to ask but did not dare to. He could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at the mountain wall opposite him. There was a picture on the gigantic mountain wall. It was carved with some kind of red rock. It was a 9-headed dragon surrounded by dozens of people. It was not a battle but a sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 578. What's that? Zhou Xuanji asked. Chiyu boy followed his gaze and frowned. Dragons with 9 heads were not rare in myths and legends. They were often existences that could destroy the world. The Heaven Fiend Domain's ancient demon, Dragon Emperor Eve Ming, is one of the evil life evil spirits. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth. If not for the heavenly saints' descent, it would have nearly eaten the entire Heaven Fiend Domain. Ji Huanglin introduced, causing Chiyu boy's entire body to go numb. He asked cautiously, "You're not here to look for it, are you?" If such a giant demon was released, it would definitely be a disaster. He had heard many stories. There were always people who, in pursuit of power, released ancient evil existences. In the end, not only did they throw away their lives, but they also brought disaster to the world. Ji Huanglin replied, Dragon Emperor Yi Ming is nothing. I don't care about him at all. He looked down and said, wait a little longer. Don't make a sound. Chiyu boy wanted to speak but hesitated. Ji Huanglin said no more. The three of them fell into silence, while Zhou Xuanji looked around. He also discovered that the other patterns were very strange. They gave off the feeling of vicissitudes of an ancient civilization. What was worth mentioning was that no ferocious beasts attacked them when they arrived here. An hour and a half later, Ji Huanglin suddenly waved his palm downward and sucked in the air. Bang! The surface of the lava exploded, and a head-sized ball of fire flew up and landed on his palm. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiyue, and he smirked. He smiled and said, this is the evil fiery bead. Next, I need to find the other evil beads of the other 4 elements, and then head to the central area of the Heaven Fiend Star Island to exchange for what I want. During this process, just tell me what you want. Chiyu boy exclaimed in pleasant surprise, really? Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said, this is none of your business. Chiyu boy's smile instantly collapsed. Ji Huanglin stored the fiery evil bead and left with Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu boy. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Xuanji plundered whatever he saw without holding back. In any case, he didn't need to do anything. Ji Huanglin could move those treasures to him with a casual wave of his hand. He sensed that these natural treasures contained some kind of demonic aura. If he wanted to use them, he would have to remove the demonic aura. 3 days later, they found the evil water bead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was very big, and other than this lava land, there were other places with celestial phenomena. For example, a world of ice and snow, a green grassland, a forest filled with autumn leaves, and so on. This island seemed to have formed a world of its own, and it was a very large world. All the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way were killed by Ji Huanglin. None of them even touched the hem of their clothes. Chiyu boy was convinced by Ji Huanglin's strength and was no longer afraid. He could even follow Ji Huanglin to collect some special rocks and flowers. Zhou Xuanji had been observing Ji Huanglin. He always felt that this fellow was very similar to the heavenly saint. He had secretly used the 9-soul fusion technique, but he still couldn't see through Ji Huanglin. In less than half a month, Ji Huanglin had collected the 5 elemental evil beads and brought them to the center of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin said, the next step is the real challenge. Little one, be prepared to die. Chiyu boy was looking around and was shocked when he heard this. Didn't you say that you could protect us? He cried out. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, that's what I said to him. You are different. I captured you to use you as bait. Don't think that I don't know where you came from. You are the most easily coveted by the demons. If you cooperate, you might have a chance of survival. Chiyu boy's expression changed drastically. He was completely disheartened and almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chiyu boy curiously. Could this guy have some extraordinary background? No wonder Ji Huanglin did not bring Shiji 6 immortals but him. Chiyu boy suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward the forest in the east. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiyu boy over. He grabbed Chiyu boy's neck and lifted him up high. Let me go. If my master knows about this, you will be dead. Chiyu boy cried out. His face was red. Ji Huanglin laughed disdainfully and continued forward while choking him. At the end of the horizon, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. The sky there was very dark and oppressive, and they could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Such a powerful sense of oppression. What's hiding there? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart. His instincts told him to stay away from that mountain. But since things had come to this, he wanted to see what Ji Huanglin wanted. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island floated silently. There was a courtyard on the island. Xiandaoya stood outside the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother Sea, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. Why don't you come out and meet your old friend?" Soon, a cold voice came. "What do you have to meet me for? Or are you seeking death?" This person was called Si Mengyan. He was a transcendent existence that reigned above the great thousand world and had the qualifications to become a saint. Xiandaoya was not frightened. He replied calmly, "About the great Emperor Dao Court. I have already left the great Emperor Dao Court. I can tell you anything you want to know about the great Emperor Dao Court. I only ask that you help me reforge my body." Boom! The door opened, and a gust of wind blew towards Xiandaoya. His expression did not change as he stared fixedly at the main house in the courtyard. Si Mengyan walked out of the house slowly. He wore a black robe with red edges. His face looked sinister, and there were strands of blood-red hair in his black hair. His eyes were like a wolf's, cruel and cold. He stared at Xiandaoya and said, "If you dare to bully me, you should know what the consequences are." Xiandaoya sighed and said, "I have no other way out. The great Emperor Dao Court is too stupid." He was infuriated when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao Court had been at a high position for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. They did not take any genius seriously. This made him hate them for not living up to his expectations. At the same time, he was even more resentful. He had done his best for the great Emperor Dao Court, but he was still like this. "Why do you say so?" Si Mengyan asked. Xiandaoya immediately told him about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, Si Mengyan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Xuanji. So it's him." Si Mengyan remembered that old ancestor Hongsher had mentioned Zhou Xuanji to him before. Old ancestor Hongsher claimed that Zhou Xuanji would become his partner in the future. They would become old ancestor Hongsher's two sharpest blades. Xiandaoya gritted his teeth and said, "After you take revenge, can you help me get rid of Zhou Xuanji? I can listen to you in the future." Zhou Xuanji grew too quickly. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was more threatening than Si Mengyan. Si Mengyan said with a faint smile, "Zhou Xuanji. No problem. Help me get rid of the great Emperor Dao Court first." He mocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was someone the heavenly saint valued. "You want to scheme to kill him? Fool!" Xiandaoya heard him and heaved a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "Let's talk inside." Si Mengyan nodded and walked into the house. Xiandaoya followed closely behind. Chapter 579. After ascending the mountain, the sense of danger in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew even more intense. Even though his field of vision was wide and the mountain was bare, there did not seem to be any danger at first glance. Ji Huanglin had already put Chiyu Boy down. He walked at the very front with a calm expression. It was obvious that this was not his first time here. But with his cultivation, why was he walking so slowly? "Can't I just fly in?" Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart and felt that he was acting cool. The mountain was very tall. When they were halfway up the mountain, Ji Huanglin stopped and said, "How much longer are we going to hide?" Chiyu Boy grew nervous again. Ji Huanglin did not attack directly. Instead, he tried to force the other party into action. This meant that the other party was very strong. 100 feet up, 2 flame god guards appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Buddha Yangling's wooden doll. They stared at Ji Huanglin expressionlessly and lifelessly. Ji Huanglin sneered and said, "Yangling sent you here. Do you think you can stop me?" He called out the heavenly saint's name without any hesitation. When the 2 flame god guards heard this, they immediately rushed towards Ji Huanglin. There was a loud bang. They were blocked by an invisible force 1 meter away from Ji Huanglin. Hua! Hua! The bodies of the two flame god guards suddenly burst into flames. They looked like two huge fireballs. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. He took a step forward and sent the two flame god guards flying with his aura. He continued to walk forward. With every step he took, he used an even stronger aura to oppress the flame god guards. The flame god guards suddenly split up and attacked Ji Huanglin from different directions. Ji Huanglin was calm and unruffled. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch Ji Huanglin. Instead, they were sent flying again and again. In front of him, the flame god guards were so weak. Chiyu Boy asked, "Since you can kill them, why don't you hurry up?" Was he deliberately showing off his strength? He hated Ji Huanglin to the core. If it weren't for Ji Huanglin, he wouldn't be here. Ji Huanglin waved his right hand, and the two flame god guards suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Easy. Domineering. Ji Huanglin's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. The two flame god guards materialized their physical bodies again. They appeared on the left and right sides of Chu Feng, not daring to attack. "Go back and tell Yangling that if he dares to stop me again, the consequences will be worse than he can imagine." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire mountain peak. The two flame god guards immediately disappeared. They also understood that they couldn't stop Ji Huanglin, so there was no need to stay here and die. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is Yangling?" "A heaven saint from the Heaven Fiend domain." Aside from the heavenly saints, who else would have such a grand plan to set up a trap in the Heaven Fiend Star Island? Ji Huanglin replied, "Yes, an ambitious and sinister fellow." His tone was filled with disdain towards Buddha Yangling. "Are you also a heavenly saint?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Ji Huanglin said disdainfully, "A heavenly saint is nothing." He did not say much, but this made Zhou Xuanji think even more. Could it be that this fellow also came from outside the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji already knew about the three existences from the Kunlun origin court. Ji Huanglin was the same. But why did he dare to talk back to the heavenly saint? Even the old beggar and the old immortal did not dare to be so presumptuous. There was also the primordial ancestor, who was hiding like an underground rat. All of a sudden, Ji Huanglin punched the mountain wall, creating a huge hole. Dust and dirt surged into the depths of the mountain. "Follow me." After saying this, Ji Huanglin took the lead and stepped into the dust. Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu Boy followed closely behind. Chiyu Boy did not dare to run anymore. If he did, Ji Huanglin might kill him. They walked into the mountain, and after walking for about 100 meters, they came to a vast space inside the mountain. They saw a gigantic object. Dragon Emperor Yi Ming. It was made of rocks and was hundreds of meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, and its 9 ferocious dragon heads were horrifying. Chiyu Boy trembled in fear and cried out, "Didn't you say that you don't want to revive him?" Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiyu Boy before throwing him toward Dragon Emperor Yi Ming. Chiyu Boy was almost scared out of his wits. He wanted to move but found himself bound by a formless force. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not interfere but waited quietly. Ji Huanglin took out the 5 elemental evil bead and threw it to Chiyu Boy. Chiyu Boy's eyes widened and were filled with despair. The 5 elemental evil bead gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire mountain. A powerful gale rose from below, swaying Chiyu Boy like a fallen leaf in the wind. Dragon Emperor Yi Ming's stone statue moved as well. The 9 dragon heads turned and looked at the 5 elemental evil bead on Chiyu Boy. "It's over. My life is over." Chiyu Boy closed his eyes and wailed in his heart. If there was a next life, he would surely make Ji Huanglin pay. Don't stray too far from me. I will let you broaden your horizons. Ji Huanglin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, which made him squint his eyes. He immediately activated the 9 soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming. The 5 elemental evil bead trembled violently and exploded with a powerful radiance. The radiance shattered everything around it, and the mountain walls disappeared. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur. Everything changed and was replaced by a brilliant starry sky. Only him, Ji Huanglin, Qiyu Boy, and Dragon Emperor Yi Ming were left in the starry sky. It was like an illusion. Ji Huanglin raised his right hand, and the 5 elemental evil beads shot a beam of light upward and disappeared into the starry sky. A while later, a beam of red light shot down and landed on Ji Huanglin's right palm. He smiled and mumbled, "Heavenly Law Jade, I finally found you." Heavenly Law Jade. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew what this name meant. What is this guy trying to do? Does he want to control the heavenly law? Or is he targeting the heavenly law? Zhou Xuanji thought of countless possibilities. He did not make a move but waited patiently. Roar, Dragon Emperor Yi Ming came back to life completely. He roared at Ji Huanglin with a violent aura. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and flames of all colors surged toward Ji Huanglin like a flood. The flames gathered together and were tens of thousands of miles wide. It was unstoppable. Ji Huanglin raised the red beam with his right hand and slapped with his left palm. The palm wind howled and blocked the billowing sea of flames forcefully. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt his true power. Even after merging with 2 demon gods, he still felt that he was no match for Ji Huanglin. What is this guy's cultivation? Little specter, you dare to fight me? Ji Huanglin laughed condescendingly. He pushed with his left arm, and the sea of flames was pushed back. Qiyu Boy, who was protected by the 5 elemental evil bead, cried out in fear. His face was pale. Amitabha. At this moment, a solemn Buddha's voice came. A giant golden palm descended from the sky and landed on Ji Huanglin's head so quickly that Zhou Xuanji could not react in time. Ji Huanglin was caught off guard, and his right hand was separated from the red beam as he fell. A ray of light shot out from the pillar of red light toward Zhou Xuanji. He grabbed it instinctively and saw that it was 1.5 meters long purple crystal. Heavenly Law Jade. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 580. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand with a strange expression. Why did it fall into his hands so coincidentally? Was this fate? Ji Huanglin was pressed down by the golden palm, and seeing the Heavenly Law Jade fall into Zhou Xuanji's hands, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and used his aura to shatter the golden palm. He leaped up and passed by Zhou Xuanji, charging upwards. Zhou Xuanji held the Heavenly Law Jade and hesitated. Should he take it? Would Ji Huanglin mind if he took it? No matter what, since it was already in his hands, there was no reason for him to let it go. If someone else snatched it away, would Ji Huanglin vent his anger on him? He raised his head and saw a golden light growing larger at the end of the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes. It was a golden Buddha. Buddha Yangling. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the heavenly saint of this realm and immediately retreated. The last time was during the Battle of Heavenly Saints. He was caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to be reborn. After the Heavenly Law Jade appeared, Qiyu Boy suddenly broke free from the 5 elemental evil beads and flew toward Zhou Xuanji in a frenzy. Only Zhou Xuanji could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling were engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Huanglin displayed his full strength. His palms were like the wind, and he was able to fight Buddha Yongling head-on with just his palms. Buddha Yongling held the prayer beads in his left hand and a golden pestle in his right. He was upright and mighty, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He relied on the golden pestle to receive all of Ji Huangling's attacks. Ji Huanglin, you've gone too far. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Buddha Yongling shouted with a calm expression. A massive wave of heavenly might descended. Even Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy, who were far away, were shocked, especially Qiyu Boy, who felt that his soul would dissipate at any moment. He cried out in horror, "Heavenly Saint!" Buddha Yongling, all his hopes turned to dust, and his vision darkened as he tottered in the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up at their battle, hoping to gain something. However, a heavenly saint's battle was just too terrifying. The might of the heavens made it impossible for his divine sense to get close, and his eyes were blocked by the continuous waves of dharmic power. Humph! If I want something, I must get it. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already obtained the heavenly Tao Jade, but Buddha Yongling had come out to kill him. This made his heart burn with rage. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura shook the starry sky, and as far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was fluctuating and distorting, causing one to feel dizzy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the heavenly law jade in his hand heat up. He subconsciously shook off the heavenly Tao Jade. Qiyu Boy's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to catch it. Bang! A violent force erupted from within the heavenly law jade, and it shook Qiyu Boy so much that he vomited blood and was sent flying. Zhou Xuanji frowned and stepped back instinctively. However, the heavenly Tao Jade emitted a suction force that directly pulled him in. The distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. Impossible! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He immediately fused demon god Jihuang into his body, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. Even so, he was only able to slow down his speed and was unable to offset this suction force at all. Very soon, he bumped into the heavenly Tao Jade. The heavenly Tao Jade fused into his corporeal body. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and shouted angrily, "Your Jade!" A powerful light exploded and engulfed his body in an instant. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling stopped as well. His expression changed drastically and quickly charged toward Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by Buddha Yongling. "It's too late. The heavenly law jade has already chosen its master. Even if we take it back by force, the heavenly law jade will dissipate," Buddha Yongling said calmly. Buddha Yongling said calmly, but his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort on this heavenly law jade. And this brat got it before him. Most importantly, he noticed that Zhou Xuanji was very resistant and did not want the heavenly law jade. This attitude made him feel even worse. Ji Huangling's chest heaved in anger. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Buddha Yongling's expression changed slightly and said with a deep voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ji Huanglin heard him and tried to calm himself down. All his efforts were in vain. He felt even worse than Buddha Yongling. He turned to look at Buddha Yongling and asked with gritted teeth, "Why did it turn out like this? Was it you who did this?" Buddha Yongling heard him and his expression darkened. "You know the importance of the heavenly law jade the best. Why would I be willing to give it to him?" The heavenly law jade only felt that he was most suitable to inherit the power of the heavenly law. Ji Huanglin frowned. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not move, but he could sense a violent power enveloping him. Ding! The power of the heavenly law wishes to turn the host into a heavenly saint. Do you accept? Once you accept, the host will become a heavenly saint and forever be a slave to the heavenly law. The host will never be able to surpass the heavenly saint. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Reject. He replied without hesitation. Because the primordial ancestor's enemy, the heavenly saint, could not be his final destination. He wanted to become more powerful. Please choose a legendary sword to inherit the power of the heavenly law and escape. The sword spirit's voice sounded out quickly. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Zhou Xuanji chose the thunderclap sword straight away. The thunderclap sword became more powerful by relying on heavenly lightning. It was already similar to the heavenly law. Next, the powerful light around him quickly entered his body. He saw the vast starry sky again. He heaved a long sigh. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling landed in front of him at the same time and spoke at the same time. Where's the heavenly law jade? What happened? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, the heavenly law jade wanted me to become a heavenly saint, but I rejected it. With this, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling's expressions changed. Ji Huanglin asked closely, where's the heavenly law jade? Where did it go? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm not sure. After I rejected it, it disappeared. The supreme legendary sword system had fused with his soul, and the supreme storage was also deep within his soul. He did not believe that Ji Huanglin could find it. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. There's no heavenly law jade in your body. It shouldn't be, he said with a frown. Buddha Yangling asked with a complicated expression, why did you reject becoming a heavenly saint? Countless beings fought to become a heavenly saint, but this brat rejected becoming a heavenly saint. As a heavenly saint, he felt that his faith was being looked down upon. I want to become a saint, but not a heavenly saint. In my eyes, the path of a powerful cultivator is endless, and the heavenly saint should not be the final destination, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If he became a heavenly saint, perhaps Buddha Yangling would instead act against him. Buddha Yangling looked at him deeply and understood what he was thinking. This brat had a clone of an ancient demon god. Evidently, he wanted to walk the path of an overlord saint. What are you still doing here? Ji Huanglin glanced at Buddha Yangling and asked coldly. Buddha Yangling sighed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin and asked curiously, who are you? How dare you treat a heavenly saint like this? Chapter 581. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Ji Huanglin did not reply. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. Kid, do you think I should kill you now? He had always admired Zhou Xuanji, and if Zhou Xuanji had taken the initiative to steal the heavenly law jade, he would have acted without hesitation. But Zhou Xuanji was very resistant back then. This made him very conflicted. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and replied, if I were you, I would not kill them. Ji Huanglin narrowed his eyes and asked, why? The murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji, which sent a chill down his spine. His expression was calm as he said, there is no why. Ji Huanglin just stared at him. Their eyes met in silence. After a long while, Ji Huanglin slowly turned around with his back to Zhou Xuanji and said, Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed not simple. If it was someone else, you might already be dead. Our agreement is voided. From now on, don't let me see you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding starry sky suddenly shattered like a mirror falling to the ground. Ji Huanglin took 3 steps forward and came to the cliff. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a creepy evil smile, as though he had become another person. He said with a cold smile, it's impossible to pursue the path of the Overlord Saint, unless the heavenly law is destroyed. Otherwise, you will be tricked to death by the heavenly saint. Brat, the world is deeper than you can imagine. You are just a chess piece. Is the path you want to walk really your own decision? He suddenly fell backwards and disappeared from the cliff. Roar! A domineering dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon wrapped in crimson flames soared into the sky. It broke through the top of the mountain and disappeared into the sky. The entire peak shook violently, and countless gravel slid down. Zhou Xuanji looked up and muttered, "So he's a dragon." He turned around and prepared to leave. He glanced at Qiyu Boy, who was not far away, and used all things return to origin, pulling the boy into his hand. Carrying Qiyu Boy, he quickly charged out of the collapsed mountain. Under the rolling dark clouds, a sandstorm filled the sky. Figures were fighting fiercely in the sandstorm. The ground below was smashed to pieces. Huge rocks were flipped upside down like thorns. Boom! A figure fell down, smashing into the ruins and causing the ground to cave in again. Looking closer, it was Qiu Hu. There was a wound on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His white bones shone with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed, "Damn it." He got up again, ready to kill. Golden pillars of light descended and landed on the broken ground, quickly forming a formation. The top of the golden pillars gave off strands of golden light that wove together to form a ceiling. There were countless strange runes on the ceiling that blocked Qiu Hu's way. No matter what Qiu Hu did, he could not break free. 5 silhouettes appeared on the golden formation. They all wore identical white robes and had a black horsetail whisk pattern imprinted on their backs. They looked down at Qiu Hu and began to communicate without restraint. As expected of the first tiger since the birth of the heavenly Tao. It can be refined into a great supplement pill for breakthroughs. His tiger bones can be refined into magic treasures. It's rare to see someone with such powerful qi and blood. Looks like the great 1,000 worlds outside aren't as weak as we thought. Tiger's penis is also not bad. Qiu Hu almost exploded in anger. Who was he? He was the tiger ancestor. How could he be humiliated like this? He roared and tried to break the formation. But no matter how he attacked, it was futile. The leader, a middle-aged man, raised his right palm and looked down at Qiu Hu. "Heaven sealing Tao seal." He cried out. A golden Tao word parted the sea of clouds and smashed down. This word was incredibly vast. Before it, any existence would seem insignificant. It was majestic and domineering, as though the sky was collapsing. No, Qiu Hu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were red as he roared. On Heaven Fiend Star Island. Zhou Xuanji sat at the foot of the mountain. Behind him was a crimson rock, while Qiyu Boy lay beside him like a corpse. After Ji Huanglin left, he did not act rashly. He decided to wait for the thunderclap sword to level up before he acted. This island was too dangerous after all. He gave the heavenly law's power to the thunderclap sword, hoping that it would have the destructive power of a heavenly saint. Demon god Ji Huang and demon god Tianwu appeared in front of and behind him on the crimson rock to prevent any sneak attacks. In the blink of an eye. 7 days passed. The thunderclap sword leveled up successfully. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. Next, the thunderclap sword's attribute list appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thunderclap sword grade, 9 extreme description, a legendary sword forged with the heavenly law's power. The more lightning it absorbs, the more destructive it will be. 9 extreme. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He was not disappointed indeed. Most importantly, there was no threshold to the stage. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword. A long sword that was flashing with lightning appeared. Compared to the original thunderclap sword, it looked different and more majestic. He got up slowly with the thunderclap sword in his hand. He could sense its violent power. It was as though it could destroy everything in the world. So powerful. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled in high spirits. The Saint Slayer sword was also a 9 extreme legendary sword, but it required connecting heaven level 10 cultivation and could only be used once a year. Compared to it, the Thunderclap sword felt so good. The sound of interweaving lightning woke Chiyu Boy up. He got up in terror and asked with a trembling voice, "I'm not dead." He fixed his eyes on the Thunderclap sword and stepped back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You dared to snatch my things. Are you going to follow me or act on your own?" Chiyu Boy did not understand the situation. But since Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling were not around, he knew that the danger was over. "If I follow you, you won't use me as bait again, right?" he asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and left. The 2 demon gods followed him on both sides, like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on Liu Bei's left and right. Chiyu Boy gritted his teeth and quickly followed. They walked for less than 100 meters when 2 air-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji immediately raised his sword. Horrifying heavenly lightning exploded and bombarded the ground around them. The 2 ferocious creatures cried out and were immediately killed. Chiyu Boy was dumbfounded. What sword is this? So domineering. He was immediately convinced and cried out, "I'll follow you. I'll do anything you want me to." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He looked around the Heaven Fiend Star Island and had a bold idea. The massive Heaven Fiend Star Island was for him to plunder. He decided to plunder everything on this island. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling opened his eyes. That sword, he mumbled with a frown. Power of heavenly law. What a brat. He dared to deceive me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 582. Buddha Yongling pondered for a moment, then immediately got up and disappeared from the Heavenly Saint Palace. In the next second, he arrived at the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said expressionlessly, "Zhou Xuanji, hurry up and give me your sword." Because of old ancestor Hongshe, he did not want to attack Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked up at him. Upon seeing him, Chiyu Boy hurriedly hid behind demon god Tianwu. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "The Heavenly Saint wants to take it by force." He deliberately emphasized the word, Heavenly Saint. In the eyes of all living beings, Heavenly Saints had no desires, so why would they forcefully attack a sword? Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I don't know that you fused the Heavenly Tao Jade into this sword. Although I don't know what method you used to forge this sword in such a short time, I advise you to return it to me, and I will forgive you for your crime of lying. The Heavenly Tao Jade was originally mine." Zhou Xuanji fell silent. This was indeed the case. But the Thunderclap sword was also his. He said, "The Heavenly Tao Jade is indeed precious, but I can't give you my sword. How about I owe you a promise? As long as I can do it, you can mention it at any time. One day, I will become an overlord saint and make this promise count." His gaze was fixed on Buddha Yongling. If Buddha Yongling refused, then they could only fight. Buddha Yongling frowned and instinctively wanted to angrily rebuke Zhou Xuanji. However, seeing the look in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he could not say anything. Sage Daojing trusted Zhou Xuanji so much that he gave him the heavenly law of violet qi. Old ancestor Hongshe protected him with all his might. Could this brat really become an overlord saint? Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. The heavenly Tao Jade was not that important to him. After all, he could not nurture another heavenly saint. But if he could help Zhou Xuanji become an overlord saint, he would not have to share the heavenly law's power with him in the future, and he might even have a chance to survive. He clearly remembered how strong an overlord saint was. A domineering figure appeared in his mind, causing him to fall into a trance. Zhou Xuanji did not continue speaking but waited quietly. Qiyu boy, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. Was that even possible? To him, Zhou Xuanji's request was absurd. Buddha Yangling, however, seemed to believe it. Was the heavenly saint a fool? He just had this thought arise in his mind when Buddha Yangling glanced at him, and it terrified him to the point his entire body shuddered before he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. After a while, Buddha Yangling looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Apart from this promise, you also have to promise that you will never be my enemy." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised but replied, "As long as you don't target the people around me, I will always remember this favor." He spoke with sincerity. Buddha Yangling had heard about his past from Patriarch Hongshe, so he believed him. "I hope you can really become an overlord saint. It's been a long time since I've seen an overlord saint." After saying this, Buddha Yangling disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. An overlord saint had appeared before. Who else could do something that even the 10 great fiend celestials could not do? He didn't think too much and continued forward with Qiyu boy. Qiyu boy was completely convinced and began to crazily flatter him. He could not wait to submit to Zhou Xuanji. Before he entered the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he did not expect that the final winner would be Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin gained nothing, and Buddha Yangling retreated. It was simply unbelievable. A month later, Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu boy walked out of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. His face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip, which was beyond his expectations. Qiyu boy was in a good mood too. He had freeloaded many treasures from Zhou Xuanji. Although they were not as good as Zhou Xuanji's, he was still satisfied. "Boss, where are you going next?" Qiyu boy asked curiously. On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji had experimented before. He could use the Thunderclap sword to tear open the space of the Heaven Fiend realm and enter the void. So he already had a way to return. "Let's find a place to sell some treasures first," Zhou Xuanji replied. He wanted to buy a large number of Heaven Fiend pills and distribute them to Emperor Sword Court's disciples so that they could grow more powerful quickly. After that, he brought Qiyu boy to the deserted island where the Shiji 6 immortals were. The Shiji 6 immortals were still there. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, they quickly came up to him. They fought to ask what had happened during this period of time. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Qiyu boy told him first with a proud expression, as though he was Zhou Xuanji. After he spoke, the Shiji 6 immortals were stunned for a long time. In their hearts, the heavenly saint was the most powerful existence. But they did not expect such an existence to compromise with Zhou Xuanji. Shiji 5 looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. She was the only woman among the 6 immortals, and she had never been so moved before. She had been moved before, but she had severed her feelings and continued to wander the world with the 5 immortals. Throughout her life, she had never seen such a genius. He was only 300 years old. "Okay, each of you pick one." Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of treasures appeared on the ground. There were enchanted treasures, rare resources, materials for artifact refinement, energy technique scrolls, and so on. Since ancient times, countless people had ventured into the Heaven Fiend Star Island and died. Their treasures were left on the island. Some were eroded by time, but some were still there. The Shiji 6 immortals were overjoyed and began to choose delightfully. Qiyu boy looked disdainful. He made up his mind to suck up to Zhou Xuanji. Even Buddha Yangling believed that Zhou Xuanji could become a saint. This was a very powerful backer. Half an hour later, they flew toward a direction at full speed across the turbulent ocean. Half a day later, they flew onto the continent. Under the lead of the Shiji 6 immortals, they decided to head toward the most prosperous city in the Heaven Fiend realm. Zhou Xuanji wanted to sell too many treasures. Ordinary cities could not afford all of them. Chiyu Boy began to mingle with the Shiji-6 immortals. They all decided to follow Zhou Xuanji. Chiyu Boy was a universe heaven cultivator after all. He was skilled in artifact refinement and alchemy. He was a talent that Emperor Sword Court lacked and was worth roping in. The Shiji-6 immortals were even more so. Each of them had their own strengths. Other than connecting Heaven Level 2, they were also skilled in other areas. The Heaven Fiend realm was vast. They only arrived at the True Spirit City after half a month. The True Spirit City had the True Spirit Palace as its backing. It had a population of over 100 million and was the trading center of the entire Heaven Fiend realm. The True Spirit Palace was an overlord-class faction in the Heaven Fiend realm. It was established when the Heaven Fiend realm was born and was promoted by the Heavenly Saint. After entering the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji was stunned by the prosperity of the city. The streets were wide, and even the narrowest one was 30 meters wide. There were many buildings and people walking to and fro. There were stalls everywhere, and there were pavilions that were as tall as mountains. They were like modern skyscrapers in China, or even taller. They had an antique feel to them. It was not the Shiji-6 immortals' first time here. They brought Zhou Xuanji to the largest auction house. He had many treasures with him. Only by auctioning them could he earn the most. However, along the way, he heard a piece of news that made him frown. Chapter 583. The 5 ancestors of the True Spirit Palace had captured the Tiger Ancestor, who had just emerged from the Heavenly Tao. They were going to invite all the heroes in the world to kill the tiger in front of everyone. When Zhou Xuanji heard the passing cultivators mention this, he frowned. No wonder there was no news of Qiu Hu. He had been captured by the True Spirit Palace's 5 ancestors. After Qiu Hu had submitted to him, he had been extremely loyal, making him highly valued. It seemed like he had to think of a way to save Qiu Hu. However, there was still some time before the day of the tiger's death. He could auction off his treasures before that. He was indifferent and continued to follow the Shiji-6 immortals. It was also the first time Chiyu Boy had come to the True Spirit City. He was very excited and looked around, but soon fell behind. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. With his cultivation, he would catch up sooner or later. Along the way, they found an inn with empty rooms. Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest for a while. He took out a stalk of concealment grass. After consuming it, he became invisible and rushed to the True Spirit Palace. The True Spirit Palace was located behind the True Spirit City. It occupied 10,000 miles of land and had over 100 million disciples. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the most heavily guarded area. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. There were all kinds of cities all over the mountains, and there were even floating islands in the sky. Compared to the True Spirit City, it was just as prosperous. Many disciples of the True Spirit Palace were fighting under the sky, so the patrolling disciples did not see them. As one of the overlords of the Heaven Fiend domain, the True Spirit Palace did not need to be on guard. No one dared to barge in. Zhou Xuanji traveled quickly and began looking for prisons. There were many prisons in the True Spirit Palace. Some were in the air, and some were hidden underground. Most of them were living beings who had committed crimes in the True Spirit City. The city lord and the city guards were all from the True Spirit Palace. If the disciples of the True Spirit Palace had children, they would also put them in the True Spirit City, where they could live and multiply. The other side. In the dark prison, Qiu Hu was chained to the wall. His body leaned forward and hung powerlessly. Blood flowed down his fingers and chin and dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood below. He looked like he was in a coma, but he was actually trying his best to accumulate magic power. Damn it, just what kind of technique is the Heaven Sealing Dao imprint? Why can't I summon any of my qi? Qiu Hu roared in his heart. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement in case the true spirit 5 ancestors were even more guarded against him. He also knew about the plan to unload the tiger. To put it bluntly, he wanted to dismember him in front of all the heroes of the world. Apart from boosting the prestige of the true spirit palace, they were also selling his organs. The heaven emanation's domain was filled with rejection and even hostility towards the living beings of the outside world. That was why no creature would sympathize with him. Instead, they would all come to watch the show and treat him like livestock. Every time he thought of this, Chiyo would feel a wave of sorrow. It seemed like he was going to die here. It was a pity that he did not see Zhou Xuanji's posture of climbing to the peak. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. After a while, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ears. "Are you okay?" Chiyo's body trembled. He did not raise his head, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Because the voice came from Zhou Xuanji. After coming to the Heaven Fiend realm, he searched for Zhou Xuanji for a long time but could not find him. How was it possible for this kid to enter the depths of the true spirit palace? "After a while, I'll come and save you. I need to sell something in the true spirit city first." Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the prison door and continued to transmit his voice. He was in a concealed state, so Chiyo could not see him at all. Chiyo could not even sense his aura. Now, Chiyo was completely convinced. He did not look up and did not reply. However, he slightly nodded, causing Zhou Xuanji to smile. This fellow was quite cautious and calm. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything else and quickly left. Unbeknownst to anyone. High up in the sky, within a luxurious palace, the 5 ancestors were cultivating around a large cauldron. They simultaneously opened their eyes. Why did Chiyo nod? He seemed to be communicating with someone. Impossible, I didn't sense any other aura. It's better to be careful. It said that after Chiyo came to the Heaven Fiend realm, he was looking for someone. How about we move over? The 5 ancestors quickly came up with an idea. They all moved and disappeared from the palace. They came to the outside of Chiyo's prison and continued to cultivate. Chiyo looked up and said hatefully, "Why don't you kill me now?" He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would come to die, so he tried to provoke him. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but the 5 ancestors were even more terrifying. This was especially so for the Heaven Sealing Dao seal. It was almost undefeatable and could not be dodged. Facing Chiyo's words, the 5 ancestors did not reply and focused on cultivating, treating him like livestock. Chiyo was incredibly angry, but there was nothing he could do. After returning to the true spirit city, Zhou Xuanji silently waited in his room while the Shiji 6 immortals went to contact an auction house. There were many auction houses, and auction houses in the true spirit city, and there was business almost every day. Ordinary people had to queue up to auction with them. The Shiji 6 immortals all had connecting Heaven Realm to cultivation and had traveled extensively for countless years. They had quite a bit of prestige. In less than half a day, they found an auction house. Shiji 5th came to invite Zhou Xuanji. The two of them quickly came to this auction house. The person who received them was an elder wearing exquisite robes and a hoodie. He gave a warm smile and walked up and cupped his fists as he said, "Senior, you can call me Old Willow. How many treasures are you preparing to sell? Can you take them out to have a look so we can discuss the starting price?" The auction houses also wanted to sell their items, but if the price was too high, no one would bid. In the cultivation world, very few people would forcefully bid for something just to show off. Everyone was after the word profit. Zhou Xuanji walked to a long table and waved his right hand, and treasures appeared one after another. There were spirit stones, enchanted treasures, flowers, fruits, spirit water, scrolls, etc. There were 72 in total. These treasures were just the tip of the iceberg in the supreme storage, but it was enough for this auction house. Old Willow's eyes widened and he instinctively went up, his body trembling. So many, we can open a special auction. No. We've struck it rich. My heavens. Old Willow was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. He could sense the boundless spirit chi contained within each treasure. The Shiji-6 immortals all looked quite pleased, while Zhou Xuanji was quite calm. Old Willow's attitude towards Zhou Xuanji became even more respectful. He started to appraise the items one by one. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and nodded in agreement to most of them. The Shiji-6 immortals would occasionally speak, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Finally, Old Willow said seriously, I will advertise for a few days before opening a special auction for you. We will only take 10% of the profits from the starting price. How about that? He was very sincere and not greedy because he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this auction. The most important thing was Zhou Xuanji himself. To have so many treasures and to have the Shiji-6 immortals work for him, he was definitely not simple and was worth roping in. Chapter 584. After walking out of the auction house, Zhou Xuanji planned to walk around alone. As for the Shiji-6 immortals, they went to contact other auction houses. Zhou Xuanji planned to auction the treasures separately. He had already handed the treasures to the Shiji-6 immortals. He trusted them and was not worried that they would run away with the treasures. He wandered around the true spirit city without any destination in mind. Not long after, he met Chiyu Boy. This guy began to set up a stall again. His voice was extremely loud, and he bragged about low-quality goods in an attempt to cheat people. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not disturb him. He was observing the true spirit city situation. He wanted to build a city like this in the future so that the disciples of Emperor Sword Court could be self-sufficient and live in peace. At the same time, he could establish connections with the Great Thousand World. He walked slowly among the crowd. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder. He frowned slightly and glanced over. With his cultivation, how could he be bumped by someone? Just now, he instinctively dodged, but the other party bumped into him accurately. It was a long-haired man dressed in black. His hair was disheveled, and his back looked bleak. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji with his peripheral vision. That eye actually had a double pupil. Their eyes met, and the two stopped at the same time. This guy, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could not see through this person. The man in black gave a meaningful smile before continuing to walk away. Paw! Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Do we know each other? The man in black did not look back and said, Zhou Xuanji, you do not have much time left. The fate that was predestined from the beginning is coming. I hope you have the ability to bear it. After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The strangest thing was that none of the living beings that were passing by noticed this. Zhou Xuanji looked out of place. He frowned deeply and mumbled, the fate that was predestined from the beginning. How strange. Could it be that he encountered a lunatic? He turned around and continued walking, but the man in black was still in his mind. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. What was his motive? Could it be someone from the Great Emperor Dao Court? Was the Great Emperor Dao Court so powerful that they placed their subordinates in the Heaven Fiend realm? Or were they sent by Buddha Yongling? He thought about it as he walked. The Netherworld. On the Bridge of Helplessness, Judge Chui and a black shadow stood side by side, looking at the surging yellow spring. Magistrate Chui's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, really? A cold female voice floated out from the black shadow. That's right. Magistrate Chui was instantly discouraged, and he became extremely depressed. He smiled bitterly and said, I paid so much, but it was all for naught. His emotions were complicated. Even he himself could not tell if it was regret or unwillingness. Judge Chui, the higher-ups think very highly of you. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day, you will become the king of hell. The black shadow said faintly. His voice was still enough to make people feel numb. Magistrate Chui turned to look at her and asked, what will he do next? The black shadow replied, karma will destroy him. You just have to wait quietly. If he comes looking for you again, you should know what to do. Magistrate Chui sighed instead of nodding. He looked at the yellow springs and said in a low voice, what is the meaning of cultivation? Fighting for one's life, isn't it fate? The shadow didn't reply, instead dissipating on the bridge of helplessness. 7 days later. Zhou Xuanji received the Heaven Fiend pills from the 2 auctions, totaling 86 million Heaven Fiend pills. He was quite satisfied. A Heaven Fiend pill contained quite a lot of spirit qi after all. Boss, what are we going to do next? Old Immortal Shiji asked excitedly. They had earned quite a lot too. They had obtained many treasures from Zhou Xuanji and sold them to the auction house. All of them were above the reserve price, which made them so happy that they could not close their mouths. Only Chiyu Boy was unhappy. He did not earn much from his stall. Zhou Xuanji replied, there will be a fierce battle next. I'm going to save a subordinate. With this, Shiji's 6 immortals and Chiyu Boy looked at him in astonishment. A subordinate? Didn't Zhou Xuanji come from another great thousand world? Could someone else have entered the Heaven Fiend realm with him? They suddenly thought of a name, and their expressions changed drastically. The tiger ancestor Qiu Hu. He had only entered the Heaven Fiend realm recently, and the news of the tiger banquet had already spread across the true spirit city. Their hearts beat faster. The tiger ancestor was Zhou Xuanji's subordinate. They were not afraid but excited. Next, they were going to wreak havoc in the true spirit palace. I'm going to join the battle too. Chiyu Boy cried out excitedly, and the Shiji 6 immortals also spoke. They had a tacit understanding and did not mention Qiu Hu. To be able to cultivate to this day, they were naturally very smart. We'll act when the tiger banquet is about to begin, Zhou Xuanji said. He had been to the true spirit palace before, and it was indeed heavily guarded. To prevent any accidents, they would only act after a while. If they caused chaos, the true spirit palace would be even more difficult to deal with. After the thunderclap sword leveled up to 9 extreme legendary sword, each swing of his sword consumed a lot of energy. Even with the Tianxia map to replenish his celestial energy, he had to be wary of enemies who could deal a fatal blow to him in the dark. The reason why he was so worried was mainly because of the man in black that day. The group returned to the inn. In the following period of time, they went their own ways and met again at night, just in case anyone went missing. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed, and the true spirit city became more and more crowded. The stone platform for the tiger banquet had already been built at the north of the city, and all sorts of legends about Qiu Hu spread throughout the city. It was as though he was a rare treasure, and his flesh could allow anyone to become an immortal with just a bite. This day, Zhou Xuanji was eating and drinking at the edge of the inn's 4th floor. From here, he could see the bustling true spirit city. At this moment, someone walked up to him and sat down. He glanced over and saw a lady in palace attire. She had a pretty face and a dignified demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Zhou Xuanji, are you ready? The lady in palace attire asked calmly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, who are you? Recently, he had met 6 people who came to him out of nowhere and asked him if he was ready to accept his fate, just like the man in black that he met previously. Each time Zhou Xuanji wanted to capture these people, they would disappear as though they were never there. He understood that he was being targeted. When you become more powerful, you will be closer to your fate. The lady in palace attire said calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Lunatics. He suddenly noticed that this lady looked so much like the great Zhou's empress. He squinted his eyes, and the lady's face began to blur. I see. This lady was not real. Could she be created by some divine ability? He fell into deep thought and ignored the lady's muttering. A while later. Like the others, the lady in palace attire turned into smoke and disappeared. He took out the ancient god's sword with his left hand and placed it on the table to discuss this with the souls. Sovereign Xian sighed and said, "Could it be that you are being targeted by another heavenly saint?" Chapter 585. Sovereign Xian's words made Zhou Xuanji think of the heavenly saint who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, the other heavenly saints most likely would not target him. They had even snuck into the heaven fiend realm. They had put in a lot of effort. No, it's not the heavenly saint, it should be reincarnation destiny, Tao Lord Xiantian said in a low voice. Tao Master Xiantian said in a solemn tone. Reincarnation destiny. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and the other souls were shocked. What do you mean? Aren't reincarnation and destiny just rules? It's just a vague concept. Do you really think they exist? Don't scare me. If every living being's fate is determined from the start, what's the point of cultivation? Fate is changeable. It's just the current situation that determines the outcome of each decision. Those people were evidently sent to scare him. After the other souls finished speaking, Tao Lord Xiantian gloomily sighed. He continued to speak, I once saw an existence who was banished by destiny. In the end, he was betrayed by all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law. All beings banished by destiny will have all sorts of illusions appear before their fates arrive. They will warn them to be prepared to accept the judgment of destiny. His words caused the other souls to feel even more shocked. They had not revived yet and did not want to die with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, that shouldn't be the case. The heavenly law Jade acknowledged me and wanted me to become a heavenly saint. Could it be that because he refused to become a heavenly saint, the heavenly law was going to target him? Wasn't the heavenly law supreme and did not have its own rules? That's not the case. Every living creature has their own fate when they gain consciousness. You were chased away by fate from the very beginning. Originally, you could have become a heavenly saint with your talent, but you rejected it. Perhaps this is also part of fate. You seem to have thought it over carefully, but in reality, it is all part of fate. Tao Lord Xuantian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's frown to deepen. These words made one's hairs stand on end. Didn't that mean that no matter what Zhou Xuanji thought, the final decision he made would be the same as his own? He did not know his own fate and could not deliberately deviate from it. However, he did not believe that cultivators could not escape their own fate. What you said makes a lot of sense. Didn't this kid's fate change when he was young? From then on, his talent reached an unprecedented level. Could it be that he was expelled by fate from that time? Does Xian Daoya have that ability? That's right. This doesn't make sense either. Mother, your words have caused my soul to tremble. Don't you mean that it was fate that caused me to end up like this? The soul started to discuss worriedly, and Zhou Xuanji also started to think deeply. It looked like he had to leave the Heaven Fiend domain as soon as possible. He wanted to return to the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible and make his preparations. After thinking about it, he slowly got up and went to summon the Shiji Six Immortals and Chiyu Boy. Emperor Sword Court. Amidst the mountains, Zhou Shaoxian and Xiao Jinghong were sparring. The speed of their swords was extremely fast as they fought back and forth. Their swords shone brilliantly. Looking in all directions, he could see many Emperor Sword Court disciples practicing their swords. Zhou Xuanji had only left for a year, which was very short to them. Most of the disciples were still immersed in the lingering sound of the Grand Tao. After sparring for a while, Zhou Shaoxian stopped. Xiao Jinghong sheathed his sword and said in amazement, "Shaoxian, your talent is really amazing. You might even be able to catch up to our revered teacher." He was not joking. After sparring with Zhou Shaoxian, he could already feel the pressure. If this went on, it would not be long before Zhou Shaoxian surpassed him in the way of the sword. He inwardly sighed in amazement at how powerful his revered teacher's bloodline was. Zhou Shaoxian felt quite pleased with herself. She smiled and said, "Of course, I was born extraordinary." Xiao Jinghong shook his head and did not refute her. Following this, he turned to leave and prepared to find Meng Tianlang. He wanted to continue sparring with this rival of his and find some comfort in his heart. Zhou Shaoxian gripped her sword and began to think about what she had been lacking in. Because she had been influenced by what she had seen and heard since she was young, she truly loved swords. She had already created many sword techniques. In the northern wilderness region, there were peerless sword techniques that could dominate a region. "Come here." A woman's voice came into Zhou Xiaoxuan's ears, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a woman standing on the clouds. She wore an exquisite long dress with all sorts of jewels embedded on it. Her long hair was coiled into a golden phoenix jade hairpin, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Seeing her, Zhou Shaoxian felt an indescribable sense of closeness and immediately flew up. The two women quickly flew above the sea of clouds, away from the ground. Zhou Shaoxian asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I've seen you before." The woman smiled as she looked at her and said, "I have something to tell you. Your father needs your help." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian frowned. Why would her father need her help? The difference in their cultivations was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. She instinctively became wary and asked in a low voice, "Just who are you and what do you want?" The woman smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come to you so openly. Let me tell you about your father's past." Zhou Shaoxian looked quite confused and decided to listen to what she had to say. North of the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Qiyu Boy walked towards the True Spirit Palace. He took out an concealing grass with his right hand and said, "Wait for me here." After that, he consumed the concealing grass and disappeared on the spot. Qiyu Boy looked at the Shiji Six Immortals with wide eyes and asked, "What grass is that?" The Shiji Six Immortals shook their heads. If they could completely see through Zhou Xuanji, would they still follow him? Senior is so unfathomable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the dungeon where Qiu Hu was. In front of the dungeon, the five ancestors were cultivating. They opened their eyes at the same time. Who? Someone is contacting Qiu Hu in secret. Show yourself. Get out. Their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the dungeon. Qiu Hu, who was in the dungeon, looked up and his expression changed drastically. Following his gaze, he saw Zhou Xuanji standing in front of the five ancestors. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light flickering with lightning in his right hand. It was the thunderclap sword. He had already activated the 9-soul fusion technique. Looking at Qiu Hu, he said, "It's time to bring you back." Qiu Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you doing this?" The five ancestors got up as well. A terrifying aura exploded out, shaking the dungeon. Even the True Spirit Palace's disciples outside could sense it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You stupid tiger, you dare to look down on me." The five ancestors looked grave. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. Especially that sword, which made their hairs stand on end. The middle-aged man in the lead raised his right palm and slammed out. A golden Dao character flew out from his palm and quickly expanded. It was 30 meters wide and quickly smashed towards Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 586. Facing the powerful heaven-sealing Dao seal, Zhou Xuanji stabbed the ground in front of him. Clang! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded, and countless bolts of lightning intertwined with the golden characters like pythons, tearing the heaven-sealing seal apart with an extremely domineering power. The entire dungeon shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel slid down. The 5 ancestors' expressions greatly fell and they looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. The heaven-sealing Dao seal had been easily broken. Qiu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Release him, or die." The murderous aura caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. The true spirit 5 ancestors were furious. How could they let go just like that? They immediately split up, each holding an enchanted artifact and charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions like lightning. A violent gale blew toward Zhou Xuanji, and the flames sped along the ground. The golden arrows pierced through the sea of flames and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He tilted his body slightly and drew his sword. Sky dominating divine sword soul. Bang! The dungeon exploded. Lightning flashed, turning the darkness into day. Zhou Xuanji passed through the prison door with a single step and came before Qiu Hu. He picked him up and left. When Qiu Hu opened his eyes again, he found himself on a grassy plain. Zhou Xuanji passed the Wonder Blood Spirit pill to him and said, "This pill was given to me by an old friend. It can help you recover from your injuries in a few breaths." Hearing this, Qiu Hu immediately put the Wonder Blood Spirit pill into his mouth. This pill was given to Zhou Xuanji by Great Emperor Wuang during the war between the two worlds. At this time, 5 figures with terrifying auras descended, causing green waves to appear on the grassland, and the forest in the distance shook violently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Seems like you really want to die." These words almost caused the 5 true spirit ancestors to explode. More and more experts from the True Spirit Palace gathered. The previous explosion was so earth-shattering that everyone in the True Spirit City could hear it. Shiji 6 Immortals and Qiyu Boy quickly came behind Zhou Xuanji and faced the True Spirit Palace together. Zhou Xuanji raised the Thunderclap sword, which flashed with lightning. His face looked incredibly grave and stern under the light. He was like a god of death. "This is the Thunderclap sword. Prepare to die." Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the rumbling of heavenly thunder suddenly became louder. He activated the terrifying power of the Thunderclap sword. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered and the sky changed color. The 5 ancestors quickly spread out, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they immediately got into a formation. A pentagonal golden pillar of light rose up, trapping Zhou Xuanji and the others within. Qiu Hu, who had just recovered from his injuries, gritted his teeth and said, "They want to use the heaven-sealing Dao seal again. Can you crack it?" Zhou Xuanji saved him, and this gave him a glimmer of hope. This kid has become stronger again. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stabbed toward the sky. A beam of light followed the thunderclap sword and soared into the sky, breaking through the rolling thunderclouds. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, bombarding everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom! 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 Mountains were smashed into smithereens. The grasslands and forests were scorched black and razed to the ground. Countless disciples of the True Spirit Palace were killed in both body and soul, and miserable screams could be heard continuously. The expressions of the 5 true spirit ancestors changed drastically and they all tried to dodge the lightning. However, the lightning was too dense and one of them was instantly turned into ashes. In less than a breath's time, the 5 ancestors had been completely annihilated. One of the ancestors wanted to escape underground, but he could not dodge the terrifying lightning. In the eyes of Chiao Hu, the Shiji-6 immortals, and Chiyu boy, they felt heavenly might descend, and everything around them turned into nothingness. They were dumbfounded and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? Even Chiyu boy, who had seen the might of the thunderclap sword on the Heaven Fiend Star Island, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was too terrifying. Facing such power, who would not be afraid? Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword and slashed out a crack, bringing everyone into the void. The spatial crack also disappeared. They quickly escaped. In the darkness, they followed the thunderclap sword's lightning. Chiyu boy sighed in amazement, so domineering. He was completely convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He was even more powerful than his master. Chiao, who was incredibly excited, and asked, "Master, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I've always been this powerful." In that battle, he had also used world internalization, and the magic energy in his body almost caused his body to explode. He had to find a place to hide and prepare to break through. Inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yangling frowned and looked at the black shadow in front of him. "Really?" he asked. The black shadow was burning like a raging flame. Its body twisted, and its face could not be seen clearly. "Yes," it replied with a hoarse voice, "it's all thanks to your heavenly law Jade that his destiny was accelerated." Buddha Yangling fell into deep thought. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be someone banished by destiny. He could not help but think of the last person who had such a destiny. No wonder he wanted to become an overlord saint. It's all part of heaven's will. Buddha Yangling sighed. His heart became heavy. So what if he was a heavenly saint? He could not defeat heaven's will. He looked at the black shadow and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The black shadow said, "Warn old ancestor Hongsher not to help Zhou Xuanji anymore, or else his position as a saint will be in danger." Buddha Yangling frowned and asked further, "Why don't you go yourself?" Old ancestor Hongsher had a fiery temper, and he did not want to be scolded. "This is to accumulate merit for you." The black shadow disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yangling heard him, and his face turned extremely unsightly. In the void, Zhou Xuanji broke through to connecting heaven level 2, and his cultivation was still growing. Chiao Hu, Shiji-6 immortals, Chiyu boy, demon god Tianwu, and demon god Jihuang were waiting around him. They were cultivating too. The void was silent. In the end, Zhou Xuanji did not break through to all 3 levels of connecting heaven, but he was very close to it. After the breakthrough, they continued on their journey toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, they came out from the dark void and came to the vast starry sky. Chiao Hu pointed in a direction and said, "Wanshan Great Thousand is over there." The group immediately flew toward that direction. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He turned to Chiao Hu and asked, "Do you know what being banished by destiny means?" Chiao Hu was a little stunned. He replied with a frown, "A long time ago, an incredibly powerful being was banished by destiny. He was the only overlord saint since ancient times. All the heavenly saints combined could not defeat him. In the end, driven by destiny, he was dealt with by the fate of all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law." Zhou Xuanji was stunned and asked, "What do you mean? Driven by destiny? Could it be that destiny could control all beings?" Chiao Hu said hesitantly, "I don't know the specifics. I don't remember that catastrophe clearly. It might be the doing of the heavenly law. Memory wiping." Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. After the war between 2 worlds, the heavenly saints would also wipe the memories of the victors. Could it be from the heavenly law? Chapter 587. Chiao Hu's words sent Zhou Xuanji into countless fantasies. He even imagined the scene of all beings being manipulated by fate to deal with him together. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with all living beings, but he was afraid that the people around him would also be controlled. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence and began to think of a solution. The Shiji-6 immortals and Qiyu boy were very curious about what Qiu Hu had said and started to ask. They continued on their way towards Wanshan Great Thousand. After a long while, a powerful aura came from ahead, which brought Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Here it comes again." He thought that it was the phantom of fate from before that had come to advise him to accept his fate. But that was not the case. It was Gu Tianxia. He also noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others and instinctively wanted to avoid them. However, his gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his expression changed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. "Stop!" Qiyu boy shouted. His voice was overbearing and he did not put Gu Tianxia in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and felt that this person was very familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this Gu Tianxia? Not only did he grow a pair of eyes, but he also became younger. He said, "It's okay, I know him." He was shocked when he found out that Gu Tianxia had been resurrected and even suppressed the 3 prodigies of the Abyss Pearl mainland. It seemed like this guy was really talented. He looked carefully and found that this guy's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the universe heaven realm. TSK, he broke through really quickly. Gu Tianxia flew up to Zhou Xuanji and smiled, "Long time no see." He sized up Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in his eyes. He actually couldn't see through this kid's cultivation. Incredible. No wonder the old beggar praised him so much. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not know that Gu Tianxia had already become his junior brother. Gu Tianxia replied, "I'm looking for a fortuitous encounter and preparing to head into the depths of the void." "You want to return to Wanshan Great Thousand? I advise you to be careful. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand, has already come out of seclusion. It won't be long before he attacks the Wanshan Great Thousand again." Heavenly Master Xiantai. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that something was off. Why did Emperor Xiantai suddenly come out of seclusion at this critical juncture? Could it be that he was being manipulated by fate and was prepared to deal with him? Gu Tianxia could tell that Ning Ke was worried. He said meaningfully, "Sometimes, you can give up some things. No matter how strong a cultivator is, he can't be completely safe." After that, Gu Tianxia flew past Zhou Xuanji and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant but did not take it to heart. The group continued forward. "Who is that kid? I feel that there's an extremely terrifying power hidden within his body." Qiu Hu asked out of curiosity, and the Shiji-6 immortals also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Gu Tianxia, an extremely talented genius." Everyone was shocked. For Zhou Xuanji to call him extremely talented, he was definitely not simple. After returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly went to where Emperor Sword Court was. Emperor Sword Court was still safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji let out Jiang Shua and Daoyu Old Man, and he gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court together. He first introduced the Shiji-6 immortals and Qiyu boy. Upon learning that the Shiji-6 immortals were all strong practitioners in the reaching heaven state, the crowd was astonished. Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to give out heaven fiend pills. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, and the others, the other 20 million disciples each received a heaven fiend pill. Everyone curiously asked where he was going. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Along the way, he would have the Shiji-6 immortals, Qiyu boy, and Qiu Hu interject. Hearing this, everyone continuously gasped. They had never thought that while they had been peacefully training, Zhou Xuanji had experienced so many things. Zhou Xuanji also told them about how he had been banished by destiny, causing everyone to fall silent. Even Qiu Hu, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Qiu Boy looked at him in shock. No wonder he had asked about this before. How could it be like this? Could it be that I did not change destiny well back then? Daoya old man's expression was unsightly as he said with gritted teeth. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand, her eyes filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Beixiao Wangjian scratched his head and asked, "Is there no other way to escape this destiny?" Under the heavenly law, most creatures believed in destiny. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, he had not thought of any other way. In other words, we might be controlled by destiny to deal with you. Huang Lianxin asked carefully. As soon as she said that, everyone's expressions changed. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that possibility. The most horrifying thing was that after this, they might not remember this and might even forget about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Zhou Xuanji, how could they have come this far? Hearing this, Jiang Shui became even more nervous. She suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her how to never forget him. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she forgot Zhou Xuanji. There's no need to be too nervous. According to the Lord, there's still some time before the punishment of destiny. The stronger he is, the closer he will be to being banished by destiny. We still have time to think of a countermeasure. Qiu Hu said, comforting everyone. He thought of the old immortal and was about to ask him. Zhou Xuanji also spoke, telling everyone to calm down and continue to develop Emperor Sword Court. Everyone could only give up, but their hearts were shrouded in a layer of shadow. After the meeting was dismissed, Zhou Xuanji saw that Zhou Xiaoxian had not left yet. The girl's head was lowered and looked depressed. No one knew what she was thinking about. He walked over, caressed her head, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked up with tearful eyes and said, "There was someone who came to find me before. She wanted me to tell you to be prepared to accept your fate. She wanted me to advise you to leave the area of the heavenly Tao and flee into the void. Only then would you be able to avoid the calamity." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "Who is she? Why are they looking for you?" Jiang Shui walked over and asked, "How long ago?" Daoya old man pinched his fingers and divined. Then, he coughed up blood. The Shiji Six Immortals were so shocked that they hurriedly helped him up. "I don't know who she is, just a few days ago." Zhou Xiaoxian shook her head. She raised her right hand and a light mirror appeared in her palm. The woman's face was reflected in the mirror. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed into shock. Jiang Shui frowned and asked, "Do you know her?" For some reason, she felt that this woman looked very similar to Zhou Xuanji at first glance. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Could it be, she is my birth mother? Zhou Xuanji's expression was complicated. He suddenly felt that things were much deeper than he had imagined. Lady Zhao Xian didn't die. Or did his soul not reincarnate after his death? Xian, Daoya old man cried out in shock and ran over immediately. Looking at the light mirror in Zhou Xiaoxuan's palm, his body trembled in disbelief. Zhou Xiaoxian and Jiang Shui looked at each other in shock. Could it be that grandma isn't dead? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise. This meant that this woman had no ill intentions and was really here to help. Mobile version of the fastest updated website.
Chapter 466. Su Yin finally arrived at the burial sword tomb. For him, the burial sword tomb could be said to be the place where his life began. It was here that he truly began to cultivate. It was also here that he met Lu Fei. Of course, the most important thing was the beautiful woman in red, Lin Hualu. Thinking of Lin Hualu, Su Yin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this moment, he had a few more confidants around him. However, it was even more difficult for him to forget Lin Hualu. At this moment, he suddenly felt the blood in his body move, and an unimaginable and terrible desire directly burst out. Su Yin knew that this was the result of the dragon blood in his body being agitated again. In the short time that he controlled the sword dragon, the heart of the demonic dragon had already experienced several situations. Although the situation wasn't very strong each time, Su Yin knew that this was a sign that indicated that he could no longer control the demon dragon's heart well. If he still could not find a way to control the heart of the demonic dragon, he was afraid that the heart of the demonic dragon would completely riot. At that time, everything would be too late. Have I finally arrived at the burial sword tomb? Su Yin did not stop at all, but directly rushed toward the sword well. Although the sword well was finally closed back then, for him at this moment, it was naturally nothing. Su Yin directly controlled the sword to open the way. Finally, he once again arrived in front of the pagoda. His fate began to change here. At that time, he had consecutively broken through the first 5 floors, and each floor had some benefits. However, at that time, his cultivation was still shallow, and the last 2 floors were simply forbidden for him. Before venerable wandering slayer disappeared, he had once said that when Su Yin had enough cultivation, he must come here. He did not know whether Su Yin had reached the so-called enough cultivation, but he understood that he had to break in here at this time. Because if he did not come here, the heart of the demonic dragon in his body would completely go berserk, and then it would control Su Yin, turning him into a walking corpse. With a light shake, the Buddha sword appeared in Su Yin's hand. The Buddha's sword was the key to the pagoda. Without the Buddha's sword, Su Yin would not have been able to enter the pagoda. Since the Buddha pagoda was an heirloom passed down by the Buddha gate, it naturally possessed extraordinary power. At this moment, Su Yin gently tossed out the pagoda sword in his hand. The Buddha's sword didn't move at all. Instead, it stood still in the air. In the next moment, a golden light flickered, and the intense brilliance was incomparably dazzling. The golden light grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it had already wrapped Su Yin within it. Su Yin had to admit that the blazing golden light was indeed very restrictive. The power he used this time was almost all of his power. He dared to bet that such an attack could break through the defense of a Dragon Realm cultivator. However, the door didn't even tremble. How is this possible? This stone door didn't even move a single bit. Su Yin walked in front of the stone door and touched it. A cold aura was transmitted. At this moment, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on Su Yin's palm that was touching the stone door. When the ice appeared, Su Yin didn't even have time to react. The ice had already spread. Then, with lightning speed, it sealed Su Yin's entire body in ice. Su Yin's entire body froze on the spot, and then he was sealed in ice. At this moment, his soul seemed to fly out of his sea of consciousness. Countless clouds and mist whistled in Su Yin's ears. So fast, Su Yin was shocked. Based on his current state, he had completely surpassed the speed of sound. This speed was something that he couldn't achieve even when he was in the demonic dragon form and controlling the sword dragon. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yin's ears finally quietened down. He breathed heavily as he looked around. What happened just now made him feel surprised and even horrified. This was because he clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still standing in front of the stone door, worrying about how to break open the stone door. However, at this moment, he was in a world of birds and flowers. There was no longer any ice seal here. The gentle sun descended, and the surrounding was green with trees that connected to the sky. Birds were chirping, flowers, and insects were enjoying themselves. Even he himself felt an extremely comfortable warmth. What is going on? Why am I here? Where is this? Just as Su Yin was feeling puzzled, a mountain song suddenly came from afar. The song was strong and powerful, and it faintly had an artistic conception of crossing the sky. Su Yin was shocked. Just based on this power alone, he is already an incredible existence. I'm afraid his cultivation level is already in the dragon realm. At this moment, the person who was singing had already appeared in front of him. This person had a head of black hair that was casually scattered. He was wearing a bear skin. He held a steel fork in one hand and a large wolf in the other. This person walked closer and closer, and the shock in Su Yan's heart grew more and more intense. This was because as this person came closer, he could faintly feel a pressure coming towards him. Su Yan had felt this pressure from the 100 Beasts, Old Demon, and Yun He. This was the dragon force of the dragon realm. However, the problem was that even the dragon force released by Yun He, who was in the Three Dragons realm, could not compare to this person who was dressed like a hunter. Who on earth was this person? Since when had there been such an extraordinary person in the 5 counties? What made Su Yan even more shocked was that this extraordinary person was actually dressed like a hunter at this moment. Just as Su Yan's nerves were running out, the hunter had already arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan, gave a simple and honest smile, and then said, "Young master, why are you alone in this mountain? This mountain is really dangerous. Why don't you follow me down the mountain?" Hearing the hunter's voice, Su Yan reacted and said, "Brother, may I ask where this place is? I don't know how I got here, so I hope you can tell me." Su Yan organized his thoughts and asked carefully. Hearing Su Yan's question, the hunter's eyes were filled with doubt. However, after a moment, he laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, you are very bold. Ferocious beasts roam the 100,000 mountains, and it is extremely dangerous. You directly barged in. Hurry up and follow me down the mountain. It's going to be night soon. This 100,000 mountains is very dangerous," the hunter said to Su Yan. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. With his current strength, what wild beast could pose a threat to him? However, he did not say this out loud because the hunter's aura was that of the dragon realm. If he said that this place was dangerous, then there must be something else here. Chapter 467. This was an extremely terrifying place. That was the answer that Su Yan came to. This was because when Su Yan followed the hunter down the mountain, he saw the hunter in action with his own eyes. On the way down the mountain, they encountered a giant snake. This giant snake's body actually exuded an extremely terrifying dragon's aura. Su Yan even felt that the snake in front of him was a real dragon. Fortunately, this seemed to be an extremely special place. Otherwise, the devil dragon's heart would definitely go on a rampage again. At that time, when Su Yan was about to make a move, the hunter beat him to it. He immediately roared and then turned the steel fork in his hand. This ordinary steel fork directly burst out with an extremely terrifying light in his hand, and then flew out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, the steel fork had already hit the giant snake's body. This time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other hand, the hunter's expression was calm, and he did not take this matter to heart at all. "Ahaha, what a stupid snake. It's actually courting death in front of me. But this is also good. I was just worried that I didn't have enough food to entertain you tonight. Brother, help me hold the steel fork. I'll carry this snake back," the hunter said as he handed over the steel fork. Su Yan took the steel fork without batting an eyelid. However, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. With the steel fork in hand, Su Yan's entire body sank down a little. Su Yan had to use both hands to support the weight of the steel fork. He originally thought that it was just a steel fork, but he did not expect it to be so heavy. This made Su Yan feel extremely shocked. "By the way, brother, I'm the gang. What's your name?" After this episode, the gang once again communicated with Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan could not tell him that he came from another world, so he could only say that he was doing business here and did not know how he ended up here. "Brother, you must have fallen into the black wind. Under the 100,000 mountains, the most terrifying thing is the black wind. You're lucky that you only got hung up here and met me. If you were unlucky, I'm afraid you would have been killed by the black wind," he said to Su Yan. Black wind. Su Yan felt strange. Yes, it's also called the demon wind. Some people say that it's the work of a great demon in the 100,000 mountains. It creates a black wind that blows people into the mountains and then eats them alive. The gang dragged the long snake and carried the dead wolf's body as he walked forward. Su Yan asked, "Brother to gang, if I may ask, how long have you been cultivating?" What realm are you in now? Cultivating? Hee, we mountain people don't have the time to cultivate seriously. It's just that I've been following my father to hunt in the mountains since I was young and learned some skills from him. As for the realm, I don't know. The gang said directly. You only learned some skills from hunting? Su Yin was surprised. With the gang skills, if he was in the 5 commanderies, he could be the master of a region. After all, even Yin he might not be his opponent. However, in his words, it was not worth mentioning. Brother to gang, are those great demons very powerful? Could it be that even you're no match for him? Su Yin asked again. Ha ha, Brother Su Yin, don't joke. These great demons are not only very powerful, they're terrifyingly powerful. I'm nothing. If these great demons really come out, I'm afraid they can kill me with just a finger. It's a pity that they can't come out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The gang continued. As Su Yin asked, the gang answered. Su Yin asked more and more questions, but this the gang was really a good person. He did not bicker with Su Yin. Whatever Su Yin asked, the gang answered. Following Da Gang's description, Su Yin was finally familiar with the situation here. This was a place called the 100,000 Mountains. In the 100,000 mountains, there were endless forests and forests. Mountain was a native of this place. Ever since he was young, he had never left this place. This was because this place was too dangerous and remote. If one wanted to leave this place, they would have to pay a huge price. In the mountains, there were all kinds of wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, birds, and beasts. Su Yin had a rough understanding of the beasts. These beasts that the gang called normal beasts most likely had the strength of the dragon realm. This made Su Yin extremely shocked. If that was the case, without using the devil dragon's heart, he was not their opponent at all. This result was inevitably sad. Su Yin finally understood why venerable wandering slayer wanted him to come here when he had enough strength. Compared to the 5 counties continents, this was simply a terrifying world. He was brought here by the stone door. If he guessed correctly, in order to crack the stone door and enter the 6th floor, he needed to find the answer in this world. As for what kind of answer was, although Su Yin was still not sure, he vaguely felt that this was related to the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains that the gang said. However, for Su Yin, this was probably too difficult. After all, there was a great demon in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. According to the gang's description, this was also an extremely terrifying existence. However, for Su Yin, the gang seemed to be a very terrifying existence. This was because the gang had once said, "Brother Su Yin, you are handsome, but unfortunately you seem to be a little too weak." A little too weak. When Su Yin heard this answer, he was a little speechless. He did not even know how to answer this question because he could not tell the gang that he was already a powerhouse in his world. The two of them walked for a long time before they finally arrived at their destination. This was the gang's home. In a hidden valley, there was a small mountain village. The village was not prosperous. After all, the living conditions in the 100,000 mountains were really harsh. Even though the terrain of this valley was very comfortable and safe, it was still full of danger at all times. Outside the mountain village, many mechanisms were set up. Some of the mechanisms were stained with blood that had not even dried up. From this, it could be seen that a battle had just broken out here not long ago. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. This is my village, Great Yin Village. There aren't many people in the village, but there aren't few either. There are about 200 people, the gang said to Su Yin. The gang was very popular in the village. As soon as he returned, many people in the village greeted him. Su Yin followed behind him and watched as the gang and the villagers responded one by one. However, he did not speak. He only carefully sized up the villagers. The people here were really beyond Su Yin's expectations. He had originally thought that the gang was powerful because he was an individual, but he soon realized that was not the case. Even Child seemed very powerful. He could even fight against a spiritual sea realm powerhouse at the life soul realm. The women were also very terrifying. The auras on their bodies were extremely powerful and terrifying. Big brother, the harvest seems to be good. A black killer snake and a wolf. At that moment, a girl stood in front of the gang with a face full of joy. When the gang saw him, an unconcealable look of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's indeed good. This black killer snake came to me on its own accord. Ha ha ha. By the way, sister, this is my new friend. His name is Su Yen. The gang introduced him to the girl. Su Yen smiled at the girl and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yen. I came here in a hurry and did not have anything good. Let me give you this as a greeting gift." As Su Yen spoke, he suddenly took out the astonishing celestial sword. The astonishing celestial sword had followed him all the way here. It was really a handy weapon. However, as Su Yan's cultivation base increased, his spirit chi became even more terrifying. This sword could no longer withstand Su Yan's spirit chi. After all, it was only a long sword that ugly uncle had forged when he was depressed. Su Yan was already indebted to the gang for saving his life. When he saw his sister, he needed to express his gratitude. Therefore, he gave the sword to the girl. When the girl received the astonishing celestial sword, her face was full of joy. Obviously, she liked it very much. In a mountain village like this, there were no excellent forging methods. It was already very rare to have such a sword. However, she still looked at the gang. Obviously, she was asking for the gang's opinion. The gang just laughed and said, "Okay, take it. This is also a token of appreciation from Brother Su Yan. Let's go back and prepare some delicious food." After getting the gang's approval, she was immediately full of joy. Then, she took the astonishing celestial sword and ran away. Su Yan's gaze fell on a running figure, and he muttered to himself. Of course, this was not because Su Yan had feelings for the girl. It was because Su Yan saw that this girl was special. In this village, even the children who were playing were full of spiritual power. They were like little savage beasts. And the adult women were even more extraordinary. They were even strong cultivators in the spiritual sea realm. Among them, the most terrifying ones that Su Yan had seen had already reached the dragon realm. They were real female tyrannosauruses. However, Aya's body did not have any spiritual power at all. She was an extremely simple and ordinary girl. She did not have any spiritual power for cultivation. Therefore, Su Yan felt that it was strange. "Sigh, Brother Su Yan, you must have seen that Aya's body does not have any power." The gang sighed and said. Su Yan nodded and then asked, "Indeed, I didn't feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy from Aya's body." That is strength. In this village, is Aya the only one like this?" The gang was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed and said, "Yes, only Aya." Chapter 468. Su Yan did not ask any more questions. The gang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then led Su Yan into the house. The gang's house was very special. The reason for that was because the other houses were built next to each other. This was very understandable. In such a dangerous environment, building next to each other would naturally bring about a sense of security. If an accident really happened, everyone could take care of each other and help each other in the shortest time possible so that they could deal with it together. However, the gang's home was located far away from the city. This design was undoubtedly stupid. Normally, it would be fine. However, if any demonic beast came, this place would be in a very awkward situation. Even if the villagers wanted to help, it would be very inconvenient. In this house, only the gang and his sister lived. When the gang was here, it did not matter. After all, the gang's strength was in the dragon realm. He saw with his own eyes that the black killer snake was easily killed by the gang with a fork. If it was him, there might be a big battle. It was even possible that he would be directly swallowed by the black killer snake. However, since the gang was going to hunt during the day, what should be done here? It did not need a large beast. As long as there was a flying insect, it would be a fatal threat to Aya. However, Su Yan did not ask this question. Aya was a kind and capable girl. Although she did not have spiritual power, her cooking was not bad. After the gang helped her to process the meat, she began to roast the meat quietly by herself. The gang's house was very special. In front of the house, there were fields with some vegetable sprouts. Su Yan saw clearly that these vegetables were wild vegetables. This was because he had seen them outside when he followed the gang here. The reason why it was special was because the other villagers had never seen such a field. At night, the aroma of roast meat quickly filled the air. Even Su Yan was drooling. Brother Su Yan, my sister's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Being able to enjoy her cooking is your greatest fortune today, the gang said proudly. Yes, brother the gang is right. I've never enjoyed such delicious food before, Su Yin replied loudly. These words were not a lie. Of course, there were countless delicacies in the 5 counties, but Aya's culinary skills were unique. It wasn't that her food was the most delicious, but it was definitely the most special. When the barbecued meat entered his mouth, there was a refreshing taste. It was as refreshing as mint. Moreover, the meat was extraordinary. This was the meat of a wild beast in the dragon realm. Even after being burned, the spiritual energy within could still be clearly detected. It's good that Big Brother Su Yin likes it. You should eat more. Big Brother said that eating more meat will make you stronger. Aya smiled sweetly. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, making her look extremely beautiful. Su Yin didn't hold back and wolfed down the meat in big mouthfuls. However, compared to the gang, the way he ate was simply too elegant. The gang's eating speed and appetite were as terrifying as his strength. After dinner, the gang cleaned up an empty room for Su Yin, then returned to his own room to sleep. He had to fight in the mountains during the day. Just as he said, the mountains were too dangerous. There were countless hidden dangers. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to enter the mountains safely. Everything in the mountains was extremely dangerous. For the gang, today's wild beasts were simply not worth mentioning. However, it was impossible for him to do this every single day. Thus, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Without a doubt, sleep was the best method to restore his strength. The night wind blew. A faint sound of a bamboo flute entered Su Yan's ears. The sound of the flute was very beautiful, like a leisurely spring. However, in the sound of the flute, there was a sadness and loss that couldn't be hidden. Su Yan quietly walked outside. Under the night wind, his fine black hair danced in the wind. The girl looked up at the sky, and the flute emitted a low sound of resentment and admiration. It was the girl's heart. Su Yan didn't interrupt her. Knowing that the song was over, Su Yan sighed and walked to the girl's side. Aya, you don't seem happy. Su Yan said to Aya. No, I'm very happy. Aya raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile seemed somewhat bitter. She raised her head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, she finally asked, Big Brother Su Yin, you're from the outside, right? Yes, I came from the outside, Su Yin said. There was nothing to hide, and he waited for the girl to continue. However, Aya pondered for a long time, and then sighed faintly and said, Aya, too. These few words suddenly surprised Su Yin. Never had he imagined that Aya actually didn't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Big Brother said, I was blown into the mountains by the black wind, and it was Big Brother's father who saved me, and then adopted me. Aya said softly. Su Yin didn't speak, and just listened quietly. However, Aya was cursed by the mountain god. Her voice suddenly became very low, and there were sparkling tears in the corner of her eyes. She suppressed the sadness in her voice and spoke intermittently. Aya was cursed by the mountain god, and in order to save Aya, my father died. Moreover, Aya never had any power, and I couldn't train my power. If it wasn't for Big Brother the gang taking care of me, I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be alive today. Aya's few words made Su Yin feel endless bitterness. This girl must have lived a very hard life. Big Brother the gang said, there are many things that can't be changed, and we can only silently accept it. However, I know that Big Brother the gang isn't satisfied. Aya paused and then continued, Big Brother the gang is very powerful, and his talent is very good, and he works harder than any of the villagers. So now Big Brother the gang's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the village. This was also the reason why the gang was respected and paid attention to by the villagers. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Aya, Big Brother the gang's life would definitely be very good, and there would be girls in the village who would marry Big Brother. But Aya suddenly sighed. Even if she didn't say the following things, Su Yin knew. Since she was cursed by the mountain god, then to this small village, she was an ominous existence. Even if the gang had great strength, No one would take this kind of risk to marry a gang. This was very easy to judge. If the villagers would accept Aya, then their houses wouldn't be so remote. This girl was already very pitiful, and then the villagers treated her as an ominous person, and even she herself began to think so. Big brother Suyin, I'm sorry. I unknowingly said these things to you. Aya said dejectedly. Suyin smiled, and then walked to Aya's side and sat down. Aya was clearly a bit resistant to this action. She said in a low voice, Big brother Suyin, please don't get too close to me because I'm scared. Okay, Aya, don't be sad. How are you in ominous existence? You are clearly a beautiful fairy. Suyin said with a smile. Besides, I also came from the outside. If you are an ominous person, then am I not? Suyin asked. No, it's not the same, because father will die. Aya's voice became even more sorrowful. Listen, Aya, your father died to save you. This is indeed a very sad thing. But this is your father's choice. This also means that he chose to exchange his life for yours. So your life is very heavy, because you are carrying your father's hope. Suyin said her word by word. Hearing Suyan's words, Aya was a bit startled. Carrying my father's hope? She whispered to herself. Yes, carrying your father's hope to live. I think if the gang and your father were still alive, they would definitely be unhappy when they see you like this. What do you think the gang is working so hard for? Is it just to eat meat? No, definitely not. He is the same as his father. He also wants you to live a happy life. Suyin said again. Hearing Suyan's words, Aya fell into silence. Actually, Aya has nothing to be unhappy about. To have Big Brother to gang with me is the greatest happiness for me. It's just that Big Brother to gang is determined to help me remove the curse. I don't want him to do that. Aya said in a low voice, Actually, as long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. Suyin felt strange because from the beginning, this beautiful girl said that she was cursed by the mountain god. What is this so-called mountain god's curse? At this time, Aya's expression suddenly changed. Suyin clearly felt a kind of aura emitted from Aya's body. This is actually a kind of demonic aura. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sudden movement. Suyin stood up abruptly as his eyes glowed brightly. But the next moment, he was alarmed again, because at this time, the red light on Aya's body was actually getting stronger and stronger. The curse is acting up. Big brother Suyin, quickly, leave me. Aya suddenly exclaimed, and then ran out of the courtyard. Suyin was startled. He instantly understood Aya's meaning. As long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. This silly girl. At this moment, in the sky, a bat suddenly flew over at an extremely fast speed. Suyin didn't have time to think. He directly called out the Scorching Sun Sword. When the Scorching Sun Sword entered his hand, a blazing light directly rose up. Evil creature, get out of my way. Suyin roared angrily. The sword light directly turned into a bolt of lightning, turning into thousands of rays of light in midair, directly piercing towards the bat. The bat was directly pierced by Suyin's sword. It directly let out an extremely mournful cry, on its body bursting into balls of flames, burning its body with a bang, then finally turned into ashes. Oh, roar! However, this was far from the end. At this moment, all kinds of wild beasts roared, and Suyin clearly felt that the target of these damned fellows was most likely Aya. Is this the curse? Suyin didn't have time to think. He directly roared, "The gang!" In fact, without Suyin's voice, the gang had already woken up. Holding a steel fork, he directly broke open the door. On his simple and honest face, there was a murderous aura. Damned beast, stay away from my sister. He was like an angry dragon, letting out an angry roar. Then, the steel fork directly turned into a deadly scythe, directly piercing through the body of the wild beast. Suyin, protect my sister. The gang roared, and at this moment, Suyin stepped on the sword dragon, already flying towards Aya. Under the envelopment of the demonic light, Aya's delicate and pretty face actually had a gorgeous appearance. And on her fair cheeks, there was an additional wrinkle. This is a demonic pattern. Suyin panicked, but at this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent. But what surprised him was that at this moment, Aya's speed was actually so fast. She was clearly just a little girl without the slightest bit of spiritual power. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed, and at this moment, with the presence of the sword dragon, finally, at the critical moment, Su Yan directly caught up with Aya. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was a very ugly winged flying dragon. After seeing Aya, its eyes burned with madness, and it suddenly pounced from the sky. This flying dragon's body was covered with ferocious scales, and it opened its bloody mouth, revealing long teeth full of tooth wax. It opened its bloody mouth wide and crazily bit down below. Because it was flying too fast, the winged flying dragon's two wings directly slashed through the air, making a whistling sound, and then a graceful sound instantly exploded. It made people feel as if their souls were trembling. "Beast, die for me." The immortal sword technique suddenly attacked. If it was in the past, it would take a period of time to gather power to use this kind of 10,000 mammoth divine skill. But at this moment, with the support of the boundary of the two mountains, his power was no longer small matter. This sudden burst of power was absolutely terrifying. The shadow of the immortal sword condensed and directly swept across the air. The winged flying dragon was directly slashed by the immortal sword technique, and with a slash, blood burst out. However, this winged flying dragon was really too powerful. This was a true demonic beast of the dragon realm. Even Su Yan's full-strength sword only managed to push it back, and it only made it bleed a little. The long sword in Su Yan's hand once again burst out a ray of light, the long sword madly sweeping the surrounding void, collapsing one ray of light after another. The sword light swept the void wildly, all bombarding the flying dragon in midair. However, the flying dragon's scales were ferocious, and when the sword light swept over, it only shot out flames. It couldn't withstand the slightest bit of damage. This was simply terrifying, but now was not the time for Su Yan to be shocked. Taking advantage of the gap between the winged flying dragon's retreat, Su Yan directly swooped down and then directly hugged Aya in his arms. Chapter 469. The asterisk imminent. Su Yan was alarmed by the sudden attack of the group of bats. He sensed an extremely powerful demonic aura from this group of pitch-black fellows. If he was entangled by such a group of things, not only Aya, but even he would not have a good ending. At this point, how could he not be nervous? 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Fortunately, the 10,000 elephant divine skill could still be used. The powerful 10,000 elephant divine skill exploded at this moment, and countless sword auras burst out. Although this place was strange, it was not outrageous. Although this group of bats was strong, it was not outrageous to the extent that the entire group of bats were in the dragon realm. Su Yan had not cultivated the torrential storm of rose blossoms to a high level. If he faced a dragon realm elite, it would not be much of a deterrent. But to a spiritual sea realm elite, it was still very lethal. At this moment, the sword auras burst out, and the boundless sword auras suddenly rotated. In an instant, the pure white pear blossoms bloomed with a bright red radiance. The bright red color was naturally the blood of the bats. Su Yan supported the dragon blood eyes fire shield, and directly enveloped Aya within, preventing the blood from staining Aya's body. Aya just curled up, and her whole body was trembling like a frightened bird. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what the so-called curse was. That was the demonic aura. Aya actually had such a strong demonic aura on her body. She was clearly not a human. No, to be more precise, she was clearly not a real human, but a half-demon. The blood of the demon race flowed in her body, but also the blood of the human race. Normally, she looked like a human, but once the blood in her body was activated, the demonic aura on her body would burst out directly. The strong demonic aura trembled continuously and even turned into an ink-like color. At this moment, even Su Yan felt that there was a powerful force repelling him. But at this moment, he definitely could not let go, because once he did, Aya would be drowned in the blood of this group of bats. Suyin, don't come back. Run. Suyin brought Aya closer to the gang, but at this moment, the gang's anxious voice sounded. Suyin's heart was shaken again. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in the gang's voice. However, what kind of person was the gang? The gang's strength was far greater than his. However, at this moment, he actually issued such a warning. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Even he didn't have the slightest confidence. At a time like this, Suyin naturally couldn't turn back, because if he did, he would be putting himself in danger. However, although his previous torrential storm of pear blossoms had exterminated a large number of bats, it was still not enough. But it was only a small piece. Just as he was hesitating, countless bats flew over from the horizon. What was even more dangerous was that there seemed to be an obvious shadow among them. This shadow continued to soar, as if it was an evil spirit that was constantly roaring. Suyin already felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that only death would await him. Now, his only way out was to return to the village. As long as he returned to the village, he would have a way to live. In this village, everyone was an expert, and even the gang was only ranked 5th. If the people of the village appeared to protect him, then the crisis in front of him could be resolved. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Suyin brandished his sword again, and with a swing of his sword, it turned into a boundless light shadow that rushed forward. The sword chi surged, and countless blood rain was set off. Suyin stepped on the sword dragon and directly passed through during this period. This speed was as fast as lightning, and relying on this extreme speed, he finally broke through the blockade. No! At this moment, Aya seemed to have sensed Suyin's movement. She was still in pain, but she already said, "Don't return to the village." Suyin naturally understood that this kind girl did not want to bring trouble to the village. However, at this point, if they did not move closer to the village, they would probably die here. In the village, there were so many experts. As long as they were willing to help, they would be saved. However, at this moment, a withered branch suddenly shot out from the village. This withered branch did not deviate, and it just happened to land on Suyin's path. In front of him, there was a man in black short-sleeve clothes. His long hair fluttered in the air, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. "Don't come close to the village, or else you will be killed without mercy." These few words made Suyin's heart extremely angry. This damn guy, he clearly had the ability to save people. However, not only did he not choose to save people, but he also refused to let them in. She is an ominous curse. She cannot be allowed to enter this village. This voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, Suyin fiercely gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that this person's cultivation was above his, he would have disregarded everything and ruthlessly beaten this guy up at this moment. "Brother Suyin, let me down. If you enter the village alone, they will not stop you. Aya is an ominous person. She caused father's death and brother's life to be so difficult. Aya should have died long ago." The girl in his arms smiled gently at Suyin. Under the shroud of the black aura, her smile was actually so beautiful and holy. Suyin's heart was fiercely stabbed. "Aya, don't be silly. The gang has protected you for so long. How can you let his efforts go to waste?" Suyin continued to circulate his sword chi as he spoke to Aya. "Suyin, go to the cave. Quickly go to the cave." At this moment, the gang's voice sounded again. Suyin looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why the gang was in such a sorry state. That was because his opponent was simply too terrifying. It was actually a Tyrannosaurus. A 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus was chasing after the gang. It had the sharpest claws and an extremely terrifying tail. That tail could easily shatter rocks with a swing of it. Just as the gang and Suyin were talking, the Tyrannosaurus had already seized the opportunity and swung its huge tail directly, then whipped the gang's body. Suyin sucked in a breath of cold air. The gang's body was so strong. If it were him, he would have spat out blood with just that one hit. "Go quickly Don't delay, the demonic Bat King is coming. He immediately roared. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. When he thought of the huge shadow that he faintly saw earlier, he did not dare to stop at all. He immediately urged the sword dragon to move at its maximum speed, then flew directly toward the cave that the gang had mentioned. The roars of the demons became louder and louder, and the black aura on Aya's body became heavier and heavier. The kind of aura was comparable to the dragon's might emitted by a powerhouse in the dragon realm. She was clearly just a weak woman, but she was able to release such a terrifying aura. If it were not for the fact that Su Yan was not afraid of such a terrifying aura, he was afraid that his strength would have been suppressed at this moment. At this moment, the cave was only a few hundred feet away from where they were. For him, who was riding on the sword dragon, it could be said that he could reach it in an instant. However, at this moment, a silent sound wave suddenly rushed toward him. The appearance of this silent sound wave directly caused Su Yan's body to gradually become numb. The demonic Bat King. He was suddenly shocked. Although he had expected that the demonic Bat King would be very powerful, he did not expect that it would be powerful to this extent. Just the sound wave that was emitted had affected him. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely die here. Damn it, just a little bit more, the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power, and within the radius of his spirit sea, the 10,000 swords suddenly let out a sword sound. The sonorous sword aura was drawn, but not released, and finally broke free from the shackles of this powerful sound wave. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet away from the cave. The distance of 100 feet could be covered in an instant. However, at this last moment, there was a shadow that directly covered Su Yan's head. Gigantic wings, terrifying fangs, and that pair of strange eyes. A formless sound wave surged out again, and at this moment, the sound of 10,000 swords was directly interrupted. In the end, Su Yan's realm was not enough, and the gap between him and the terrifying demonic Bat King was too big. The demonic Bat King only attacked once, and all of Su Yan's methods were completely neutralized. Damn it! This time, not only did he feel numb, but his body was completely imprisoned. For a moment, his strength was no longer enough to control the sword dragon, and his entire body fell straight from the sky. Damn it, quickly activate it. He crazily roared in his heart, and then his spiritual power seemed to have dissipated, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Su Yan even hoped that the power of the demonic dragon's heart would erupt again. The demonic dragon's heart was a huge threat to him, but at this moment, after being attacked by the demonic Bat King, he was afraid that he would immediately die. However, in this mysterious place, the demonic dragon's heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. From the moment he entered this place, he could only feel the movement of a heart. At this moment, the demonic Bat King's huge figure had already arrived below them, and it was as if Su Yan had taken the initiative to bring Aya straight into the demonic Bat King's mouth. It's over. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death, and his entire person was completely disheartened. As fast as the cave, just as Su Yan was in despair, suddenly, another bright light shot toward them. This was the gang's voice. Chapter 470. It was also at this moment that Su Yan felt that his strength had returned once again. Celestial Sword Technique. With his spiritual power restored, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Celestial Sword Technique and slashed at the Monster Bat King. At the same time, he activated the Sword Dragon and rushed into the cave without stopping. The sword light fell on the Monster Bat King's huge body, causing the Monster Bat King to stop. However, only a moment later, the Monster Bat King rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Yan turned around and looked at the crazy Monster Bat King. His heart was beating wildly. This place was a dead end. The Monster Bat King's strength was simply incredible. If it insisted on barging in, he and Aya would probably die here. Previously, he really had no way out. Because of his trust in the gang, he directly entered this place. Now, he regretted it. Just as Su Yan's heart was filled with fear, The monster bat king's huge and ugly face had become very clear. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, at this moment, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash of light in the cave. Gah! An extremely unpleasant screeching sound was heard. This terrifying sound was extremely unpleasant to hear. The powerful sound wave was really enough to make one's heart and soul shatter. However, even though it was a terrifying sound wave with such terrifying lethality, Su Yin and Aya were safe and sound. After a while, Su Yin discovered that the golden light outside the cave had not only blocked the monster bat king's attack, but it had also blocked its attack. Such a method was really incredible. At this moment, Su Yin finally understood why the gang insisted that he bring Aya here. This seemingly very ordinary cave actually had such a magical power. Even a monster king in the dragon realm could block it. The monster bat king suffered such a violent impact and was obviously in great pain. However, it was still unwilling to give up. Its huge body continued to sway at the entrance of the cave. However, he also knew the power of this cave. Moreover, he had suffered a great loss before, so he did not dare to enter this place. At this time, Aya's condition gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, the gang finally killed a bloody path and broke into this place. Seeing the gang enter, the boulder in Su Yan's heart finally fell. "The gang, are you okay?" Su Yan asked. "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds," the gang said indifferently. His answer made Su Yan smile bitterly. Su Yan had personally witnessed the gang being whipped by that huge demonic beast. If he was in the gang's shoes, he would have already lost half of his life. However, the gang merely smiled as though nothing had happened. Just how strong was his body? However, Su Yan also knew that this place seemed to be very strange. Many people and many things could not be seen with common sense, so his heart calmed down a little. The gang sighed, looked at Aya, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said sincerely, "Su Yan, thank you very much today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Aya would be in danger." Su Yan heard the gang's concern for Aya in his words. He also admired this feeling, so he said, "What's the big deal? If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such nonsense." Hearing Su Yan's words, the gang was stunned, then said with a smile, "Indeed, I treat you as a friend. If I say such things again, it is indeed too unreasonable. Then it is indeed my fault." The gang grinned. Su Yan also smiled. At this moment, he knew that the gang really treated him as a friend. The gang looked rough, but in fact, he was a meticulous person. Although he was very friendly to Su Yan before, in the end, he did not have absolute trust. Su Yan could feel this. After returning to the house, although the gang directly went to rest, there was still an indistinct divine sense on guard. However, it was different now. After this time, he was really relieved about Su Yan. "The gang, what is this place? Why can't such a powerful monster enter here?" Su Yan asked directly. The gang stopped smiling, and his face became a bit dignified, then said, "This is an ancient temple. There's a great power left by the gods, so even these powerful monsters can't enter here." "Ancient temple?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask. "Yes, according to the ancient legends of the village, there was once a god here, so it has such a great power that even these monsters can't shake it." The gang looked at Su Yan and continued, "I know you must be wondering why we don't live around here since there is such a great power here, right?" Su Yan nodded. This was indeed the question in his heart. Since this so-called temple ruins had such a great power, it should be much safer if everyone gathered here. However, the place where the village was located was not around here. Although it was not far from here, it was definitely not close. However, the gang was quick to provide the answer. According to the records of the village, the god of this divine temple has disappeared. All that is left is a powerful divine power. However, since there is no god here, even if the divine power remains, there is no divinity. Such a divine power could very well be a disaster. Hearing the gang's words, Su Yan was silent. Indeed, as the gang said, this kind of power that no one could control was really dangerous. If it suddenly erupted one day, No one could control it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't let you bring Aya here. Now, I just hope that before these monsters retreat, the divine power here will not erupt, the gang said with a sigh. At this time, if this terrible power erupted, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Suyin could already foresee this terrible scene. By the way, the gang, about Aya, she is not a real human, right? Suyin asked directly. The gang's body shook, and then he said, yes. Although I don't know where you came from, your knowledge must be extraordinary. This matter can't be hidden from you. You are right. Aya is not a human. To be precise, she is an elf. Elf? Hearing this, Su Yin was stunned. Yes, according to my father, Aya is the child of a tree demon and a human. That tree demon is one of the most powerful great demons and has an extremely terrifying demon spirit power. Because of this, Aya's father is a human expert. Unfortunately, he can't be compared to her mother. The gang continued. My father and Aya's father are best friends, so no matter what, my father will not abandon Aya. He even sacrificed his life for her. I know that Aya has been very sad all these years. Many times, she even thought of ending her own life. But since I am her brother, I will never let any harm come to her. His face was incomparably resolute and filled with an indescribable determination. Seeing the gang's appearance, Su Yin sighed in his heart. A person like the gang was a real man. Then what should we do in the future? Su Yin asked. The gang sighed. It was likely that this question was troubling him as well. I do not know either. All I can do is to take one step at a time. I can only hope that before the day I die, I will be able to find a qualified guardian for Aya. Hearing the gang's words, Su Yin sighed in his heart again. Brother, no, Aya doesn't want you to die. At this time, Aya had just woken up. She just happened to hear the last sentence and immediately let out an anxious and sorrowful cry. The gang stroked Aya's forehead and then said with a smile, Don't worry, Aya, brother won't die. He used his smile to comfort Aya. It could be seen that Aya was very weak now. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep again. At this time, there was still a long time before daybreak. Outside the cave, the monster kings were still unwilling to retreat. Su Yin, you are still not strong enough, the gang suddenly said to Su Yin. Su Yin nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. Of course, he understood this problem. However, his cultivation speed was already very fast. In the entire 5 continents, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, even so, compared to a freak like the gang, he was still very far away. At this time, the gang said, After today, I will take you to train. I can see that your bone structure and foundation are very good. I think you will be able to raise your strength quickly. The gang said to Su Yin. Hearing this, Su Yin was immediately pleasantly surprised. What he lacked the most now was strength. If he could raise his strength, that would be the best. Although he didn't know if the strength he raised here would be counted in the outside world, it was still a good thing to be able to raise his strength. After another one, suddenly, an extremely strong golden light bloomed at the entrance of the cave. At this time, the Monster Bat King, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus that appeared earlier, and another giant spider actually started to attack the door at the same time. The 3 terrifying monster beasts released an extremely terrifying light of death at the same time and directly shot towards the cave. Damn it, those bastards are going to attack without caring about anything. The gang's expression became serious. Although he knew that there was an extremely powerful force here, these 3 beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying monster beasts. The attack of one monster beast was already enough to cause the cave to shake, and now there were 3 monster beasts attacking with all their strength. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 471. A purple ray of light, a black ray of light, and a blood-red ray of light charged towards the ancient cave. An extremely terrifying power erupted between the heavens and the earth, creating an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. This kind of terrifying power slowly descended, shocking everyone to the extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 rays of light actually merged into one at this moment. When the three powerful rays of light merged, the power within directly increased. Not to mention Su Yin. Even the gang was worried that the power of the divine temple ruins would be able to withstand the impact of such a terrifying power. The speed of the death ray was far faster than imagined. In just a moment, it had already arrived in front of the cave and then directly collided with the cave. The collision of the two forces directly caused the most intense rumbling sound. The entire cave began to tremble. Above the cave, layers of ashes continuously spread down, and even some broken rocks appeared. The gang protected Aya in his arms, and then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yin, quickly, let's go inside." After saying that, he had already directly walked inside. Su Yin did not hesitate at all, and directly followed the gang into the depths of the cave. Just a moment after Su Yin left, the entrance of the cave actually began to collapse. If not for the gang's foresight, Su Yin and the others would have already been crushed under the huge rock. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance of the cave finally calmed down. However, it was now pitch black inside. It was already night, and now that the entrance of the cave was directly sealed, there was not a single bit of light. Now it should be safe. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to get out. The gang hugged Aya and sat on the ground. It was obvious that even someone as strong as the gang was exhausted. Previously, he was directly swept by the tail of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was definitely not as simple and easy as he said. "The gang, are you all right?" Su Yin asked. The gang shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't suppress my injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Su Yin, I'll rely on you to guard this place." After the gang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Su Yin couldn't see how he was doing it, but there was an aura like a coiling dragon circling around his body. This aura was very strong, and Su Yin knew that it was absolutely impossible for his spiritual qi cultivation to reach this level. The cave was abnormally quiet, but Su Yin's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. This feeling of unease made him very uncomfortable, which made him directly grab the Scorching Sun sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword released a flame-like radiance, finally illuminating the surroundings. The moment the radiance shone, a soft cry suddenly rang out. This cry was like the howl of a cat in the dark, but also like the cry of a baby in pain. In short, it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Su Yin was extremely shocked. In just a short while, he was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast, and Su Yin couldn't see it clearly at all. However, he could still vaguely see that it was a humanoid figure, but this figure was somewhat transparent. Spectre. This word directly appeared in Su Yin's mind. At this moment, the spectre appeared again, and this time, it actually directly pounced toward Su Yin. Damn it! Could it be that the radiance of the Scorching Sun sword attracted this spectre? This thought flashed through Su Yin's mind, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. He directly swung his sword down, and a thin sword mark flew out. As the sword light approached, Su Yin finally saw the true face of this spectre. Although this spectre was in the shape of a human, it didn't have a face and looked very scary. However, Su Yin had experienced life and death. If he was afraid of even this, then he wouldn't have lived until now. No matter what, since the spectre had already attacked him, then he had to kill it first. The long sword in his hand had already bloomed with a brilliant light, and this kind of fierce killing intent directly slashed towards the spectre. Before it got close, the spectre began to melt like a snowman. When the sword mark directly passed through it, the spectre completely dissipated. However, although the spectre dissipated, Su Yin's heart didn't relax at all. Instead, it was piercingly cold. "Get out of my way." At this moment, he turned around and directly slashed his sword behind him. This sword light shuttled back and forth in the air, bursting with the most brilliant and intense light, directly slashing in front of Aya. However, while Su Yin was dealing with the previous spectre, 3 more specters appeared and pounced on Aya. At this moment, the gang was using his skills to suppress his injuries, and Aya was in a deep sleep and couldn't wake up. If she was entangled by this specter, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, at that time, the blood dragon's eye directly burst with light and detected everything. Otherwise, everything would be too late. Dying. The scorching sword light finally directly killed the three specters, but Su Yin was shocked. The specter's speed was too fast. In just a short while, they had already arrived in front of Aya. Damn it, this place is really strange. Su Yin laughed bitterly, then raised his guard. The current Aya was like the Tang Sanzang in the myths of the previous world. No matter what kind of monster it was, it would want to snatch a piece of meat to eat. Her body had a strong demonic power, which was a huge attraction. At this moment, there was suddenly a golden light in the cave. When the strong golden light appeared, it immediately illuminated the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, Su Yin finally understood the true meaning of the so-called temple ruins. This place was really magnificent. On the stone wall, there were extremely exquisite carvings. These carvings were familiar to Su Yin because Su Yin had also seen such carvings on the walls of the pagoda. However, compared to the pagoda, the carvings here seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that could attract people's minds. Could it be that this is the so-called power of the gods? Su Yin thought to himself, "Woo woo woo." At this moment, sobbing sounds suddenly came from inside, and these sounds were approaching this place. In just a short while, Su Yin could already see a dense number of ghost shadows coming towards this place. Damn it! Su Yin's scalp was numb. Facing so many specters, he felt shocked. Isn't this the temple? Where did so many darn things come from? Although he was shocked, Su Yin also understood that he definitely could not let these things come close. Otherwise, he would immediately die without a burial place. 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill, Torrential Pear Blossom. Su Yin directly circulated his spiritual power and displayed the 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill. The sword chi was like frost, and it bloomed like thousands of pear blossoms. It was like a group of butterflies that suddenly rushed forward. The sword chi of the instant sword went straight into the group of specters. However, in the next moment, Su Yin was shocked. His torrential pear blossom sword chi could even kill a large group of demonic bats. However, at this moment, it had no effect at all. The sword chi went through the specters and directly dissipated. However, these specters were still safe and sound. What? Damn it, these specters are stronger than before. Su Yin took a step back. At this moment, he also noticed the difference. Previously, the specters that were killed by him were in human form. However, at this moment, the densely packed specters were in the form of demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a mysterious gray power in their bodies. It was this power that directly made his sword chi useless. Damn it! Su Yin took another half step back. Suddenly, Su Yin had a flash of inspiration. Specters are the soul-suppressing seal and the red spirit fire miraculous effects on souls? How could I forget this? At this critical moment, Su Yin suddenly remembered this matter. Previously in the Divine Dragon Abyss, even a 1,000-year-old monster like the Black Demon was full of fear of the soul-suppressing seal. When the Black Demon entered Su Yin's sea of consciousness and fought with Su Yin, Yuni used the soul-suppressing seal to cause great trouble for the Black Demon. At this moment, Su Yin directly took out the soul-suppressing seal. His retainer suddenly activated the sun-colored glaze sword scripture and directly shouted, "Soul-suppressing." As soon as these two words appeared, they exploded like thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded in the sky. Under the endless light, it was as if everything had turned into smoke and dust at this time. With the direct injection of his spiritual power, the small soul-suppressing seal suddenly came to life. The entire seal shone with golden light, directly covering the light in the cave. The golden light burst out and directly rushed forward. In the next moment, it had already shone above the terrifying specters. The specters did not have any reaction at all when facing Su Yan's Rainstorm Pear Blossom sword chi. However, at this time, the specters at the front began to struggle in pain. The murky aura of death that had enveloped them dissipated in an instant. As expected of the stupid sect's treasure, Suyin did not expect that the effect would be so good. The soul-suppressing seal's lethality toward the specters was simply terrifying. Suddenly, there was a strange feeling in the temple. Suyan's expression changed. Could it be that there is something in this temple that is related to me? No, to the stupid sect? Perhaps this is the key to entering the 6th level. Thinking of this, Suyan's heart also became hot. He came to this mysterious world after coming into contact with the stone door of the 6th level. At this time, this feeling appeared, and it could be the key to leaving this world. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Suyin immediately summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Chapter 472. The Crimson Flame seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A powerful and frightening force burst out directly. At this moment, Suyin felt that the Crimson Spirit Fire was filled with an indescribable desire. Although Suyin was in control of the flame, Suyin was afraid of the Crimson Spirit Fire. However, when he first subdued the Crimson Spirit Fire, he had already seen the intelligence of the flame. He deeply understood that it was inevitable for such a flexible world to be unique. Moreover, the desire was not strong at this moment. Suyin could completely control it in his hands. The most important thing now was not to worry about this, but to kill these ghosts as soon as possible. The power of the soul-suppressing seal was indeed very strong, but the number of ghosts here was also terrifying. Suyin gathered his power and then directly injected the Crimson Spirit Fire into the Scorching Sun Sword. When Ugly Uncle forged the Scorching Sun Sword, he took the Scorching Sun Sword and wanted it to become a real divine sword. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, so he could only forge it into a semi-finished product. At this moment, when the Crimson Spirit Fire was injected into the Scorching Sun Sword, it seemed to have become the soul of the Scorching Sun Sword. Suyin felt that the Scorching Sun Sword seemed to have improved by a level in an instant. Good. I didn't expect that the Scorching Sun Sword could improve after merging with the Crimson Spirit Fire. It seems that I am one step closer to achieving Ugly Uncle's wish. Suyin thought in surprise. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and he directly charged into the group of ghosts. If it was before, he would not be able to cause any harm to the ghosts. However, it was different now. The Crimson Spirit Fire was extremely harmful to the soul. After merging with the Scorching Sun Sword and activating it with the sun-colored glaze sword scripture, the power of the Scorching Sun Sword was almost fully unleashed. In an instant, Suyin had transformed into a ferocious tiger. He charged into the group of wraiths. The wraiths were unable to withstand Suyin's power. With a sweep of his sword, large swathes of wraiths were annihilated. After a full 15 minutes, the group of ghosts was finally wiped out. At this time, the gang finally finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes and saw Suyin's glorious battle record, he was shocked. "Suyin, you actually killed so many specters?" he asked in surprise. "Yes. Not long after you went into seclusion, these specters came out in groups. If I don't kill them, we'll be in trouble," Suyin said with a smile. The gang nodded, but his expression became even more gloomy. "What's wrong?" Suyin asked. The gang said, "We have to get out of here quickly. Legend has it that before the temple existed, this place used to be a demon's den. The temple appeared to suppress the demon's den. I've been here before and encountered specters, but it was definitely not like this. The specters appeared in groups, and the temple has lost its god for a long time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress this demon's den," the gang said to Suyin. Hearing the gang's words, Suyin was also stunned. Then, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really as the gang said, then they would be the first to suffer. However, after Suyin pondered, he said to the gang, "You start clearing the rocks here first, then take Aya and leave. As for me, I'm going to enter the temple's cave to take a look." "Suyin, you're crazy. Do you know that the experts in the village who entered before didn't come out alive?" the gang said directly. The temple ruins had existed for a long time. How could the experts in the village not pay attention to it? Then, there were several experts who entered, but none of them came out alive. As for the experts who had entered, every single one of them possessed strength above that of the gang. The gang continued, "You don't know how terrifying this temple is. Only death awaits those who enter. It's absolutely impossible to come out alive. So if you don't want to die, come out with me. I'm afraid that those damn bastards have already left." The gang, "I feel that the things inside are very important to me. So, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go in," Su Yin said firmly. "In that case, I'll go in with you. We can take care of each other." Seeing Su Yan's determined eyes, the gang knew that this was something that couldn't be stopped. However, since it couldn't be stopped, he followed Su Yin in. However, Su Yin shook his head and said, "The gang, you have to take care of Aya? Trust me, I'll definitely come out." "Okay, then you be careful." The gang said, "Big brother Su Yin, don't go in there. Aya feels that there's a terrifying monster inside." Just as Su Yin turned around, Aya's weak voice sounded. Su Yin said with a smile, "Aya, don't worry. Big brother Su Yin is very powerful. No matter what monster it is, it will die under Big brother's sword." Su Yin didn't look back and directly walked into the cave. Just as Su Yin retreated, the gang said to Aya, "Don't worry. Since he wants to go in, he knows what he's doing. We have to trust him. Now, Big brother will take you out of here." After the gang finished speaking, he began to use his tyrannical strength to shatter the rocks one by one. Su Yin walked deeper and deeper. This passage was full of light. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. If it wasn't for the appearance of a group of ghosts before, who would associate this place with ghosts? Suddenly, Su Yin stopped in his tracks, because there was an extremely huge door in front of him. This door was actually more than 10 meters high. With such a height, it was as if it was a small building. And on both sides of the door, there were two extremely huge statues. In front of the statue, Su Yin felt that he was so small. He stood in front of the door and looked up at the two statues. These were two extremely huge infernal demon dogs. Although they were only stone statues, Su Yin always felt that they had their own lives. Moreover, in front of the infernal demon dogs, there were piles of pale bones. There were human skeletons as well as demonic beast skeletons. This made Su Yan's heart more dignified. Thinking of the words the gang said to him, Su Yin even had the impulse to directly leave this place. But in the end, he didn't do so, because he had a reason to move forward. Su Yin stepped forward resolutely and then stepped over the pile of bones. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard, which made people's hair stand on end. But Su Yin was not afraid at all. At this time, a long blood-red line appeared in front of him. This bloodline was a border. If he crossed the border without permission, then only death would await him. But in the end, he still collapsed. The moment he took a step forward, the infernal demon dog's thoughts were transmitted. "Trespasser, die." The word "die" directly turned into a clap of thunder and exploded in Su Yan's ears. A huge thought appeared, as if it wanted to crush Su Yin alive. Under such a terrifying power, Su Yin only felt that he was like a fallen leaf in the sea, constantly shaking. "Damn it! Soul-suppressing seal, chi." He angrily roared, and then activated the soul-suppressing seal. As he circulated his power, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly released a powerful golden light. When this light appeared, the endless waves stopped. Su Yin only felt that his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down. At this time, a dangerous aura attacked. He didn't have time to think. His whole body suddenly jumped and then rose into the air. At this moment, a blood-red claw mark directly slashed across the place where he was originally. The power of the claw mark was really unstoppable. Under the terrifying aura, the hard ground was directly scraped up layer by layer, and countless bones were directly crushed. Su Yin took a deep breath and immediately summoned the sword dragon. Then, he quickly flew into the sky at high speed. At this time, the two infernal demon dogs in front of him had actually revived. The aura of such a huge infernal demon dog had already surpassed that of a strong fighter in the dragon realm. Su Yin immediately knew that the two infernal demon dogs had killed these white bone creatures here. At this time, the infernal demon dogs once again pounced on him. The speed of the infernal demon dogs was simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He had never thought that their speed could be so fast. He used all his strength to circulate his spiritual energy to activate the sword dragon. Every time, he just barely dodged the terrifying attack. However, the speed of the two infernal demon dogs' attacks was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Su Yan was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps and die under the claws of the infernal demon dogs, becoming a corpse. It's obviously impossible to defeat these two terrifying fellows. There must be a way to escape, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Su Yan quickly thought and at the same time tried his best to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a very inconspicuous mark on the forehead of the two infernal demon dogs. Under the gaze of the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan saw very clearly that it was two question mark. D marks. This is the mark that the pagoda sword revealed last time. This place is indeed closely related to the pagoda sect. If that's the case, the key to survival lies on this mark. He guessed in his heart. In the next moment, the pagoda sword appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. I'll take a gamble. Su Yan dodged the claws again, then shouted in a deep voice, "Soul-suppressing seal." The soul-suppressing seal exploded with a golden light and actually blocked the attack of the infernal demon dogs. At this time, Su Yan suddenly leaped onto the forehead of one of the infernal demon dogs and directly stabbed the pagoda sword into it. Chapter 473. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, another terrifying sound pierced through the air. Su Yan did not have time to raise his head. He leaped up and soared high into the sky. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand met the terrifying light. The scorching sun sword clashed head-on with this scarlet claw. Su Yan felt his palm go numb, and he almost could not hold the sword in his hand. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to block the terrifying claw in the end. At the same time, with the help of the terrifying recoil, Su Yan landed on the forehead of another infernal demon dog. The infernal demon dog immediately reacted. It did not care about anything else and directly waved its sharp claws to slap its forehead. On the sharp claws, a scarlet light shone with an extremely terrifying power. If Su Yan was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan did not panic at all. The pagoda sword in his other hand pierced into the D mark with extreme precision. In the D mark, the moment the pagoda sword fell, the terrifying sharp claws flew over. Immediately, the sharp claws stopped above Su Yan's head. One could imagine that if Su Yan had been a moment later, he would have died immediately. Su Yan's entire body was lying on top of the hell devil dog's head, gasping for breath. Although it was only for a moment, it consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. This kind of battle was really terrifying. Suddenly, the voice of Kasi was heard. Along with the voice came the sound of a gust of wind. The gust of wind was laced with a boundless chill, causing Su Yan's sleepiness to dissipate. He straightened his body and looked at the door. It was a very grand and majestic hall. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beautiful decorations in the hall, but a huge skeleton. This skeleton was 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. It was truly a colossal creature. An eerie aura was emitted from the skeleton, and the cold aura that was carried by the wind came from the skeleton. The skeleton's head was facing the door. Its eyes were clearly empty, but they still contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. Step by step, he walked forward. At this moment, all the worries in his heart had been cast aside, because at this moment he had already seen the thing that attracted him. It was a small seal, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the soul-suppressing seal. However, this imprint was only half complete. Obviously, it was not complete. This mark was not even as big as a palm. He just quietly placed it on top of this huge white bone monster like a small stone that was casually thrown on top of it. However, from Su Yan's point of view, it was this rock that had directly suppressed this huge white skeleton. Su Yan suddenly remembered that when Aya came in earlier, she said that she felt an extremely terrifying demon here. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him. He suddenly understood that the huge monster that Aya mentioned was probably this terrifying creature. There was no need to say how terrifying a creature that could make Aya feel fear was. However, at this moment, he was directly suppressed. There was no need to say how powerful this imprint was. Perhaps this is the real key to leaving this mysterious space. At this moment, Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took a step forward, and then his entire body shot out like a meteor, landing on top of this huge white skeleton in an instant. Stepping on this huge skeleton, Su Yan's first feeling was that it was smooth. This huge skeleton was actually as warm as jade. However, now Su Yan did not have time to pay attention to this. He bent down and took this small imprint in his hand. This imprint was greenish-brown, and it was engraved with extremely mysterious lines. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Su Yan slightly operated his spiritual power, but this imprint did not move and did not show any abnormalities. He looked around again and found that this so-called temple was beautiful, but it was really peaceful. Finally, he gently jumped and then landed on the ground, and then he was about to leave with this stone imprint. However, he had just walked not far when suddenly an extremely dangerous feeling attacked him. This feeling of danger was approaching, making Su Yan's heart beat a few times. At this time, he suddenly turned around and found that the huge white bone that was lying quietly on the ground was actually floating in the air at this time. In the pair of hollow eyes, there was a flame constantly jumping. This was a kind of soul flame, and Su Yan could feel an extremely terrifying power in this flame. In the next moment, he immediately understood everything. This huge white bone was the terrifying demon that Aya mentioned, but it was suppressed by this half of the imprint in Su Yan's hand. However, at this time, this imprint was taken away by Su Yan. The moment the imprint left its head, this terrifying monster finally woke up. Just by seeing these two soul flames, Su Yan knew that he was in danger at this time. He did not know what kind of creature this terrifying existence was, but to be able to be locked in such a secret realm, it must be extremely extraordinary. Although the half of the imprint that suppressed it was still in his hands, the situation was completely different, because Su Yan was too clear that it was already unrealistic for him to suppress this imprint on the other party's head again. The other party's strength had simply exceeded his expectations. What was worse was that the moment Su Yan turned his head, the deep door actually made a trembling sound, and then began to close directly. Su Yan's heart sank bit by bit. At this time, he had become a turtle in a jar in an instant. Damn it! Su Yan immediately flew to the side in the next moment. It was also at this time that an extremely terrifying light directly descended. When this light fell, Su Yan immediately fled. When the first powerful force appeared, Su Yan narrowly avoided it. He did not even have time to circulate his spirit chi and directly dodged to the ground with a roll. However, before he could stand up, a huge shadow directly suppressed him. The speed was so fast that Su Yan could not dodge at all. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's whole body directly flew out and slammed heavily on the stone wall. This time was really painful. The web between his thumb and forefinger suddenly split open, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat out. The pain spread directly, causing his nerves to tremble violently. However, he did not dare to delay any longer. Just this kind of attack alone caused him to be in this state. If another attack came, he was afraid that he would directly die. At this time, he did not dare to joke about his own life. The gang's strength was really strong. So many huge stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave, but they were still smashed one by one and then opened up. Every time his fist landed on a huge stone, there would not be too much of an explosion, but the stone would directly shatter in an instant and turn into dust. After the gang's bombardment, clear sunlight could now be seen in this place. If this continued, he was afraid that in a while, he would be able to completely open up this passage. However, at this time, he noticed that Aya's expression was abnormal, and it was very ugly. "Aya, what's wrong?" the gang asked with concern. "Brother, I saw the demon. I saw the demon appear." Aya's voice began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was extremely scared. The gang's expression was dignified. He never thought that his sister was joking. This was because he clearly knew that his sister was special. Since she had the body of an elf, she had a powerful strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of strength was not only reflected in the terrifying power hidden in her body, but also in her perception. The gang immediately thought of Su Yan. It was not strange that a powerful demon was hidden in this temple, the gang. However, the appearance of this demon at this time must be related to Su Yan. "Brother, it's Brother Su Yan inside. He's in danger. You should go and help him," Aya said to the gang. The gang also wanted to go in and help Su Yan, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "Aya, I can't go in because I have to take care of you. Everyone has to be responsible for their own life. Since this is Su Yan's own choice, then we have to believe in him," the gang said very seriously. At this time, Aya finally fell silent. She wanted to persuade the gang, but she also knew that the gang valued her life more than anything else. However, after pondering for a while, she said again, "Brother, Aya can protect herself, trust me. Moreover, I feel that Brother Su Yan didn't say something when he went in, and that is, the thing inside might be able to help me unlock the mysterious power in my body." Hearing this, the gang's expression changed. Of course, he understood why Su Yan didn't say this sentence. It was because he didn't want to get himself involved in this. If he had said this sentence from the beginning, then for Aya, the gang would have gone in no matter what. Chapter 474. Su Yan was once again slammed into the stone wall. This time, his injuries were even more severe. However, he also realized that this damned bastard seemed to be intentionally tormenting him without actually killing him. This resurrected white bone creature was extremely powerful. Su Yan could not be sure if it was still in the dragon realm. Perhaps this despicable thing's current strength was that of a venerable. "Kacha, kacha." The sound of bones stomping on the ground could be heard from afar. This time, Su Yan no longer had the strength to get up. He lifted his head weakly and watched as this huge and terrifying figure got closer and closer to him. However, he was powerless to change anything. "Futu Dai," an extremely dull voice rang out. This white bone could no longer speak. However, this voice was released from its soul flames. Just these 3 short words, but Su Yan could already see the intense hatred it had towards the Futu sect. This existence was indeed suppressed here by the experts of the Futu sect. At this moment, 2 rays of cold light suddenly burst out from the huge white bone's hollow eyes. The rays of light fell. It directly enveloped Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan's entire body floated up. Under the envelopment of this ray of light, Su Yan did not feel any pain. However, in reality, at this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because this damned thing was actually trying to invade his soul. This method of invasion was definitely not the usual kind of possession. It was trying to sense many things from Su Yan's soul. In other words, it was trying to interpret Su Yan's soul. As long as this terrifying existence succeeded, Su Yan knew that no matter what secrets he had, they would all be exposed. More importantly, this kind of interpretation was extremely harmful to one's soul. To put it bluntly, if this fellow's interpretation was successful, Su Yan's soul would immediately collapse. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would become an idiot. Damn it, soul-suppressing seal. Under such circumstances, Su Yan's body could not move at all. He could not even activate his sword aura. Su Yan could only resign himself to his fate. But how could Su Yan accept this? He tried his best to activate the soul-suppressing seal with his divine will, but the pale white light cut off even his divine will. At this time, a severe headache had already hit Su Yan's head. Su Yin only felt that his whole body was going to explode directly. He couldn't wait to die immediately. However, in the end, he was still unwilling to give up. He had braved through fire and water so many times and survived. How could he just die here like this? In the end, the beam of white light finally began to wrap around Su Yan's soul. It wanted to read the memories within Su Yan's soul. However, at that very moment, beams of golden light erupted. Each beam of light transformed into an extremely sharp sword beam that pierced towards the beam of white light. Regal Sword Mantra. These 4 words appeared very heavy at this moment. The scripture of the Regal Sword Mantra had already deeply entwined with Su Yan's soul, protecting Su Yan's soul. At this time, the invasion of the white light made the Regal Sword Mantra feel danger. Therefore, the Regal Sword Mantra directly unleashed its power and ruthlessly attacked the white light. Woo-oh! An extremely dull and painful sound came from the mouth of the huge skeleton. Then, the monster's huge body retreated and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yin finally broke free from the entanglement of the terrifying light. However, this time he did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly jumped. Soul suppressing seal. Since this existence was directly suppressed here, it must be afraid of the power of the Stupa sect. At this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Stupa sect appeared directly. Su Yin expected that it would be able to suppress the other party. However, when the soul-suppressing seal really fell, Su Yin realized that he had underestimated the other party. The soul-suppressing seal did have an extremely strong suppressive power against the soul. However, the monster in front of him was not in a soul state. It still had its own body. Although this body was just a pile of bones, even so, it was already terrifying enough. Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal fell. Although it did have the final effect, it was not immediate. This terrifying thing was still struggling, and the strength of its struggle became more and more terrifying as time passed. Damn it! Su Yin cursed in his heart. He originally thought that as long as the soul-suppressing seal could buy him even a minute, he could directly jump on top of this guy's head and suppress this half of the seal again. However, at this time, he could only persist with this powerful monster. Although his spiritual power was strong, and he had the soul-suppressing seal in his hand, competing with such a terrifying monster in terms of energy consumption was simply courting death. A powerful and berserk aura was constantly pulsating, and the pale white radiance was constantly attacking Su Yin. Su Yin felt that perhaps it would only take half a minute before he could no longer hold on. At that time, he would still not be able to escape death. "Foot to kill." These few words appeared again, and the voice directly shook Su Yan's mind. Su Yin knew that this damn monster wanted to use its voice as a guide to directly inject the power into his body. Once this power entered his body, then he would really die. Sun-colored glass, sword scripture, sword fire color glass. Su Yin gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain from his meridians, and directly operated the power of genuine qi. At this moment, this power suddenly appeared, and the flashing sword qi directly took shape, and then directly shot toward the empty eye of the white bone monster. However, it was a pity that the current Su Yin was unable to unleash his full strength. Although this sword qi was unleashed in anger, it still failed on the verge of success. The sword light was directly shattered in front of his eyes. The consequence of this failure was that Su Yan's power weakened again, and the time he could hold on was greatly reduced. The gloomy and terrifying aura had even penetrated the light released by the soul-suppressing seal and suppressed his body. Su Yin retreated again and again. However, at this point, he had nowhere else to retreat to. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent tremor came, and the closed door directly shook violently. Obviously, someone was bombarding the door. The gang. At this time, besides the gang, Su Yin could not think of anyone else who could come here. The gang's power was indeed terrifying. Such a door finally broke directly after he bombarded it for the 3rd time, and a gap was directly blasted in the door. "Brother!" Aya exclaimed directly. Without Aya's exclamation, the gang also knew that Su Yin was in a critical situation at this time, and the next moment might be the moment of life and death. Aya, don't come in. After saying that, the gang's figure flew up into the sky. Then, he charged towards the gigantic skeleton. At this moment, the gang's aura completely erupted. Outside his body, there seemed to be the aura of a dragon surrounding him, and his whole body looked extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at such a terrifying aura, Su Yan's heart trembled. Such a guy was simply a human-shaped treasure dragon. Get out of my way. Perhaps the gang's power was really too strong, or perhaps at this time, Su Yan had already restrained him. The gang's fist suddenly bombarded his huge skull. Crack! An ear-piercing roar was directly transmitted, and in the next moment, this terrifying demonic beast finally fell down abruptly. Su Yan only felt his body relax, and his heels were a little unstable. Confronting this big guy really made him unbearably tired. But at this time, he didn't dare to rest. He took a deep breath, then directly jumped up, and his whole body turned into a stream of light. At the same time, the half of the imprint in his hand suddenly activated, and finally, the imprint landed on the skull of the skeleton. This huge skeleton immediately began to shake crazily, obviously unwilling to be suppressed like this. After awakening, he recovered a lot of his strength, and at this time, even if the half of the imprint wanted to suppress him again, it was actually very difficult. The soul flames in his eyes flickered incessantly. Brother Su Yin, his eyes. At this time, Aya's voice directly came. Su Yin was startled at first, then immediately understood what Aya meant. This huge skeleton demon, king only had flames jumping in his eyes. Wasn't this flame his soul flame? Thinking of this, he didn't care about how tired his body was, and also placed the soul-suppressing seal on the skull of this big guy, together with the half of the imprint to suppress him together. Then, he summoned the sword dragon and directly flew in front of this monster. Then he pierced the left eye of this terrifying skeleton with the scorching sun sword, and the right eye with the pagoda sword. The two divine swords directly nailed into the eyes, and the soul flame directly received a terrifying impact, immediately erupting with an extremely terrifying brilliance. Whether it was Su Yin or the gang, under the stimulation of this brilliance, they instinctively closed their eyes, but this intense stimulation still didn't stop at all. After a full 3 minutes, the dazzling light finally calmed down. However, although it calmed down, the light didn't disappear. Instead, it directly flew out of the bone armor and then flew out of the door at an extremely fast speed. Aya, how dare you? Su Yin and the gang shouted at the same time. After all, the gang's strength was stronger than Su Yan's, and his reaction was the fastest. When the light shot toward Aya, he had already reacted, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and directly shot out. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too slow. This light had directly crashed into Aya's body. Chapter 475. Aya, how are you? The gang finally rushed to Aya's side and asked with concern. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Aya, and instead let Aya suffer such harm. Since that light was the soul fire of that terrifying monster, it was naturally extremely powerful. If the terrifying demon that was suppressed here did not have the ability, how could it survive until now? For such a terrifying existence to enter Aya's body, it was simply a disaster for Aya. However, at this moment, Aya smiled gently and then said to the gang, "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her smile was still so indifferent and sweet, which made the gang's heart calm down a little. However, he was still worried and then asked, "Do you really think you're fine?" Seeing the gang so anxious, Aya said, "Brother, I'm really fine." As she spoke, she gently turned around to show that she was safe and sound. However, just as she turned her back to the gang, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this smile was still extremely beautiful, it showed a sense of eeriness. However, when Aya turned around again, she still had a sweet smile on her face. The gang was speechless. He also did not know what happened. Brother, go and see Brother Su Yin first, Aya said softly. It turned out that Su Yin finally could not hold on anymore and directly fell on the huge white bone. The gang looked at Aya again, and after confirming that Aya was really fine, he said, "Okay, I understand." He turned around and was about to walk towards Su Yin. However, at this moment, Aya just smiled. Her palms suddenly pressed towards the gang's back. The gang definitely did not have any guard against Aya. He did not expect his sister to directly attack him. By the time he reacted, the palm had already bombarded his back. The gang only felt his whole body shake, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya's weak palm was actually more terrifying than the fierce attack of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Such a terrifying power made his whole body tremble nonstop. "Aya!" the gang shouted in disbelief. However, at this moment, Aya's appearance had already changed. She put a smile on her face, looked at the gang, and then said, "Brother, I'm really in pain. I want to live." She slowly walked towards the gang. However, the gang did not move, because at this moment, he did not know what to do. Even when facing a terrifying monster beast, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, but at this moment, he actually did not know what to do. He knew that the person he was facing now was definitely not his sister, but this was her body. If he made a move, he would hurt her. Father had once said that he could never let Aya get hurt. "Brother, I need your blood. Can you give it to me?" Aya asked with a smile, and she slowly approached the gang. The gang said, "You want my blood? Okay, I can give it to you, but please leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I swear that I will definitely kill you." When he spoke, he did not have the slightest bit of agitation, but was very calm. However, anyone could tell that under this calmness, there was an extremely strong anger hidden. In this world, there was no one who could hurt his sister, not even a god. Haha, how stupid. Aya had already walked in front of the gang, and then raised her hand. "Give me your body, and I will let your sister go. How about it? Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Your body is so strong, and your sister is just a weak little girl. I don't care about her life or death," he said. The gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded his head and said, "Very well, as you wish. I can offer my body to you. However, you must leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I will kill you." After saying that, the gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He simply slapped his own forehead. At this moment, he was so determined, without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Su Yin, who was lying quietly, suddenly burst out at this moment. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his palm and directly shot towards Aya's forehead. The appearance of this ray of light caused Aya to cry out in shock. Obviously, she was very afraid of this ray of light. This was because this shining ray of light was the half of the golden seal that had suppressed him for countless years. This was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she directly raised her hand and then suddenly screamed. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force directly burst out. When this force was displayed, a terrifying radiance vibrated and actually blocked this half of the seal. However, although this half of the seal was blocked, it was not directly repelled, and instead, it suppressed his forehead. The power on it flickered with a faint golden radiance. What a powerful force, a fairy. At this moment, Aya cried out in surprise. She suddenly realized that the little girl's body that she had taken over was actually so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood that this little girl was the legendary fairy, a baby born from the union of a powerful fairy and a human. At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. She only felt that she was in high spirits and was filled with indescribable joy. Even if this half of the golden seal was right in front of her, she was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Su Yin had already rushed over. "The gang, help me control Aya. I could drive that thing out of Aya's body," Su Yin directly said to the gang. Hearing Su Yin's words, a ray of light flashed into Gang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked, and then a powerful force burst out, piercing directly into the ray of light and immediately grasping Aya's arms. "Aya, forgive brother," the gang said softly in his heart. At this moment, the great demon that had taken over Aya's body had already sensed that the situation was not good. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, like the crazy roar of a bat, directly bursting out from her throat. This terrifying sound wave was extremely dazzling to the soul, and accompanied by this horrifying scream, an extremely powerful force burst out. Aya did not know how to use the power in her body, but as a top demon king, he could release this power, even if it was just a little bit. The gang's skin and flesh were impacted by this power, and immediately all of them burst open, and blood flowed out. However, the gang did not care about such injuries at all. He only held tightly onto Aya. "Su Yan!" the gang roared. At this moment, Su Yan had already arrived in front of Aya, and the soul-suppressing seal was placed on Aya's head. Su Yan directly shouted, "Pagoda, soul-suppressing seal." A powerful seal directly appeared, and after the seal appeared, it directly drilled into Aya's mind. "Great power of the temple, support my body." Su Yan suddenly raised the pagoda sword, and at the same time circulated the power in his body. Under the support of this power, a ray of brilliance was immediately released. This light directly pierced into the ceiling. Then the temple instantly seemed to come alive, and at the peak of the brilliance directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's eyes released a golden light, and the dragon's soul hidden in his eyes became abnormally quiet. Warm power filled Su Yan's body, and Su Yan was like a god. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, he felt the call of the temple. Through the pagoda sword in his hand, he finally began to connect with the temple and could use the powerful power of the temple. The moment he was supported by the temple's power, he felt that he was omnipotent. The gang slowly let go of Aya, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening at this moment, which was close to a miracle. Under the continuous release of the golden power, a ray of soul light finally slowly rose from Aya's body. "Evil creature, come back!" Su Yan directly shouted angrily. Then the ray of light directly trembled and finally slowly moved toward the half of the seal. Gradually, the half of the seal changed, and finally, it became a complete seal. "Pagoda Temple, awaken!" Su Yan softly shouted again. The brilliance of the temple became extremely bright, and in the next moment, the entire mountain trembled. Then, all the rocks turned into dust and dissipated. "The gang, don't worry. Leave Aya's problem to me," Su Yan said to the gang. In the golden light, he had really become a god. Then, a pagoda seal appeared and directly entered Aya's body. In the next moment, a gray power appeared in Aya's body. This was the terrifying demonic power in Aya's body. Once this demonic power exploded, even the gang would find it difficult to suppress it. Moreover, it would attract the attention of demons, causing Aya to be in danger several times. If it weren't for the gang's protection, Aya would not have survived until today. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refined this power. "Aya, I can't help you, but you will lose this powerful power and become an ordinary person. Are you willing?" Su Yan asked Aya. "I'm willing." Without any hesitation, Aya directly nodded. Chapter 476. Buddha's Return to One, Divine Fire Burn. Su Yan shouted again. The power extracted from Aya's body was absorbed into the Buddha's seal. The treasure that belonged to the Buddha's gate was finally complete. The soul-suppressing seal and the Buddha's seal released their radiance at the same time. The two divine seals shone brightly and intertwined, condensing on both sides of Su Yan's body. Su Yan's aura was sacred and powerful. Even the gang was slightly weaker than Su Yan. Su Yan's entire being became more and more sacred. After that, the two golden seals directly entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was raised to the peak. What followed was an extremely dazzling radiance that rose to the end of the world. This surging radiance directly rushed into the temple. At this time, the entire temple shook and gradually rose into the sky. At this time, the people in the village were completely shocked. A few experts stood at the forefront of the village, constantly vigilant of the changes in the temple. This was too big of a commotion. For so many years, they had never approached the temple, afraid that the explosion of power in the temple would affect them. However, this sudden appearance of power was stronger than any other time before. This power was so strong that it threatened their lives. But this time, they did not dare to act rashly. Before they understood the situation, if they acted rashly, their lives might be in danger. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful ray of light was suddenly released from the temple. The moment this ray of light descended, these experts felt their souls shaking. However, this wasn't because of fear, but because of faith. Suddenly, someone said, "God has returned." The person who spoke was the one who stopped Su Yin and prevented Su Yin from returning. However, at this time, he no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with the light of devotion. In fact, he had already begun to prostrate himself. At that moment, Su Yin, who was in the temple, seemed even more mysterious. The gang looked at Su Yin in a daze and then said, "So, Brother Su Yin is actually a god?" In his opinion, such a thing could only be done by a god. If it wasn't a god, who else would have such an ability? Back then, even a powerful figure like his father couldn't solve the problem for Aya. However, at this time, Su Yin directly extracted the power from Aya's body. At this moment, Su Yin wasn't paying attention to this. His consciousness was transmitted to the distance along with the few rays of light that had just shot out. In this mountain forest, which was called the 100,000 Mountains by the villagers, several powerful demon kings suddenly raised their heads at this moment. When that ray of light arrived, they were shocked. Whether it was the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the demonic Bat King, or the terrifying demonic spider, they all seemed to have been immobilized. They couldn't even move. "Since you are all raised by my stupid sect, come back now." Su Yan's voice was like a god's, resounding throughout the world. In the end, although these terrifying demons were extremely unwilling, they still followed the light and returned. When the light disappeared, these demons also fell into the stupid seal. Together with the demon that was suppressed at the beginning, the 4 demons were imprinted in 4 different directions. At this time, Su Yin also understood the true name of this imprint. It was the 4 Directions seal. The moment the 4 Directions seal returned to its original position, Su Yin suddenly felt a mysterious power directly appear. The moment this power appeared, he felt as if everything around his ears was shattering. The temple began to turn into nothingness. Even the gang and Aya began to gradually disappear. "It's fake. All of this is fake?" Su Yin muttered to himself. At this time, he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that everything he had experienced was fake. Although he had only been in this mysterious world for less than a day, the experience was so real. At this moment, this world began to shatter and even disappear. The 4 Directions seal quietly floated in front of him. It was just that the 4 Directions seal was no longer the same as before. After this world was shattered, everything was like a picture scroll that swept towards them. As time passed, the power of the 4 Directions seal grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Yin finally opened his eyes. He completely understood everything that had happened. It didn't matter if it was real or not. This world was originally constructed by the 4 Directions seal. Back then, the stupid sect was at its peak. However, because they fought against the devil's sect, they gradually declined. In the end, because of an extremely terrifying battle, the stupid sect had no choice but to fall to this state. This 4 Directions seal was also damaged and was hidden in the door. The damaged 4 Directions seal's power dissipated and finally constructed this world. Now that the 4 Directions seal had been restored, this illusory world had also disappeared. When everything returned to tranquility, Su Yin stood outside the door with a sense of loss in his eyes. It was as if his soul had left his body. The gang, Aya, They're actually just evolved from the four-direction seal? Su Yin picked up the four-direction seal in his hand and said helplessly. It seemed that the four-direction seal's power was really strong to the extreme. To be able to construct such a realistic world, it was much stronger than illusions. Illusion and reality. It seems that I still can't see through this. Su Yin laughed bitterly. He was just a passerby. These things didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to understand what kind of world he was in. However, he couldn't be as cold as ice. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such things. Brother Su Yin, why are you sad? You have liberated this world. We should be thanking you. Just as Su Yin was lamenting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yin suddenly became happy. Brother De Gang. That's right, it's me. Brother Su Yin, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die. Moreover, our world didn't shatter. It just returned to its original state. De Gang's voice sounded. Returned to its original state? What's going on? Even though Su Yin was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he was still surprised at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Su Yin, you're really stupid. What brother means is that our world originally existed in the four-direction seal. It's just that the four-direction seal was damaged, so there were many monsters. These powerful monsters are the manifestation of the demonic sect's power. Now, you've used the Buddha's sword in your blood to revive this world. Naturally, we'll return to our original state. A crisp voice rang out, causing Su Yan's expression to change. Su Yan was even more pleasantly surprised. This beautiful yet sorrowful little girl actually still existed, which made him even more joyful. It's me. Brother, you can think of it this way. Me, Brother De Gang, and the people in the village are all the weapon spirits of the four-direction seal. The divine temple is the core of the seal. Now that everything has been restored, this is the best thing for us. I spoke once more. Brother Su Yin, as long as the four-direction seal still exists, we won't be destroyed. Right now, you've become a master of the four-direction seal. If you need it, you can even summon us to help you in battle, De Gang said. Of course, you need to expend Buddha's force to summon us. Even if you want to communicate with us, it's the same. I feel that you haven't cultivated the Buddha's force that truly belongs to you, so our connection is about to be severed. You just need to remember that the four-direction seal is the key to the 6th floor. Enter the 6th floor, or perhaps the 7th floor, and you'll be able to find the source of Buddha's force. De Gang's voice became fainter and fainter. Brother Su Yin, you must go to the 7th floor. Su Yin took a deep breath and digested the information he had just received. The sense of loss in his heart had already disappeared because everything that he thought had disappeared still existed. Although De Gang and Aya had only exchanged a few words, Su Yin had already figured out the gist of it. He held the four-direction seal in his hand. This golden seal was currently emitting a gentle golden radiance. Su Yin no longer hesitated and directly placed the four-direction seal on the door. As the four-direction seal was placed down, the door suddenly began to flicker with a glass-like radiance. Then, the door actually gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated. Su Yin had finally stepped into the 6th floor of the pagoda. When he stepped into the 6th floor, he immediately felt a sorrowful aura. The 6th floor of the pagoda was simply beyond his expectations because it was actually a graveyard. Wordless tombstones stood there for a long time, giving off an indescribable sense of sorrow. Su Yin only felt an indescribable sense of oppression at this moment. This kind of sorrow actually emanated from the depths of his soul. Are these the places where the seniors of the Buddhist sect were buried? Since I, Su Yin, have already become the successor of the Buddhist sect, I naturally have to kowtow to you. After Su Yin sighed in his heart, he knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the graveyard. The moment Su Yin finished kowtowing, all the tombstones seemed to come to life at this moment. Every tombstone began to emit a golden radiance. As the golden radiance spread, Su Yin was immediately enveloped in it. Chapter 477. Su Yin already knew about what had happened back then. In order to resurrect the great Devil Heaven Master, the crazy devil sect did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Qian territory. The Pagoda sect had fought with the Devil sect because of this. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and the Devil sect disappeared. It was only recently that they began to move again. The Pagoda sect, on the other hand, had suffered great losses. They could only leave their inheritance in this inconspicuous burial sword tomb until Su Yin, the fated person, arrived. The golden light was the pagoda qi. The golden light wrapped around Su Yan's body and gradually seeped into his skin. His strength was increasing little by little, and his entire body was becoming stronger. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was a King Kong. That's right. The invincible golden body is a powerful cultivation method for the cultivation of the body. With the nourishment of the beautiful golden qi, my body will definitely become stronger. Su Yan's eyes shone with a golden light. His entire aura was rising. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This kind of increase lasted for a moment, but suddenly there was a change. It turned out that the golden aura was flowing through Su Yan's body, but when it reached his heart and finger bones, it stopped. Two powerful black auras suddenly erupted and directly resisted the golden aura. Su Yan was very clear about this black aura. It was the aura of the heavenly demon and the devil dragon's heart. In the world of the square seal, these two auras seemed to have disappeared. However, now that they had returned to reality, these two auras appeared again and directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, attacking Su Yan. Feeling the impact of this force, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrible pain, as if this force was going to tear him apart. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Good. Although this aura is strong, it is very good for me. I can use this to cultivate the invincible golden body. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable madness. The pain caused by the collision of devil qi and Buddha qi was simply indescribable. However, he was not blinded by the pain. Instead, his entire body was rejuvenated. Then, he began to cultivate the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was the Stupa sect's peerless body refining technique. At this moment, Su Yan was forcibly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the violent aura kept colliding and the pain was doubled. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. His body began to devour the two terrifying auras at the same time. Be it righteous or demonic, I, Su Yan, will subdue them all. The two of you want to use my body as a battlefield, so how can you not pay your taxes? Su Yan grinned, looking extremely like a demon. After that, his eyes flashed as he immersed himself in his own will. Under the impact of this pain, Su Yan's heart actually became calmer and calmer. The pain did not make Su Yan crazy. Instead, it made him feel calmer. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body revealed a very special aura. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or evil, but this aura revealed an indescribable truth. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tombstones. This voice sounded like the Buddhist chanting from Su Yan's previous life. When this voice entered Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan's entire person become solemn. This was because Su Yan had heard the supreme incantation. Just now, Aya, who was in the square seal, told him that he must enter the 6th and 7th floor of the Stupa sect. At this moment, the importance of it was displayed. The 6th floor was imparting a technique, and it was the Stupa sect's most unfathomable Stupa boundless technique. This incantation was truly profound and unfathomable. Every word contained an unparalleled mystery. Among the techniques that Su Yan knew, other than the regal sword mantra, there was no other existence that could compete with it. Su Yan operated the invincible golden body and crazily devoured the heavenly demon aura and Stupa golden qi. At the same time, his mind began to absorb the power of the Stupa boundless technique. The Stupa boundless technique was chanted continuously. Su Yan's heart was like still water. After an unknown amount of time, the heart-wrenching pain finally disappeared. The aura from the heavenly demon fingerbone and the power from the demonic dragon's heart dissipated at the same time. It seemed that the Stupa sect's power had won this battle. However, this was not strange. After all, this was the Stupa Pagoda. If the heavenly demon fingerbone and the demonic dragon's heart had won, then the Stupa sect was not worthy of being called a powerful sect that almost destroyed the devil's sect. Suyin woke up again. At this moment, there was a golden light shining in his eyes. His entire being was filled with an indescribable spirit. The 6th level of the Stupa Pagoda has really given me a lot of benefits. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, his entire being's spirit was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the strength of his physical body had undergone an earth-shattering change. In fact, he even had the thought of directly contending with the gang. The gang was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, Suyin really felt that his physical body, which had been entangled by the aura of the righteous and demonic paths, was terrifyingly powerful. If the 100 Beasts Elder was still alive, Suyin would not have had to rely on the power of the demonic dragon's heart to defeat him like last time. Suyin thanked the tombstone once again. Seniors, disciple Su Yin has received your help to obtain the infinite Stupa Pagoda technique. Although disciple is not talented, as long as I'm alive, I will bring the Stupa sect back to life and let the glory of Stupa shine in this world once again. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this moment, as if it understood Su Yan's words, the golden light changed again. In the end, it actually turned into a door of nothingness. Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in his heart and stepped in without any hesitation. He originally thought that if he wanted to enter the 7th level of the Stupa Pagoda, he would definitely have to go through more difficult conditions. However, he did not expect that the door to the 7th level would open so easily in front of him. The key to enter the 6th level was the Four Corners Seal. If Su Yin was not strong enough, he would not have been able to save Aya with the gang and successfully restore the Four Corners Seal. The key to the door to the 7th level was these tombstones. These heroic spirits, who had already died in battle, were the real gatekeepers. If Su Yin was not righteous, he would not have been able to find the door to the 7th level no matter what. If he had gained their approval, there would be no need to set up a life and death test. Therefore, Su Yin stepped in easily. The moment Su Yin stepped through the door, a golden path immediately appeared under his feet. On the path, there were hundreds of golden petals. These were all real works of art. They had unimaginable charm. However, although the golden petals were beautiful, Su Yin did not pay attention to them at all. His gaze was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a 9th grade lotus platform. It was filled with a noble and sacred aura. When Su Yan's gaze landed on this lotus platform, the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's body started to beat wildly. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon fingerbone also released an extremely dense demonic aura. When he was on the 6th level, the heavenly demon fingerbone was clearly suppressed by the pagoda golden chi. However, at this moment, it released a powerful light again. At this moment, Su Yin took a step back. Countless rays of light bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, the golden lotus had already ascended and was flying towards his body. After trying hard to calm his heart, Su Yin gradually began to condense his power. Then, the pagoda infinite technique that he had obtained earlier began to slowly circulate. The 9th grade lotus platform landed in front of Su Yin. Then, it gradually shrank and drilled into Su Yan's body. This time, Su Yin did not panic. Instead, he calmly waited for the golden light to arrive. After the 9th grade lotus platform turned into Su Yan's body, it gathered towards Su Yan's heart without stopping. It was not the demonic dragon's heart, but his own heart. The lotus platform seemed to have completely fused with his own heart. The demonic dragon's heart felt threatened and wanted to go berserk. However, before the demonic dragon's heart could go berserk, the heart that had merged with the 9th grade lotus platform released a ray of light that fell on the demonic dragon's heart. It was as if a layer of golden clothing had wrapped around this power. This process was extremely short. It was almost only a moment. Su Yan's face was solemn. He had finally received everything. The 6th level was the Pagoda Infinite Technique, and the 7th level was the 9th grade Lotus Platform. These two things were the peerless treasures of the Pagoda sect. Obtaining them also meant that Su Yan had truly obtained the inheritance of the Pagoda sect and became a disciple of the Pagoda sect. At the same time, the problem of the demonic dragon's heart was temporarily solved. At least after being suppressed by the golden light, the demonic dragon's heart could not constantly transfer the demonic dragon's blood into his body. It's time to leave. Su Yan did not linger and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the entire pagoda tower suddenly shook. As the pagoda tower shook, the surrounding mountains also began to shake. The entire Wushuang city felt the obvious tremors. Many people thought that there was an earthquake at this time, and for a moment, they were frightened. Su Yan watched the changes in the pagoda tower. In just 5 breaths, he left the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower shrank and finally entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 478. When Su Yan walked out again, the sword well had completely disappeared. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the people in the burial sword tomb. Many disciples had already arrived at this place. However, none of them noticed Su Yan's appearance. Not long after, Ouyang Qing finally appeared. At this time, he was fully deserving of being the eldest senior brother of the burial sword tomb. At this time, his brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at the collapsed sword well, he finally sighed. Sigh, what an eventful time. Although he didn't know why the sword well collapsed, its importance to the burial sword tomb was self-evident. However, the collapse of the sword well made his heart heavy. Coupled with the young man he met earlier, this made him even more worried. You all go back first. Don't spread this matter. Otherwise, you will be punished for the crime of betrayal. His voice spread out among the disciples. The disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter and answered, yes. Just as Ouyang Qing turned around, a familiar voice sounded. Senior brother Ouyang, long time no see. Senior brother Ouyang was almost scared out of his wits. Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, Ouyang Qing was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Ouyang Qing like this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, then said, Senior brother Ouyang, did something happen? Ouyang Qing had always been indifferent. If nothing happened, he would never show such a state. Ouyang Qing didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Su Yan, something did happen. A few days ago, a young man broke into the Su family and took away your cousin Su Tiantian. Hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Su Yan frowned. Oh, senior brother Ouyang and that guy met? Su Yan asked. Ouyang Qing smiled bitterly and said, yes, we did meet and even fought, but I was no match for him at all. Then, Ouyang Qing told Su Yan the situation at that time. Su Yan listened quietly and then asked, Senior brother Ouyang, according to what you said, this person is from the devil's sect? Definitely, and he didn't deny it. Ouyang Qing said firmly. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He wouldn't forget what the black demon said before he was killed. A very young but very terrifying devil sect powerhouse? Could it be the devil sect's crown prince? Su Yan's eyes flickered. To be honest, at this moment, he was looking forward to meeting that person. He wanted to see how powerful the devil sect's crown prince was. Brother Ouyang, do you know where this person from the devil sect went? Su Yan asked directly. Ouyang Qing shook his head and said, I don't know, but Su Yan, there's something I have to say. Although you are very powerful and far beyond my imagination, that person is too terrifying. I can't feel his limit at all. Ouyang Qing's eyes flickered with fear as he recalled the scene at that time. When I faced that person, I felt like I was facing an abyss. You've already left the Su family, and I don't think that person would hurt Su Tian. Su Yan sighed. He understood what Ouyang Qing meant. At the same time, he also knew that with Ouyang Qing's character, he would definitely not exaggerate. Since he said that this person was extremely terrifying, then that must be the case. Otherwise, the always proud and arrogant Ouyang Qing would not say such words. However, no matter how powerful that person was, Su Yin would still choose to face him. This wasn't just for Su Tian, but also for himself. Su Yin represented the Stupa sect, and the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were natural opposites. Therefore, even if that person didn't take Su Tian away, as long as he appeared, Su Yin would still have to meet him. The only difference was that it would be sooner or later. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, he had no reason to refuse. Senior Ouyang, I know what to do about this matter. Although I have already left the Su family, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So, please take care of the Su family. As for Su Tian, I will bring her back. Su Yin said very seriously. Ouyang Chung sighed. He knew his junior brother too well. He knew that once Su Yin had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yin, that person said that he will wait for you at the mouth of the East Sea for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the 5 counties and head to the Jiuzhou continent. Su Yin, to be honest, I don't want you to meet him. You're already very powerful now. There's almost no one in the 5 counties who could be your match. As long as we don't provoke them, you'll definitely get better and better, right? Moreover, you should know how Sister Linglong feels about you. If something happens to you, she will be very sad. Ouyang Chung sighed and finished speaking. When Ouyang Chung mentioned Qiao Linglong, Su Yin was first stunned, then he smiled bitterly. What did I, Su Yin, do to make Sister Qiao Linglong fall in love with me? Brother Ouyang, I know you like Sister Linglong, so don't give up. I, Su Yin, have enough love debts. After he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire person had already disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Chung still wanted to say something, but he could only be stunned. When Su Yin came, he didn't see it clearly. When Su Yin left, he still didn't notice it. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Maybe he can survive in front of that person. Ouyang Chung could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Su Yin had already stepped onto the sword dragon and was flying towards the mouth of the East Sea. At this moment, Su Yin was still at the level of the boundary and perimeter mountains. However, his combat strength was already extremely terrifying and could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was facing a Dragon Realm expert, Su Yin was confident that he could fight and even win. Of course, Su Yin wouldn't be arrogant, because he knew that this person must be a terrifying person to be able to make Ouyang Chung feel like he was as deep as the sea. If this person was really the Devil Sect's crown prince, then he would be even more powerful. But no matter what, he would only know after meeting him. If he didn't change after meeting him, then he would immediately retreat. This wasn't Su Yan's style. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Like a meteor, he cut across the sky. According to Ouyang Chung, today was already the last day. If this guy took Su Tian away, then it would be troublesome. At the mouth of the East Sea, a huge battleship stopped by the shore. This huge battleship was extremely ferocious. It was like a terrifying sea beast, giving off an extremely dignified and oppressive aura. On the deck of the battleship, a young man in black stood. His gaze landed on the surface of the sea. His eyes were filled with a deep aura. Beside him was a young girl. It was the Su family Su Tian. Young Master Shangwan, are we really leaving? Su Tian asked softly. She turned around and looked toward the shore. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Before that day, she was practically carefree. She was the Su family's little princess. She worshipped Su Yin and wanted to become strong, but she had never thought of leaving home. However, the appearance of this man in front of her changed everything. He said that he wanted to take her away, and she agreed. He said that he wanted to return to Jiuzhou. He asked her if she was willing to leave with him. She agreed without any hesitation. She was very sure that this man didn't do anything to her, let alone force her. But she still followed him here in a daze. Shangwan Sheng turned around and looked at Su Tian. Then he smiled and said, Tian, you can't bear to leave? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Then she nodded and said, Yes, of course I can't bear to leave. After all, that's my home. Before you appeared, I never thought that I would leave home one day. Shangwan Sheng stood up and walked to the railing. Then he said, It's hard to leave home. This is what you should do. It's just that everyone can't control their own fate. Wouldn't it be boring to stay at home for the rest of your life and never see the scenery outside? Look at the sea. if you stay in the Su family. I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to see such a magnificent sea," he shouted loudly. After hearing Shangguan Sheng's words, Su Tian suddenly felt that she didn't want to go home so much. "Young Master Shangguan, when did you leave home?" Su Tian asked. Her voice was still sweet and calm. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In fact, Shangguan Sheng didn't treat her like a prisoner. "Me? Hee. Your question is quite special. However, I've never had a home, so I don't know when I left." Shangguan Sheng stretched. At this moment, he suddenly smiled faintly. "In the end, it's still here?" "In the end? Who's here? Could it be?" Su Tian suddenly thought of someone. Shangguan Sheng said to Su Tian, "Yes, you guessed right. It's your brother, Su Yin. Who's here?" TSK. He's really powerful. His entire body is filled with an extremely strong aura. He's indeed qualified to be my opponent. Su Tian looked at Shangguan Sheng's appearance and suddenly panicked. On one side was his brother, who was also the person he admired. On the other side, although it had nothing to do with her, she really didn't want anything to happen to the person in front of her. Shangguan Sheng smiled at Su Tian and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Chapter 479. Su Yin finally stopped in the air. The sword dragon floated in the air, and he stood on top of it, looking at the person who had appeared in front of him. Shangguan Sheng grinned and said, "Su Yin? Ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a few days. I'm really happy to see you." Hearing this, Su Yin was startled at first. He was not used to meeting people like this. However, he then said, "Shangguan Sheng, are you the Devil's Sex Crown Prince? Let Su Tian go. She's innocent. For someone like you to make things difficult for a little girl, it's not something to be proud of." Just like that, Su Yin and Shangguan Sheng stopped in midair and said these words. Beneath their feet was a turbulent sea. Looking at Su Yin, Shangguan Sheng suddenly laughed. "No, I'm not the crown prince you're talking about. That's just a dead person, and I'm not." He continued, "Of course, I won't let you take Su Tian away. I like her very much, so I've decided to make her my maid. Of course, if you have the ability to defeat me, then I naturally won't stop you from taking her away." The moment Shangguan Sheng finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Su Yin with a burst of speed. The powerful force caused endless waves to splash. The waves immediately swallowed Su Yin and Shangguan Sheng. At this moment, Su Yin directly held his sword horizontally. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the scorching sun's sword immediately shone with a blazing light. As the sword fell, the sword light circulated, and the powerful force seemed to be able to shock the world. The powerful light fell, and it was as if the clouds were flying within. The first confrontation between the two of them was completed at this moment. Su Yan's scorching sun sword had the most domineering and fierce power, but Shangguan Sheng only used his bare hands to block Su Yan's power. Although this attack seemed to be evenly matched, Su Yin knew in his heart that he had actually lost in this first confrontation. Even though he had lost, Su Yin did not panic at all. After this confrontation, the two of them did not make another move. When the seawater finally settled down, Su Yin said, "You're really strong." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "My friend said that the feeling you gave him could be described in 4 words. As deep as the sea." "Your friend? The one in the burial sword tomb?" He's too weak. That's why I have such a feeling. However, your strength really surprises me. Su Yin, you do indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, now is not the time." Shangguan Sheng smiled again and said, "Although you are already very strong, if we were to fight to the death, I would be able to escape unscathed." "I don't doubt it." Su Yin nodded. The other party's words were extremely arrogant, but Su Yin didn't have any objections because he knew that the other party wasn't exaggerating. Right now, he could indeed fight with him, but his true strength was not comparable to the other parties. However, if they were to fight to the death, it was hard to say who would win. After all, Su Yin had obtained the true inheritance of the Stupa sect. At the very least, he still had the heart of the demonic dragon and the heavenly demon fingerbone. If these powers were to explode, the power would definitely be terrifying. Not to mention a dragon realm expert. Su Yin felt that he could even drag the other party down with him. However, this was not the time to fight to the death. Once he used these methods, Su Yin felt that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. Stop fighting, stop fighting. It's really boring. What's the point of fighting when you know the outcome? I still want to bring Su Tian back to the 9 continents. If you have enough confidence to defeat me one day, then come to the 9 continents to find me. If you can defeat me, then you can take her away. All right, I also have a girl with me. Her name is Lu Lan. Shang Wansheng's words caused Su Yan's expression to turn cold. Although Su Tian was his sister, they had barely known each other since they were young. However, the 2 words Lu Lan were too heavy for him. Lu Lan is in your hands. What did you do to her? Su Yan asked coldly. Shang Wansheng did not care about Su Yan's killing intent. He only said, for the time being, Lu Lan is still very safe. At least for the next year and a half, she will be very safe. However, Su Yan, you don't have much time. If you still can't go to the 9 states in a year, then Lu Lan will be sacrificed to the heavenly demon lord. Shang Wansheng's expression had become solemn. This time, I came to the 5 states to see what other qualities this man who is so valued by her has. Fortunately, you're not bad. If you were worse, I would have killed you directly and let Lu Lan give up. Shang Wansheng's words were so aggressive. Previously, when he said that he could retreat in a life and death battle, Su Yan did not feel angry. He even felt that it was reasonable. However, at this time, he was really angry. Lu Lan was the first woman in his life. When the devil sect took her away, Su Yan could only watch but could not do anything. This unwillingness was something that no one could understand. He cultivated diligently and constantly experienced life and death situations. However, he never dared to forget that woman. This was because he was afraid that once he forgot, he would never be able to find her again. At this moment, he finally heard news about Lu Lan. Well, Su Yan, I'm going to leave. Although you are very strong now, you're still not my opponent. I hope that when we meet again, the result will not be like this. Shang Wansheng turned and left. Su Yan watched him leave, but did not stop him. This was because he knew that even if he chased after him now, it would be useless. He could not defeat Shang Wansheng, let alone take Su Tian away unscathed. The world of the 9 states, huh? I will definitely go. Su Yan watched as Shang Wansheng returned to the battleship and disappeared into the vast sea. Su Yan did not return to the Su family. However, he instructed a disciple of the burial sword tomb to pass a message to the Su family, telling them that he would bring Su Tian back. Then, he went directly to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunyi's disappearance caused the entire Yunxian alliance to be in a state of panic. Although they had successfully defeated the Black Fiend Alliance and even killed the 100 Beast Demon because of Su Yan, people were still uneasy. Moreover, Su Yan had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, rumors began to spread. Some said that both Su Yan and the 100 Beast Demon were severely injured, so he went to treat his injuries. Some said that Su Yan was cultivating in seclusion. What was even worse was that some said that Su Yan was afraid of the battle and ran away, ignoring them. Although Lei Wanjun and Reverend Heavenly Sword had used thunderous methods to suppress these rumors, how could such rumors be so easily suppressed? Another day had passed, and the situation in the Heaven and Earth organization was getting worse and worse. Since the previous day, people had started to go missing. At first, it was only 1 or 2 disciples, so Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword thought that they were afraid of the war and secretly ran away. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, although they had won a battle, the Yunxian Alliance's situation was not optimistic. However, the Black Fiend Alliance was different. There were rumors that there was an even more powerful expert in the Black Fiend Alliance who was about to be resurrected. As soon as this mysterious rumor appeared, it immediately caused everyone to be even more terrified. They had personally witnessed the 100 Beast Demon's terrifying prestige. Although the old demon was killed by Su Yan in the end, their deputy leader, Su Yan, also went missing. Moreover, the 100 Beast Demon had previously said in public that their leader, Yun He, had already betrayed them and joined the Black Fiend Alliance. As a result, there were disciples who secretly left the Yunxian alliance. It was something that could not be helped. However, the next day, nearly 20 people immediately went missing. Among these missing people, some were from the Sound of Thunder sect, some were from the Fengxian sect, and some were from the Heaven and Earth organization. Lei Wanjun couldn't hold himself back any longer. He even wanted to personally capture these deserters. In the end, he still managed to bring a few of them back. However, these people had already become corpses when they were brought back. Their life essence had been completely sucked dry, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. It was as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the Yunxian alliance, which was already in a state of panic, became even more chaotic. Another day came. Although the Yunxian alliance sent an order to increase their cultivation realm and also sent more people, there were still people who went missing. Even the Fengxian sect's Fanyuan realm elder was injured. It was also on that day that the Black Fiend alliance attacked again. Billowing black fog rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization. The thousand-cloud universe Great Array was broken by the 100-beast demon last time and had yet to be repaired. The Black Fiend Alliance's attack was definitely a huge blow to the Yunxian Alliance. However, the Yunxian Alliance had no choice but to brace themselves and fight. After a great battle, the Yunxian Alliance naturally suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Fiend Alliance also paid a heavy price. In an instant, the foot of the Yunxian mountain was dyed with blood. Sky Sword, I keep feeling uneasy. Lei Wanjun stood in front of Sky Sword Spiritual Master and said worriedly. Sky Sword Spiritual Master sighed, then raised his head and said, How can you be the only one feeling uneasy? Who in the Yunxian Alliance isn't like this? Lei Wanjun's expression turned sluggish because he really couldn't refute Sky Sword Spiritual Master's words. However, he quickly continued, Sky Sword, you have always been meticulous. Can't you see that the Black Fiend Alliance's actions have been very strange recently? After these two great battles, everyone's losses were equal. Their losses were even more than ours, but they are still like this. Is there some secret in this? When Lei Wanjun said this, Sky Sword Spiritual Master immediately frowned. Chapter 480. Seeing Yun Wanqing enter, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions became uneasy. That ominous premonition became even stronger. They knew Yun Wanqing the best. They deeply knew that this woman had inherited her father's calmness. If she didn't encounter something shocking, she would definitely not be like this. But now, she was in such a hurry. From this, it could be seen that the current situation was extremely bad. Yun Wanqing couldn't be bothered to catch her breath. She then said, Seniors, things are not good. Those dead bodies that didn't have time to be burned have all stood up and turned into zombies. They are charging towards the heavenly cloud mountain. As soon as Yun Wanqing's voice fell, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions changed. There was no need to say how serious this matter was. Countless people had died in these few battles. Hundreds and thousands of corpses stood up and charged towards the Heaven and Earth organization. This was a huge crisis. For the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, this was even more terrifying. One had to know that among these people, not only were there their former enemies, but there were also their dead comrades and even brothers. However, at this time, they had to attack their former comrades and kill them again. This in itself was a terrifying torture. And that wasn't all. After the resurrection, the corpses became extremely difficult to kill. If they couldn't kill their vital points, then they wouldn't stop advancing at all. In the past few days of fighting with the Black Fiend Alliance, they had already exhausted a huge amount of energy. But now, they still had to face such a terrifying attack. This was simply a nightmare of nightmares. Lei Wanjun, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, and the other experts from the surrounding area arrived at the battlefield. They saw countless corpses slowly charging up the mountain from the foot of the mountain, while the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance could only retreat again and again. The sword chi and wind blades had little effect on these fellows. Death chi, it's death chi. Those guys from the Devil's Sect are really bold. They actually dare to use such a perverse method. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lei Wanjun shouted angrily. Then, he directly flew into the sky. Disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect, listen to my command. Use lightning techniques to attack the Death Chi. After all, Lei Wanjun's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that the Death Chi was the key. If the Death Chi did not dissipate, the dead would continue to revive. Disciples of the Profound Wind sect, listen to my orders. Use the profound wind to disperse this death aura. After hearing Lei Wanjun's words, the elders of the Profound Wind sect woke up and immediately called for the disciples. These disciples fought as they retreated. They were originally terrified, but now that they suddenly had a backbone, they finally pulled themselves together and immediately displayed their strength. With the rumbling of thunder and the blowing of the wind, the Death Chi quickly thinned out. The judgment of the two elders was not wrong. After the Death Chi dissipated, the movement speed of the undead slowed down, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this short period of time, the disciples of the Qianyin Alliance finally launched a counterattack and pushed the front line back. However, at this moment, the black aura that should have been dispersed suddenly began to condense. In the end, it turned into a huge ghost face. The ghost face hovered in the sky as it stared coldly at everyone on Qian Cloud Mountain. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth organization quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on the ground below, and their brains were in a state of hypoxia. At this moment, the momentary joy had already disappeared. This was because the pressure brought by this terrifying ghost face was too strong. Pretending to be mysterious. Why would I, Lei Wanjun, be afraid of you? 10,000 elephant divine skill, unstoppable thunderbolt. Lei Wanjun roared angrily and soared into the sky. At this moment, the power in his hand erupted with infinite rumbles. The flickering lightning could almost compete with the spring thunder. The momentum was so heavy that it could tear people's eardrums. This momentum was already considered unstoppable. However, for some reason, no one felt joy in their hearts. Instead, they felt deeply uneasy. It was as if everyone had already known the outcome. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword also made his move. Sword whistling in the firmament. Sage Heaven Sword made his move, and an immortal sword suddenly condensed. The sharp edge of the sword directly turned into a straight line and charged towards the pitch-black ghost face. The power of this sword was actually stronger than Lei Wanjun's. Sage Heaven Sword was indeed terrifying. The time he took to enter the perimeter state was much shorter than Lei Wanjun. However, at this moment, one could see that in this short period of time, Sage Heaven Sword's power had actually increased again. His realm might have already surpassed Lei Wanjun's. This huge immortal sword was launched later, but arrived first. It directly soared into the sky and ruthlessly pierced the terrifying black face. Then, Lei Wanjun's thunderous rumbles finally arrived. In an instant, the radiance directly swallowed the darkness. The world was terrifyingly quiet. Only this terrifying rumbling sound was left. Everyone was waiting for the result. Only the rumbling sound of two powers was left in this world. After an unknown amount of time, the rumbling sound finally faded away. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked. That was because Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword's swords were actually unable to shatter that terrifying power. That huge black face still existed, but this time there was a huge hole. However, such an existence made the ghost face seem even more strange and terrifying. The ghost face's spectacles were still looking at Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword, as if it was mocking their incompetence. This made the two of them even more unhappy. At this moment, their hearts were in a mess. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword shouted, "Not good. Lei Wanjun, retreat quickly." Just as he shouted, the terrifying existence in the sky suddenly shot down a ray of light. The terrifying radiance fell straight down, attacking Lei Wanjun's body. "What?" Hearing Sage Heavenly Sword shout, Lei Wanjun immediately woke up. However, it was at this moment that a terrifying black light descended from the sky. It wasn't until the black light was right in front of him that Lei Wanjun regained his senses. He immediately unleashed Thunderstorm in an attempt to block the terrifying power. However, it was already too late. Without any suspense, he was directly bombarded by the terrifying radiance and smashed into the ground. Boom! A huge rumbling sound was heard. Then, the entire ground was directly stirred up by a large amount of dust. Senior Lei, Yin Wanqing hurriedly ran over. Fortunately, Lei Wanjun's cultivation was profound. He didn't die from such a terrifying attack. Yin Wanqing didn't dare to delay any longer. She immediately used the cloudy mist technique and began to heal Lei Wanjun. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Lei Wanjun's complexion finally improved. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword had already used his sword technique and soared into the sky. Wanqing, take Lei Wanjun and leave. However, at this moment, another intense black light ruthlessly pierced down from the sky. Although Yin Wanqing's injuries were much better now, if she was hit by this black light, she would definitely die. Even Lei Wanjun would be directly killed by this terrifying power. Therefore, Sage Heaven Sword had no choice but to take action. His strength was extremely powerful. However, that black light was even more terrifying. The instant that black light descended, Sage Heaven Sword was already prepared for it. Sword Chi as a guide. Immortal Sword breaks the heavens. At this moment, the Immortal Sword technique appeared in his hand. That Immortal Sword could be said to be dazzling and incomparably vast. The dazzling sword light directly soared into the sky. Sage Heaven Sword's strength was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than Lei Wanjun. However, it was a pity that this black light was even stronger. The power of the black light directly descended, pressuring Sage Heaven Sword to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Quickly leave, quickly. This old man can't hold on any longer. Sage Heaven Sword roared anxiously. At this moment, when the other experts saw that even Sage Heaven Sword was in such a sorry state, fear appeared in their hearts. They didn't dare to step forward to help at all. Hee, Sage Heaven Sword, you really overestimate yourself. However, you killed my senior brother a while ago. Today is the day you die. This is probably retribution. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was Sagehorn Goat's junior brother. His evil martial arts were also extremely powerful. However, during the previous attack, he didn't come to the Heaven and Earth organization. But now, seeing that Sage Heaven Sword was already struggling to hold on and would probably be killed in the next moment, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Today, he could finally avenge his senior brother. Of course, at this time, he still didn't dare to provoke Sage Heaven Sword. Although Sage Heaven Sword was already showing signs of exhaustion under the black light, he was still extremely fearful of Sage Heaven Sword. After all, even his senior brother had died in the hands of Sage Heaven Sword. Therefore, his gaze fell on Yin Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun was also a famous expert. If he wasn't injured, Sagehorn Goat's junior brother really wouldn't dare to attack him. However, Lei Wanjun wasn't far from death. If he was still afraid in such a state, he wouldn't be a man. Hee, Lei Wanjun, I can see that you're suffering from living. Let me lend you a hand and send you to the Yellow Springs. It's just a pity for this delicate beauty. He sneered, and a black light fell from his hand. It directly rushed in the direction of Yin Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Yin Wanqing was currently using the fog technique. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. She could only watch as the black light fell and slashed toward her body. Chapter 481. Suyin appeared directly in front of Yin Wanqing. Without seeing how he moved, he reached out his hand and grabbed the black light. In midair, when Taoist Master Jiayang's junior brother saw Su Yin make a move, his first thought was contempt. He despised this kid who didn't know anything. How could his illusory cloud light be so easy to deal with? Su Yin wanted to use his hand to catch it. This was simply courting death. However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a horrified light burst out from his eyes. He didn't wait to see what the result would be. He directly rose into the sky and wanted to leave far away. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Su Yan's hand finally grasped the illusory cloud light. This power only struggled for a moment in Su Yan's hand before dissipating. Then, Su Yan's speed didn't decrease. He was like a cannonball, rushing straight into the sky. Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother was cunning. He wanted to escape at the first moment, but at this time, he was shocked to find that Su Yan was already standing in front of him. He was also a square sphere realm expert, but at this time, he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. That was because he had already guessed Su Yan's identity. Why? Weren't you very fierce just now? Why do you want to leave now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? Su Yan asked directly and coldly. Feeling Su Yan's aura, that person only felt his whole body tremble. He had already begun to curse in his heart, secretly hating himself for making such an unnecessary move. You're Su Yan? The deputy leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance, the one who killed Lord Hundred Beasts Su Yan? He asked with cold sweat dripping down. Su Yan grinned. That's right, it's me. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? These words were truly overbearing, making this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang furious to the extreme. However, he was clear about one thing. His strength was not enough for him to release the anger in his heart. Therefore, he only licked his lips and said, Su Yan, there is no enmity between us. Now that you are facing a great enemy, you should consider the big picture. Don't worry, as long as you let me go this time, I will definitely not interfere in this matter again. He vowed solemnly. No enmity? Humph, you attacked Wanqing earlier. This is your way of seeking death. After Su Yan finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and directly approached him. The expression of this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang changed, revealing endless resentment. Towards Su Yan, he truly hated him to the extreme. This bro was really too arrogant. It was only because he was afraid of the other party's strength that he spoke nicely earlier. However, the other party didn't even think of giving him a chance. Since that was the case, they could only fight. What a young brat. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? If you want to fight, then. His face was full of anger. Black light flowed on his palm, and he planned to fight. However, before he could finish his words, a sword mark had already flashed past his neck, and he was directly beheaded. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand was still swallowing and spitting out crimson light, but his expression was calm. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? After speaking, he glanced at Yun Wanqing below. Yun Wanqing also happened to raise her head. She saw the concern in Su Yan's eyes, which made her happy. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. In order to buy time for Yun Wanqing, Taoist Master Heaven Sword was confronting the black light. However, Taoist Master Heaven Sword was obviously not in a good state. Even his entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before he would be defeated. Sect Leader, let me do it. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. Thunder rumble, he shouted softly, and a powerful light immediately erupted. Terrifying thunder directly exploded, like the roar of the thunder god. As soon as the lightning appeared, it immediately blocked the black light. How dare a mere soul of the dead be so presumptuous here? Su Yan's voice directly spread out, as if he was a god descending from the sky. The light of the lightning defied the heavens and finally bombarded the terrifying ghost face. At that moment, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization, who were fighting bitterly, suddenly heard Su Yan's voice and immediately became excited. Deputy Leader, the Deputy Leader is back. Previously, when the Qianyan Alliance was in danger, the Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken by the 100 Beasts Elder, and everyone was in danger. It was Su Yan who turned the tide and killed the 100 Beasts Elder, which caused the Black Fiend Alliance to completely collapse. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was like a god. Recently, because of Su Yan's disappearance, everyone was on tenterhooks. However, at that moment, Su Yan finally appeared and directly destroyed that strange and terrifying ghost face in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, Su Yan's momentum had reached its peak. The two words Su Yin seemed to have a strong magic power. Under the stimulation of such power, everyone directly erupted with their strongest power. At that moment, Su Yin walked in the clouds and then shouted again, "All brothers of the Qianyan Alliance, retreat." At that moment, Su Yin was continuing to exert his power in the air. His eyes flickered with light, and his aura also became unprecedentedly strong. The power of thunder surrounded his body. At that moment, Su Yin fully unleashed his power and could completely fight with a Dragon Realm expert. Even if he was here at that moment, Su Yin dared to directly fight with her. The disciples of the Qianyan Alliance were already in great pain from the battle with the corpses. At that moment, when they heard Su Yan's words, they immediately retreated. At that moment, the lightning in the sky finally struck down. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, it would cause a terrifying explosion. Then, everything would dissipate. Not only that, but Su Yan's lightning also directly dispersed the black smoke. Just as Su Yin was showing off his invincible power in the sky, Lei Wanjun finally woke up with Yun Wanqing's help. Sage Heaven's Sword landed and asked, "How is it? You won't die, right?" Hearing Sage Heaven's Sword's words, Lei Wanjun shook his head and said, "I'm almost there. However, this kid is really a monster." Lei Wanjun didn't have time to care about his own injuries. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yin. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed and said, "When I first saw this kid, I knew that he would definitely not be ordinary. However, I didn't expect that he would have already reached such a level. How long has it been since we last met? He has already surpassed me." Although he was happy to see Su Yan's improvement, he still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Su Yin surpass him so quickly. TSK. Tion's sword, you old thing, you should admit defeat now." Lei Wanjun seemed to have forgotten that he was seriously injured and only chuckled. Sage Heaven's Sword didn't say much to him and only said to Yun Wanqing, "Let's go back first. Wanqing, let the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization heal the disciples of the various sections." Yin Wanqing nodded. "Don't worry. Leave these things to us." The lightning that filled the sky finally struck down, and the group of corpses that were continuously advancing fell down again. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization saw this, they all cheered. This wasn't only because they had finally won, but also because of Su Yan's return. Unknowingly, Su Yin had become their spiritual pillar. When they couldn't see Su Yin before, everyone's hearts were on the verge of collapse. However, at this time, Su Yan's strong return gave them a lot of confidence. Not only Sage Heaven's Sword and Lei Wanjun, but even the experts of the other sects were convinced of Su Yan's strength. This was because the strength he had displayed was simply too terrifying. Among the crowd, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, Su Yan's expression was still solemn in the sky. It was even more solemn than before. "Everyone, enter the Heaven and Earth organization and don't come out. Seniors of the Boundary Realm, please be sure to protect them." When Su Yan's voice fell, everyone was immediately shocked. They had already seen the strength that Su Yin had displayed before. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression was actually like this. "Come out. What's the point of hiding?" Su Yan's voice rippled again. However, this time, his voice was filled with a majestic aura. At this moment, Sage Heaven's Sword, Lei Wanjun, and the others were even more shocked. This vast majesty even made them feel frightened. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, a sneer suddenly sounded. "Su Yan? Interesting." The moment this voice fell, the entire mountain immediately began to tremble. Although the trembling was very slight, it made people feel as if the mountain was about to collapse. This kind of fear quickly spread, and it made people feel even more terrified. "Kala!" A loud sound was heard again, and then the ground directly cracked. In the next moment, a huge palm directly extended from the ground and grabbed at the sky. The appearance of this huge rock palm gave people an extremely terrifying visual impact. They only felt that they were so small, as if they would be killed at any time. However, Su Yin, who was facing the attack of the huge palm, did not panic. He just watched as the terrifying rock palm kept getting closer and closer. Then, he sneered and said, "Humph, you're using such a method to deal with my mother? You're looking down on me, Su Yin." When the palm finally arrived in front of him, the scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light. Dancing fish dragon sword. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex suddenly erupted. In both his previous and current lives, he had swung this sword more than 10,000 times. However, this time, the sword was the most powerful and terrifying. This was because the current Su Yin was stronger than ever before. Chapter 482. Although it was only formed by the sword Qi, the ichthyosaur was simply malevolent and terrifying. Vaguely, one could even hear the hissing of the ichthyosaur. Such a terrifying scene shocked too many people. The ichthyosaur was unstoppable. That huge rock palm was so terrifying, but it was still directly torn to pieces. You can only summon such a toy? The dignified devil sect has become so timid. How laughable! Su Yin shouted again. Just as Su Yin finished speaking, someone suddenly said, "You do have some ability. No wonder you can be so arrogant." When the voice sounded, Su Yin suddenly raised his head and saw that there was an additional person not far in front of him. This person was standing in front of Su Yin, but Su Yin felt that it was so unreal. Su Yin was familiar with this feeling because whether it was the Black Demon Ancestor or the Ghost Flame Ancestor, they both had this feeling. That was because they were spiritual bodies. The so-called spiritual body was a spiritual body, an existence without a real body. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. However, the feeling he gave Su Yin was different. This heaviness was obviously much more terrifying. Devil Sect's Crown Prince. Thinking of the Black Demon Ancestor's words before he died, Su Yin immediately determined the identity of the other party. At the same time, he became more cautious. That person nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. I really didn't expect that after countless years, I could actually be resurrected. This beautiful world is really nostalgic." As he spoke, Su Yin realized that the black aura on his body had become denser. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword's anxious voice directly sounded. "Su Yin, this guy is condensing the death aura. Quickly stop him." Sage Heaven Sword finally understood why the Black Demon Alliance had launched attacks without any regard for the past few days, even if the price they paid was too heavy and the number of deaths was far more than the Cloud Alliance. It was because these people from the Cloud Alliance were simply chess pieces. The mastermind had sent them over just to send them to their deaths. His ultimate goal was to use the aura of death to revive this guy. A few days ago, a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance went missing and turned into a dried corpse. It was most likely related to this fellow. "Hee, old man, you're smart, but it's too late. You can't stop me. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me, and I'll bestow you with unparalleled power. Otherwise, only death awaits." The Crown Prince's voice was soft, causing people to shudder. Su Yin spun the scorching sun sword in his hand and stared straight at the other party. "Too many people have said the same thing to me, but I'm still alive and well. So, there's no need to say such nonsense. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." How ruthless! He clenched his fist, and a beam of dark light shot towards Su Yin. Even with Su Yin's eyesight, he couldn't see the trajectory of the light. It was as if the light had teleported. If it was the previous Su Yin, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, Su Yin had obtained the true inheritance in the pagoda, and it was directly channeled by the power of the divine temple. Although it didn't allow his power to rise to the next level, it made his combat power more profound. At this moment, he instinctively held his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Settle the universe with one sword." Against such extreme speed, it was best to use the Regal Sword Cannon to deal with it. This was because among Su Yin's many techniques, only the Regal Sword Cannon was the fastest. Almost at the moment when the light arrived, Su Yin had already made his move with his sword. The power to settle the universe with one sword burst forth. The sword aura burned directly, causing an extremely irregular rhythm to appear in the void. The light seemed to have paused for a moment at this moment. Then, Su Yin's sword slashed across and cut it in half. Such power could be said to be domineering. Su Yan's gaze once again landed on his opponent. Demon Set Crown Prince, let me see just how powerful you are. The scorching sun's sword drew a crimson trajectory in the air. Then, Su Yan was already in front of the Demon Set Crown Prince. The blade slashed down, and the trajectory of the blade was like a stream of blood. However, at this moment, the Demon Set Crown Prince still had a cold gaze and was unmoved. It was as if he hadn't reacted at all. However, the more this was the case, the more Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He deeply understood that the Demon Set Crown Prince was definitely not easy to deal with. However, he still wanted to see how the Demon Set Crown Prince would deal with his sword. Ding! An ear-piercing rumble resounded. Su Yan only felt his soul trembling. At this moment, he was truly shocked. Because his opponent had actually blocked his sword so easily. He didn't use any weapon, but only 2 fingers. He blocked the scorching sun sword with just 2 fingers. How powerful was this fellow exactly? He was actually able to do this? Are you surprised? Why are you so surprised that I managed to block your attack? If that's the case, then you've disappointed me. The soft yet cold voice once again entered Su Yan's ears. This voice seemed to carry with it a kind of spiritual pressure. Su Yan calmed down and then channeled the solar-colored glaze sword sutra. The blazing sword chi rushed directly to the sword blade. Then, he turned the sword blade, and a red light immediately appeared. As if sensing the strength of this power, the Demon Set Crown Prince released his sword. Without hesitation, he let go of his sword. He stared straight at Su Yan, then suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting. This seems to be the Buddha sword sect's ability. You must be the successor of the Buddhist sect. I sense a familiar aura on you. I didn't think that this damned sect would still have a successor." Although the Demon Set Crown Prince still had a smile on his face, Su Yan knew that the murderous intent in his eyes had become heavier and more obvious. If you can come back from the dead, why can't the Buddhist sect's legacy continue? He and the Demon Set Crown Prince were only separated by a sword. They were destined to be enemies, but they didn't attack at this moment because they were wary of each other. The previous sword attack had shown them the difference in strength. Su Yan deeply understood how terrifying this Demon Set Crown Prince was. There were thousands of death auras on his body. Of course, these death auras weren't formed in the past few days. Most of them were accumulated by the Black Fiend Alliance over the years. However, he wasn't going to let the Demon Set Crown Prince leave because he had the Soul-Sealing Seal and the 4 Cardinal Seal. These were great killing weapons that could restrain the Demon Set Crown Prince. However, the Demon Set Crown Prince was so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him. The Demon Set Crown Prince also knew that it would be difficult to kill Su Yan, who couldn't be judged by common sense. "Do you want to leave me here, successor of the Buddha sect?" The Demon Set Crown Prince asked again. Su Yan nodded and said directly, "Of course. I can sense how terrifying and dangerous you are. Of course, I have to kill someone like you." The Demon Set Crown Prince was able to make the Black Fiend Alliance pay such a price to revive him. He must be a very dangerous existence. Although he was very powerful now, Su Yan believed that as long as he didn't care about the cost, he could still kill the Demon Set Crown Prince. However, it would be hard to say if he waited until the future. Su Yan was confident, but he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, this was a monster that had been revived for thousands of years. As long as there was a chance, the Demon Set Crown Prince could return to his peak. The Crown Prince shook his head when he saw how serious Su Yan was. He said, "Su Yan, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I've come here today is not because I want to fight to the death with you. Instead, I want you to help me with something." Su Yan found it hard to imagine what the Demon Set Crown Prince would say. He even felt that it was a bit funny. Haha, don't you think that it's too absurd for you to say such words? You want me to help? Let's not talk about our positions. Just based on your identity, do you think it's possible? Su Yan asked with a cold smile. No, I think you'll agree to this. Although I've just been revived, I've had people investigate you. I know that you have a friend who was taken to the Jojo continent. Don't you want to save her? The Demon Set Crown Prince said calmly. What? Hearing this, Su Yin was shocked. The demon sect crown prince actually knew about Lu Lan. What's there to be surprised about? After all, I'm the demon sect crown prince, and I used to be a powerhouse. It's easy for me to know something. The demon sect crown prince continued. Su Yin, I think you must think that you can save her with your own strength, right? Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. The monster palace has the bloodline of the great ancient monster. Therefore, the demon sect crown prince took away the most outstanding powerhouses of the monster palace to extract their bloodline and let them give birth to a new demon child. I can say with certainty that even if you reach the venerable realm, you won't be able to save her. Hearing the demon sect crown prince's words, Su Yan's face turned cold. The two of them were talking in the sky. The people below had no idea what was going on. Was a demon child? Su Yan asked directly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled faintly and said, "The son of the devil is someone who possesses the heavenly devil bloodline. If his strength evolves, he can even transform into a new heavenly devil. Of course, there are differences in strength between the son of the devil of each generation." Chapter 483. What does this have to do with the monster palace? Su Yin asked calmly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled and said, "If it was in my era, it wouldn't have mattered because the people of my generation wanted to revive the great heavenly demon lord. Unfortunately, we failed in the end." The demon crown prince's voice sounded a little disappointed when he said this. However, this trace of disappointment was quickly concealed. Ever since we left that area, the devil sect that was struggling at death's door gradually recovered. Then, they began to search for a new power, and this new power is related to the demon clan. The great celestial demon lord's power failed, so it was denied. They wanted to create an existence that surpassed the great celestial demon lord. They called it the demon race. In fact, this plan was very simple. They wanted to find a demon race woman with the strongest bloodline. Then, they would marry the demon's son and give birth to the next generation. The demon crown prince's words made Su Yan's eyes flash with killing intent. He would never let Lu Lan suffer such a fate. Su Yan's anger and killing intent were directly captured by this crown prince of the devil sect. He laughed and said, "Hee, from your eyes, she seems to be very important to you. Hence, you can't watch her suffer such a fate." Su Yan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He said, "What do you want me to help you with?" Good. I like to deal with people like you." The crown prince of the devil sect laughed for a while, and then said, "Don't look down on me just because I'm the crown prince of the devil sect. Those people paid a huge price to revive me, but I'm just a tool. They need my devil soul to make this generation's son of devil's bloodline pure." At this point, the demon crown prince's eyes were very cold, showing a strong killing intent. Su Yan sighed. This fellow used to be an extremely powerful existence and was hailed as the crown prince of the devil sect. However, the times were different now. A few thousand years had passed. Even if he was reborn, he could only become a tool for others. "Since you've agreed to help me, then let's be friends. My name is Duamu Longhu." The crown prince looked at Su Yan and continued, "This time, it's all thanks to you killing the 100 Beasts Elder and the Black Demon Lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to break free from this predicament." It turned out that the 100 Beasts Old Demon and the Black Demon Lord were in charge of this plan. Aside from dealing with the Qian Cloud Alliance, another important matter was the revival of Duanmu Longhu. If the two of them were still alive, then Duanmu Longhu's fate would have been sealed. Once he was resurrected, he would be brought to the 9 continents. However, in the battle with Su Yin, the two of them were killed one by Su Yin. Therefore, Duanmu Longhu had a chance. Although he had just been resurrected and was extremely weak, he was still an expert in the past. His strength had already reached the level of a venerable. He easily found an opportunity and used his powerful spirit to control a person in charge of the Black Fiend Alliance. After that, he directly launched an attack on the Heavenly Cloud sect. With the help of the deaths caused by the attack, he absorbed the powerful life energy and finally achieved the goal of revival. I believe that those fellows from the 9 continents devil sect must already know that I have escaped from their control. Therefore, very soon, there will be experts coming to kill me. Therefore, I need you to help me block off the power that is chasing after me. Duanmu Longhu directly said, as long as you help me get through this and let me recover my strength, I will help you save your woman. Duanmu Longhu said directly. However, Su Yin shook his head and said directly, I don't trust you. Brother Su Yin, I knew you would say that. Duanmu Longhu gave a faint smile. Then, he suddenly produced a symbol from his bosom. Brother Su Yin, you can sense it. As he said that, he directly threw the mark to Su Yin. Su Yin was surprised. Then, he directly probed with his power. When Su Yin probed with his power, he immediately raised his head in surprise. Your soul. It was no wonder that Su Yin was so surprised. This person actually put his soul into the mark and entrusted it to Su Yin. That's right, this is one of my soul marks. As long as Brother Su Yin has this soul mark, you don't have to be afraid of me. To put it bluntly, my life is in the hands of Brother Su Yin. As for Brother Su Yin's lover, I will definitely have some means to save her. Duanmu Longhu said directly. According to common sense, what Duanmu Long said was indeed true. The soul was the foundation of a person. For people like them, even if they died, as long as their soul still existed, there would always be a chance for them to come back to life. Whether it was him, Venerable Wei Yin, or the Black Demon Venerable, it was the same. However, once one's soul was under someone else's control, it meant that one's life was truly in the hands of another. For an expert from the Devil's sect like Duanmu Longhu to make such a decision, it was indeed beyond Su Yan's expectations. Brother Su Yin, you don't have to worry. This is my own choice. Moreover, I trust Brother Su Yin. With this mark in hand, I can contact Brother Su Yin when necessary. Su Yin held the soul mark and stared straight ahead. He wanted to see something from the eyes of the Devil's sect's crown prince. Unfortunately, Duanmu Longhu's body was shrouded in death aura. Su Yin could not see any clues at all. By the way, according to what I know, there seems to be an immemorial demon tree in the Monster Palace. To enter it, you'll need the ancient spring and autumn wood, mysterious ice-cold iron, Buddha's golden silkworm, and the Milky Way tortoise shell. I happen to know the whereabouts of the Buddha's golden silkworm. He smiled and threw another item over. Su Yin caught the item and looked at it. It was a map. I found this map in the Black Demon Alliance. I took it because it might be useful to Brother Su Yin. Whether or not Brother Su Yin agrees to my request, I'll give it to Brother Su Yin, he said with a smile. Duanmu Longhu's actions did not have any demeanor of a Devil Sect expert. He was simply a gentleman. However, it was because of this that Su Yin was even more afraid. He knew that this guy was definitely an extremely difficult person to deal with. If he had a choice, Su Yin would probably directly make a move and kill this future great enemy. However, he did not have a choice now. Duanmu Longhu was right. If he only relied on his own strength, it would be a dream to rescue Lu Lan. He had already fought with the Devil Sect many times. Although he had won every time, he knew very well. This was only because the true experts of the Devil Sect had not arrived. The strength of the Jojo continent was stronger than the 5 counties. There was no doubt about this. However, the Jojo continent seemed to have some kind of agreement that did not allow the experts of the Jojo continent to enter the 5 counties without restraint. Therefore, the Devil Sect did not invade. He could make a name for himself in the 5 counties, but once he entered the Jojo continent and still wanted to be enemies with the Devil Sect, he was afraid that he would hit a wall everywhere. He might even be seeking his own death, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan. Moreover, Chu Linger was also in the Jojo continent. Su Yin sighed and finally said, "Okay, I promise you." Although this was like asking a tiger for its skin, he had no other choice at this time. Duanmu Longhu laughed and said, "Good. I like people like Brother Su Yin. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, directly attacking Su Yin. Su Yin was shocked. He did not expect the Duanmu Longhu to attack directly at this time. Moreover, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, after the initial shock, Su Yin directly wielded the long sword in his hand and fiercely slashed out a sword light. The sword light exploded and suddenly rushed towards his opponent. In an instant, the sword light and the palm collided, and an extremely terrifying energy wave exploded. It even blew away the layers of clouds in the sky. After being hit by this energy wave, Su Yin was directly sent flying. At this time, the Duanmu Longhu laughed loudly and said, "Su Yin, it's hard to tell who's stronger today. We'll see tomorrow." Duanmu Longhu disappeared, but Su Yan's heart became heavier. He descended from the sky, and Yun Wanqing immediately ran over. "Su Yin, are you okay?" She was really worried. Although Su Yin and the Duanmu Longhu did not fight most of the time, the beginning and the end of the fight were earth-shattering. While the two of them were talking, the Duanmu Longhu also stirred up a black fog that shrouded the two of them. Looking at Yun Wanqing, who was so concerned about him, Su Yin suddenly felt a little guilty. He caressed Yun Wanqing's cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. But Wanqing, it's really hard on you." Yun Wanqing saw the gentleness in Su Yan's eyes, and then said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. I was just waiting for you to come back. The one who's really tired is you." Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yin sigh. At this time, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword walked over. "Su Yin, could this person be the Devil Sex Crown Prince? Also, what's your current situation?" Su Yin said to Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, "Sect Master, this person is indeed the Devil Sex Crown Prince. However, we don't have to worry about him now, because he should be busy taking care of himself now." Spiritual Master Heaven Sword was puzzled. Why is that? Chapter 484. After hearing Su Yan's words, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expression turned solemn. Finally, he looked at Su Yin and said, "In that case, you've agreed to his request?" Su Yin nodded and said, "I have no choice but to agree to his request." At this moment, his gaze landed on Yun Wanqing with an apologetic look in his eyes. Yun Wanqing was such a good girl by his side, but he had to cooperate with the Duanmu Longhu in order to save another girl. This kind of guilt filled Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing naturally saw Su Yan's guilt. She also knew about the relationship between Lu Lan and Su Yin. Therefore, she said softly, "Su Yin, I support your decision. However, you must be careful. After all, I feel that this Duanmu Longhu is definitely a terrifying existence." Spiritual Master Heaven Sword also said, "Su Yin, you must be careful when you ask a tiger for its skin." Su Yin nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I naturally know the importance of this matter." "Su Yin, what do you plan to do next?" Yin Wanqing asked. "Naturally, I'll first go and get the Buddha Golden Silkworm. Then, I'll look for the Frigid Ice Mysterious Iron. After that, I'll head to the Primordial Divine Tree, hoping to become stronger." Su Yin said solemnly. Although his current cultivation could be said to be the best in the 5 counties, the enemies he would have to face would also become stronger. Soon, he would even have to set foot on the 9 provinces continent. At that time, he would have to face even stronger experts. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Su Yin took out the map and consulted it with Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun. Although Su Yan's strength had surpassed them, in terms of experience, he was far from comparable to them. 3 days later, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword came to look for Su Yin again. "Su Yin, Lei Wanjun and I have studied this map thoroughly." Hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, Su Yin immediately felt pleasantly surprised. He then asked, "Sect Master, where exactly is this Buddha Golden Silkworm?" When Su Yin saw Reverend Heaven Sword's expression, he knew that this place shouldn't be a good place. However, after hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, he still felt apprehensive. "Su Yin, this is the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, the Netherworld Cave." After Reverend Heaven Sword finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Su Yin, there are many ways to increase your strength. You don't necessarily have to rely on the Primordial Divine Tree. That nether cave is truly too dangerous. I'm only afraid that your life will be in danger." Taoist Heavenly Sword said bluntly. It was no wonder that Reverend Heavenly Sword would act in such a manner. After all, The Netherworld Cave was simply a forbidden place. Moreover, it had been like this since ancient times. During the era when the 5 counties had yet to decline, experts had emerged. It was absolutely incomparable to the current era. However, even so, no one had been able to come out of the Netherworld Cave alive. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Although Su Yan's current strength was already very powerful, Reverend Heaven Sword wasn't optimistic about him. Su Yan held the map in his hand. There were many markings on the map that would be of great help to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the map and finally sighed. He then said, "Sect Master, no matter what, I must go to the Netherworld Cave." What the Sect Master said was very reasonable. Everyone knew how dangerous the Netherworld Cave was. However, Su Yan had a reason to go, because he was very clear that according to the current situation, it was no longer possible for him to take things slowly. Although the mysterious devil sect Shangwan Sheng had told him that he could guarantee Lulan's safety for a year, he was still not at ease. Lulan's matter had sped up. Moreover, the devil sect's pursuit of Duanmu Longhu was probably coming soon. At that time, it would be a huge test for him. Since a person like Duanmu Longhu could survive from ancient times, he must have his own means. How could it be simple to cooperate with such a dangerous person? Yin Wanqing understood Su Yan's concerns. Although she was very unwilling, she still said softly, "Su Yan, you must be careful no matter what." Yin Wanqing's gentleness moved Su Yan even more. "Wanqing, don't worry. Su Yan, will treat you well in this life." The current Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. At this time, he couldn't do anything but make such a promise. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Su Yan personally took action and directly defeated the Black Fiend Alliance. Who knew how many evil cultivators died in Su Yan's hands? Such a series of massacres also finally made Su Yan's reputation known. As long as the members of the Black Fiend Alliance heard of Su Yan's name, they were all scared out of their wits. It was as if they had seen an evil spirit. In a moment, the Black Fiend Alliance disappeared without a trace and didn't dare to appear again. After that, Su Yan left and headed towards the legendary Netherworld Cave. The Netherworld Cave was located in the extreme north of the Cold Sky. It was the most remote place in the 5 counties. Even if Su Yan rode the Sword Dragon at half the speed of sound, it still took more than half a month to reach the extreme north. Just as he stepped into the extreme north, a dense cold wind blew. This place was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. Even a spiritual sea realm expert's spirit chi would be frozen here. If the spiritual sea realm expert's spirit chi was slightly lower, even a person would be sealed in ice. This was not an exaggeration at all. Su Yan could clearly feel the coldness in the air. The moment he landed from the Sword Dragon, a terrifying chill directly wrapped around his legs. In just a short while, solid ice had already appeared on his feet. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to move at this time. However, Su Yan directly stomped his feet, and then a powerful force exploded. Under the sudden tremor of this force, the ice directly shattered. Su Yan thought about the direction recorded on the map. Then, without stopping, he circulated his true chi and ran inside. The Buddha's golden silkworm was an extremely unique silkworm. It was similar to the sky silkworms recorded in the novels in Su Yan's previous world. This golden silkworm's body had Buddha's light, so it was not afraid of the cold. Moreover, their food was actually ghosts and evil spirits. The reason why the Netherworld Cave was called the mortal world's most dangerous place was because it was rumored that this place was connected to the 9 nether underworld. The reason why this place was so cold was also because the cold air here drifted out from the illusory region. The fierce wind swept, and Su Yan walked in the cold wind like this. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in place. Only this time, his body was not frozen by the ice because he circulated his true chi to protect his whole body. The reason why he stopped in place was because he heard movement. There was an inexplicable movement. In such a world of ice and snow, there was actually movement. If it was in other places, Su Yan might not be so concerned. However, it was different here. This was the legendary most dangerous place. There was unimaginable danger. As if they had sensed Su Yan's vigilance, the commotion also stopped. Su Yan frowned. He walked forward for a while, and, at the same time, he secretly paid attention. Sure enough, the movement appeared again, but this time, Su Yan had already begun to pay attention from the beginning. Therefore, the moment this movement appeared, Su Yan had already locked onto the direction. "You sneaky thing, come out." The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. The sword chi directly shot along the ground, and with the violent force, an extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and then the ground actually cracked open layer by layer. Then a huge figure appeared. It was a huge ice snake. According to common sense, snakes would not appear in such a place at all, because snakes were most afraid of the cold. During winter, snakes would enter hibernation. However, the ice snake in front of him had already exceeded ordinary understanding. After this ice snake was blasted out of the ground by Su Yan, its huge body swayed in the sky, and at this time, it suddenly spat out a white mist from its mouth. It was clearly a mist that seemed to be able to disperse with a blow, but it flew towards Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked and immediately knew that he was in trouble. Damn beast! His body suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the white fog. At the same time, the scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, with a sudden burst, his entire body flew forward. The speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. Su Yan's sudden attack was too fast. Perhaps this ice snake had never seen such a fast prey. In just an instant, Su Yan's sword directly pierced through its body. The ice snake's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then a burst of green smoke appeared. This place was so cold, but this burst of green smoke was still floating in the air. In just a few breaths of time, Su Yan's perception sensed that many existences were flying toward this place. Damn it! I've really poked a hornet's nest. Su Yan cursed in his heart, and then quickly ran away. This place was so cold that the circulation of spiritual power was greatly restricted. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be too presumptuous and directly chose the most primitive way of running. His speed was extremely fast, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that something in front of him was crashing toward him. Su Yan was shocked and jumped up. Only at this moment did he see that it was actually a snow-white bat that appeared here. Su Yan was absolutely afraid of bats. In the world of the square seal, these bats had brought him a lot of trouble. Among them, there was also a monster bat king that was even more terrifying, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, when he saw this white bat at this time, his first reaction was to directly raise the sword in his hand and then slash down fiercely. Chapter 485. When the flame first started burning, Su Yan did not think much of it and thought that it was just a normal flame. But in the next moment, he was shocked because he realized that his protective spiritual energy was actually burning. This shock was absolutely no small matter. One must know that his protective spiritual energy was so strong that even a normal Dragon Realm expert would need to expend some effort to break through it. However, after the little bat died, the flames that appeared had actually started to burn away his protective spiritual energy. To Su Yan, this little bit of flame was nothing. In a short while, Su Yan would be able to extinguish the flame. However, this already showed how strong and terrifying the flame was. After the initial shock, Su Yan extinguished the flame. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a zhi sound came from in front of him. Su Yan immediately stopped and cursed under his breath. Damn it! In front of him, there was a dense group of bats. If it was just one or two bats, he would naturally not care. But even if it was just a group of bats, he could still use the Scorching Sun Sword and use the Torrential Pear Blossom Sword Chi to kill them all. But at this moment, Su Yan felt a strong sense of danger behind him. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even Su Yan did not have the confidence to win against it. If this was not the extreme north, Su Yan might be interested in fighting with this fellow to train himself. But obviously, this was not the place. This place was too terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying demon was waiting in the dark? Su Yin was not arrogant. He did not want to die, so he changed his direction and went to the other side. At the same time, to avoid these damn fellows, he did not care about the consumption of his spiritual energy and directly summoned the flying sword dragon. In his body, the blazing spiritual energy of the great sun-colored glass sword manual was constantly circulating, dissolving the cold that wanted to invade his body. The speed of the Bat group was not fast. Hence, they quickly disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, this time, Su Yin had also shaken off that mysterious existence after using swift travel. Su Yin sighed and landed back on the ground. In such a short period of time, he had already experienced such a hair-raising matter. It could be imagined that the road ahead would be even more difficult. He identified the map, found the right direction, and set off again. With the lesson from the last time, he did not dare to be careless. He had almost completely restrained his aura. In the process of moving forward, he felt extremely terrifying auras in several places. All of them were above the dragon realm. Su Yin couldn't help but be speechless. If these guys leave the northern ice field, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed by them. Su Yin did not doubt this at all, because the auras in a few places were so deep that even his breathing rate had decreased. Although he had taken a detour, Su Yin still managed to pass through most of the places without any mishaps. At this time, he looked at the map and finally realized that he had passed more than half of the place. According to the map, I should be able to reach my destination in about 20 kilometers. Su Yin took out a piece of jerky from his space and ate it fiercely. In such a place, Su Yin did not dare to use spiritual energy to fly. Other than the most basic spiritual energy to resist the cold, he did not even dare to move at high speed. A journey of 20 kilometers in such a cold and snowy environment. Even he would need to spend half a day. After he finished the jerky, he continued to move forward. Just like that, after walking for another 6 kilometers in the cold wind, Su Yin finally stopped. His gaze was not looking forward, but to the side. There was an extremely deep and cold aura coming from that side. Such an aura made him palpitate. Cold, yet sharp. Could this be the legendary, mysterious, ice-cold iron? Although it was only a guess, Su Yin was still very happy. This was because if his perception was right, this trip was really worth it. But should I get the Buddha golden silkworm or the mysterious ice-cold iron first? This was another problem, but after thinking for a while, Su Yin made a decision. The mysterious ice-cold iron is a dead object, after all, but the Buddha golden silkworm is alive. According to the records on this map, the Buddha golden silkworm will only appear at sunrise every day. Then it will absorb the essence of the scorching sun and consume the spirits that it devours at night. There's still a long time before the next sunrise, so I should go to the mysterious ice-cold iron first. After thinking about it, he made a decision and directly headed in the direction of the mysterious ice-cold iron that he sensed. The mysterious ice-cold iron was one of the rarest metals recorded so far. The formation of this metal was extremely harsh. It was a meteorite that fell into an extremely cold place. Then it was continuously baptized by the cold air for hundreds of thousands of years. If the mysterious ice-cold iron was used to forge weapons, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. During a battle, as long as the weapon came into contact with the mysterious ice-cold iron, it would immediately be contaminated by a layer of coldness. If the weapon was not strong enough, it would probably be frozen directly. However, this was only a legend. In the known history of the 5 counties, no one had ever been able to use the mysterious ice-cold iron to forge a sword. This time, Su Yin came to the extreme north for the Buddha golden silkworm in the Netherworld cave, but he did not expect to feel the unique aura of the mysterious ice-cold iron at this time. Although he did not know if his perception was correct, it was worth the risk. Su Yin finally stepped into the place shrouded by the aura. The closer he got, the more certain he was that his perception was not wrong, because at this time, the aura had become exceptionally obvious. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard continuously. At this moment, Su Yin stopped. A snow mountain that was not tall appeared in front of him. On the peak of the mountain, there was a sparkling light. Under the illumination of the sun, It looked extremely mysterious and beautiful. Suyin was overjoyed. He immediately knew that this was the mysterious ice-cold iron. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here was terrifyingly low. Suyin had to speed up the circulation of his spirit qi to resist the cold. He knew that he had to speed up. Otherwise, in less than 2 hours, his entire body would be frozen. At that time, it would be terrible. Suyin walked to the foot of the mountain. Although the mountain wall was not high, it was very steep. In addition, it was full of ice. It was almost impossible to climb up without using spirit qi. Let's end this quickly. Although the mountain wall made him feel very excited, Suyan's heart was not at peace at this time. He knew that any place with treasures would not be peaceful. There would even be extremely terrifying demonic beasts guarding it. Although he did not feel a powerful aura here, ever since he entered this place, he did not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. This was too strange. The cold air here was so strong. For some demonic beasts, this place was simply heaven. However, there were no demonic beasts occupying this place. This was extremely unusual. In this way, there was only one possibility. There was an extremely terrifying existence here. Moreover, it was a powerful existence at the sovereign level. It was precisely because of this that no other demonic beasts dared to approach this place. Sword Dragon. Suyan's thought moved. The sword dragon appeared and flew towards the mountain peak. Suyan leaped high and then directly stepped on the sword dragon. The sword dragon flew quickly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the peak of the mountain. Scorching Sun Sword. Suyan grabbed with his hand. The Scorching Sun Sword had already appeared in his hand from the scarlet parting sword case. The sword light swept directly and immediately slashed at the peak of the mountain. The black iron was naturally incomparably hard, but Suyin could easily cut open the ice below the black iron. The blazing sword light flashed and the ice was cut open. Suyin was overjoyed. He immediately used his power to store the cold, ice-black iron into the scarlet parting sword case. However, at this moment, the mountain range split open. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The sound continued. Then, in an instant, the entire mountain peak was completely shattered. The moment the mountain peak shattered, Suyan's heart jumped. An extremely strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Then, he saw a ferocious face. Just this face alone was enough to make Suyan's heart palpitate. Dragon. Suyin was sure that the big guy in front of him was a dragon. Suyin had seen dragon souls before, but he had never seen a living dragon. He originally thought that in this era, such ancient and powerful demonic beasts had already gone extinct. However, Suyin found out that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong. At this moment, this powerful dragon appeared in front of him. In the next moment, this terrifying monster opened its eyes. Then, a cold breath was exhaled from its nose. Although Suyin tried his best to hold the mountain wall, his other hand, which was not holding the sword, was still contaminated by this aura. The moment it was contaminated, his hand was immediately frozen. So strong. Suyan's heart beat wildly, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Scarlet parting sword case. He directly shouted. Under his control, the scarlet parting sword case directly swallowed the cold, ice-black iron. At the same time, the sword dragon suddenly soared into the sky. What a strong power. Just the cold air from its breath actually froze my hand. Even though he was already high in the sky, he still did not feel safe at all. Chapter 486. Suyin had already experienced many sonic attacks, but this roar was the most powerful. This angry roar almost made him lose his balance. Damn it, this guy's coming. Suyin looked down and saw that the ferocious and terrifying guy had completely unfolded. It was a dark blue dragon that was more than 30 meters long. There was a pair of terrifying wings on its back that were fully spread out. Each wing was 15 meters long. At this moment, this big guy spread its wings, and its huge body flew into the sky. So fast, Suyan's heart was beating wildly. He no longer cared about the ice in his hand. Then he activated his entire body and flew forward. Damn it! No wonder there are no demonic beasts around here. It's because there's a terrifying guy here. Compared to him, the aura that I felt before was just trash. Although Su Yin could fight with experts of the dragon realm, he did not even have the courage to face the frost dragon that was chasing after him. The difference between the two was too big. Frost Colossal Dragon. This must be the legendary Frost Colossal Dragon. It's too powerful. Frost dragons were the legendary dragon clan in this world. They had the noblest bloodline and the strongest power. Even among the dragon clan, they were considered to be royalty. Su Yin did not expect that in this day and age where the dragon clan was almost extinct, he would still be able to see such a terrifying frost dragon. He could not help but curse his bad luck. However, at this moment, he did not dare to stop at all. Otherwise, he would be digging his own grave. Su Yin's speed exploded. At this moment, he did not care about alerting other powerful beings. If he did not move faster, he would be swallowed whole by this frost dragon. Lowly human, leave the frigid ice mystical iron to me. A huge thought was transmitted directly, causing Su Yin to be even more terrified. Frost dragons are indeed the most powerful beings. They can actually emit a human's consciousness. He felt bitter in his heart. Facing such an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary intelligence was simply a nightmare. However, as a member of the Immortal Clan, he had already fallen into this nightmare and was unable to extricate himself. If this continued, he would definitely die. Although the Stegosaurus was fast, the Frost WRM speed was too terrifying. Furthermore, the extreme north was definitely the home ground of the Frost Dragon. The cold air here would restrain Su Yan's power flow. However, it was nothing to the Frost WRM. In fact, it was of great help to it. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Frost WRM caught up to Su Yin. Su Yin didn't think that this terrifying Frost Dragon would forgive him. The black frost iron must have been his private property, but he had stolen it. How could such a tyrannical creature like the Frost Dragon tolerate such a thing? At this moment, his speed was already extremely fast, and the distance between them was constantly closing. Su Yin turned his head to look. He could already see that ferocious and furious face, and felt that terrifying cold aura. No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I'll die sooner or later. The Frost Dragon was simply too powerful. Along the way, they passed by the territories of many powerful astral beasts. These powerful existences were originally eager to make a move. However, after sensing the Frost Dragon's aura, they all chose to remain dormant. They hid all of their auras, not daring to show themselves. They were deeply afraid of being noticed by the angry Frost WRM. It could be seen that this Frost WRM was at least a supreme existence. Let's take a gamble. Su Yin controlled the Stegosaurus to suddenly change its direction and then directly charged in the direction of the Netherworld Cave. Su Yin couldn't escape, and he couldn't win in a fight. If this continued, Su Yin would definitely die. The only way to survive was the Netherworld Cave. This was because, according to the Heavenly Sword Sage, the Netherworld Cave was the most terrifying existence in the entire extreme north. It had a supreme, taboo existence. According to the Heavenly Sword Sage, a supreme expert had barged into the Netherworld Cave and died there in the end. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Sword Sage stopped Su Yin from going there. Even a supreme expert had died there. What qualifications did Su Yin have to survive there? At present, although there were many powerful beings in the extreme north, according to Su Yan's understanding, the only place that could deal with this terrifying Frost WRM was the Netherworld Cave. As soon as he thought of this, he was already heading there. Lowly human, you've offended the dignity of the Frost WRM. You'll have to pay the price. The Frost WRM's voice entered Su Yan's ears again, and Su Yan's entire body shook. Dragon's oppression. Su Yan was terrified. There was an inexplicable dignity in the dragon realm, which was called Dragon's Aura. However, how could this dragon's aura be compared to a real Frost WRM? The Frost WRM's body emitted an aura that could be called terrifying. The powerful energy caused one's mind to be shaken, and one would feel as if one's soul was about to split apart. Su Yin gritted his teeth and recovered a little. Then he immediately shouted, "Soul-subduing seal, soul-subduing!" The soul-subduing seal exploded, and a golden light shone in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon's aura was suppressed. Without the oppression of the dragon's aura, his speed finally recovered, and at the same time, his speed increased again. However, after the previous delay, the distance between him and the Frost WYRM closed again. He could even feel the Frost WYRM's cold breath. At this moment, the Frost WRM's terrifying voice sounded again. "You're actually able to dissolve my dragon's aura. One amazing kid. Even so, you still have to die." The Frost WYRM flapped its wings again, stirring up a boundless storm. In the next moment, its speed increased again. The Frost WYRM indeed had extraordinary intelligence. It quickly discovered Su Yan's goal and released its thoughts again. "Human, do you want to enter the Netherworld cave? You're simply courting death." Su Yan ignored its roar. In fact, how could he not know that he was courting death? However, at this moment, if he stopped, he would die even faster. He had no choice but to seek survival in death. After another minute, the Frost WRM's voice sounded again. "Stop. As long as you hand over the Frost Meteoric Iron, I'll spare your life." At this moment, the distance between him and Su Yin was even closer. However, Su Yin was also very close to the Netherworld cave. According to his estimation, it was impossible to stop Su Yin before he entered the range of the Netherworld cave. Therefore, he asked to spare Su Yan's life. However, Su Yin had no intention of stopping at all. He did not even slow down. This was because he deeply understood that the Frost WYRM behind him was too terrifying. As long as it caught up, he would not have the strength to resist at all. As for the Frost WRM's words, he had never taken them to heart. Could it be that you expect a Frost WYRM to reason with you? This was simply naive. Su Yin was very sure that as long as he slowed down, he would definitely die. He directly transmitted his thoughts and shouted, "Frost WYRM, do you take me for a fool? If I stop, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. Do you want the Frost Meteoric Iron? Then come." After hearing Su Yan's words, the Frost WRM's anger completely erupted. "You ignorant and despicable thing. In that case, go to hell." It was still flying at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, it had already opened its huge mouth. Then, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yin felt extremely cold. He looked back and was completely stunned. "Damn it, that's dragon breath." This thought flashed through his mind, and it was at this moment that the ice-cold chill had already closed in on him. Dragon breath was one of the most powerful and terrifying attack methods of the giant dragon. If he was contaminated by this dragon breath, Su Yin was certain that he would die without a doubt. At this moment, he could not care less. In his body, two hearts were beating at the same time. Under the stimulation of danger, the demonic dragon's heart had also begun to beat. Su Yan's heart was wrapped in the 9th grade lotus platform, which could already be called a Buddha's heart, and the demonic dragon's heart was also suppressed by this golden light. However, at this moment, it had reached an extremely dangerous point. Under the stimulation of a strong crisis, his heart beat at the same time, and his blood suddenly flowed faster. Su Yin only felt that his entire body had reached an extremely excited state. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body also circulated wildly. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased, and then his entire body rose rapidly. At this critical moment, he narrowly avoided the impact of this terrifying power. The corner of Su Yan's clothes touched the outermost edge of the dragon breath and immediately disappeared. This made Su Yan break out in a cold sweat. If the demonic dragon's heart and Buddha's heart had not gone berserk at the same time, he would have died under this dragon breath. He would not have been able to survive at all. At this moment, the frost dragon was shocked. It obviously did not expect Su Yin to be able to avoid its dragon breath. However, what surprised it even more was that it felt a familiar yet hateful aura. The aura of the demonic dragon. Lowly human, you actually have the aura of the demonic dragon on you. The frost dragon's angry roar resounded throughout the land of frost. For the entire dragon clan, the demonic dragon was regarded as a taboo clan. Once discovered, they would be killed at all costs. Su Yin actually had the aura of the demonic dragon on him, which made the frost dragon even more determined to kill him. Chapter 487. Damn it, you damn reptile. You got a really loud voice. Su Yin cursed. At the same time, his body quickly fell to the ground. Thanks to the simultaneous outburst of both hearts, he entered an unprecedentedly excited state. His current speed was even faster than before. At this moment, he already knew that he had entered the range of the legendary and extremely terrifying Netherworld cave. However, he could not care less. This Frost WYRM had clearly gone crazy. It did not care at all and directly chased after him. It looked like it would not rest until one of them was dead. If he stopped, he would not be able to survive at all. However, although his speed had become faster, the Frost WRM speed seemed to have begun to increase due to its anger. The sound of his flapping wings produced a burst of sound effects. Wherever he passed, the mountains directly collapsed. Damn it, this Frost WYRM is so crazy. Why didn't it cause any reaction from the Netherworld cave? Isn't this supposed to be a forbidden place? Su Yin was secretly resentful. The reason he came here was because he hoped that there would be some terrifying existence that could stop this Frost WYRM. However, until now, the Frost WYRM still did not stop. This caused his plan to fail. In this case, he could only die. However, Su Yin might have really been blessed by the heavens. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a gust of extremely strong cold wind suddenly blew. The violent cold wind swept and covered the sky. It was like a landslide or tsunami. Su Yin's body was hit by the strong wind. He was unable to stabilize himself at all, and his entire body crashed heavily into a glacier. Invincible golden body, dragon blood, ice fire shield. Su Yin was shocked. This power was great. However, at this time he did not panic. Instead, he directly activated his power. The moment he crashed into the glacier, it finally appeared and then protected him. Even so, he was still injured. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yin's body was so abnormal. He also activated the power of the invincible golden body and dragon blood eyes fire shield. However, this was still the result. One could imagine that if it were an ordinary powerhouse, they would definitely be dead after enduring such power. After this gale, an extremely terrifying thought was transmitted. Frost Colossal Dragon, you've crossed the line. It was an old voice. The voice turned into shackles, binding the Frost Dragon. Su Yin nestled in the cave that was smashed out and looked straight at the sky. He was extremely shocked because at this moment he saw a golden chain actually appear on the body of the powerful Frost WYRM, and then it firmly bound its entire body. Seeing such a scene, Su Yin was simply dumbfounded. He only felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. What kind of power is this? That Ice Blast WYRM should be at least at the level of a venerable. This power actually managed to bind it. There was actually such a terrifying powerhouse in the Netherworld cave. It was no wonder that this place had been a dangerous place since ancient times. It was truly terrifying. Roar, old geezer. I didn't mean to offend you today. It's just that there's a human thief that I want to kill with my own hands. If you let me kill this lowly reptile, I'll owe you a favor today. If not, then I'd like to see how strong you are. After the Frost Colossal Dragon finished speaking, its huge dragon wings flapped again. Then, a blue brilliance flashed on its huge body. As the blue brilliance shone, the binding power was immediately broken. The golden chain turned into specks of brilliance and disappeared. You're dreaming if you think you can bind me with this little trick of yours. The Frost Colossal Dragon snorted coldly. Then, its gaze fell directly on Su Yin, who was embedded in the glacier. Lowly reptile, I'd like to see how you're going to escape now. Under the gaze of the Frost Colossal Dragon, Su Yin only felt a chill all over his body. His whole body began to tremble. It was not that he was afraid, but that the pressure of the powerful pressure made his whole body begin to tremble. He only felt that his entire soul was about to be torn apart at this moment. Not good. At this time, Suyin did not care about his previous injuries and directly jumped up. However, the moment he jumped up, his whole body was abruptly fixed in place. Lowly reptile, in front of the great frost colossal dragon, you still want to escape? Die for me. The frost colossal dragons will roar again. Suyin's whole body was trembling. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was violently struggling. After feeling the terrifying threat of these few people, his two hearts began to beat. The demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat at the same time. His whole body's power became extremely violent. On the surface of his body, there were even changes. There was black demonic aura and golden aura constantly flowing. On the surface of his skin, fine lines even began to appear. These were dragon scales. Even dragon wings were beginning to appear on his back. When the frost colossal dragon saw this scene, its eyes were filled with anger. It really is the aura of the demon dragon. You lowly reptile, you deserve to die. Endless cold light burst out from the frost colossal dragon's huge eyes, and then it flew directly towards Suyin. A huge shadow shrouded Suyin, making his whole heart beat faster. He knew that he had fallen into a huge crisis at this time. If this frost colossal dragon landed, he would definitely die. Damn it, power quickly burst out from me. Regal sword mantra, great sun-colored glaze sword mantra, Buddha's boundless technique, all of them circulate for me. At this moment, Suyin did not care much and began to circulate all of his power at the same time. With all of his power circulating, his meridians were immediately overloaded. His whole body was in terrible pain, but at this time he still did not care and just continued to circulate. Compared to death, what was the severe pain? It was just that there was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. At this time, the frost colossal dragon's huge figure had landed in front of Suyin, offending the great frost colossal dragon. Death is the price you have to pay. Then, a terrifying sharp claw came down. As soon as the sharp claw was raised, Suyin felt a wave of pain. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. Get out of my way, reptile! Suyin let out a crazy roar, and his whole body was exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He did not seem like a human at all. Suyin's power was constantly rising at this time, which made the frost colossal dragon's eyes even colder. A mere human. You think you can escape from my control just because you have the power of the fallen demon dragon? Now die. At this moment, the dragon claw had already landed in front of Suyin. If Suyin had not circulated the invincible golden body and was surrounded by the demon dragon's aura, his whole body would have been torn apart. However, even so, at this time, he was bleeding all over and was almost dead. This was one of the frost colossal dragon's special powers, tearing. Not only did its dragon claw have powerful strength, but it also had a terrifying tearing attribute that could easily tear its target apart. As the dragon claw got closer, the tearing force became stronger. Suyin had already sensed that his body was no longer able to resist this terrifying tearing force. This time, he finally lost the gamble with his life. In the face of death, he was helpless. However, at this moment, the powerful tearing force suddenly stopped. The frost colossal dragon's terrifying dragon claw froze on the spot. In the frost colossal dragon's eyes, a look of extreme unwillingness flashed. Do you want to fight with me? The existence of the netherworld cave. He shouted coldly. Although he did not want to offend the mysterious existence of the netherworld cave, he had to kill Suyin. This was not only because he had stolen the frost meteoric iron, but also because he had the aura of the demon dragon on him. Any dragon would kill the demon dragon in a frenzy when facing it. This was a hatred that originated from the bloodline and soul, and no one could change it at all. In order to kill Suyin, he did not hesitate to offend the existence of the netherworld cave. So what if I fight with you? Frost colossal dragon, do you really think that you're invincible? Since you've stepped into this place, then you'll have to fall here. Although this voice was calm, it was full of supreme dominance. This extremely powerful frost colossal dragon was not in his eyes at all, hiding the head and showing the tail. At this moment, the frost colossal dragon suddenly roared, then directly spat out a dragon's breath, which directly rushed toward the mysterious netherworld cave. The icy blue light pillar painted an extremely bright light. The powerful force seemed to want to destroy everything. Since you want to interfere, then die. At this moment, Su Yin looked at this terrifying dragon's breath and felt the majesty of the dragon's breath at such a close distance. Only then did he truly feel the strength of this frost colossal dragon. He was very lucky to be able to avoid such an attack earlier. If you want me to die, you think you can do that? The dragon's breath was so mighty, but the calm voice was still so clear. Then, suddenly, a gray light directly exploded. The moment this dusky radiance erupted, Su Yin felt as if a volcano that had been dormant for a long time had finally erupted. The overbearing and insufferably arrogant dragon's breath was actually suppressed in an instant. Su Yin simply did not dare to believe such a berserk power. He finally understood why the Netherworld Cave was called a forbidden place. This force was so terrifying that even the Frost Colossal Dragon could not withstand it. The violent force directly shattered the dragon's breath, then rushed toward the Frost Colossal Dragon. Chapter 488. Roar. The frost dragon's painful wails resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying and intense roar shook the ground continuously. It was simply terrifying. The hysterical roar shattered everything in the surroundings. This kind of terrifying screeching sound was truly incomparably shocking. All the surrounding Bingshan walls shattered at the same time. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The frost dragon was still flying in the sky. One of its wings was still intact, but the other wing had been destroyed. Large amounts of blood were dripping from its wing. As the most powerful life form in this world, even in such a cold world, its blood was still boiling like magma. That terrifying and frightening power fell bit by bit, landing on the ice field. The blood did not coagulate because of the cold. Instead, it melted the surrounding snow. What a terrifying power. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He was deeply in awe of this terrifying power. If he were to stand in a world of ice and snow, his body would gradually freeze as long as his spirit energy stopped circulating. The blood in his blood vessels would also slowly dry up. However, the power of this frost WYRM was actually so strong. The frost dragon's gaze was so gloomy and cold. It was much colder than the 10,000-year-old ice. However, he did not make a move in the end because he knew very well that the existence in the Netherworld Cave was really too powerful. He had suffered a great defeat in just one confrontation. Although this had something to do with his own carelessness, it still showed how powerful this mysterious existence was. His only thought now was to turn around and leave. His body slowly rose into the sky. As he left this area, he looked at the Netherworld Cave solemnly, afraid that the mysterious existence would attack again. Damn it, the Great Frost Dragon will definitely come back for revenge. Finally, when he was sure that the mysterious existence in the Netherworld Cave would not attack again, he turned around and left. This time, it was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only did he lose the frost meteoric iron that he had been waiting for countless years, but he also suffered such a heavy blow. The price of losing half a wing was too heavy. It was impossible for him to recover quickly. It wasn't until the frost WYRM was far away that Su Yin fell from the sky to the ground. The frost dragon was severely injured, and so was he. If not for that mysterious existence's sudden attack, Su Yin would have been torn apart and killed by the Ice Blast WYRM. The power of the Ice Blast WYRM was beyond his imagination. Su Yin struggled to get up from the ground. Although the Ice Blast WYRM had already left, he didn't feel safe at all. That was because the mysterious existence in the Netherworld Cave was even more powerful than the Frost Dragon. He had no ability to resist in front of the frost dragon, and it was even more so in front of this mysterious existence. He was probably not much better than a clay doll. Suyin didn't dare to make any movements. He was waiting for the mysterious expert's judgment. After a while, the voice of the mysterious being was finally heard. "Come in." These three plain words finally eased Suyan's nerve a little. At least the other party did not kill him immediately. He deeply understood that if this person really wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to resist at all. He would be killed at any time. Since the mysterious existence had allowed him to enter, his life would not be in much danger for the time being. Suyan's feet stepped across the ice. A series of cracking sounds came from the ice. Finally, a cave appeared in front of Suyin. This cave was at the foot of a majestic mountain. Suyin raised his head, but he could not see the peak of the mountain at all. Perhaps he could not even see halfway up the mountain. In Suyan's map, this mountain was named Sky Pillar Mountain. Probably because this mountain was too tall, it was simply a pillar that supported the sky. That was how it got its name. When Suyin was being chased by the frost dragon, he had directly headed in the direction of this mountain. He only paused for a moment before walking into the cave. As for the thought of running away, Suyin did not even think about it. He had seen clearly how powerful the mysterious existence was. He was afraid that with just a thought, he would be crushed to death. Suyin did not dare to go against the will of a powerhouse of this level. Perhaps it was because he was injured, or perhaps he was too nervous. Suyin was trembling slightly at this moment. He walked into the cave and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior Suyin has been nagging for a long time." A faint nasal sound came from within the cave, which could be considered as a response to him. The moment Suyin stepped into the cave, he felt that he had entered another world. This was because this place was simply too vast. Suyin looked into the distance, but he could not see the edge of the opposite side. When he raised his head, he only felt that the top of his head was filled with darkness. He could not see anything, not even the mountain walls. This cave was not cold. On the contrary, it was somewhat warm. The inside and outside of the cave were two completely different worlds. However, in this huge space, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura. Just as he stepped into this place, Suyin felt that his palm, that was not covered by clothes, seemed to be a little wet. Suyin glanced at his palm lightly and realized that the water droplets condensed on his palm were actually a faint red color. He did not think that this was the color of blood. It was said that the Netherworld's cave was the strangest and most evil place in the 5 regions. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The air here was filled with such a thick smell of blood. One could imagine how many lives had fallen here. Suyin frowned and then stepped in step by step. As he moved forward, he was also looking around. There were all kinds of corpses and bones around this place. It was very frightening. Of course, if it was just some corpses and bones, Suyin would not be afraid. After all, it was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was under the Heaven and Earth Organization's Divine Dragon's Abyss or the Square Seal Temple ruins, he had seen similar scenes. However, there was one thing that Suyin was very sure of. Whether it was in the temple or the Divine Dragon's Abyss, those places could not be compared to this place. This was because those buried here were definitely extremely powerful creatures. The skeletons here, regardless of whether they were in human or beast form, were all surrounded by spiritual energy. Some of the corpses had not even been completely corroded, and there was a force entwined above them. The most terrifying thing was that Suyin even saw a capricious monster. Its body was still intact, as if it had not suffered any damage from the passage of time. On the surface of its body, there was even an extremely powerful spiritual energy flowing. Suyin was sure that if this person was alive, he would definitely be an expert above the venerable realm. This was because even at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was still above the dragon realm. Even such a person had fallen here. The giant frost dragon was indeed powerful, but compared to these dead creatures, it was not much more powerful. In fact, many of them were even stronger than him. The more Suyin walked, the more frightened he became. It was said that the 5 counties could not be compared to the Jeojo continent, as there were no top experts. However, Looking at this place, this was clearly not the case. In the 5 counties, there were indeed powerful individuals who could make decisions for themselves. However, these powerful individuals were all dead. This was such a terrifying thing. The Netherworld Cave was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. As he went deeper, Suyin already felt that his flesh was beginning to hurt. On one hand, it was because the previous injuries had finally begun to erupt. On the other hand, there seemed to be an undetectable, strong aura floating in the air. This aura was like a blade. With just a light touch, it could directly cut off a person's skin and flesh. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. However, Suyin activated the invincible golden body at this moment, which dissolved most of the power. After walking for a long time, Suyin finally stopped. This was because he finally saw the existence that spoke. In front of Suyin, there was a huge stone pillar. This stone pillar was at least 10 meters in diameter. As for its height, there was no need to mention it. It was impossible to see the top of its head. And this person was on top of this pillar. To be more precise, he was tied to this huge pillar. His hands and feet were bound by chains that looked like pythons, and he was just hanging on top of them. This was a human, not a demonic beast. However, his entire body was covered with a dense and terrifying aura, to the extent that Suyin could not see his appearance clearly. However, he was very sure that the one who had defeated the giant frost dragon in one move was this powerful existence in front of him. This person's arm lightly shook, and the heavy iron chains let out clanking sounds. The iron chains were full of cold light. This cold light was an extremely extreme power. Not to mention Suyin, even the giant frost dragon would not have a good ending if it was contaminated by this extreme power. However, this person was bound by this terrifying power. Even after half a minute, Suyin still could not believe his eyes. How could anyone withstand such a terrifying power? However, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Suyin, thanks, Senior, for saving me." Suyin braced himself and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, the old man spoke. "Junior, what are you afraid of? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you can still live?" Chapter 489. Suyin was absolutely not exaggerating when he said that. He really admired the mysterious person in front of him. He had personally experienced the power of the Ice Blast WIRM. However, this mysterious old man directly destroyed the Ice Blast WRM's Dragon Breath with just one blow. At the same time, he also destroyed half of its wing. At this moment, Suyin really saw this old man, only to find that he was actually imprisoned in this place. One could imagine the horror in his heart. If such a terrifying character was imprisoned here, then how terrifying would the person who imprisoned him be? Suyin's heart was like a huge wave, but he became more and more respectful. "Suyin, thank you for saving my life, Senior." This was a life-saving grace, and Suyin would never dare to forget it. That person looked at Suyin and suddenly laughed, then said, "There's no need to say these words. This old man doesn't care about these things." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it. "I just don't like this Ice Blast WIRM. Saving your life is just a matter of convenience." That person did not care about Suyin's gratitude at all. Perhaps it was really as he said. The reason why he named Suyin was just a matter of convenience, and there was no other meaning at all. However, even if he did not take it to heart, Suyin could not do the same. To you, it's just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Suyin will remember it in my heart. Since you called me in, there must be something you want me to do. Senior, just say it. As long as Suyin can do it, I'll do it, Suyin said sincerely. Although it was just a short conversation, it was enough to let Suyin put down the fear in his heart. Although this senior looked very scary, he was actually very kind. He did not have any malicious intentions towards him. The black chi on that person's body gradually dissipated, then an old face was revealed. Suyin took a closer look. If it wasn't for his thick beard and hair, and if he wasn't so old, this person would definitely be a handsome figure. Even though he was in such dire straits right now, he still had his own demeanor. He looked at Suyin and asked, "When you were fighting the frost dragon, I saw the demon dragon's aura on you. But there was also the pagoda golden chi. Tell me, what's going on? Suyin was slightly taken aback. He never thought that this senior would actually ask such a question. This matter was indeed an extremely important secret to Su Yin, but for some reason, he didn't want to hide anything from this old man who had saved his life. So he told him in detail, reporting to Senior, the reason why this junior has the aura of the demon dragon is because this junior has the heart of a great demon dragon in his body. As for the pagoda golden chi, it is because I am the successor of the pagoda sect. After Su Yin finished speaking, he looked straight at this person, waiting for his reaction. Although it was only a few short sentences, it was actually an extremely shocking secret. Whether it was the inheritance of the pagoda sect or the power of the great demon dragon's heart, they were both abnormally terrifying things. According to what Su Yin knew, the great demon dragon's power was extremely strong. It could be said to be the most terrifying and powerful existence in this world. Therefore, its heart was naturally incomparably precious. If this old man in front of him wanted to take away the great demon dragon's heart, or if he coveted the treasures of the pagoda sect, then it would be difficult for him to stop him. Pagoda sect. You really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Ha ha. You really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Hearing the 3 words pagoda sect, the old man actually let out a long sigh. Su Yin could see that this was a kind of joy, a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yin did not speak. He waited quietly for a long time before the old man calmed down. He looked at Su Yin, then said something that surprised Su Yin. Su Yin, do you know that this old man is also a member of the pagoda sect? These words caused Su Yin's heart to shake violently. He had originally thought that in this world, he was the only true successor of the pagoda sect. How lonely and desolate he had been. Although Lu Fei's family was considered the protector family of the pagoda sect, they were not the true successors of the pagoda sect. But now, this old man in front of him was telling him that he was also a successor of the pagoda sect. Su Yin did not have any doubts about the old man's words. He was very surprised that this powerful old man was actually a member of the pagoda sect. Su Yin sighed in his heart and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Junior Su Yin pays his respects to the senior of the pagoda sect. This bow was sincere. He knew that the pagoda sect had fought to the death to resist the devil sect. In the end, the entire sect was almost destroyed. Everyone in the pagoda sect was noble. Seeing Su Yin kneel so sincerely, the old man laughed heartily. Good, this is wonderful. I did not think that I would be able to meet a successor of the pagoda sect in my lifetime. Wonderful. Amidst the laughter, the old man suddenly sighed. Su Yin, tell me how the pagoda sect is doing now. As he spoke, there was a hint of depression in his voice. Clearly, he had guessed that the pagoda sect situation was not very good. Su Yin also sighed and said, reporting to Senior, I'm afraid that I'm the only successor left in the entire pagoda sect. At least, I haven't seen any other disciples of the pagoda sect. After saying that, Su Yin told Senior Yang Tai everything that he knew in full detail. This Senior Yang Tai was truly an extraordinary person. Hearing Su Yin's words, he suddenly felt a myriad of emotions. It's been 8,000 years. Who would have thought that the pagoda sect would be reduced to such a state? Yang Tai, he lifted his head and said to Su Yin, back then, the pagoda sect sacrificed everything for the sake of the common people. Who would have thought that we would end up like this today? I refuse to accept this. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody light flashed in Yang Tai's eyes. An extremely terrifying and ruthless aura rose from his body. Beside him, a terrifying blood-red whirlwind appeared. At this moment, a powerful force erupted. Su Yin felt an extremely strong force coming towards him. Senior. After calling out, Su Yin didn't dare to speak again. This force was simply too strong. He immediately activated the invincible golden body and activated the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect himself. He had just finished doing all this when the powerful force arrived in front of him. He only felt a strong force hit him, and then his entire body was sent flying. He had already been injured by the frost dragon. It wasn't easy for him to recover from his injuries. But after this collision, the wounds all over his body opened up again. Fortunately, this terrifying attack wasn't aimed at him. Otherwise, Su Yin had no doubt that he would be crushed and disappear from this world. Ah, kill, kill, kill. All of you die. Yang Tai, he continued to roar. As he roared, a sinister wind rose. In an instant, this place had become a land of death. The blood-red aura became even thicker, and the sinister wind flickered in the empty space. Oh no, Senior Yang Tai must have gone crazy. Su Yin was shocked. He knew that he couldn't get close to Yang Tai at this time, because once he got close, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The gap between him and Yang Tai, it was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for him? What Su Yin wanted the most right now was for Senior Yang Tai but to forget about his existence when he was in a frenzy. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly right now. He was deeply afraid that he would be discovered and killed by Yang Tai. Unfortunately, the more Su Yin was afraid of something, the more it came. At this moment, Yang Tai seemed to have sensed the aura of life. His gaze fell directly on Su Yin. Under the gaze of this pair of scarlet eyes, Su Yin felt that he couldn't even move. Even his thoughts had slowed down by half a beat. Yang Tai's gaze was even more terrifying than the frost dragon's dragon might. Die for me. Although Yang Tai's hand was bound by the terrifying iron chain, he still directly raised it and grabbed at Su Yin. Su Yin's body couldn't help but fly directly toward Yang Tai. In the next moment, his neck was already in Yang Tai's hand. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Yang Tai's mouth was filled with crazy words, and the power in his hand was slowly increasing. Su Yan's invincible golden body was nothing in front of him. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to even breathe. His eyes had already turned white. But at this time, Su Yin still didn't give up hope of survival. The soul-suppressing seal appeared in his hand. He poured spiritual energy into it with difficulty, then raised his hand with all his might, and finally let the soul-suppressing seal fall into Yang Tai's hand. Senior, wake up! Su Yin was already at his wit's end. He could only take a risk and try. Fortunately, the god of fate was once again on his side. The moment the soul-suppressing seal touched his body, an extremely dazzling golden light immediately appeared. The golden light flickered, appearing extremely dazzling. And within the golden light, there was a faint sound of Buddhist chanting. The golden light covered Yang Tai's body. Yang Tai's eyes immediately froze, and at the same time his hand also moved away. Su Yan's whole body fell from the sky, heavily crashing onto the ground. At this time, the scarlet gale had already stopped, leaving only Su Yan's powerless and painful gasps. Chapter 490. Hearing Yang Tai's voice again, Su Yin felt like crying. He crawled up and said, Senior, don't worry. I won't die yet. Yang Tai suddenly laughed and said, You're a good man. But this time, it's fortunate that you have a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal. Otherwise, I don't know how long this madness of mine would last. Su Yin was surprised by Yang Tai's words. However, Yang Tai did not pay any attention to Su Yin. Instead, he continued, Who do you think tied me up with the chains made from the netherworld's black iron? I might as well tell you that I locked myself up. Otherwise, who do you think has the qualifications and strength to do so in the entire Gone territory? Yang Tai spoke calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Yin didn't doubt his words at all. Even the powerful Frost WYRM could not withstand a single blow from him. Who else would be able to fight him? Senior, how did you end up like this? At this moment, Su Yin finally asked after pondering for a while. Indeed, since he was so powerful, how did he end up in such a state? If he really wanted to fight, there was probably no one in the world who could stop him. If this senior could leave this place, then even if he entered the 9 regions, no one would be able to disobey him. How did I end up in such a state? It's a long story. Yang Tai sighed and said to Su Yin, Back then, those bastards from the devil sect wanted to sacrifice the entire Gone territory to revive the great devil heavenly lord. However, they didn't succeed in the end. However, even though they didn't succeed in their mission, they did trigger another disaster. This is the true reason why our Stupa sect has fallen from grace. After hearing Yang Tai's words, Su Yin became alert. He ignored the pain on his body and listened to Yang Tai seriously. After hearing Yang Tai's words, he finally understood some things. One had to know that the strength of the Stupa sect was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No matter how strong the Devil sect was, it was impossible for them to beat the Stupa sect to such a state. At this time, Su Yin was the only disciple. It turned out that the Devil sect had set up the Great Earth Fiend formation back then, wanting to borrow the power of the Gone Territory's Earth Vein to directly trigger a terrifying calamity, wiping out the entire Gone Territory. From there, they would use the incomparably terrifying Blood Chi to trigger the Devil Soul of the Great Heavenly Devil Master, allowing this Great Heavenly Devil Master to return. However, the Stupa sect's interference had ultimately failed. However, although the plan failed, it triggered another terrifying disaster, and that was the Arctic North. According to legend, the reason why the Arctic North was so cold was because the cold air here came from the Nine Serenities Hell. This had always been a baseless rumor. However, the Buddha sect realized that this was not just a rumor, it was real. Although the Great Earthen Fiend formation was successfully stopped, it still triggered a change in the earth veins. And the place that was most seriously affected was the cold land of the extreme north. The terrifying Nine Serenities Hell had been directly opened. A powerful force had opened up this legendary gap, allowing that legendary path to open up. And this path was the Netherworld Cave. When a Netherworld Cave's passage opened, mysterious creatures from Hell immediately appeared. These creatures from Hell could actually ignore the frightening cold of this place and began slaughtering all life in their vicinity. In the beginning, the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were locked in a fierce battle. Under the Stupa sect's immense power, the Devil sect had been suppressed to the point where they could barely breathe. However, the Stupa sect finally learned of the calamity in the Arctic North. The seniors of the Stupa sect couldn't bear to see the lives of innocent bystanders go to waste, so they decided to split their forces into two groups. A portion of the outstanding disciples led the troops to fight the remaining Devil sect members, while the stronger seniors came to battle the terrifying devils from the Netherworld Cave. This was a war, a truly tragic war. In the end, almost all of the seniors from the Stupa sect who came here were severely injured, and the passageway from Hell was sealed off. Although the Stupa sect had paid a heavy price, they had finally succeeded. If the story had ended here, it would still be acceptable, no matter how tragic it was. However, the truly terrifying battle had only just begun. Although the Devil sect was suppressed to the point of barely surviving, when they heard the news, a genius elder of the Devil sect took the risk to sneak into this place and open the newly sealed door again. At the same time, he attracted a sneak attack from the Devil sect's experts. Only the most powerful elder of the Pagoda sect had managed to survive. Although Yang Tai survived, he developed an inner demon, and his entire person alternated between madness and normality. After that battle, many people came here, but these people didn't have good lives. They all died at Yang Tai's hands. Among these people, there might be people from the righteous Tao, or perhaps people from the Devil sect, but Yang Tai couldn't tell. When he killed, he was terrifyingly crazy, and he didn't care about anything else. But when he calmed down, he was filled with grief and self-blame for the slaughter. He wanted to end it all with death, but after the Devil sect elder's sneak attack, cracks had appeared in the Netherworld Cave, and creatures of Hell would still emerge from within. In the end, his mission still prevailed over the idea of suicide. However, in order to prevent himself from completely turning into a devil one day and then rushing out of this cold land of the far north to randomly kill people, he took advantage of the time when he was sober to find a powerful iron chain made of black iron and bound himself to this sky pillar. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Su Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions after hearing the entire story. Firstly, he was furious at the devil sect's despicable and shameless acts. Secondly, he sighed at the stupid sect's greatness. And lastly, he was shocked at Yang Tai-Yi's strength. Although it was only a few sentences, Su Yin could already hear the horror of the war. But Yang Tai-Yi was able to survive the war, and this in itself was enough to show his great strength. Not to mention, after more than 8,000 years, Yang Tai was still so powerful even though he was trapped on this stone pillar. He defeated the giant frost dragon with one blow. Senior, may I ask what level your strength has reached? This was the question that Su Yin was dying to know. Yang Tai glanced at Su Yin and said, Level? I can't say for sure. Maybe I'm an emperor, maybe a Dao master, but I'm not a holy master. His words made Su Yin's heart beat wildly. Even if he was an emperor, this level was something that Su Yin yearned for but couldn't reach. Su Yin's eyes flashed with brilliance, filled with a desire for power. Senior, Su Yin had just opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say next. Actually, he wanted to ask Yang Tai how he could help him, but unfortunately, he hadn't even reached the dragon realm. So what right did he have to say such a thing? Su Yin, you're here for the Buddha Golden Silkworm, right? Yang Tai asked. Without waiting for Su Yin to nod, he continued, You have the aura of cold ice profound iron on your body. That frost dragon is extremely precious to him. He has been nourishing it with his boundless cold energy and dragon chi. In just 100 years, he will be able to melt this profound iron and fuse it with his dragon chi. At that time, he will be able to break through to the Emperor realm. You're quite lucky to be able to steal it from him. No, spring and autumn ancient wood, Milky Way tortoiseshell, you have a lot of good things on you. If you add this Buddha Golden Silkworm, you'll have 4 divine items. Are you going to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Yang Tai, it was indeed terrifying. These treasures were all stored in Su Yin's space. So far, no matter how powerful Su Yin met people, he couldn't find any clues. However, this person was able to see through all of his facades with a single glance. This was a true expert. Su Yin said, I dare not deceive Senior. That's right. Junior is about to go to the 9 provinces continent and needs to become stronger. Therefore, I want to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Don't worry. Since you're my junior, I'll take care of the Buddha Golden Silkworm. However, Su Yin, this old master has something to ask you for help with. He suddenly sighed. Senior, please tell me. If Yang Tai wanted his help, Su Yin would definitely not refuse. Not to mention his life-saving grace. He would not refuse Master Futu. Yang Tai, he looked at Su Yin and smiled faintly. Finally, he said slowly, One day, if you have enough strength, come and kill me. After hearing this, Su Yin was shocked. His body was even trembling slightly. Senior, please don't be like this. Su Yin, will definitely think of a way to cure you. Su Yin knew that the reason why Yang Tai said those words was because he would occasionally go insane. If possible, who would want to die? Yang Tai smiled again and said, Life and death, at my level, I've already seen through it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this topic. The Buddha Golden Silkworm comes out at sunrise every day. Now, there's still some time. Take a rest and meditate for a while. Also, if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, quickly ask. Yang Tai, he said directly. Su Yin was overjoyed. With the guidance of Yang Tai, who might be a Dao master expert, this was definitely a great opportunity. He no longer hesitated. Then, he held his breath and began to cultivate. Chapter 491. At this moment, Su Yin felt as if his body was burning with fire. The rolling spirit energy moved and circulated in his meridians. The spirit energy had circulated in his body countless times, but had never been as thorough as it was now. It was as if the spirit energy had nourished every pore in his body. With just one circulation, Su Yin felt that his injuries had recovered significantly. This was simply miraculous. Su Yin naturally understood that this was all thanks to his senior. He wanted to thank him, but at this moment, Yang Tai-Yi's voice sounded. Calm your mind and don't be distracted. I really didn't expect that although your realm is low, your spirit energy would be so dense. You're indeed worthy of being the successor of my stupid sect. However, although the spirit energy is dense, it can't be fully utilized. Today, I will lend you a hand. As Yang Tai's voice fell, the majestic energy became even more intense. Under the influence of this energy, Su Yan's spirit energy began to circulate. Before this, Su Yan had thought that he had already utilized 10% of his spirit energy. However, he now realized that this was far from the truth. Although he was powerful in his previous battles, he had not been able to fully utilize his strength. Every time he faced an enemy, he had lost the initiative. However, it was completely different now. At this moment, his strength was already at its strongest. As the spirit energy continued to circulate, he even felt that his entire body's condition was constantly improving. Even his realm was loosening a little at this moment. Stupa as vast as the sea, limitless and boundless. These words were fixed in Su Yan's mind. These words were like an opportunity. The infinite stupa technique that Su Yan had obtained in the stupa pagoda suddenly began to circulate. As soon as Su Yan's spirit energy moved, everything in his body began to be affected, especially the stupa's heart, which was beating even more deeply. To be able to obtain the stupa golden lotus, you are indeed the chosen one of my stupa sect. Yang Tai, he was even more surprised. At this moment, the only reason that supported his survival in this world was the stupa sect. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the pagoda golden lotus, the depression that had been accumulating in his heart for many years had eased up a lot. While the Buddha's heart was throbbing, the demon dragon's heart was also throbbing. The demon dragon's heart stirred, and the demon dragon's blood immediately flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. The demon dragon's aura also entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan had already completely entered a meditative state and was unaware of all this. However, Yang Tai saw everything clearly. The heart of the great demon dragon, you are indeed terrifying, but this is the descendant of my Buddhist sect. How can I let you turn him into a demonic dragon? Humph, since you have entered his body and met me, you are asking for trouble. Maybe I will refine you for real. Yang Tai, he was really domineering. One had to know that the power of the great demon dragon in Su Yan's body was extremely powerful. Every time the power of the great demon dragon's heart erupted, Yang Tai, he couldn't suppress it. Later on, he had to rely on the stupa golden lotus to seal it a little. However, during the battle with the Ice Blast Dragon, Su Yan already knew that this seal wasn't a true seal. As long as the great demon dragon's heart really wanted to thump, the demon dragon's blood and aura would still seep into his body. For example, when he faced the Ice Blast Dragon this time, the power of the demon dragon's heart still throbbed. Every time the battle reached a critical point, he simply couldn't control it. However, when Yang Tai discovered the great demon dragon's heart, he wanted to completely seal it and assimilate it into Su Yan's body. This was really inconceivable. At this moment, a stream of light began to flicker in his eyes. Then, a stream of power erupted directly at this moment. Su Yan's body was like an energy furnace, and a powerful force was constantly jumping around. The great demon dragon's heart indeed had its own judgment. When Yang Tai's power directly suppressed it, it immediately began to riot. This time, the riot was much more powerful and terrifying than any of the previous ones. Obviously, it felt the danger and knew that if it was really sealed, it would completely sink into oblivion, and there would be no chance for it to turn the tables. Therefore, at this moment, the demon dragon's aura madly emerged and directly confronted his power. The confrontation between the two forces was simply a disaster for Su Yan. The powerful impact almost tore his meridians apart. Yang Tai said directly, "Su Yan, don't act rashly. Endure it. Only by enduring this can you solve your worries." Su Yan's character was incomparably tenacious. What's more, this power was indeed a huge disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan could only grit his teeth and continue to circulate the power in his body at the same time. As it continued to flow, his aura continued to grow stronger. In the end, his face was terrifyingly ferocious, but he forcibly endured it. Yang Tai's power was really strong. Even the great demon dragon's heart could not contend against him. Yang Tai sneered and then said, "Humph, great demon dragon. If you were complete, I wouldn't dare to anger you at all. But now, you're only left with a heart. What right do you have to be arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of power erupted. The powerful force fiercely urged and then firmly suppressed him. After an unknown amount of time, the blood and aura of the great demon dragon's heart were forcibly reversed by his power and then merged with Su Yan's aura. At this moment, Yang Tai shouted again, "Su Yan, use this power to break through to the next realm. Don't hesitate. Hurry." Hearing Yang Tai's voice, Su Yan did not dare to be careless anymore. In fact, he had already felt that the power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, enough to break through to a new height. The 3 mountains of Radius opened for me. The Radius realm had a total of 6 spiritual chi mountains. As for Su Yan, he had already reached the 2nd mountain realm. It was just that the accumulation in his body was too strong. The reason why he was still at the 2 mountains realm was because, although his power was strong, he could not fully utilize the spiritual chi. Now, under Yang Tai's guidance, his power had finally reached the extreme. Yang Tai, he directly refined the demonic dragon's aura and then completely assimilated it with his genuine chi. In this way, everything naturally flowed, and he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. Su Yan only felt the spiritual chi in his body churning wildly, and then an unstoppable aura appeared. In the end, he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. At this moment, he immediately understood that he was no longer a powerhouse of the 2 mountains of Radius, but the 3 mountains. His power was very strong to begin with. At this moment, with the impact of this power, it was even more incredible. With the explosion of his power, his aura rose steadily. Under his body, the spiritual chi exploded and immediately tore everything apart. This terrifying aura had actually forcefully shaken the surrounding ground, creating a crater. One had to know that the ground here was soaked in the blood and remnant souls of powerhouses, and it was incomparably hard. The aura emitted from his body had reached a certain level of strength. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely not think that Su Yan's cultivation was only at the Radius realm, but that he had already reached the strength of the Dragon realm. Yang Tai, he withdrew his spirit. He, who was bound on the iron chain, saw Su Yan's aura rise steadily, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Good, this kid is really not bad. His strength can reach this level, which is really beyond my expectations. It seems that I have to live. I want to see how far this kid can go. At this moment, he no longer had the thought of dying in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely stabilized at the Radius 3 Mountains realm. However, the aura on his body did not stop flowing, but instead became more turbulent. At this point, he still hasn't stopped. Could it be that he wants to use this power to break through to a higher realm? Even Yang Tai, he was somewhat shocked at this moment. He helped Su Yan suppress the Devil Dragon's heart, and at the same time, he dissolved the Devil Dragon's aura and the accumulated spiritual chi in his body. He let the spiritual chi surge, which allowed Su Yan's realm to reach the Radius 3 Mountains realm. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to circulate the spiritual chi. Yang Tai, he was surprised for a moment, but then he laughed. "Haha, good. You have courage. Yang Tai, want to see if you can continue to break through and directly reach the Radius 4 Mountains realm." Speaking of which, he also admired Su Yan very much. He was able to live until now because he was also a genius in the past. When he was in this realm, he was naturally very powerful, far surpassing those in the same realm. However, he secretly calculated before. If he was in the Radius 2 Mountains realm, no, even the Radius 3 Mountains realm, he would not have much of a chance of winning against the current Su Yan. This was what was truly terrifying. Su Yan's strength was really too strong. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out of flame, and then this flame spread directly, enveloping his body in an instant. It was just a flame burning, but it did not hurt him at all. This is the red spirit fire. How many good things does this kid have on him? Yang Tai exclaimed. However, he was happy in his heart. The more powerful Su Yan was, the happier he would be. However, at this moment, a dark aura suddenly rose from Su Yan's body, and then a strong will appeared. Chapter 492. At this moment, Yang Tai's heart skipped a beat. There was no way he would mistake this aura. The fall of the stupid sect back then was inextricably linked to this name. Back then, he had participated in the Great Battle to stop the Earth Demon Great Formation. He had personally felt that majestic and powerful aura. Even though more than 8,000 years had passed, he would never forget it. However, he did not expect that his aura would appear in Su Yan's body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and realized that there was a black, jade-like luster shining in Su Yan's left hand. What a cunning thing! I didn't notice you just now. Yang Tai was furious. The heavenly demon fingerbone was too cunning. While he was fighting with the great demon dragon's heart, he had hidden himself. In addition, Su Yan had forgotten to mention this to him. Therefore, Yang Tai, he did not expect that there was such a thing hidden in Su Yan's body besides the great demon dragon's heart. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His entire body erupted with power. A powerful force once again pressed down on Su Yan's body. Unfortunately, his aura had already retreated from Su Yan's body. This time, it was extremely difficult for him to merge his aura into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging like the sea, charging towards the boundary of the Four Mountains. If he forcefully sent his aura into Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to killing him. Su Yan was the last successor of the stupid sect. Yang Tai, he did not dare to act rashly. If something happened to Su Yan, he would become a sinner of the stupid sect. Therefore, he could only watch as Su Yan's body changed. He did not dare to act rashly. Damn it, great heavenly demon lord, you're really despicable. He loathed the great heavenly demon lord to the extreme. His eyes flickered with endless cold light. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a throbbing. He understood that this was a sign that he was about to turn into a demon. This won't do. I have to control myself no matter what. If I go mad at this moment, then Su Yan will be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Yang Tai, he forcibly suppressed the demonic thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the battle within Su Yan's body gradually began. In his sea of consciousness, a shadow slowly appeared. This shadow was not very tall. He stood in front of Su Yan and stared straight at Su Yan. Su Yan looked at him, but his heart was shocked to the extreme. Heavenly demon. Back then, he had faintly sensed this shadow, and now, the real person was standing in front of him. How could he not be frightened? At this moment, his entire heart began to tremble. Damn it, this heavenly devil actually appeared in my sea of consciousness. That's right, when Senior Yang Tai entered my sea of consciousness, he did not find this damn thing. This guy is really cunning. Su Yan was shocked, but in the blink of an eye, he had already understood that this was the other party's scheme. Yang Tai's power entered his body to help him refine spiritual energy, and at the same time, to suppress the great heavenly demon dragon's power. However, he did not expect that this guy was actually cunning to this extent. When Su Yan's pagoda art's power attacked his body earlier, he actually went into hibernation without the slightest movement. Even Su Yan felt that this heavenly demon fingerbone was not like the great heavenly demon dragon's heart, which had its own will. In the previous battle, every time Su Yan's life was in danger, the great heavenly demon dragon's heart would directly awaken to help him fight. However, this heavenly demon fingerbone never had any reaction, as if it was always a dead object. It was also because of this that although Su Yan was afraid of it, he did not attach as much importance to it as he did to the great heavenly demon dragon's heart. However, he did not expect that at this time, the heavenly demon Fingerbone would suddenly be in trouble and directly burst out with a powerful force. This was simply damnable. The heavenly demon looked at him like this, and under the cold gaze of his eyes, Su Yan's sea of consciousness actually directly rolled with waves and then directly swept towards him. This was Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but at this time, the heavenly demon's mind directly controlled this place. The power in the sea of consciousness hung upside down and soon swept towards Su Yan. "Get out of my way!" Su Yan directly roared in a low voice. Naturally, he could not sit still and wait for death, so he directly channeled his power. At this time, the powerful force rolled back and forth, and a powerful and terrifying fluctuation directly swept up. It was like a coiling dragon. The two forces directly met and directly engaged in a confrontation. The result of this confrontation was that Su Yan's body kept retreating. He did not have the power of the heavenly demon at all. At this time, the shadow of the heavenly demon suddenly began to step. The sound of his feet stepping on the water came, and the sound of the water waves was so ear-piercing. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan and then directly stretched out his palm to grab Su Yan's neck. Su Yan suddenly roared in a low voice, soul suppressing. At this time, he had already seen the situation clearly. Although his power had increased, it was still impossible to compare with the heavenly demon's shadow in front of him. This heavenly demon's shadow was really too powerful. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, or to say if he wanted to protect himself, he could only rely on external objects. The soul-suppressing seal directly appeared and immediately began to release a golden light. The golden light flashed, and immediately everything was fixed. The entire sea of consciousness had already calmed down in an instant. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the heavenly demon's shadow, but the heavenly demon's shadow only smiled faintly and then gently waved his hand. The soul-suppressing seal could no longer descend. What? The soul-suppressing seal was almost always successful against souls. Back then, he was able to defeat the black demon Venerable directly by relying on this item. However, at this time, the soul-suppressing seal actually returned without any effect, which made him extremely surprised. However, at this time, there was a disdainful snort. Su Yan was very sure that the snort came from the shadow in front of him. However, Su Yan originally thought that this was just a guy without consciousness, but he did not expect that he actually had his own consciousness. The light of the soul-suppressing seal was suppressed bit by bit, and at this time, a voice appeared in Su Yan's heart. "Su Yan, use the Four Corners seal." This was the gang's voice. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly used the Four Corners seal. At this time, the Four Corners seal appeared, but it did not directly suppress the opponent like the soul-suppressing seal. Instead, it directly flashed a ray of light. Then, the shadow of a huge demonic bat appeared. This was the demonic Bat King that Su Yan encountered in the Four Corners world. Then, an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, a huge pillar, and a terrifying white-boned dragon appeared. As soon as these four existences appeared, they immediately charged towards the heavenly demon shadow. At this time, the gang also appeared. He stood beside Su Yan and then said to Su Yan, "The gang, this is the ancient great heavenly demon lord." Su Yan was not surprised that the gang knew the identity of the other party. Because the gang was the artifact soul of the Four Corners seal, he must have experienced more things than him. Perhaps the destruction of the Four Corners seal back then was related to the Devil Sect. Su Yan, although this is only a shadow, it is still no small matter. However, now that it has entered the sea of consciousness, we will directly swallow its power. Humph. At this time, the gang was not the gang that Su Yan had met. The current him was a true artifact soul. Just as they were talking, the four powerful demonic beasts were defeated by the demonic shadow. Rays of light appeared from the demonic shadow's body and directly pierced the bodies of the four demonic beasts. These four demonic beasts each had the strength of a dragon realm cultivator. Of course, at this time, they were in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Their strength was limited, but they were still considered powerful. However, they were killed by the demonic shadow in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demonic shadow was. Su Yin used the soul-suppressing seal. After the gang finished speaking, he rushed towards the demonic shadow. The two immediately began to fight. Su Yin did not dare to be negligent and directly used his power to activate the soul-suppressing seal. The power of the soul-suppressing seal directly exploded. As the two of them fought, the demonic shadow immediately became sluggish. If not for the gang, he would not have cared about the soul-suppressing seal. However, at this time, he had to consider the influence of the soul-suppressing seal. As the artifact soul of the Four Directions seal, the gang was indeed powerful. However, the terror of the demonic shadow was not to be underestimated. With the help of the soul-suppressing seal, the two of them were barely evenly matched. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted from the fingerbone. This aura was actually heading towards the demonic dragon's heart. The great heavenly demon lord's fingerbone was actually connecting with the great demonic dragon's heart, and then subverting the suppression of Buddha's power. Sensing this change, Su Yin immediately knew that things were not good. If this power succeeded, then Su Yin was afraid that he would immediately die. However, at this time, a clear voice sounded, "Big Brother Su Yin, prepare to break through the Four Directions mountain range realm." It was still a clear voice, but at this time, it was filled with extremely strong confidence. He did not know why, but at this critical moment, Su Yin did not hesitate. He did not pay attention to the demonic qi that was rushing towards the demonic dragon's heart. He only circulated his power and then began to attack the Four Directions mountain range realm. When this terrifying demonic qi neared Su Yan's demonic dragon heart, Su Yin immediately opened his eyes. Then, he let out a cry of surprise as a shocking power erupted. The power trembled like rolling thunder that filled the sky. Chapter 493. Good lad, you're really bold. Yang Tai, he exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he had already seen through Su Yan's actions clearly. At this moment, a powerful aura began to circulate in Su Yan's body and even directly attacked Su Yan's heart. However, Su Yan did not directly suppress this aura. Instead, he allowed it to circulate freely. At the same time, he used this aura to directly attack the surrounding four mountains. Yang Tai, he had previously helped Su Yin sort out his own strength. Therefore, he was very clear about Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's spirit aura was extremely strong. Even after breaking through the surrounding three mountains, there was still a lot of energy left. However, Yang Tai, it did not help Su Yin break through because the spirit aura was in an awkward state. Furthermore, Su Yan's accumulation was strong, so it would be even more difficult for him to advance. He did not have absolute confidence that he could help Su Yin smoothly advance. Because of this, he did not help. At this moment, Su Yin actually used this energy to directly start breaking through. This was really bold to the extreme. This was equivalent to a gamble. If Su Yin won, it would naturally be a good thing. He could use this opportunity to directly attack the surrounding four mountains and improve his strength. However, if he lost, there was no need to say anything. The heavenly demon was not a benevolent person. Even Yang Tai, he was already breaking out in cold sweat for Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin had completely focused his mind. Like the gang, Aya was also the weapon spirit of the square seal. Moreover, Aya was the most powerful weapon spirit. At this moment, she directly attacked. Just as the demonic aura was about to attack his heart, her clear voice sounded again. The Four Directions formless, celestial phenomenon collapse. As soon as her voice sounded, the entire world began to change and circulate. Gradually, the heavenly demon's power was directly reversed, and instead helped Su Yin start breaking through. Su Yan's heart stirred. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he wasn't willing to give it up. With the help of this violent energy, he began to condense the fourth mountain within his body. In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly demon shadow suddenly snorted coldly. Obviously, he had already noticed the change at this moment. The heavenly demon shadow possessed the most cunning intelligence, and its thoughts were simply unimaginable. Since he had already noticed the change, he would not allow it to continue developing. At this time, his whole body began to become thin, and he actually wanted to withdraw from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Obviously, he had sensed danger at this moment. However, as one of the artifact's spirits, the gang had appeared to prevent him from retreating from his knowledge sea after sensing the changes. How could he let him leave so easily? Stay here. He grabbed at the air, and his pitchfork immediately appeared in his hand. Then, he viciously stabbed at the demonic figure. However, at this moment, the heavenly demon shadow let out a cold snort again. Then, a powerful and violent energy burst out. He calmly pointed his finger, and immediately, a powerful and violent energy rushed directly towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, he knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't continue to face it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die an ugly death. What was even more terrifying was that the gang's block was actually useless. Su Yan felt that no matter how he resisted, he would be directly killed by such a finger. He had no way to retreat. Su Yan, the gang and Aya's expressions changed at the same time. When they attacked, they were very confident that they could directly kill the heavenly demon shadow. However, at this time, the heavenly demon shadow suddenly erupted. This powerful energy was beyond their imagination. A mere artifact spirit dares to scheme against me. You don't know what's good for you. The heavenly demon shadow actually spoke at this time. These indifferent words were extremely arrogant. At this time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal could not be blocked, and the four-direction seal could not stop it. Even so, the powerful heavenly demon shadow was already directly approaching. If it took a little longer, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this time, a sword light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the Regal Sword Soul. Regal Sword Codex. Sword seals the universe. At this most dangerous time, the Regal Sword Soul finally appeared. For Su Yan, even the most powerful Buddha's infinite technique was not his foundation. His true reliance was the Regal Sword Codex. His rebirth was thanks to the Regal Sword Codex. At this critical time, the Regal Sword Soul naturally became his last resort. This finger was really too terrifying. The powerful energy was simply about to tear Su Yan's soul apart and pierce through his sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing seal and the four-direction seal were unable to stop it at this time. Even the gang, Aya, and the few monsters that had appeared previously had all returned to the four-direction seal. They had underestimated the heavenly demon too much. At this moment, the only one left to face the heavenly demon was Su Yan himself. However, the closer it was to this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart became. In his sea of consciousness, he had already grasped the Regal Sword Soul in his hand. The strange thing was that his opponent was clearly a powerful heavenly demon, but at this moment, he was not afraid at all. This was because he knew that he was very strong at this time. The Regal Sword Soul and he were one. His will was the will of the Regal Sword Soul, and vice versa. At this moment, his power skyrocketed, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At this time, the heavenly demon also stopped and looked at Su Yan. After a moment of silence, fight, a word appeared, and then his body disappeared. Su Yan held the Regal Sword Soul in his hand and directly fought with the heavenly demon shadow. The combat power of the heavenly demon shadow was really too terrifying. With a sudden exchange of blows, Su Yan was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. He finally understood why someone as powerful as the gang, with the help of the soul-suppressing seal, could not defeat the person in front of him. It was because the strength of this person had reached an unimaginable level. Every move and style of his had an unfathomable artistic conception. At this moment, his powerful strength skyrocketed. Moreover, his attacks were like monstrous waves. After the first attack was blocked, the second attack came. This is the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. As they exchanged blows, the heavenly demon's voice sounded again. At the same time, the first attack had already arrived. A solemn expression flashed across Su Yan's eyes. He knew that the attack in front of him had already reached a terrifying level. If he wasn't careful, he would immediately die. Su Yan endured the 10 attacks. When the 10th attack was over, even he himself could not believe that he had actually blocked all 10 attacks. Very good. Next, the deity vanquishing sword. In the heavenly demon shadow's hand, a black shadow flashed and a long sword immediately appeared. After the long sword appeared, he directly slashed at Su Yan. Su Yan used the regal sword soul to activate the regal sword technique to counter the attack. Whether it was in this world or the world in his previous life, the regal sword codex was the ultimate sword technique. However, at this moment, the deity vanquishing sword that the heavenly demon used seemed to have a vast and mighty power. As Su Yan fought with the heavenly demon shadow, he memorized the deity vanquishing sword in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Just like before, the heavenly demon kept suppressing Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was no longer as battered and exhausted as before. At the same time, he was able to counterattack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the heavenly demon is teaching me sword techniques? This thought was ridiculous. However, whether it was the deity vanquishing sword or the heaven-crushing 10 slashes, they were all extremely powerful techniques. Thinking back carefully, if the heavenly demon shadow had used them faster and with more power, he might not have been able to block them. Was the heavenly demon shadow unable to do so? No, that was definitely not the case. He knew very well that if this heavenly demon wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, he did not, and at this critical juncture. Therefore, Su Yan guessed that he was teaching him. Although this was really unbelievable at this moment, Su Yan chose to believe it. Have you memorized it? This emotionless voice was heard once again. When this sentence came out, Su Yan no longer had any doubts. This must be it. The heavenly demon was actually teaching him. However, shouldn't the heavenly demon and the pagoda sect be enemies? Su Yan could not understand. Just as he was puzzled, the heavenly demon's shadow dissipated bit by bit and finally disappeared. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body had reached an unimaginable critical point. In the end, it broke through all barriers and finally reached the realm of the 4 mountains. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness returned from the spirit sea to his body. Not bad, not bad. You actually succeeded. Good lad. Even I admire you a little. You actually succeeded. You're really amazing. Up until now, Su Yan was still puzzled. He actually succeeded. However, at this moment, he did not have any joy. Instead, he was puzzled. This was a very strange thing. Senior, to be honest, even now I'm still puzzled. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Yang Tai. He thought that he was too happy and did not know what to say. Therefore, he said, "Why are you so wishy-washy? To be able to reach the realm of the 4 mountains and defeat the heavenly demon at the same time is already very impressive." Even a powerhouse like Yang Tai, he was very wary of the heavenly demon. The fact that Su Yan was able to obtain victory at this moment had already exceeded his expectations. Su Yan smiled bitterly again and said, "Senior, I did not defeat the heavenly demon at all. Instead, it was the heavenly demon who taught me a lot." After that, Su Yan told him everything in detail. Chapter 494. Until now, Yang Tai's expression was still ugly. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked extremely solemn. The great heavenly demon master was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the devil sect would not have paid such a huge price to resurrect him. They had involved the entire Gon territory and were almost completely destroyed in the end. If it were not for the disaster that happened in the 5 counties, the devil sect would no longer exist in this world. Such a person must have a motive for everything he did. According to what Su Yan had said, the heavenly demon shadow had the chance to kill Su Yin in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let go of this opportunity. Not only that, but he also taught Su Yin a battle technique. Whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 slashes or the deity-vanquishing sword, they were extremely powerful and terrifying ultimate moves. Only the higher-ups of the Devil Sect could cultivate such powerful moves. Back then, Yang Tai had fought with an extremely powerful existence from the Devil Sect. That battle was truly earth-shattering. Ordinary people could not imagine how tragic that battle was. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes were unleashed by him. Each strike was stronger than the last, and each strike was filled with boundless determination. Back then, Yang Tai was already an outstanding figure in the Stupa sect. However, when faced with such an opponent, he almost could not block it. Moreover, the Devil Sect disciple that he fought with had a lower cultivation level than him. Back then, he had won by a hair's breadth. If he did not have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, Yang Tai felt that he would have lost. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was. Moreover, the Devil Sect disciple had only used the first 6 slashes. Now, the heavenly demon shadow had taught Su Yin such a powerful heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Not only that, but he had also taught him the deity-vanquishing sword. If Su Yin was the successor of the Devil Sect, this might be understandable. However, Su Yin was the successor of the Stupa sect. His entire body was covered in Stupa golden chi. His heart was wrapped in the 9th grade golden lotus and turned into Stupa's heart. What was the great heavenly demon master trying to do? Was he trying to snatch a disciple from the Stupa sect? Isn't this too laughable? After half a day, he finally sighed and gave up on thinking. After all, an existence like the great heavenly demon master was already a super expert above the holy venerate level. Even Yang Tai, he could not see through their schemes. He turned to Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, you must always pay attention to the phalanx of your left hand. It seems that it is far more dangerous than the demon dragon's heart. Although the heaven-breaking 10 slashes and God-vanquishing sword are both extremely powerful combat skills, this old man feels that it is best if you don't use them." Su Yin nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. This junior naturally understands this principle." The heavenly demon shadow gave him the feeling that it was intentional. If he could avoid provoking such a powerful existence, he definitely wouldn't want to touch it. However, there were many things that didn't go according to his wishes. "Su Yin, you don't have to worry. You already have the 9th grade golden lotus in your heart. That is the supreme treasure of our Stupa sect. Even if the heavenly demon fingerbone wants to do anything, it won't be that easy. This powerful combat skill might be a life-saving trump card when your life is in danger." Yang Tai, he clearly saw through Su Yan's worries and comforted him. However, this was also the truth. When one's life was in danger, who would care about the consequences? Even if it was the demon dragon's heart, Su Yin would not hesitate to use it. In terms of dominance, the demon dragon's heart was even more powerful than the heavenly demon fingerbone. At this moment, seeing that Su Yin was finally relieved, Yang Tai, he nodded and said to Su Yin, "The sunrise is coming, and the Buddha golden silkworm will appear soon. In a while, I will help you subdue a Buddha golden silkworm and let you take it away." At this point, Su Yin also quieted down. In just one day, Su Yan's manager was simply unimaginable. First, he met the Frost Dragon. Then he met this sect senior. At this moment, his cultivation had directly advanced to the 2nd peak. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed Immortal Heaven Sword, Lei Wanjun, and everyone in the Qian Cloud Alliance. If they knew about the speed of breaking through to the 2nd peak in one night, they would probably feel that it was unbelievable. How is this still cultivation? This was simply cheating. "Su Yin, you are indeed a peerless genius. This old man doesn't want to die anymore. I want to see how far you can go." Yang Tai, he suddenly said. The reason why Yang Tai wanted to die was that in the Great War thousands of years ago, he was attacked by the demonic aura of hell. In the midst of the slaughter, he gave birth to inner demons. Once he entered the demonic state, he would kill wantonly. Secondly, because his companions and comrades from back then had all died, he already had no more attachments to life. Therefore, he only tied himself up here. On one hand, he could prevent himself from indiscriminately killing the innocent. On the other hand, he could suppress the creatures from hell. If he died one day, it would be a worthy death. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he already had a reason to live. Su Yin said very firmly, "Senior, I will definitely cure you and free you from these chains." Yang Tai smiled and then said, "Su Yin, if you can cultivate this boundless Buddha technique to the Mahayana realm one day and use the boundless Buddha to purify my soul, I might really be able to get rid of my inner demons one day. However, the black iron on my body can only be cut off by a divine sword. It's just that in this world, a divine sword is extremely difficult to find." Just as Yang Tai finished speaking, Su Yin said, "Senior, I already have a divine sword, a real divine sword." After saying that, he directly opened the red fire sword case. After the red fire sword case was opened, it split open and an extremely sharp and ferocious aura was released. When this terrifying aura appeared, the temperature in the entire cave instantly dropped by a lot. This sword was the one Su Yin had obtained from the very beginning, but he did not dare to use it even once. Yang Tai, after a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that you are indeed the destined person of our stupid sect. You even have such a divine sword. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use this sword. Otherwise, you will immediately be killed." Divine swords had spirits, and the Godslayer sword was a top existence among divine swords. It was unparalleled. If Su Yin used it now, not to mention the covetous eyes of other experts, just this sword alone could directly kill Su Yin. Using the weak to control the strong was simply courting death. Su Yin nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. Naturally, I know that from the moment I obtained this sword until now, I have not even dared to touch it. What I usually use is the Scorching Sun sword." Su Yin took out the Scorching Sun sword. Yang Tai looked at it and said, "I don't know why your luck is so heaven-defying. Although this sword has no spirit, its body has barely reached the standard of a divine sword. With your current strength, you can just barely control it." Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yin and Yang Tai continued to talk. Perhaps it was because they had not talked for too long, but Yang Tai and Su Yin talked about many things. Unknowingly, dawn was about to arrive. In the dark netherworld cave, rays of golden light began to appear. Su Yin immediately knew that this was the Buddha golden silkworm. Each golden silkworm was only the thickness and length of a finger. After the golden silkworm appeared, it immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the moonlight had not yet set, and the sun was gradually rising. It was time to gather the essence of the sun and the moon. This thing is the Buddha golden silkworm. Don't think that it is unremarkable. In fact, it is a first-class murderer. It can devour the essence of the sun and the moon, and can also devour the ghosts of hell. It has a very powerful and terrifying power in the Tao of Souls. "Yang Tai," he said to Su Yin. If it were not for Yang Tai's reminder, Su Yin would probably not have noticed this. It was because the appearance of this golden silkworm was too good at disguising itself. Other than the golden light that was released from its body, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary silkworm. If Su Yin did not know what was good for him and directly went to catch it, he would probably be attacked immediately. "Su Yin, kid, I'll catch one for you now. Watch carefully." After Yang Tai finished speaking, he immediately activated his mind, and then a powerful mind drifted over. When a mind fell on the golden silkworm, the previously very gentle golden silkworm immediately went berserk. Within its body, an extremely obvious and terrifying soul shadow appeared. This soul shadow exuded an extremely terrifying power. Su Yin sensed that this soul shadow revealed a powerful majesty similar to the might of a dragon. Not only that, this soul shadow had a very strong, killing power to the soul. So powerful. Su Yin was frightened. Yang Tai chuckled, and then said, "This is the passage between the underworld and the human world. How can something that can survive here be simple?" At this moment, under the power of Yang Tai's mind, the soul shadow was suddenly strangled by an invisible force, and its body began to tremble violently. "However, in front of me, no matter how powerful you are, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Moreover, I won't hurt you. Instead, I'll give you a great opportunity." Yang Tai, he said softly. The golden silkworm was actually intelligent. After hearing Yang Tai's words, it immediately stopped moving, and the soul shadow also disappeared. Yang Tai, he had existed here for thousands of years. These little things probably had a deep reverence for him from the depths of their souls. After comprehending his will, they no longer struggled. Chapter 495. After Su Yin kept the Buddha golden silkworm, he was overjoyed. This time, he had come for the Buddha golden silkworm. Now, the Buddha golden silkworm was finally in his pocket. Not only did he obtain the Buddha golden silkworm, but he also obtained the icy, mystical iron. At this moment, he had collected all 4 divine objects. This time, he was confident that he could open the 10,000 demons' ancient tree and enter it. According to the records of the Monster Palace, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree contained the most powerful inheritance of the Monster Palace. During this trip to the Netherworld Cave, his cultivation had already reached the level of the 4 mountains. He did not know what level his cultivation would reach after this trip to the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. However, the experience this time was also a close shave with death. In particular, stealing the frigid ice mystic iron had been extremely dangerous. He had almost been killed by the frost dragon. Yang Tai looked at Su Yin and said, "Su Yin, kid, now that you have everything you want, you should leave this place as soon as possible." Su Yin turned around and said to Yang Tai, "Senior, Su Yin was able to have such a fortuitous encounter because of you. I will work hard to cultivate and help you get out of this predicament." Getting out of this predicament was not only about cutting the chain, but also about purifying the inner demons. Neither of these things were easy, but in comparison, cutting the chain was easier. However, even cutting the chain was not easy. Su Yin was still far from being able to activate the Godslayer sword. However, now was the time to say goodbye. Yang Tai said, "Let's go. Leave this place, Su Yin. Don't embarrass the stupid sect." Su Yin nodded solemnly and left. After today, he would embark on a new journey. However, no matter what, he would never forget what happened today. If there was a day when he had the ability, he would definitely come and rescue this senior. Su Yan's figure finally disappeared for the Netherworld Cave. Yang Tai looked at Su Yan's departure with a smile on his face. Finally, he said, "It's good to be young." His laughter echoed in the cold Netherworld Cave. It was also at this moment that a gale arose in the Netherworld Cave, and terrifying shadows appeared one after another. Every shadow possessed extremely powerful and terrifying power. After they appeared in the Netherworld Cave, they directly pounced towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai smiled as he watched them appear before him, as if he didn't care at all. When these shadows finally gathered in front of him, Yang Tai's body immediately released an extremely powerful force. The force was like an invisible hand that grabbed the shadows and swallowed them whole. Following the devouring of these spirits, Yang Tai's face began to glow with an extremely strange red light. After Su Yin left the Netherworld Cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer and directly flew forward on his sword. After all, he had an extremely terrifying enemy in this place. That was the Frost Wyrm. In the Netherworld Cave, the Frost Wyrm naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous because of Yang Tai. This was because he had already paid a sufficient price for his actions. However, it was precisely because of this that this Frost Wyrm hated Su Yin to the extreme. Now that Su Yin was detected by him, this Frost Wyrm would definitely spare no effort to hunt him down and wouldn't rest until he was dead. Therefore, after Su Yin left the Netherworld Cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately concealed his aura and left at the fastest speed possible. However, Suyin didn't know that the moment he left, in a distant place, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The ferocious gaze was filled with the purest killing intent. At this moment, the enormous intent of this person was completely ignited. When he opened his eyes, countless powerful existences in the ice field began to tremble, not daring to make any movements. This was because the owner of this pair of eyes was none other than the powerful Frost Wyrm. Even though half of his wings had been chopped off, as a powerful Frost Wyrm, his aura still caused all the creatures in the ice field to feel shocked and tremble. However, just as he was about to spread his wings and fly towards Suyin, his entire body suddenly froze. This was because there was an additional figure in front of him. Seeing this figure approaching, his enormous body began to tremble. "Roar, it's you. You're the mysterious existence of the Netherworld Cave." The powerful Frost Wyrm actually began to tremble. However, he couldn't help but feel afraid. This was because he had personally experienced the power of this existence. In front of this existence, the dragon's aura that he was so proud of was so weak. His body, which he boasted of being strong, was also so weak. After being injured, he did not return to his original territory at all. Instead, he went to the edge of the cold land of the far north. On one hand, he was extremely fearful of this powerful existence. On the other hand, he was waiting for Suyin to leave. When that time came, he would accumulate enough pin-up energy to deal a fatal blow to Suyin. Previously, he had already sensed Suyin's aura leaving the Netherworld Cave. Therefore, he was prepared to directly end Suyin's reputation. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that this powerful and terrifying existence was already in front of him. "Damn it! Weren't you unable to leave the Netherworld Cave? You evil demon!" After letting out a low roar, the Frost Wyrm directly raised his head and released a powerful dragon's aura. He did not expect the dragon's aura to hurt this human in front of him. He only hoped that the dragon's aura could buy him some time so that he could leave this place. The Frost Wyrm had made up his mind. He must leave the cold land of the far north. He flew high in the sky, but his heart was filled with lingering fear. He never thought that he would actually become neighbors with such a terrifying person. He regretted even more that he had actually impulsively barged into this person's territory. The Frost Wyrm flapped his wings and thought to himself at the same time, "Damned fellow, when I become a divine dragon one day, I'll definitely kill you." However, at this moment, a voice rang out above his head. "You pitiful reptile, you still want to become a divine dragon? Hee, since you want to kill me, I'll let you die now." Hearing this voice, the powerful Frost Wyrm's huge body trembled. Then, a painful dragon's roar resounded throughout the cold land of the far north. At this moment, Suyin was rapidly leaving. At this moment, the terrifying dragon's roar was heard. This roar was filled with pain and anger. Suyin was terrified, as expected of the legendary Frost Wyrm. He's really too powerful. Even if I were to face him now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any hope. I wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Suyin didn't know what kind of torture this powerful holy dragon was going through at this moment. However, he no longer had any intention of staying here. Based on the roar, he knew that he was far enough away from the divine dragon. Hence, he immediately summoned his sword dragon and flew away. Flying like this, he was completely unrestrained. Naturally, he had barged into the territories of many powerful beasts. However, he was now a powerful cultivator of the Four Mountains. His battle powers were unparalleled. Furthermore, this was a relatively outer region. The Beast King would not be too powerful. If these demonic beasts did not have eyes and dare to provoke him, Suyin would not show them any mercy and would directly kill them. Then, he would collect the demonic beast's demonic crystals. Suyin continued to travel at top speed. After a long time, he finally left the cold land of the far north. He turned back to look and realized that he still did not see the shadow of the frost WYRM. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the frost WYRM really didn't chase after me. I'm lucky. If he insisted on coming, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time. Su Yin jumped down from the sword dragon. Then he took out a piece of jerky and ate it. After eating, he immediately began to circulate his qi and cultivate. The power of the four mountains was already very strong. Furthermore, because his blood contained some of the demonic dragon's blood, even though he had not reached the dragon realm, his body could still emit a faint dragon's aura. Ordinary beasts would not dare to come near him. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly felt the soul imprint that Duanmu Longhu had accumulated in Imring. Not only could this soul imprint allow one to surpass Su Duanmu and Longhu, it could also allow them to communicate over 1,000 miles. It was very convenient. Su Yin inserted his spirit qi and immediately activated the soul imprint. Then, Duanmu Longhu's face appeared in front of Su Yin. After seeing Su Yin, Duanmu Longhu immediately asked with a smile, "Brother Su Yin, it's been a long time. With Brother Su Yin's ability, you must have obtained the Buddha Golden Silkworm, right?" At this moment, Su Yin was also sizing up this guy. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's body was still bleeding. His face was very pale, and there was a deep scar on his cheek. It was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. Su Yin asked directly, "What's wrong? Is the demonic sex pursuit here?" Duanmu Longhu nodded, then said with some elegance, "That's right. Brother Su Yin, you guessed right. The demonic sex pursuers have arrived. Moreover, they have already fought with me. The first batch of pursuers is all dead. However, the second batch of pursuers will be here soon. The one who is coming is an expert with 3 dragons and above in the dragon realm. Therefore, I am here to seek Brother Su Yan's protection." Su Yin lightly sneered. He did not doubt Duanmu Longhu's words. However, he did not believe the latter part about seeking protection. Chapter 496. At this moment, if Su Yin really wanted to fight with someone in the dragon realm, even if it was someone with 3 dragons like Yun He wouldn't have any fear. After all, ever since he entered the 4 mountains, his battle strength had become much more tyrannical. However, facing the crown prince of the devil sect, he had no intention of revealing his strength. He only spoke calmly. The crown prince seemed to have expected Su Yin to say this, and didn't seem to care at all. He only smiled and said, "Brother Su Yin is too modest. I have absolute confidence in your battle strength. Also, I just fought with the pursuers and don't have enough strength right now. I hope Brother Su Yin can come quickly. If I accidentally meet someone at the peak of the dragon realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Of course, I won't regret my death. However, Brother Su Yin will have to go to the devil sect alone to save people." Duanmu Longhu was still very calm, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. However, Su Yin inwardly cursed at Duanmu Longhu's shamelessness. He was clearly threatening him. However, there was nothing Su Yin could do about it, because he was right. If he didn't help, it would be too difficult for him to go to the devil sect alone. For Lu Lan, he had no choice but to help this guy. Su Yin thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, Su Yin, will keep my word. However, I'm still in the frigid north, so please delay for as long as possible. I'll rush over as soon as possible." After saying this, Su Yin didn't wait for the other party to react and immediately retracted his spiritual energy. Without the support of spiritual energy, the communication was cut off. However, Su Yin didn't immediately go. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. He would naturally go to help Duanmu Longhu, but he wasn't stupid. He couldn't let Duanmu Longhu play like a monkey and be his hired thug. He didn't believe that Duanmu Longhu didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. If he was so useless, he wouldn't have been able to revive after thousands of years. Moreover, although he and Duanmu Longhu were cooperating, he believed that as long as there was a chance, Duanmu Longhu would do anything to kill him. Another 13 days had passed since the last time he communicated with Su Yin. Duanmu Longhu was sitting beside a huge puddle of water. This was a desolate place. Of course, because it was desolate, naturally, it was very secretive. He was Duanmu Chen's wounds. Using countless amounts of death chi to revive, he was not in a good state. And this time, the person who came to capture him, if it was in the past, he wouldn't have taken such a person seriously. However, he couldn't do so now. He had already fought with this person 3 times. Each time, he narrowly escaped. This time, he was even more injured. 13 days had passed, and Su Yin still hadn't arrived. However, he still didn't show any signs of panic on his face. Everyone was not stupid, so of course, he could also understand Su Yin's thoughts. Because in reality, it was just as Su Yin had expected. He did indeed have such thoughts. At this moment, the wind started to blow. As soon as the wind blew, large patches of wild grass fell as if they were cut off by someone. His hair danced in the wind, but his eyes flickered with a flickering light. At this moment, his heart suddenly jolted and a dangerous aura came over. What a powerful fellow! A light smile appeared on his face. It was an excited smile. If he could sense the other party, then the other party must have also discovered his existence. At this time, a thin figure appeared. Not only was he thin, but he was also very short. Just by standing there, he gave people a very cold feeling, as if they were facing a poisonous snake. Duanmu Longhu, I advise you to give up resisting. For the sake of my devil sect's great cause, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Ha! The devil sect great cause? You want my devil soul? Don't talk nonsense. My life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Duanmu Longhu stood up. When he sat down before, his whole person seemed to be calm, as if he had merged with the world. But at this moment, he stood up, and a powerful aura immediately appeared. That strong and terrifying aura caused people's hearts to tremble, and directly rushed towards the thin and short pursuer. Your Highness Crown Prince, you have already escaped from me, Hydralisk, 3 times. I have to say, you are indeed very strong. If you were given some time to recover, you would be even stronger. I might not even be your opponent. Unfortunately, I won't give you any more time. I also won't let you escape a 4th time. Hydralisk looked at Duanmu Longhu and said. Duanmu Longhu shook his head, then smiled and said, First of all, you shouldn't call me your Highness Crown Prince. After all, that was a matter of thousands of years ago. Since I've been resurrected, it means that my life has been reborn. Second, I don't feel that escaping from you 3 times is something to be proud of. Also, I don't feel that I need to escape a 4th time. Third, I don't need you to give me time. On the contrary, this time, I want your life. Duanmu Longhu finished speaking word by word. Hydralisk, an assassin from a 9 regions demon sect, also listened attentively. I think it's about time. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu added. Hydralisk shook his head and said, I'm going to make my move. As his voice fell, his entire body had already rushed out. He really looked like a poisonous snake. In the 9 regions, Hydralisk's name was very famous. This was because he was recognized as one of the most terrifying assassins in the demon sect. Who knows how many experts from the sect had died in his hands. Hydralisk was most proficient in 2 types of power. One was speed, and the other was poison. Any one of these 2 skills was an extremely terrifying skill, and when these 2 skills were concentrated on a single person who also possessed an extremely frightening speed, it was even more terrifying. In the 9 regions, who knows how many experts had died in his hands. And this time, Duanmu Longhu had broken free from the demon sect's control. After the demon sect discovered it, they actually sent this killing god over. The 9 regions continent was indeed stronger than the 5 regions continent. However, a Dragon Realm expert was still a powerful task for a sect leader. Using his strength at the peak of the Dragon Realm to deal with Duanmu Longhu, it was enough to see how much the demon sect valued and feared Duanmu Longhu. In a short time, Hydralisk had already rushed in front of Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The 2 of them directly exchanged blows. In a short time, the 2 of them had already exchanged blows no less than 100 times. Hydralisk's expression was solemn. For him to be able to become such a powerful assassin, he naturally had extraordinary skills. In fact, as long as he made a move, he would definitely not be careless. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Every time, he would subdue his opponent in the shortest amount of time. However, this was already the fourth time he had exchanged blows with Duan Wulonghu. He still couldn't do anything to this demon sex crown prince. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that this Duan Wulonghu didn't use his power every time he made a move. Although he didn't want to believe it, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Thus, when he made a move this time, he directly used his strongest strength. No, this strength was already exceeding his usual strength. He wanted to ensure that he could directly defeat Duan Wulonghu and then capture him. If he couldn't capture him alive, then he would kill him. As long as he could bring his soul back, his mission would be completed. Facing his opponent's crazy attacks, Duan Wulonghu used all his strength to deal with it. The fight between the two of them grew more and more intense. Finally, after another fierce clash, Duan Wulonghu's entire body retreated backwards. Hydralisk looked at Duan Wulonghu and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, we've already reached this point. If you still want to hide your strength, then you're looking down on me, Hydralisk." At this moment, he directly released his aura. It was like a powerful poisonous dragon coldly staring at Duan Wulonghu. In the next moment, he directly stepped forward and once again pierced through. Poisonous dragon hunting technique. At this moment, Hydralisk's aura had also reached its peak. Feeling this terrifying attack, Duan Wulonghu could only continuously retreat. This attack was truly terrifying. However, even though he started to retreat, he was still locked onto by this powerful attack. "Your Highness Crown Prince, if you don't use your full strength, then I'll end your life." Hydralisk was very sure that Duan Wulonghu was hiding his strength. At the very least, he still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used. However, even at this point, he still didn't have any intention of using this trump card. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu did something that shocked Hydralisk. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he actually directly shouted, "Brother Su Yin, save me." The dignified demon sex crown prince, an expert from thousands of years ago, was actually so shameless as to directly shout. Hearing this, Hydralisk's expression suddenly changed, because right at this moment, a figure had suddenly dashed out. That person's speed was so fast that even Hydralisk felt that it was fast. Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin finally made his move. Hydralisk saw that Duan Wulonghu was holding back. Naturally, he also saw it. He originally wanted to see Duan Wulonghu's trump card. However, this Duan Wulonghu was really cunning. He actually discovered him and ignored Hydralisk's desperate attack. Su Yin naturally understood that this guy was using his life to threaten Su Yin. Chapter 497. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique suddenly changed its direction and bombarded Su Yin. Su Yin's speed was too fast. Hydralisk felt threatened, so he changed his target. However, he didn't expect that although Su Yin came quickly, he retreated even faster. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique didn't even touch Su Yin's body. Su Yin had already retreated. Duan Wulonghu used his own life to carry out an open scheme, wanting to force Su Yin to show himself. Su Yin had no choice but to show himself. However, he wasn't stupid enough to risk his life and resist the venomous dragon hunting technique. Thus, when the venomous dragon changed its target to him, he immediately retreated. At this moment, he stood on the other side of Duan Wulonghu. The two of them surrounded Hydralisk. Hydralisk's gaze fell on Su Yin. Finally, he said, "So your Highness was waiting for your helper. However, your Highness, do you really think that your helper has enough strength to deal with me?" Hydralisk said without any trace of politeness. It wasn't arrogance, but self-confidence. Hydralisk had assassinated countless people. He had reached the point where he could see through his target's cultivation with a single glance. When Su Yin made his move earlier, he knew that Su Yin was definitely a ruthless character. He wasn't easy to deal with. However, no matter what, his cultivation realm was still there. He was only in the perimeter realm, At this moment, he had already made up his mind. That was to forcefully kill Duanmulonghu. As long as he defeated the powerful Duanmulonghu, then it would be much easier to deal with Su Yin. Of course, he also thought that if he wasn't a match for these two people, then he would immediately run away. Just from his current actions, he had already analyzed that Su Yin and Duanmulonghu weren't on the same side. Since that was the case, it was impossible for Su Yin and Duanmulonghu to be together forever. He was a hydralisk, he was the most patient. If he failed this time, then he would hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, Duanmulonghu opened his mouth and said, "Brother Su Yin, it's great that you were able to arrive in time. Let me introduce you. According to what I know, this one is a famous hydralisk in the 9 regions. He's an expert in assassination. Therefore, if we let him escape this time, I think that Brother Su Yin and I will be in trouble." Duanmulonghu's thoughts were truly meticulous. In just an instant, he had seen through Hydralisk's plan. The Hydralisk's eyes flashed with a cold light. He already knew that his previous plan would not be so easily realized. However, even so, he was not afraid. Even if these two people wanted to kill him, he was not a soft persimmon. "Brother Su Yin, I'll make the first move. You have to support me." Duanmulonghu suddenly made his move. At this moment, his momentum had risen to the peak. Then his hands changed, and an extremely powerful attack suddenly fell. The powerful force fiercely slapped down. Su Yan's heart began to beat at this moment. He could clearly see that this was the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. In his mind, the movement technique displayed by the demon shadow appeared again. It was so clear. He knew that the devil sect of Duanmulonghu's era had a fanatical worship of the great heaven demon lord. Therefore, most of the achievements at that time came from that person's inheritance. As the crown prince of the devil sect, Duanmulonghu had indeed mastered such a powerful and terrifying martial skill. Countless rays of light flashed in Hydralisk's eyes and finally focused on one point. He immediately knew that the powerful attack of the former crown prince of the devil sect had arrived. This was already his 4th fight with Duanmulonghu. He deeply understood how powerful this crown prince of the devil sect was. However, previously, he did not seem to be willing to fight to the death with him, so he had always had the upper hand. However, just from the previous words, he knew that Duanmulonghu wanted to take his life this time. Boom! He had just endured this attack, and his entire body was directly sent flying. Hydralisk was shocked. Compared to the previous 3 fights, Duanmulonghu's strength did not become stronger. However, this battle record was completely different. Although he had long known that the devil sect's crown prince must have mastered an extremely powerful battle skill, the display of this battle skill at this moment was a little too heaven-defying. This was simply multiplying his strength by several times. Hydralisk quickly retreated, but at this moment, Duanmulonghu's figure appeared in front of him again. His gaze fell on Hydralisk's body. His eyes seemed to be filled with ridicule. Hydralisk was not angry. Even if he had many reasons, he would not be angry, because he knew very well that the most important thing at this time was to protect his heart. If his heart was in chaos, how could he continue to fight? He gathered his strength and condensed it in front of him. This strength was like a shield protecting his body. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the moment he finished condensing his strength, a powerful and violent force suddenly smashed down on him. An extremely heavy force suddenly slammed into his body. Boom! A burst of energy shockwaves sounded. Hydralisk only felt extreme pain in his body. This kind of pain was unbearable for him. "I can't continue like this." Hydralisk had already determined that this set of battle skills was definitely linked together. Each attack would be more powerful than the last. If this strength reached its peak, how could he survive? So this is the trump card of the former crown prince of the devil sect. This kind of power was really very strong. At this moment, Hydralisk had already made up his mind to retreat. Snake pupil. At this moment, his glasses changed. His eyes were like the pupils of a snake, shocking and frightening people. This was an extremely frightening strength. Then a black light shot out from his eyes. If Duanmu Longhu were to be struck by such a force, he would definitely not feel good. However, Duanmu Longhu didn't retreat at all. Instead, he directly charged towards Hydralisk. Su Yin still didn't make a move. He could clearly see that this was the third strike of the 10 heaven slashes. This strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Hydralisk definitely couldn't block this strength. Sure enough, Hydralisk's attack was instantly destroyed. Moreover, the Crown Prince's speed didn't even decrease in the slightest. However, Su Yin suddenly discovered that under such circumstances, the Hydralisk's expression didn't change at all. This guy still has a trump card. Su Yin immediately understood. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu suddenly roared. Snake Venom! This snake pupil attack not only contained an extremely powerful strength, it also contained an intense venom. This powerful and intense venom was what Hydralisk relied on. Seeing Duanmu Longhu being injured by the venom, he didn't act rashly and wanted to kill Duanmu Longhu. Instead, he directly turned around and left. This Hydralisk was truly a ruthless character. He made a prompt decision and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly left without hesitation. However, at this moment, Su Yin suddenly made a move, because he understood that Duanmu Longhu wasn't wrong. Hydralisk was an extremely frightening opponent. If he allowed him to escape, it would be a huge threat to him. If such a powerful and frightening assassin suddenly attacked him, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could block it. Moreover, if he attacked his friend, it would be even more frightening. Therefore, Hydralisk must die today. Su Yan's figure flashed and blocked Hydralisk's path of retreat. Then, he grabbed the air, and the Scorching Sun sword appeared in his hand. With a light twist of the Scorching Sun sword, a crimson-red sword light erupted and slashed towards Hydralisk. If Hydralisk wholeheartedly wanted to leave, then he would definitely be injured by this sword. Hydralisk clenched his teeth. The sinister viper sword in his hand suddenly shot out and welcomed the sword light. He understood that he had to leave as soon as possible. If he waited until Duanmu Longhu struggled free from his venom, then he would have no chance at all. Therefore, even if he acted hastily, he still unsheathed his sword. Of course, subconsciously, he didn't think that Su Yan's sword would be able to hurt him. After all, Su Yan was a Radius Realm powerhouse. But in the next moment, he immediately regretted it, because the power of this sword was much more frightening than he imagined. That crimson-red sword light suddenly transformed into the shape of an ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur was incomparably ferocious. Its dense aura directly rushed towards his body. His viper sword almost broke under the impact of this sword chi. The Scorching Sun sword was a semi-artifact after all. Its innate sharpness was unparalleled, coupled with a terrifying killing move like the Zenith sword technique. Its might was even more powerful and frightening. Damn it, how could a Radius Realm kid be so powerful? His heart trembled, but at this moment, he had no choice but to descend. Su Yan's sword cut off his path of retreat. At this moment, Hydralisk's heart began to panic. He knew that he had misjudged. Although Su Yan's realm was Radius Realm, his battle strength had far exceeded his estimation. Coupled with Duanmu Longhu, he was afraid that he would die today. Good. As expected of the demon sex crown prince, it seems that I, Hydralisk, will have to kill you here today. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Yin and Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu had already escaped from his venom. He walked towards him with a smile. Chapter 498. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that Duanmu Longhu would actually have the intention to make him surrender. Duanmu Longhu alone was already terrifying enough. If he had a Hydralisk, it would be even more terrifying. Although Su Yin was cooperating with Duanmu Longhu, in the depths of his heart, he didn't want Duanmu Longhu to become stronger. Because if Duanmu Longhu's strength increased to a certain extent, he might become a threat to himself. This was definitely not good news. But in the end, Su Yin restrained himself. Right now, Hydralisk didn't agree, But if he directly attacked, he might force Hydralisk to lean towards Duanmu Longhu. This was something he had to consider. Of course, he was already on guard because he couldn't guarantee that Duanmu Longhu wouldn't directly kill him after the Hydralisk statue. Although he had Duanmu Longhu's soul imprint, he didn't believe that Duanmu Longhu wouldn't have a backup plan and be restricted by the soul imprint. Hydralisk stared at Duanmu Longhu. He never thought that Duanmu Longhu would persuade him to surrender at this time. This really surprised him. Moreover, Duanmu Longhu's words did indeed move his heart a little. An ancient battle technique. He had already personally witnessed how terrifying this battle technique was. This kind of power was simply terrifying. If he could obtain this battle technique, his battle strength would immediately increase by leaps and bounds. Duanmu Longhu saw the hesitation in Hydralisk's eyes. He knew that this expert in front of him was already moved by his proposal. So he continued, "What I displayed before was only the first 3 strikes. The power of this heaven-crushing 10 strikes is stronger than the previous. I believe that Brother Hydralisk is already moved. Of course, in addition to the heaven-crushing 10 strikes, there's also the soul-extinguishing finger. I won't hold back anything." Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. "You're right. I'm indeed moved, but I can't agree to it." When he said this, even Hydralisk felt that it was a pity. After all, the temptation of an ancient battle technique was too strong. However, although the ancient battle technique was powerful, his life was more important. Since he had joined the demon sect, how could he just leave? However, Duanmu Longhu seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Brother Hydralisk, are you afraid of the demonic soul oath?" The soul oath was a method of the demon sect too. The disciples who joined the demon sect had to use their own blood to swear to the demonic soul oath. If they betrayed this oath, then their fate would be miserable and they would be better off dead. There had always been many traitors in the demon sect, but none of them could escape from the soul oath. Therefore, Hydralisk didn't dare and didn't want to try. However, Duanmu Longhu's next words shocked him. "Brother Hydralisk, how can I, Duanmu Longhu, not know what you're worried about? Don't worry, I was once the crown prince of the demon sect. I can remove your soul oath." Looking at Duanmu Longhu's confident expression, Hydralisk hesitated. If he could really remove the soul oath, then it would be for the best. He would have less restrictions on his body, and he would be able to learn the ancient battle technique. However, what if Duanmu Longhu couldn't do it? Wouldn't that be a waste of his life? This was a matter of life and death. He definitely couldn't try it. However, Duanmu Longhu continued. This generation of the demon sect vainly attempted to create a supreme demon and thus betrayed the great heavenly demon lord. However, the target of the soul oath is still the great heavenly demon lord. I am the crown prince of a demon sect. I was once bestowed with a mark by the great heavenly demon lord. Therefore, I can definitely remove the soul oath. Moreover, I won't harm you, Brother Hydralisk." As Duanmu Longhu spoke, he had already walked towards Hydralisk. He casually walked over, completely unguarded against Hydralisk's sudden attack. This was because he had already guessed that Hydralisk's heart would be moved. "Brother Su Yin, I don't think you mind if we have another powerful ally, right?" Duanmu Longhu glanced at Su Yin. Su Yin sneered in his heart, but he didn't express it. He only said, "Duanmu Longhu, since you're no longer in danger and you have a powerful ally, then Su will take his leave." Duanmu Longhu said, "Good. Brother Su Yin, be careful. I'll contact you again in the future. At that time, we'll head to 9 regions together." Su Yin nodded and left. In any case, Su Yin leaving at this time was the wisest choice. As soon as Su Yin left, Duanmu Longhu chuckled and said, "What a smart person. It's really interesting to deal with such a guy." He had to admit that Su Yin leaving at this time was really wise to the extreme. Because Su Yin had left, Duanmu Longhu wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he wanted to. Because he had to pull out the Hydralisk's demonic soul oath, he couldn't free himself. Since the demonic soul oath hadn't been pulled out, Hydralisk wouldn't be of the same mind as him. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Su Yin. Secondly, if Su Yin was still here, it would incite conflict. This was because it would give Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk a dangerous signal. Hydralisk nodded and said, "Indeed, not only is he smart, he's also very dangerous." This was what Hydralisk relied on for Su Yan. Dangerous. It referred to Su Yan's extraordinary strength. Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly and said, "At least for now, he's our ally. To an ally, the stronger and smarter the better. All right, Brother Hydralisk, I'll help you clear the demonic soul oath." After Su Yan left, he returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance without stopping. He didn't pay any attention to the two people behind him because he knew that it was meaningless. There was one reason that he couldn't avoid, and that was that he needed the strength of these two people. After spending another 10 days, Su Yan finally returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance. At this time, many sects in the Qian Cloud Alliance had already left. The Heaven and Earth organization was also unprecedentedly peaceful. After all, before Su Yan went to the Arctic North, he had directly wiped out the Black Fiend Alliance. The Black Fiend Alliance didn't have any top-notch experts, and Duanmu Longhu didn't pay any attention to them. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Su Yan. After Su Yan returned, the first person he went to see was Yun Wanqing. He knew that this beautiful woman must have been worried about him during this time. To Su Yan, this was a kind of guilt. Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's arrival. After a period of recuperation, her injuries had clearly healed. Under the sunlight, her face was so beautiful. However, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. She just looked at the sky quietly, probably hoping to see Su Yan's shadow in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to personally brush away the worry in her eyes. "Wanqing." When Su Yan's voice sounded, Yun Wanqing immediately turned around in surprise. When she saw Su Yan standing not far away from her, she still couldn't believe it. Su Yan smiled and said, "Wanqing, I'm back." These calm words were simply the most beautiful sound in the world to Yun Wanqing. She could no longer control her body and ran directly towards Su Yan. Without any hesitation, she was already attached to Su Yan's body. Su Yan opened his hands and hugged this beautiful woman into his arms, using his chest to warm her heart. The two of them didn't say anything and just enjoyed the quiet moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Wanqing looked up at Su Yan and said, "It's good that you came back safely." She missed him countless times, but at this moment, there was only such a simple sentence left. Su Yan was moved in his heart. Looking at Yun Wanqing's beautiful face, he lowered his head and kissed her. The two people were so immersed in love, as if they were going to forget the whole world. Many disciples of the burial sword tomb had already returned, but Master Heaven's sword still hadn't returned. This was because he was worried about Su Yan. As for the matters in the sect, the various elders were responsible for it. One must know that the Black Fiend Alliance had already been beaten so badly by Su Yan that they couldn't raise their heads. It was impossible for them to continue provoking the people of the righteous Tao, so he had nothing to worry about. Of course, Lei Wanjun was the same as Master Heaven's sword. He was also worried about Su Yan's safety. Now that Su Yan had finally returned, a huge stone was lifted from their hearts. However, when they saw Su Yan, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, they could no longer sense how powerful Su Yan's aura was. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan walking toward him and only stuttered, "Kid, could it be that you've already reached the dragon realm?" Thinking back to when he looked down on Su Yan directly retorted, "Don't bully a young man for being poor." Looking at the current Su Yan, he probably wouldn't forget this sentence for the rest of his life. Su Yan smiled and said, "Brother Lei, how am I so abnormal? Right now, I'm still in the circumference realm, circumference 4 mountains." Master Heaven Sword glanced at him unhappily and said, "Isn't this abnormal? Circumference 4 mountains, how long have you cultivated? You've already surpassed the two of us old men. Side comparisons are odious." Master Heaven's Sword sighed. At the same time, he admired his own foresight. When he first saw Su Yan, he had a premonition that Su Yan would soar to the heavens. However, he didn't expect that it would be so fierce. However, this time, Su Yin was able to return safely from the Netherworld cave, and his strength had improved greatly. This made him pleasantly surprised. After all, before Su Yin set off, he didn't have much hope. It seemed like he couldn't use normal thinking to understand Su Yin. Chapter 499. Su Yin finally returned to the Monster Palace. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yin was almost never in the Monster Palace. When Su Yin stepped into the Monster Palace, there were even some disciples who didn't recognize Su Yin. After Su Yin slightly revealed his aura, these disciples thought that some powerful figure came to the Monster Palace to cause trouble, scaring them into hurriedly informing the experts in the Monster Palace. The first to come out were the brothers Rat Singh and Ratli. Ratli was worthy of being one of the top 10 experts of the Eastern Palace. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the end of the spiritual ocean realm. With an opportunity, he could directly break through and become a powerful warrior of the area. Although Rat Singh was much weaker, it could be seen that Ratli was extremely strict with his cultivation. At this time, he had already reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When they saw Su Yin, they were extremely surprised and immediately greeted Su Yin. Then, under the stunned gazes of several disciples, they welcomed Su Yin in. Su Yin entered the Monster Palace. Soon, Mu Lu Shui and his old friends came one after another. Dong Qinghao also came. Back in the Divine Dragon's abyss, Dong Qinghao narrowly escaped death and almost became the flesh shell of the white-boned demon venerable. However, he survived in the end, and at this moment, his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming a powerful warrior of the area. He played an important role in the Monster Palace, suppressing the universe. As for Mu Lu Shui, his cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. What Su Yin didn't expect was that Lu Fei was also in the Monster Palace. However, it wasn't strange. The demonic beast bloodline in his body was already very strong. Strictly speaking, he was the same as the disciples of the Monster Palace here, possessing a demonic beast bloodline. There was nothing in the burial sword tomb that was worth staying in. It was better to bring the blood giant to live in the Monster Palace. Su Yin, come. Let's compete. Lu Fei's first reaction after seeing Su Yin was to compete with Su Yin. It was probably because the density of his bloodline had increased once again, causing his strength to become even more powerful. Thus, he was filled with confidence. Su Yin just smiled and looked at Lu Fei, who was rushing towards him. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next time he appeared, he was already behind Lu Fei. At the same time, he placed a hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei shuddered violently. The powerful strength bestowed upon him by the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge burst forth. However, his powerful aura, which had already reached the realm of circumference, did not even have time to activate it before it was suppressed by Su Yin and directly dissipated. In front of Su Yin, he couldn't even use his true strength. With Su Yin's gentle pressure, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet and then spread out into the distance. With just a light display of his hand, Su Yin had already displayed his formidable strength. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Lu Fei shouted again and again, "Don't do it, don't do it. You must be shameless." Regarding Lu Fei's nonsense, no one was surprised. Su Yin glanced at Mu Lu Shui and then asked, "How is it? Is everything okay in the Monster Palace?" Mu Lu Shui nodded gently and then said, "With the 3 puppets you left behind, and Dong Qinghao and the others returning one after another, there naturally won't be any trouble in the Monster Palace, but..." Mu Lu Shui wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Yin narrowed his eyes, and then he immediately guessed what was going on. Is it the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng? At this time, everyone in the Monster Palace had arrived, but these 2 people did not appear. Su Yin roughly guessed the reason. Although these 2 people had chosen to submit, they had no choice but to submit under the powerful pressure of the 3 puppets. At this time, Lu Fei said, "These 2 old things are very arrogant. A few days ago, their cultivation had broken through to the realm of circumference 2 mountains, so they did not put Xiao Shui the acting palace master in their eyes. When Mu Lu Shui heard Lu Fei call him Xiao Shui, he directly rolled his eyes. However, he also knew that Lu Fei liked to give people nicknames the most. Compared to Little Rat, Little Mouse, and so on, this was already giving him a lot of face. Dong Chenghao also said at this time, Su Yin, this is indeed the case. These two guys' monster beast bloodlines were originally powerful. At this time, after reaching the realm of circumference 2 mountains, they're even more powerful. Although they can't do anything to us, we can't suppress them either. Now, they have the intention to rebuild their own palace. After Su Yin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, Build their own palace? These two guys really came up with it, but since they are so noisy, I want to see what they are capable of. After Su Yin finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In just a moment, he had already detected the location of these two old guys. We'll go and take a look. If these two fellows don't know what's good for them, we can only send them to the afterlife. Su Yan's voice was extremely cold. Hearing those words, everyone was a little apprehensive. Firstly, it was because of Su Yan's murderous intent. Secondly, it was because of Su Yan's confidence. He already knew that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng had reached the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but he still said such words. This meant that Su Yan's strength was far beyond them, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were gathered together to discuss something. Zhu Tian, I think you have also received the news that Su Yan has returned. Isn't it a little bad if we don't go and see him? Luo Jiaofeng asked Zhu Tian Demon King. Su Yan's return made him feel a little uneasy. However, Zhu Tian Demon King said, see him? Is that necessary? Right now, both our cultivations have been greatly improved. Moreover, if you give me a few more days, my cultivation will be able to rise to the next level and directly reach the boundary of the 3 mountains. I'm sure you're the same. Right now, I still don't have the confidence to directly defeat those guys and the 3 puppets. As long as you and I reach the realm of circumference 2 mountains, this monster palace will still be ours. Zhu Tian Demon King sneered, then continued. As for Su Yin, it's fine if he doesn't provoke us today. He's still the palace master of Monster Palace. Let him enjoy himself for a while. If he dares to provoke us today, then we'll go our separate ways. At this moment, the door of their palace was directly broken open, and then Su Yan's laughter came directly. Go our separate ways? Ha ha ha, you stupid pig. You think too highly of yourself. Before he finished speaking, Su Yan was already standing in front of Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. You two old things, I gave you a chance back then, but I didn't expect you to still want to make trouble for me. In that case, you can go to hell. Su Yan's voice was cold, and he didn't care about them at all. The Celestial Pig Demon King was immediately enraged because Su Yan's words were simply too arrogant. They were already at the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but Su Yan was still so rude to them. He jumped up, then pointed at Su Yan's nose and scolded with a smile. Kid, I think you're crazy. You want us to die? Why? Is it the 3 puppets or this bunch of kids? At that moment, his fat body was lightly trembling. Evidently, he was extremely furious. Then, his eyes began to flicker with light. Those were streaks of killing intent. I said earlier that you'd better not provoke me, but you still came. In that case, you can go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A strong demonic aura burst out, and the terrifying demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. This kind of power was already extremely terrifying. Following the activation of his power, a whirlwind blew in the palace. Luo Yaofeng originally didn't want to make a move, but since Zhu Tian Demon King had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. His figure quickly flew out, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. In terms of speed, Zhu Tian Demon King was far inferior to him. The 2 powerhouses of circumference 2 mountains made a move, and the power was even stronger. Shu Sang, Rat Li, and the others who hadn't reached circumference 2 mountains couldn't even stand and were directly blown away. Although Lu Fei, Dong Chunghao and the others were still standing in place. They also swayed a little. The gap between the one-mountain realm and the two-mountain realm was fully displayed at this moment. However, Su Yin smiled coldly, then said, "You're a wild wolf, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so." Luo Yaofeng had already arrived in front of him, and then an extremely powerful demonic blade suddenly slashed toward him. The power of the demonic blade combined with his speed was really an extremely terrifying killing move. An ordinary person would have probably been killed directly. However, the moment the demonic blade was about to land on Su Yin directly reached out and grabbed the demonic blade. He didn't care about the demonic aura on the demonic blade. Boring. Su Yin lifted his leg and kicked Luo Yaofeng's abdomen. With a painful cry, Luo Yaofeng's entire body was sent flying at an even faster speed, and then he crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, Su Yin didn't stop at all, and he directly blasted out a punch. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch had already gathered his momentum and stimulated his powerful bloodline power. However, the moment Su Yin punched out, an extremely powerful and dense aura immediately appeared. The moment this aura appeared, he felt as if he was facing a huge dragon. That was dragon's might. He was shocked, but before he could react, Su Yan's fist had already arrived. The two fists met directly. Chapter 500. Spare me. In the end, all that was left was these two words. He was begging for mercy because he was already afraid. The power that Su Yin displayed was so strong that it directly swept him away. In the face of such power, there was no room for luck. In the beginning, he was fearless and did not take Su Yin seriously at all. This was because he thought that he was strong enough to be lawless after reaching the boundary of the Boundary and Boundary Mountains. He could turn a blind eye to everything. He even thought that when he advanced further, he would directly take revenge and beat Su Yin to a pulp. He would regret what he had done in the past. However, at this moment, Su Yin directly displayed his absolute strength and directly crushed him and Luo Xiaofeng with his own strength. This had already shaken him to the core. Although he had long counted the increase in Su Yan's strength, he had never thought that the increase in his strength would actually be so abnormal. How could they fight such a battle? The last time Su Yin appeared, he had to rely on the power of the three great puppets to force them to compromise. However, at this moment, Su Yin had single-handedly defeated them in an instant. They knew that there was no longer any chance for them to survive. The only thing he could do was to kneel and beg for mercy. It seemed that this was the only way to give him a sense of security. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he looked straight at the two of them. Su Yin, no. Palace Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. From now on, we will definitely do our best and never be disloyal. Please spare me. The celestial boar Monster King no longer had his previous arrogance at this moment. At this moment, he had completely turned into a grandson, kneeling on the ground pitifully. Luo Xiaofeng was not much better. At this moment, she was also trembling, hoping that Su Yin would spare her life. She panicked and said, "Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let us go this time. We won't dare to do it again. As long as you give us another chance, we will do our best and serve you like dogs and horses. We won't dare to have any second thoughts." These two people were already at the boundary of the two mountains. Even in the entire Qian Cloud Alliance, there were only a few people who could firmly suppress them. In the entire 5 counties, they were already top-notch experts. However, in order to survive, they no longer had the slightest bit of dignity. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. However, there was no change in Su Yan's eyes. He just sneered and said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Although the Celestial Pig Demon King was begging for mercy, he clearly didn't want to sit still and wait for death. When Su Yin directly attacked, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, when Su Yan's palm came down, he couldn't care less anymore. He directly used his most powerful strength and fiercely clashed with Su Yan's palm again. Under the will to live. Even if the bones in one of his arms were shattered, he couldn't care less and directly attacked with all his might. However, he wasn't a match for Su Yan before, so how could he be a match for him now? Before his palm could even get close to Su Yan's palm, he was already blown away by an extremely terrifying gust of wind. Su Yan's eyes didn't change as he stared straight at him. Celestial Pig, Luo Jiaofeng, I don't have the time to play these games with you now. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish so that you won't cause trouble behind my back. His eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was even stronger. At this moment, not only Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King, but also everyone else felt afraid. Su Yan was acquainted with everyone. Although he was never a sloppy person, he had never displayed such a dense, murderous aura. This Su Yan made them feel fear and respect. In their hearts, they knew that this was what a real Monster Palace master should be like. At this moment, he was even stronger than the Princess of Chu back then. The fear in Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King's eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by determination. At this moment, they had become desperados. Fight! The two of them roared almost at the same time. However, the moment they were about to attack, a scarlet sword light directly swept past in front of them. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. One sword to settle the universe. With Su Yan's current realm, it was unknown how terrifying a powerful sword move like one sword to settle the universe was. Not to mention them, even ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would find it difficult to resist. They only felt that their movements seemed to have been frozen. It was also as if the time around them had directly stopped at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that there was a streak of blood on their necks. A scorching pain was released from this blood-red color and then quickly spread throughout the heavenly demon's body. In the end, the two of them finally lost consciousness. Plop! Plop! Two sounds were heard. The two Monster Palace masters, who were once insufferably arrogant, died just like that. There was not even a trace of breath left. This battle had started so suddenly and ended so suddenly as well. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Lu Fei, in particular, had wanted to directly challenge Su Yan to show off his rapid improvement during this period of time. However, at this moment, it seemed that the distance between him and Su Yan had not only not narrowed, but was also getting farther and farther. Pervert, Su Yan, you are simply a pervert, Lu Fei said helplessly. However, this was not just his thought. At this moment, Su Yan had truly shown his unparalleled side. At this point, everyone was afraid of Su Yan to the extreme. Mu Lu Shui arranged for people to deal with these two people. In addition, directly eliminate the forces that belong to them. Su Yan said lightly. His words were still very polite, but at this moment Mu Lu Shui felt a sense of reverence from the bottom of his heart. This was because the current Su Yan was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he was simply unparalleled. Facing such a Su Yan, he did not dare to say anything to refute. He only said, "Yes, Palace Master, I will take care of everything." Naturally, Su Yan could see that Mu Lu Shui was in awe of him, but he did not say anything because he knew very well in his heart. The gap in strength between the two of them had been completely widened, so their status had quietly changed. Moreover, as time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. It was meaningless to try to bridge this gap. Therefore, he did not say much and continued to say to everyone, "This time, I returned to the Monster Palace mainly for the ancient divine tree." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Chenghao immediately asked in surprise, "Palace Master, have you already obtained the other two divine items?" In the Monster Palace, the real Holy Land was actually the ancient divine tree. According to ancient legends, the most important inheritance of the supreme demon lineage was in the ancient divine tree. However, until now, the four divine items were difficult to find. It had been several generations since anyone had been able to enter the Monster Palace. But he did not expect that Su Yan actually found these four great divine objects. Su Yan nodded and then said, "This time, I have indeed found the Buddha golden silkworm and the frost mysterious iron." In addition to the Milky Way tortoise shell from Murong Fu and the spring and autumn tree that I originally obtained, the 4 divine items have finally been gathered. I will go in and explore first. If I confirm that it is safe, then I will let you in. Regarding this, no one had any objections. If it was in the past, everyone would be worried about Su Yan's safety and want to go in with Su Yan. However, as Su Yan displayed such powerful strength, everyone already knew that the gap between them and Su Yan was already unimaginable. If even Su Yan was in any danger, then they would not be of any use if they entered. On the contrary, they would only be a burden. Therefore, they had no objections to Su Yan's words at all. All of you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while. Looking at Su Yan's solemn face, everyone left. Su Yan sighed. He walked out of the monster palace and then went to the place where he first met Chu Linger. The scene of him meeting Chu Linger was still vivid in his mind, but at this moment, Chu Linger had disappeared. She had been taken away by the beauty of love. Su Yan knew nothing about this mysterious beauty of love, but he knew that he had to bring Chu Linger back. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be in the 9 states. Lulan, Chu Linger, and now his cousin Su Tian. It seemed that he had to go to the 9 states. However, the 9 states was far more dangerous than here. This was because there were more experts there. According to what Su Yan knew, the spiritual energy between the 9 states and the 5 counties could not be compared. Therefore, the 9 states had more experts than the 5 counties. He could not forget the scene of that guy from the Devil Sect breaking into the Monster Palace and taking Lulan away. If he met that guy this time, Su Yan would definitely not show mercy. He would directly kill him. At this moment, the light in his eyes flickered again. He finally put away all his thoughts and then headed towards the ancient god tree. In the secret realm deep in the mountains of the Monster Palace, the ancient god tree was quietly growing. This ancient god tree did not seem to be any different from an ordinary ancient tree. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient god tree hid a great secret. It was the most fundamental existence of the supreme demon lineage. Chapter 501. As Su Yan's spirit chi seeped in, the ordinary 10,000 demons' ancient tree began to emit an extremely weak glow. Within this weak glow, one could vaguely see 4 patterns. It was obvious that these were the grooves that contained the 4 great divine items. Each of these 4 items was extremely precious. Putting everything else aside, just the frost meteoric iron alone was enough to catch the eye of the frost WYRM. She wanted to extract the ancient frost aura from it to increase her cultivation by 1 level. That alone was enough to show how precious this item was. The Buddha golden silkworm that devoured souls and bathed in the light of the sun and moon was even more precious. There was also the milky tortoise shell and the spring-autumn ancient tree, which had their own precious points. Not to mention 4 of them. Even one of them would be extremely precious. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally gathered all 4 divine items after paying a huge price. He took out the 4 divine items one by one. Among them, the most special one was the frost meteoric iron. Su Yan placed the frost meteoric iron in the red parting sword case. If not for the fact that the red parting sword case was extremely warm and burning like a flame, it would have been very difficult for Su Yan to bring it back. One could imagine how cold it was to catch the eye of the frost dragon. At this moment, the frost meteoric iron left the red parting sword case, and the powerful cold was immediately suppressed. In an instant, cold air spread. The cold air drifted, and even Su Yan felt a chill. However, at this moment, a ray of light was suddenly released from the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. This ray of brilliance was like a piece of clothing, wrapping around the profound, ice-cold iron. Even the red parting sword case could only suppress the cold air with its blazing power. However, the appearance of this ray of light stopped the cold air from dissipating. At the same time, another 3 rays of light appeared. Just like before, they wrapped around the 3 great divine items. The 4 divine items were supported by the light emitted by the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. At that very moment, the brilliance within grew stronger and stronger. In the end, It actually directly soared into the sky, engulfing everything in its path. Su Yin was directly enveloped by this ray of light. However, at this time, Su Yin did not move at all. He just quietly watched the light become stronger and stronger. In the end, the light completely engulfed Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly shrunk, and then he actually vanished into thin air. This was simply unimaginable. As for the person involved, Su Yin didn't even know what was happening at this time. He just watched the changes. When he came back to his senses, Su Yin immediately realized that he was no longer in the same place. He looked around and found himself in an extremely mysterious place. This place was like a cave, but also like a tree hole. This tree hole was very large, almost the size of a stadium. Moreover, this tree hole did not have the slightest bit of a gloomy, damp, or cold feeling. Instead, it was filled with a green luster. In the tree hole, the sound of flowing water could even be heard. Su Yin looked in the direction of the sound, and finally found that the green luster was actually emitted from the water. This spring water was unknown, but it emitted a strange fragrance. Just by smelling it, Su Yin felt that his whole body was floating, and it was indescribably comfortable. Su Yin walked in front of the spirit spring, and then wanted to drink this magical spring water. Then, at this moment, a dense light gathered directly in the spring water, as if countless fireflies had gathered directly. This kind of hazy beauty was intoxicating. In the end, this beautiful flame actually turned into a human figure. After so many years, someone has finally found these 4 divine objects. That figure actually opened his mouth to speak. Her voice was very beautiful. When her voice entered one's ears, one would not hesitate to believe that this was the most beautiful voice one had ever heard in one's life. Su Yin did not act rashly. He stayed where he was and asked, "What kind of existence are you? Why are you here?" The person looked at Su Yin and was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed and said, "Me? I'm the tree spirit of the 10,000 demons ancient tree. From the moment I was born, I appeared in this 10,000 demons ancient tree. It's just that due to the battle a long, long time ago, the 10,000 demons ancient tree's foundation was damaged and can directly become an ordinary sapling to survive. Fortunately, you found the 4 divine items. With these 4 divine items, the 10,000 demons ancient tree can gradually recover." Her beautiful voice fell, making people feel very reluctant to part with her. However, Su Yan's determination had become extremely firm. He would not be lost in these words. He asked directly, "What is the significance of the 10,000 demons ancient tree to the Monster Palace? Is it because of this spirit spring? Why has the Monster Palace always treated the 10,000 demons ancient tree as a sacred tree?" This was what Su Yin did not understand. The Monster Palace had been passed down from generation to generation. The 10,000 demons ancient tree was very important to the Monster Palace. Almost everyone in the Monster Palace treated this tree as their religion. Su Yin had secretly studied it before. This was not a belief that was instilled. It was as if this belief had been imprinted in the souls of these disciples since they were born. The beautiful elf said, "You should know that the supreme demons have the bloodline of monsters, but they have the bodies of humans. Therefore, strictly speaking, they are not humans, nor can they be considered monsters. It is precisely because of this that the supreme demons were not tolerated by humans and monsters in ancient times. It was the 10,000 demons ancient tree that protected them." The elf's short sentence had already explained Su Yan's doubts clearly. However, Su Yan frowned and did not say anything. The elf continued, "The 10,000 demons ancient tree should be called the supreme demon ancient tree. Back then, it was one of the most powerful existences in this world, on par with the great celestial devil lord and the others. However, in order to protect these people, it died in battle. Then, its body turned into an ancient tree. The people it protected were grateful for its kindness and called themselves the supreme demons from then on. Later on, more and more people believed in it. The supreme demon ancient tree was already known as the protection of all demons. Therefore, it was unknown when it was called the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. Su Yin listened quietly and said, I see. However, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree is not just a matter of belief for the supreme demons, right? The elf nodded and said, You're right. Belief is one part of it. The other part is power. Under the protection of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, the supreme demons can completely awaken their bloodline and become peerless experts. The Monster Palace was extremely powerful back then. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree was heavily damaged, so the bloodline awakening power disappeared. I can feel that the people in the Monster Palace are not very strong now. Of course, you're an exception. Perhaps you're not from the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree. I see. The fairy nodded and said, You should have seen the green liquid. This is a kind of spirit spring. In ancient times, the Supreme Demon Clan called it the Demon Summoning Spring. It can gradually awaken the bloodline power in the Supreme Demon Clan, but it won't trigger the demon nature. This green liquid is the life essence of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. When its life force was still very strong, it used its roots to penetrate the earth and nourish the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree. Su Yin thought for a moment and asked, So you're saying that this liquid can awaken the bloodline power? The elf said with certainty, Of course. However, this spirit liquid is very domineering. Those who aren't very talented and don't have high cultivation can't directly be baptized by this spirit liquid. They still need to accept it subtly. That's the best way. Su Yin nodded. This was normal. If one could directly use this spirit liquid to grow, then wouldn't everyone in the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree become an expert in an instant? However, Su Yin grasped the point in her words and asked, Elf, if I want to increase my strength in a short time, do you think it's possible? The elf sighed and said, Your bloodline and talent are already very strong. You don't need to do this at all. As long as you do it step by step, you will definitely become an extremely powerful figure. Since she was an elf born from the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, her vision was naturally extraordinary. She could see Su Yin's strength at a glance. Su Yin shook his head and said, I don't have the right time. Therefore, I need to become stronger in a short time. If it was only in the 5 counties, his strength was about the same. However, the 5 counties was just a cage that was separated. The experts here could not compete with the people in the 9 provinces. Last time, Su Yin fought with Shangguan Sheng, who took Su Tian away. Although they did not fight, Shangguan Sheng's words, in a battle of life and death, I can escape unscathed, still remained in Su Yan's mind. Shangguan Sheng was very strong. Even at this moment, he didn't feel that he had absolute confidence in defeating him. Moreover, whether it was Hydralisk or Duanmu Longhu, both of them were threatening characters. And now that they had joined forces, they were even more terrifying. Cooperating with such a person was definitely like asking a tiger for its skin. If he did not have enough strength, he might not even know how he died. Therefore, until now, Su Yan's thirst for strength had reached an extremely strong level.